Chapter 1. The Biological Soul Guide. Deep within the royal palace of the Sun-Moon Empire, amidst the resplendent and grand architecture, a man named Guan Shi stood quietly before Su Tianran. He slightly bowed, adopting a posture that was both respectful and dignified, and spoke, "Your esteemed highness, I dare to present a proposal." His voice was deep and resonant, each word imbued with an undeniable sense of determination and confidence. Su Tianran sat composed in his wheelchair, his gaze calm and profound, as if he could perceive the innermost thoughts of others. Observing Guan Shi before him, a faint smile graced his lips, and his tone bore a hint of curiosity and anticipation. "Oh, Guan Shi, what proposal do you have? Please elaborate." Guan Shi inhaled deeply. As if summoning all his courage and resolve into this moment, he began to speak slowly, his voice tinged with an indescribable excitement. "Your Highness, there exists an object, one that surpasses traditional soul guides in power, and has the potential to irrevocably alter the fate of our Sun-Moon Empire, enabling us to unify this continent and achieve everlasting glory." At this point, Guan Shi paused dramatically, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he gauged Su Tianran's reaction. Su Tianran raised an eyebrow and leaned slightly forward, clearly intrigued by Guan Shi's words. "Oh, what could this be that possesses such miraculous efficacy?" His voice was low and filled with anticipation, as if he could already envision the boundless glory that this mysterious object might bring. Noticing the interest he had piqued, Guan Shi internally sighed in relief, knowing he had successfully captured the prince's attention. He continued, "It is a biological soul guide." Upon uttering these 5 words, not only did Su Tianran appear taken aback, but his cousin Su Zixuan also abruptly lifted her head, her eyes flickering with astonishment and curiosity. The notion of a biological soul guide was unprecedented in the Sun-Moon Empire and across the continent. Su Zixuan instinctively tightened her grip on the teacup, fully aware that if this proposal were to materialize, it would have a transformative impact on the entire empire. "What does biological refer to?" Su Tianran's voice trembled slightly. Clearly astonished by this unprecedented concept, he struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to glean more clues from Guan Shi's expression. "Your Highness, it refers to humans." Guan Shi's words resonated like thunder in the spacious hall. Though his tone was calm, it carried an ineffable shock that plunged all present into a moment of stunned silence. Su Tianran's complexion shifted subtly. He had evidently not anticipated such a startling revelation from Guan Shi. His gaze fixated on Guan Shi, seeking any trace of jest on his face, but found only an expression of utmost seriousness devoid of any levity. "Humans? Are you suggesting that we transform humans into soul guides?" Su Zixuan's voice was laced with disbelief as she abruptly stood up, her eyes reflecting shock and confusion. Guan Shi nodded, his gaze revealing a profound brilliance. "Indeed, Your Highness Princess, you have not misheard. By altering human genes during infancy, we can create bodies as intricate and powerful as soul-guiding devices, capable of withstanding immense soul energy fluctuations while simultaneously grasping the exceedingly complex principles of soul guiding and the crafting of soul devices instantaneously. Fourth brother, you cannot possibly be deceived by this madman's plan." Su Zixuan exclaimed anxiously, casting a worried glance at Su Tianran, unable to accept such a brutal and inhumane proposal. "Your Highness, I shall never consent to this," Kong Deming said slowly as he approached, his countenance reflecting his vehement opposition to Guan Shi's suggestion. His eyes were resolute, as if prepared to argue vehemently against Guan Shi. "Unlike you, the Empire has yet to produce a truly remarkable soul master. It seems, old Kong, that you are merely envious," Guan Shi scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that, despite Kong Deming's esteemed status as a 10th-level soul master, he paled in comparison to Guan Shi in terms of innovation. Kong Deming's expression darkened, his face paling with fury as he glared at Guan Shi, his voice trembling with indignation. "Guan Shi, you are spouting nonsense. Transforming humans into soul-guiding devices is a desecration of humanity and a violation of life. I, Kong Deming, have dedicated my life to the study of soul devices, yet have never contemplated employing such cruel methods to enhance power. What I propose is at least preferable to the consumption of forbidden drugs." Guan Shi raised his voice sharply, imbued with an indescribable resolve. "Do not presume I am unaware the individuals from Mingda Hall secretly administer forbidden substances to students in their pursuit of power, which is a torment to the body and an affront to the path of soul masters. My intention is merely to grant the Empire greater strength to conquer and unify." "What is wrong with that? Your arguments are fallacious. You distort the truth and pervert morality." Kong Deming retorted furiously, stepping forward, nearly pointing an accusing finger at Guan Shi. Transforming humans into soul-guiding devices is not just as bad as those forbidden drugs, it surpasses them in its horror. This is a fundamental denial of humanity, a gross disregard for life. We should be pursuing technological advancement and harmonious coexistence, not reducing humans to cold machines. At least my plan will not turn individuals into addicts, nor will it place the Empire at a disadvantage in future wars. Guan Shi stood his ground, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. Old Kong, we both know that in this continent, strength reigns supreme. Only with formidable power can we safeguard all that we hold dear. The plan I propose, though radical, is the most feasible method for the Empire to achieve a leap forward in a short time. And what do you consider them to be? Test subjects? Or mere tools? Kong Deming's voice grew hoarse with rage, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. They are human beings, endowed with thought, emotion, and dignity. They are not your experimental subjects, nor are they tools for your manipulation. Humph, Old Kong, you are far too naive. Guan Shi sneered, his gaze laden with disdain for Kong Deming. In this realm, strength dictates everything. The necessary sacrifices for the future of the Empire are inevitable. Those chosen will become the heroes of our nation, their names forever etched in history, remembered by generations to come. You are grasping at straws. Kong Deming glared at Guan Shi, his voice sharp with indignation. The sacrifices you speak of are built upon the suffering and despair of countless individuals. Have you considered their feelings? Have you thought of their families? What do you regard them as? Upon hearing this, Guan Shi erupted into laughter, a hint of madness and pride lacing his mirth. Old Kong, you remain too inexperienced. I am merely procuring the genes of those illustrious families to create the most formidable biological, soul-guiding devices. Thus, these children are not truly human, they are but warriors for the Empire's future, instruments of our conquest over the world. Guan Shi, you are utterly unhinged. Kong Deming, you stubborn old fool, do not obstruct my path to forge a future for the Empire. The atmosphere between the two men grew tense, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. You beast! How dare you speak such blasphemy, treating lives as mere fodder? Yes, I'm a beast. And what are you? An antiquated relic clinging to outdated notions? Suzy Xuan, standing by, listened to the heated exchange between the radicals and conservatives, feeling as though her mind was being torn asunder. She yearned to intervene, yet as a mere county princess, her voice held no weight in this contentious dialogue. Observing the two obstinate men before her, she was engulfed in a sense of helplessness. Who are you accusing of consuming forbidden substances? The sudden appearance of Jing Hongshun intensified the already fraught atmosphere. Clad in an ornate soul master robe, his face bore a hint of anger as a sharp gaze flitted between Guan Shi and Kong Deming. I speak of your people from Ming to Tang. Guan Shi met Jing Hongshun's gaze unflinchingly, his voice laced with provocation. Do not presume that your sordid deeds go unnoticed. Administering forbidden drugs to students to enhance their cultivation is hardly a noble endeavor. The three engaged in a verbal skirmish, each face betraying anger and defiance. Jing Hongshun's complexion darkened instantly, his face a mask of fury as he laughed derisively. Guan Shi, you are slandering us. Ming Tang has always acted with integrity. How could we stoop to such despicable acts? Whether you are slandering or not, you know the truth in your heart. Guan Shi pressed on, his eyes gleaming with determination. You think the unusual reactions of those students after consuming forbidden drugs could be concealed from anyone? Do you truly believe our Fengtang is without strength? Kong Deming roared. Fengtang? Merely a gathering of stubborn old fools, Guan Shi retorted, a cold smile playing on his lips, his gaze filled with contempt. You members of Fengtang cling to outdated customs, lacking any ambition. Were it not for this, how could the Sun and Moon empires still fail to unite this continent? Jing Hongshun inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within him. He spoke coldly. Guan Shi, do not utter such nonsensical words here. The actions of Ming Hall have always been above reproach. How dare you slander us thus? Slander? If you had no guilt in your heart, why such agitation? Guan Shi retorted, standing his ground resolutely. Silence. Su Tiangan, who had remained silent in his position of authority, finally interjected. His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable gravitas. Let us proceed according to Guan Shi's plan and commence the experiment. However, I demand tangible results, not mere empty rhetoric. Su Tiangan's gaze swept over the three men, his eyes deep and complex. Ming Hall must also enhance its self-examination to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Kong Lao, you're responsible for oversight. Your Highness, this. Kong Deming's countenance changed drastically upon hearing Su Tiangan's agreement to Guan Shi's plan. He had never anticipated such an endorsement. What? Do you have objections, Kong Lao? Su Tiangan's gaze sharpened, full of intensity. Are you not concerned that the Emperor and His Majesty will hold you accountable once they learn of this? Kong Deming bit his lip, voicing his concerns. This plan was far too radical should it fail. The consequences would be dire. Moreover, Su Tiangan was merely a minor prince, yet he was now making such a decision, which undoubtedly played with fire. At that moment, Su Tiangan whispered something in Kong Deming's ear. Kong Deming's expression shifted multiple times before he finally sighed in resignation and nodded. You are no better than a beast, Kong. You truly agree to that brat scheme? You will come to regret this. Jing Hongchun glared at Kong Deming, his eyes ablaze with indignation. You are toying with the lives of countless individuals. Soon after, Su Tiangan pulled him aside and whispered a few words. Jing Hongchun's expression underwent a complex transformation, ultimately leading him to begrudgingly silence his protests, his eyes flickering with resentment and fury. Since there are no objections, it is settled then, Su Tiangan declared, rising to his feet with an air of undeniable resolution. Guan Shi, I shall fully support your plan, but remember, should it fail, the consequences will be yours to bear. Yes, Your Highness, Guan Shi replied, bowing respectfully, excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. I shall not disappoint you. Before long, a base quietly rose on the outskirts of Haiwa City in the Douluo Empire. Surrounded by towering walls and deep courtyards, it was heavily guarded, making it difficult for outsiders to discern the true nature within. Guan Shi personally oversaw the operations, striving for perfection in every detail to ensure the flawless execution of the plan. Your Highness, please bestow a name upon this base, Guan Shi said, standing before Su Tiangan with a respectful demeanor. Su Tiangan pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Let it be named Light of Dawn. I hope it will illuminate the future of the Empire like the first light of day. Upon hearing this, Guan Shi's eyes sparkled with fervor. Light of Dawn, a splendid name. It shall surely mark the beginning of our Empire's conquest of the world. In the days to come, a faction of soul mentors engaged in the acquisition of genetic material from esteemed families to fabricate experimental subjects, while another faction meticulously matched and tested these genes, cultivating them in incubators until they reach the embryonic stage, subsequently undertaking genetic modifications in pursuit of creating subjects endowed with formidable soul power. One wintry day, amidst swirling snowflakes and biting winds, the soul mentors responsible for acquisition encountered a young woman, destitute and desperate, who was selling herself to save her daughter. Clad in rags, her eyes were filled with despair and pleading. In her arms lay her daughter, Yigu Yi, who had lost the strength to speak and merely gaze at the world with barely open eyes. A middle-aged soul mentor lifted the woman's chin with his hand, scrutinizing her features with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. This woman's genetic material appears promising. She may yield an exceptional experimental subject, he remarked, turning to his companion with a cold smirk. Since she is selling herself to save her daughter, compensating her with a sum of money should suffice. Both mother and daughter will be grateful to us. Another soul mentor replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged mentor nodded and approached the woman, crouching before her, his voice devoid of warmth as he stated, We shall take your daughter and provide her with the finest treatment. In return, you must offer us your genetic material. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in the woman's eyes, and she quickly nodded. If you can save my daughter, I am willing to do anything. The middle-aged mentor scoffed, standing upright and instructing those beside him. Take her away. Two young soul mentors unfurled a stretcher and gently placed Yigui upon it, while the woman was escorted onto a carriage, which gradually made its way toward the fortified base, known as Dawn of Light. Deep within the base, in a laboratory, the woman's genetic material was meticulously extracted and placed alongside numerous other samples in cold test tubes, awaiting the bestowal of new life. Meanwhile, Yigui was ushered into a medical ward for initial examinations and treatment. In the ward, Yigui lay quietly on the bed, an intravenous drip steadily administering medication into her system. A faint flush emerged upon her pale visage, a sign that life was gradually being restored. A nurse busily attended to her, periodically checking her vital signs. Temperature is normal, heart rate stable. It seems her condition is improving, the nurse murmured softly. Concurrently, in another part of the base, the young woman was being interrogated regarding her family medical history and personal habits, with her responses meticulously documented as crucial references for the forthcoming genetic modifications. Has there ever been a soul master in your family? Inquired a researcher clad in a white coat. The woman nodded. Yes. What is your martial soul? Angel martial soul. It seems that an ancestor attained divinity. The moment the words left her lips, the atmosphere in the interrogation room thickened with gravity. The researchers exchanged glances, their eyes alight with shock and excitement. The angel martial soul was a legendary entity, and the notion of divinity among ancestors was unprecedented. Are you certain you are not fabricating this? One researcher could not help but confirm once more. Could she possibly be a descendant of the Spirit Hall from millennia ago? Another researcher gasped, recalling the ancient text that spoke of the Spirit Hall, a formidable organization teeming with powerful individuals and soul masters, its emblem being that of the angelic spirit. Surely not. By that time, the soul masters of the six-winged angel had been completely eradicated. How could any descendants possibly remain? Questioned yet another researcher. While the six-winged angels may be no more, the practitioners of the two-winged angel spirit still exist, asserted the researcher who had previously confirmed the woman's familial health history. If her ancestors truly ascended to divinity, her genetic lineage must possess extraordinary value. Indeed, with the right genetic modification, we might even transcend the limitations of the six-winged angel and forge an entirely new manifestation of spirit, exclaimed another enthusiastically. The interrogation had not yet concluded, yet discussions had already commenced. What is your name? The researcher in charge of questioning glanced at the woman with a hint of urgency in his voice. And what is your daughter's name? My name is Yidingshi. And my daughter's name is Yi Gui, the woman replied. Within the interrogation room, the researchers exchanged swift glances. Realizing that this revelation might herald unprecedented transformation for the entire Sun and Moon Empire. Yidingshi, Yi Gui, noted, one researcher remarked while recording the information. You may leave for now. We will devise subsequent plans based on your genetic profile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of trepidation and hope crossed Yidingshi's eyes. She was uncertain of what the future held for herself and her daughter, yet she recognized that this was their solitary beacon of hope. She was escorted out of the interrogation room and returned to a modest chamber. The room contained merely a bed and a table, yet for her, it was sufficient. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands clasped tightly together, silently praying. She wished for her daughter's safety and yearned for them to escape their current predicament and begin anew. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, researchers diligently analyzed Yidingshi's genetic data. They discovered that her genes indeed harbored the traits of an angelic martial soul, along with some unique sequences they had never encountered before. It appears our conjecture was correct. Her genes possess extraordinary value, one researcher exclaimed with excitement. If we can successfully modify her genes, we may indeed create a new martial soul form that transcends the six-winged angels. What are we waiting for? Let us commence immediately. Another researcher urged eagerly. Thus, a clandestine experiment focusing on genetic modification and martial soul evolution began at the Dawnlight base. The destinies of Yidingshi and Yi Gui would soon undergo a monumental transformation. Inside the laboratory, various advanced instruments glimmered with a cold light as researchers donned sterile suits. Busily attending to Yidingshi's genetic samples, they meticulously operated the precise equipment, conducting matching tests on her genes in search of the optimal modification plan. After several days of effort, they finally established a preliminary modification strategy aimed at activating the latent angelic martial soul traits within Yidingshi's genes while attempting to integrate new gene sequences to achieve effects surpassing that of the six-winged angels. Time is of the essence. Place it in the cultivation chamber to commence development, and modifications will be made during the embryonic stage. A researcher directed an assistant to transfer the processed genetic sample into the high-tech cultivation chamber. Inside the chamber, nutrient solutions flowed gently, providing an ideal growth environment for the genetic sample. At this moment, for nurses affixed numbered labels in designated areas of the cultivation chamber, with Yidingshi's genetic sample marked as 02, while the nurses entered the data into the central control system. With a gentle beep, the lights within the cultivation chamber began to flicker, signifying the official commencement of the genetic cultivation process. A month later, Yi Gui successfully recovered. In Yiting, she received notification that she could visit. The moment she stepped into the hospital room and beheld her daughter, Yi Gui, sitting up in bed, her face aglow with health, a tremendous weight was finally lifted from her heart. The mother and daughter embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Yet both made a valiant effort to hold them back. Mother, I feel so much better. Yi Gui's voice was faint yet filled with strength. Her small hand clutching Yiting, she's as if fearing loss once more. Yiting, she gently stroked her daughter's head and softly reassured, Everything will be all right, Gui. I will always be by your side. Guan Shi, observing the scene through the corridor window, turned to the researchers beside him and instructed, provide them with some financial compensation and inform them they may leave. The genetic samples remain, and we will not incur a loss. The researchers nodded, though a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts. After all, Yi Tingshi and Yi Gui represented their only hope during this period, as well as the crux of their genetic modification program. Nevertheless, Guan Shi's decision was final, and they could only comply. When Yi Tingshi received the notice of her impending departure, she felt both astonished and elated. Though unaware of the circumstances surrounding her release, she recognized that she and her daughter were finally afforded a chance to begin anew. Before leaving, she made a point to express her gratitude to the researchers. Despite having been confined here, her heart brimmed with appreciation. She understood that, without them, she and her daughter might have remained trapped in their plight indefinitely. Thank you, truly. Thank you. Yi Tingshi's voice quivered as she grasped her researcher's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. The researcher awkwardly chuckled, patting her hand gently. There is no need for thanks. This is our duty. Live well, and we hope our paths do not cross again. Yi Tingshi nodded, departing with her daughter from the place that had both aided them and left them with countless enigmas. The world beyond was both foreign and invigorating for Yi Tingshi and Yi Gui as they embarked on a new chapter in their lives. However, not long after, the soul mentors discovered that the batch of embryos that had entered the cultivation chamber together began to perish one by one. With the exception of Yi Tingshi's genetic sample 02, this anomalous situation swiftly captured the research team's attention, leading them to speculate that it might be the result of a powerful self-protective and reparative mechanism inherent in the special sequence of Yi Tingshi's genes. His Highness has arrived. A resounding call shattered the tense atmosphere of the laboratory, drawing the attention of everyone present as Su Tianran's wheelchair glided slowly into view. His expression as cold and imposing as ever. What is the status? Su Tianran's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon the still-glimmering cultivation chamber. Your Highness. A researcher responded, apart from sample 02, all other embryos have perished. A researcher bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. Su Tianyan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected outcome. However, a fierce glint soon flashed in his eyes. Since subject 02 had managed to survive, they would continue their research, relentlessly pursuing the secrets hidden within her genes at any cost. The researchers felt a chill run through them. They understood that Su Tianyan's decision heralded a daunting task and greater risks ahead. Yet, in this world where strength reigned supreme, they had no choice but to forge ahead resolutely. In the days that followed, the laboratory undertook a more meticulous observation and study of the subject 02 specimen. Little did they know that subject 02 had merely outlived the other subjects by a slight margin and was now approaching the end of her life. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Wang residence, Su Tianyan sat alone in his study, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. His gaze was profound, as if piercing through the fabric of time and space, glimpsing some potential future. He silently pondered whether this gamble, paid for with countless lives, could truly bring about a turning point for the Sun and Moon Empire. He would spare no sacrifice in his quest for power and the unification of the continent. Su Tianyan murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the vast study, tinged with a sense of determination and ruthlessness. He was acutely aware that this path was fraught with thorns and peril, yet retreat was not an option. Chapter 2. Transcendence at this moment. In a different realm of the Douluo continent, a woman and a man were locked in a life-and-death battle. The woman, clad in white, with cascading silver hair, wielded a long sword that shimmered with a cold light. Each swing was accompanied by a fierce sword aura, while the man, draped in a black cloak, bore a sinister expression, gripping a massive scythe adorned with eerie patterns that exuded a chilling presence. You traitor of the family, not only have you slain my kin, but you have also brought shame upon our lineage. Today, I shall demand blood for blood. The woman's voice was ice-cold and resolute, her eyes ablaze with hatred and fury. The man chuckled darkly, his voice raspy and grating. Do you truly believe you can kill me? I defeated you once before. I can do so again. Before he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash, resembling a wraith as he lunged at the woman, the scythe slicing through the air with a howling wind. The woman, agile and swift, evaded the strike and countered with her longsword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that hurtled toward the man. With a cold snort, the man traced an uncanny arc with his scythe, shattering the sword aura. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. The woman felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body, her gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. The longsword in her hand seemed to come alive, its brilliance intensifying as the man found himself being pushed back, step by step. "What is this power?" he stammered, astonished. The man cried out in terror, feeling the formidable aura emanating from the woman, a terrifying power he had never encountered before. A fleeting glimpse of sorrow crossed the woman's eyes, soon replaced by unwavering resolve as she coldly declared, "The three of them bestowed upon me the power of the soul stones. Li Mingli, today marks your demise." She plunged the 3 soul stones into her heart, and an immense surge of power erupted within her, causing a torrent of blood to spew from her mouth. It was evident that the might of the soul stones was overwhelming, placing an immense strain on her body. "How dare you?" Li Mingli's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that the woman would resort to such desperation, fusing the power of the soul stones with her own essence. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. The woman had no intention of returning alive. She had long since cast aside the notion of life and death. Her singular focus was to slay the man before her, avenging her family. The sword light wove through the air, each strike imbued with the terrifying power of the soul stones. Li Mingli gradually felt himself faltering, his black robe slashed with fractures by the sword's energy, his exposed skin riddled with fine wounds. "No, I cannot perish here," Li Mingli roared inwardly, summoning all his strength to counterattack. Yet the woman's sword techniques grew increasingly ferocious, seemingly intent on utterly crushing him. At that moment, the woman's gaze suddenly turned vacant, and the sword in her hand began to droop. Li Mingli felt a surge of hope, believing her strength had waned, and he was poised to retaliate. However, he then witnessed the woman's body erupting with a brilliant light, the unmistakable sign of the soul stone's power reaching its zenith within her. "No!" Li Mingli screamed in terror. But it was too late. The woman's sword pierced through the man's chest, and a flicker of unwillingness and despair crossed his eyes as he collapsed, his body limp, blood from his black robe spreading across the ground. The woman, too, was gravely wounded. She slowly descended from the air, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Her gaze became unfocused, yet the corners of her mouth curled into a victorious smile. "I have finally slain Li Mingli. Avenging my family," she whispered softly, her voice faint but imbued with an indescribable sense of resolve and relief. "Sister!" Lei Zitong and Lei Mushi rushed from a distance. Having beheld this breathtaking battle, their hearts filled with sorrow and shock. Lei Shishue rushed over, gently checking the pulse of the unconscious woman, and sighed in relief. She was not dead, merely exhausted and in a state of coma. The power of the Tianhun stone was overwhelmingly potent. She required time to recuperate. Upon hearing Lei Shishue's words, Lei Zitong and Lei Mushi, along with others, finally exhaled in unison. They gathered around the woman, their eyes brimming with concern and hope. "Let us carry her back and see if the family patriarch possesses any means to aid her recovery," suggested Lei Zitong, her voice laced with determination. With utmost care, they lifted the woman and embarked on their journey back to the family estate. Throughout the way, a solemn silence enveloped them, each silently praying for her swift revival. Meanwhile, a fragment of the woman's consciousness had been severed during the turmoil of battle, traversing through a rift in space-time to other realms. In this vast expanse, the original angel god of Douluo continent, Qian Yuhan, sensed the unfamiliar fluctuation of consciousness. A frown creased her brow as an inexplicable intuition surged within her. As the inaugural angel god of Douluo continent, her perceptive abilities transcended the ordinary. The sudden emergence of this consciousness wave left her profoundly shaken. The angel god position has been shattered by the new generation of sea god. Perhaps I should infuse a portion of my power into this consciousness. It may serve to restore my divine rank and revive the glory of the angel clan, Qian Yuhan contemplated earnestly, fully aware of her duty to safeguard both Douluo continent and the angel lineage. Though she had bestowed her divine rank upon the next generation, the mysterious consciousness wave sparked a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of her people. Gently closing her eyes, Qian Yuhan raised her hands, palms upward. A gentle yet potent radiance emanated from her being, drifting toward the source of the consciousness wave. As the light met the wave, they fused instantaneously, as if a nascent power was being birthed. Subsequently, she guided the amalgamated consciousness, infused with her strength, to a specific location on Douluo continent. With a soft clap, she murmured to herself, "Done, now to continue traversing the cosmos." "You truly have become quite the adept at delegating," a voice laced with mockery chimed in. Qian Yuhan smiled slightly, unaffected by the jest. Turning to the source of the voice, she beheld a splendidly attired man standing a short distance away, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "Poseidon, how is it that you are everywhere?" Qian Yuhan addressed her persistent rival, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone as she raised an eyebrow. "What? Is it only permissible for you, Qian Yuhan, to roam the universe while I, Poseidon, must remain confined? Poseidon crossed his arms, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. But tell me, what were you up to just now? That mysterious consciousness wave. And the power you infused, what is the story behind it? With a soft sigh, Qian Yuhan acknowledged her rival's insatiable curiosity. Knowing full well he would not let slip any detail. It was none other than you, the new heir Tang San, who instigated this turmoil, shattering the angelic divine position. With that, Qian Yuhan pursued Poseidon, who, while evading, laughed heartily, remarking, although that lad Tang San possesses some skill, to shatter the angelic divine position is rather audacious. However, considering your status as the original angelic god, he is unlikely to gain any advantage. The two engage in playful skirmishes across the cosmos, reminiscent of their youthful days. Despite representing different deities, in this boundless universe, they felt like long-lost friends, relishing this rare moment of ease and tranquility. By the way, can the power of the divine consciousness you just infused truly restore the angelic divine position? Poseidon inquired curiously while dodging. I am uncertain, but it is worth attempting. Qian Yuhan replied, her brow slightly furrowed. She lacked complete confidence. The angelic lineage could not simply decline. As the original angelic god, it was her duty to assist in their resurgence. Poseidon nodded, fully aware of Qian Yuhan's character. Once she resolved on a matter, she would pursue it with unwavering determination. He ceased his inquiries and accompanied her in the cosmic expanse, seeking out potential miracles. Meanwhile, a woman from another realm observed the unfolding events through a crystal ball. Her expression remained impassive. Yet when she saw the divine consciousness of another woman merging with Qian Yuhan's divine power, a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. Xing Yunxi's fingers turned pale as she fixated on the scene within the crystal ball, her heart swirling with complex emotions. At last, I have found you. Is this the reason for your unending slumber? Indeed, how could one awaken when their divine consciousness is detached? And now, being utilized as a tool for restoring the divine position, I shall settle this score on your behalf, she murmured resolutely. Beside her sat a man cloaked in a hood, his limbs severed, observing Xing Yunxi's clenched fists and the unwavering determination in her gaze. Xing Shengcheng struggled to speak. I never anticipated her divine consciousness would travel so far and encounter this so-called angelic god. And now, Suwan remains by her side in a comatose state. What shall we do? Xing Yunxi inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Coldly, she declared, regardless of the realm she inhabits or the challenges she faces. I shall protect her. She has suffered too much, and I cannot allow her to endure further harm. She gestured to a nearby girl to escort the woman's divine consciousness to Douluo continent, ensuring a timely return to this realm. The girl obeyed, her wings radiating a dazzling brilliance, resembling flames in their fervor. The iridescent feathers shimmered under the sun, and with a wingspan of several meters, she soared like a magnificent rainbow slicing through the sky. Whispering to the creature, she urged, go, safeguard her divine consciousness and deliver it safely to Douluo continent. Seeking an opportune moment for her return, remember, her safety is paramount. There must be no errors. The resplendent divine bird emitted a low murmur, seemingly in response to the girl's command. It unfurled its magnificent wings and, in an instant, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Starry Nebula and her companions watched the divine bird depart, yet their worries remained unabated. She understood that the task ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. But she was resolute, prepared to persevere through any challenges that may arise. After a while, the divine bird approached the realm of consciousness, escorting it towards the Douluo continent. The consciousness soared toward the Dawn Light base in the Sea-Joy city of the Sun and Moon Empire, where within the cultivation pod, the experimental female infant, designated as number 02, had already commenced the countdown of her life. Her life flame flickered in the wind, akin to a feeble candlelight, on the verge of extinguishing. However, at that moment, infused with the power of 1,000 feathers, the consciousness surged toward the number 02 experimental infant within the pod. With a resounding boom, the entire Dawn Light base erupted in a dazzling radiance, illuminating the night. The patrolling guards in the security room, drowsily caught off guard, rubbed their sleepy eyes and gazed in bewilderment at the source of the brilliance. Soon after, the sound of a phoenix's song echoed from the square outside the base. Clear and melodious, imbued with an infinite majesty and sanctity, as if a phoenix had descended. The guards exchanged glances, their astonishment deepening. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. Curious, a few guards approached to investigate and were left agape upon seeing a divine bird, radiating brilliant light. Its wings resplendent like a rainbow, with a crown of feathers blazing fiercely like flames, circling above the base. Each flap of its wings seemed to ripple the surrounding space, releasing an aura that was sacred and inviolable. After a few circuits in the air, the divine bird finally soared into the distance, leaving the guards paralyzed on the ground. Struggling to regain their composure, supporting each other, they stood up, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Such a divine bird was only something they had heard of in ancient legends. They had never imagined they would witness one in person. Meanwhile, within the palace of the starry Luo Empire, Su Jiawei was attending to matters when Su Jiaojio rushed in, panic-stricken. "Brother, look outside the window." Su Jiawei furrowed his brow, setting down his pen, and glanced at Su Jiaojio with displeasure. "What has you so flustered? What kind of behavior is this?" Su Jiaojio pointed toward the window, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, look at the sky. It seems there is an extraordinary phenomenon." Su Jiawei approached the window and gazed into the sky, where a brilliant light streaked across the heavens, and the shadow of a phoenix lingered amidst the clouds, causing even him to feel a sudden shock. After a moment of contemplation, his brow furrowed deeper, a sense of unease swelling within him. "What tremendous power is this?" Su Jiawei murmured to himself, fully aware that this was beyond human capability, hinting at either great fortune or impending crisis. He swiftly turned to Su Jiaojio, instructing Jiaojio, "Immediately summon the strong members of the royal family and the esteemed soul masters within the nation. We must prepare for all possible eventualities." Though Su Jiaojio harbored doubts within her heart, she dared not inquire further upon observing the solemn expression of her elder brother, promptly acquiescing and departing. Su Jiawei remained alone by the window, gazing intently at the direction from which the radiant glow had vanished, his mind a tempest of thoughts. He understood well that such an anomaly was no mere coincidence. It must hold profound significance, whether it heralded fortune or calamity. He must prepare meticulously to confront the impending unknown. At that moment, within the Sea God's Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Moon was engaged in a tea session with Xuanzi and other esteemed elders when suddenly, the water in their teacups began to ripple gently. Frowning, Moon lifted his gaze toward the window, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. He beheld a divine bird, reminiscent of a phoenix, soaring towards Shrek Academy at an astonishing velocity, its tail trailing a resplendent luminescence akin to a comet streaking across the night sky, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. "This is remarkable," Moon murmured to himself, for in all his years, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle. Xuanzi and the other elders rose in unison, approaching the window to behold the divine bird. Their faces mirrored a blend of shock and bewilderment, clearly indicating that this phenomenon transcended their comprehension. As the divine bird drew nearer, it began to circle above the sea god's pavilion. Each flap of its wings seemed to resonate through the surrounding space, emanating a sacred and inviolable aura that enveloped the elders within, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. At this juncture, Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and the young Ma Xiaotao, returning from a performance, were walking back to the martial soul department when suddenly, Ma Xiaotao halted, her candied hawthorn skewer dropping to the ground, her gaze fixed skyward, filled with awe and disbelief. What is that?" Ma Xiaotao stammered, pointing at the celestial bird. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer looked up as well, witnessing the divine bird radiating a dazzling brilliance, its wings resplendent like a rainbow-hued cloud, and its crown ablaze as if engulfed in fire, spiraling majestically above the sea god's pavilion, exuding an aura of sanctity. "What is that thing?" Kai Meyer exclaimed, rendered speechless by shock, her eyes locked onto the divine bird, anxious not to miss any detail. Clutching Ma Xiaotao, Kai Meyer sprinted toward the sea god's pavilion, with Yin Xiaozhe closely trailing behind. In the courtyard of the sea god's pavilion, Moon, Xuanzi, and Song Yunji, along with other esteemed elders, had gathered. Even Qian Duo and Xian Liner from the academy's upper echelons hurried to the scene. All eyes were fixated on the divine bird circling above, each face etched with astonishment and curiosity. Breathless, Kai Meyer reached the assembly, pointing toward the celestial bird, her voice quivering with excitement. "Everyone, look. What is that?" Moon gazed at the divine bird in the sky, his brow furrowed. He spoke slowly, "Such an anomaly is no accident. I fear that something significant is about to transpire." Xuanzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the emergence of this divine bird must carry profound meaning. Shrek Academy may be on the brink of an unprecedented transformation. A solemn glance passed between Qian Duo and Xian Liner, both reflecting a note of seriousness. They are acutely aware that such extraordinary phenomena often conceal vast opportunities and challenges. Ma Xiaotao, with her tiny hands grasping Kai Meyer, innocently remarked, "Shermu, I want that bird. Can we keep it in a cage? Kai Meyer quickly covered Ma Xiaodao's mouth. Reproaching her softly, Xiaodao, do not speak recklessly. Such a divine bird is not something we can covet. It has its own mission and belonging. As if it had heard Ma Xiaodao's words, the Ice Soul Tianluan descended before her. In the astonished gaze of Ma Xiaodao, the Ice Soul Tianluan gracefully landed. Its wings fluttering gently, each feather seemingly imbued with boundless spiritual energy, radiating a soft glow. Ma Xiaodao widened her eyes, forgetting her fear, and gazed blankly at the legendary divine bird before her. The bird's crown swayed gently, as if conveying some profound message. Its deep and gentle eyes seemed to see into the depths of one's heart, rather than being angered by Ma Xiaodao's childish innocence. It exuded an inexplicable power that soothed her spirit. Mu In and the elders were equally captivated by this scene. They had never encountered such an empathetic soul beast, let alone one as formidable as this divine bird. What is happening? Qian Duo murmured, his gaze flitting between the Ice Soul Tianluan and Ma Xiaodao, seeking answers. The bird plucked a feather from its plumage and gently placed it in the palm of Ma Xiaodao's hand, who rejoiced as if she had received the most precious gift in the world. Wow, what a beautiful feather. Is it a gift for me? Ma Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly, running to Kai Meyer to show off her treasure. Kai Meyer, witnessing Ma Xiaodao's exuberance, felt a swell of joy in her heart, yet her expression soon turned serious. She sensed that significant events were destined to unfold, and the appearance of the Ice Soul Tianluan might be an omen. Mu In approached the Ice Soul Tianluan, inhaling deeply before bowing respectfully and speaking, "Noble divine bird, your presence illuminates our Shrek Academy. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" The Ice Soul Tianluan did not respond immediately, but gazed at Mu In with its profound eyes, as if scrutinizing him. After a moment, it emitted a melodious call, a sound as pure as celestial music. It then flapped its wings again, stirring up a whirlwind that sent the fallen leaves in the courtyard swirling through the air. "Elder Mu, it seems that it is neither a soul beast nor one of the 10 ferocious beasts. Its energy resembles something much more profound." He paused, uncertain about the true identity of the Ice Soul Tianluan. At that moment, the Ice Soul Tianluan let out another clear call before soaring away, leaving behind a sense of astonishment and confusion. Mu In looked up at the sky. The Ice Soul Tianluan had vanished without a trace, leaving only a brilliant trail of light that gradually faded from the horizon. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San and Xiao Wu observed this scene, their eyes filled with astonishment. Xiao Wu spoke softly, "Sengu, what is happening? That divine bird does not seem to belong to our divine realm." Tang San furrowed his brows, gazing intently at the fading light trail that had vanished beyond the horizon. Slowly, he spoke, "Indeed. Its aura is unlike any deity or soul beast I have encountered. It resembles that of beings from other realms. It appears that our world is on the brink of some unforeseen transformation." Within the Divine Council, several other deities sensed this extraordinary presence and hurried to gather. They encircled Tang San and Xiao Wu, deliberating over this sudden anomaly. "The emergence of this divine bird is no mere coincidence," one deity remarked gravely. "What it heralds may be both an opportunity and a challenge." "Indeed," Tang San nodded, "we must prepare ourselves to confront any impending upheaval. Simultaneously, we must dispatch individuals to investigate the origins of this divine bird and discern its true intentions." At Shrek Academy, Moon and the elders were also engaged in strategizing. They understood that the appearance of the Ice Soul Tianluan was undoubtedly linked to significant events on the horizon. "We must bolster the Academy's defenses to ensure the safety of our students," Moon asserted, while also hastening to uncover the origins and motives of this divine bird. Xuanzi nodded in agreement. "I will send people to investigate and ensure we ascertain the true identity and purpose of this divine creature." As time progressed, the atmosphere within Shrek Academy grew increasingly tense. The students sensed this unusual aura and began to speculate about the imminent changes. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao clutched the feather gifted by the Ice Soul Tianluan, her heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. She knew that the arrival of this divine bird would undoubtedly usher in changes to her life. Chapter 3. In turn at this moment, Lei Han's consciousness had seamlessly merged with the 4-month-old female infant of the number 02 experimental subject, her previously pallid complexion gradually regaining a rosy hue. Upon hearing the commotion, the researchers in the dormitory hastily donned their clothing and rushed toward the cultivation chamber. They pushed open the door and were met with a scene that left them utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. The once feeble flame of life within the infant now radiated vibrant vitality. Her tiny fists were clenched, as if proclaiming her arrival. "What is happening?" one researcher murmured, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Another researcher hurried to the side of the cultivation chamber, meticulously examining the data. Unbelievable. Her life force is rapidly revitalizing, and all bodily indicators are trending towards normalcy. Impossible. The doctor stated she would not survive beyond the next day and had already prepared a death certificate, one researcher stuttered, his recording book slipping from his grasp, unnoticed. However, the prior report had already been submitted to the prince. What are we to do now? A fellow researcher's face was clouded with concern, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Inside the cultivation chamber, the No.02 experimental subject seemed to sense the turmoil outside, responding with a heartbeat that resonated with the chaos, each pulse imbued with strength and hope. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, as if striving to open her eyes to the world. The experimenters exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with shock and confusion, unable to fathom the abrupt transformation before them. Just then, the frightened guards stumbled into the laboratory. "Did you see the divine bird outside?" One guard stammered, his face pale and his eyes filled with dread. Upon hearing this, the experimenters furrowed their brows, unaware of the events unfolding outside. Yet, at the mention of the divine bird, an inexplicable chill surged within them. "What divine bird? We only heard a loud bang and thought there had been an explosion. We were just about to dispatch someone to investigate," one of the experimenters remarked. Bewildered, the guards trembled as they recounted in detail the extraordinary sight they had witnessed, their tone laced with reverence and fear. The experimenters exchanged incredulous glances after hearing their account. Although engaged in enigmatic research, they had never before encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Nor could they fathom how a divine bird could be connected to their experimental subject. "It bears no resemblance to any of the 10 fearsome beasts," one experimenter murmured, struggling to recall any knowledge of soul beasts that might correlate with the divine bird. "Regardless, we must report this matter to the prince immediately," another experimenter asserted with an air of undeniable resolve. At that moment, Guanshi arrived, his morning irritability palpable. Hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep as he shuffled and wearing slippers, grumbling, "What's all this noise in the middle of the night? You useless lot. Not only have you failed to save Subject 02, but now you want the entire base and the prince to be aware of your incompetence?" Yet, upon witnessing the transformation of the infant subject within the incubation chamber, he was rendered speechless. "What is happening?" Guanshi's voice trembled as he struggled to believe his own eyes. The once dying infant now radiated an astonishing vitality. He hastily approached the incubation chamber, scrutinizing the infant closely. At merely 4 months old, her organs were not fully developed, yet she exhibited an extraordinary vigor. Her tiny hands and feet waved gently, as if engaged in some mysterious life ritual. A flicker of astonishment crossed Guanshi's eyes as he swiftly activated the monitoring system of the incubation chamber to assess the infant's vital signs. She had survived slightly longer than the other subjects. She was supposed to perish, yet, Guanshi muttered, grappling with the enigma before him. However, as a scientist, he understood that such anomalies concealed some unknown mechanisms. Turning to the experimenters beside him, his gaze glimmering with determination, he declared, "We must conduct a comprehensive examination of this infant immediately to uncover what has transpired." The experimenters nodded in agreement. They sprang into action, some preparing to inspect the equipment while others began to record data. The laboratory was once again enveloped in a flurry of activity. At that moment, Su Tianyin's wheelchair rumbled into the lab. His expression was grave, a hint of anger etched on his face, as though he had been abruptly awakened from a pleasant dream. A nearby maid gently wiped his face with a damp cloth, attempting to soothe him. Yet, Su Tianyin's gaze was fixed intently on the infant girl within the incubation chamber, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. "Guanshi, you must provide me with an explanation, or do you take me for a fool? Did you not claim that she would not survive until dawn? What is this all about?" Su Tianyin's voice was low and powerful, each word seeming to be squeezed from between clenched teeth. Guanshi felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurried forward a few steps. Responding with utmost respect, "Your Highness, I too have just discovered this anomaly and was preparing to report to you. We are indeed unclear as to why Subject 02 has suddenly exhibited such extraordinary vitality, but we are conducting a thorough investigation and hope to ascertain the cause swiftly." Upon hearing this, Su Tianyin's expression did not soften in the slightest. He shot Guanshi a cold glance and declared, "You had better provide me with a satisfactory answer, or you may as well resign as the head of the Dawnlight base." Guanshi felt a chill run down his spine. He understood Su Tianyin's temperament well. When provoked, the consequences could be dire. He quickly lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness, I shall do everything in my power to uncover the truth." Su Tianyin snorted disdainfully, his attention once again drawn to the infant in the incubation chamber. He scrutinized her every subtle movement, as if seeking answers within her being. Your Highness, perhaps we could examine the infant's genes to see if there are any anomalies, one of the researchers ventured to suggest. Su Tianyan nodded slightly, acknowledging the proposal. He turned to Guan Shi and commanded, immediately organize a team to conduct a comprehensive analysis of this infant's genes. I demand to know what secrets she harbors. Guan Shi nodded vigorously and promptly instructed the researchers to commence their work. The laboratory was once again steeped in a tense and bustling atmosphere. Meanwhile, the infant in the incubation chamber seemed entirely oblivious to the commotion surrounding her. She remained immersed in her own world, responding to the call of life with her heartbeat and movements. Her existence was akin to a beam of light, illuminating the entire laboratory and igniting hope within the hearts of all present. As time ticked away, the researchers finally completed their preliminary analysis of the infant's genes. To their astonishment, they discovered that her genetic material contained an unknown energy, one that appeared capable of awakening her inner vitality, allowing her to thrive even in dire circumstances. Guan Shi gazed at the report in his hands, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He realized that this discovery could potentially change everything, even overturning their understanding of life itself. He promptly conveyed this news to Su Tianyan. Upon hearing Su Tianyan's words, a trace of satisfaction finally graced his countenance. He patted Guan Shi's shoulder and remarked, "You have performed admirably, Guan Shi. This discovery may lead to a groundbreaking advancement in our research. You must continue to follow up and uncover more information regarding this enigmatic energy." Guan Shi respectfully acknowledged his words, his heart brimming with confidence and anticipation. He understood that both he and the entire Dawn of Light base were on the verge of a new beginning. A month later, two interns, Lei Yunan and Yu Shi, arrived at the Dawn of Light base, their hearts filled with curiosity for the unknown and a passion for science as they stepped into this realm teeming with mystery and hope. Lei Yunan is a lively and energetic girl who, upon entering the room, is profoundly captivated by the miraculous infant nestled within the incubation chamber. Standing beside the chamber, she gazes at the child, her heart brimming with complex emotions. She gently reaches out, her fingers brushing against the glass of the chamber, as if yearning to experience the warmth and vitality emanating from the baby. In Lei Yunan's eyes shimmered a gentle light as she softly expressed, "How adorable. I shall take good care of you." Just as she was about to utter more, she was interrupted by Yu Shi, who, with an impatient countenance, remarked, "Sister, you are not developing feelings for an experimental subject, are you? Do not forget, she is merely a machine of war, not a true human being." With a sharp slap, resounding through the air, Lei Yunan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Yu Shi, her voice trembling as she retorted, "How can you say that? Though she is an experimental subject, she is also a life, endowed with emotions and perceptions. How can you be so cold-hearted?" Yu Shi, momentarily taken aback by the slap, touched his reddened cheek, a flicker of anger and confusion crossing his eyes. He had always firmly believed that experimental subjects were mere tools of war, devoid of feelings. Yet in this moment, Lei Yunan's reaction began to shake that conviction. "I was merely stating the truth," Yu Shi stammered in response. Upon hearing these words, Lei Yunan's face turned pale with indignation as she angrily departed from the cultivation chamber. Yu Shi remained rooted in place, observing Lei Yunan's retreating figure, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. He recognized his misstep in speech, but was reluctant to concede the fallibility of his beliefs. Guan Shi placed a comforting hand on Yu Shi's shoulder, stating, "What you articulated was devoid of error. The war biological soul-guiding apparatus was conceived solely for combat. Otherwise, what purpose would its creation serve? As for the sister you speak of, she merely fantasizes about imposing human emotions upon them. How could a soul-guiding apparatus possibly possess genuine feelings?" Yet, she required time to reconcile with this reality. In response to Guan Shi's words, Yu Shi felt some of his inner turmoil ease. He nodded and replied, "I understand, Dr. Guan. I shall endeavor to adjust my mindset and concentrate on our research." "Doctor." Guan nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze toward the infant girl in the cultivation chamber, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He softly remarked to Yu Shi, however, "Yu Shi, you must also pay close attention to this infant. Her vitality is remarkably strong. Perhaps we can uncover further mysteries regarding life and soul-guiding apparatuses through her." Upon hearing this, Yu Shi's expression grew serious. He earnestly affirmed, "Yes, Dr. Guan. I will monitor her changes diligently and report to you promptly." Meanwhile, after leaving the cultivation chamber, Lei Yunan found herself unable to regain her composure. The indifference exhibited by Yushi and Guanshi toward the experimental subject was intolerable to her. She believed that nurturing soul masters or soul guides was far more worthwhile, for they are living beings with their own thoughts and emotions. As she walked, she murmured to herself, yet, as a mere intern with little influence. She felt powerless against the prevailing hierarchy, left with no choice but to silently hope for a favorable outcome for the experimental subject. Nevertheless, the earlier scene weighed heavily upon her. As an orphan, Lei Yunan had long yearned for familial affection and warmth. Gazing at the infant girl peacefully slumbering in the cultivation chamber, an inexplicable resonance welled up within her. Perhaps it was because they both had endured solitude, craving understanding and love. From that day forth, Lei Yunan diligently observed the 02 experimental subject daily. After work, she would often find solace in the dim glow of the cultivation chamber, quietly studying the infant girl. Her gaze embodied the rigor of a scientist intertwined with the tenderness of a mother. As time passed, Lei Yunan began to document every subtle change in the infant's development, gradually forging an ineffable emotional bond with the 02 experimental subject, who was submerged in the nurturing solution. Lei Yunan was unsure why she felt an overwhelming urge to become the mother of this infant. Once this thought took root, it burgeoned uncontrollably within her heart like rampant weeds. She began to devote herself more attentively to the care of the infant girl, even though she was aware that, according to the regulations of the facility, the researchers were prohibited from forming emotional attachments to the subjects. Each day, Lei Yunan would arrive at the laboratory early, preparing the latest nutritional solution for the baby and adjusting the temperature and humidity of the incubator to ensure she could thrive in the most comfortable environment. After surveying her surroundings and finding no one else present, she said to the experiment 02 subject, "I shall give you a name. Let it be Leihan." "How does that sound? Is it a pleasant name? I hope you grow up healthy and happy. As for your nickname, your mother will call you Xiaohan. Rest assured, dear. Your mother will always be by your side, protecting you." Lei Yunan gently caressed the glass of the incubation chamber, as if she could perceive a response from Leihan. Each time, Leihan would reply with bubbles released from her breath or the rhythm of her heartbeat. And this silent communion filled Lei Yunan with an unparalleled sense of contentment and joy. "Good child, you've responded to Mama again," she murmured. Her eyes shimmering with maternal affection, her voice soft as if fearing to disturb Leihan's sweet dreams. However, Lei Yunan's tender gestures did not go unnoticed by her colleagues. Some began to whisper among themselves, suggesting that she had become overly attached to the experimental subject, which contravened the regulations of the facility. These murmurs eventually reached Guanshi's ears, prompting him to furrow his brow and resolve to speak with Lei Yunan. "Lei Yunan," he began, "I have heard that you have been particularly attentive to Subject 02 lately. While this is commendable, you must remember that she is merely an experimental subject. We cannot afford to invest excessive emotions in her." A hint of warning tinged Guanshi's tone. Upon hearing the words, Lei Yunan's expression remained inscrutable. She had long been practicing a fade of compliance while secretly defying Guanshi's orders, yet this was not the moment to sever ties. Lowering her head, she softly replied, "Yes, Dr. Guan, I will be mindful of the boundaries." Guanshi observed Lei Yunan's submissive demeanor, harboring some reservations in his heart. Yet he refrained from further comment. After all, Lei Yunan had garnered a reputation for her exceptional academic achievements and outstanding potential as a soul mentor during her time at the Royal Soul Mentor Academy of the Sun and Moon. Moreover, she had been personally sent by the cunning mirror Hongqian, who was not only the head of the Mingda Hall but also the principal of the academy. In contrast, Guanshi was merely the head of the modest Dawn of Light base. Offending mirror Hongqian could lead to consequences far beyond his ability to bear. "That is all I need to hear," Guanshi said with a hint of indifference, before turning on his heel and departing. As Lei Yunan gazed at the retreating figure of Guan, her heart was a tempest of emotions. She was acutely aware that everything she was currently undertaking was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her feelings for Leihan, an impulse to protect and accompany her through her growth that had taken firm root within her heart. Chapter 4. Formulating the escape plan in the days that followed, Lei Yunan took even greater care in looking after Leihan, striving to conceal her anomalies from others. Each day, she engaged in silent communication with Leihan. Though the child could not yet speak, Lei Yunan could discern her emotions and changes through her eyes and movements. Every time she returned home, she would pass by shops and inevitably find herself pausing to select various baby items. Tiny clothes, little socks, small toys, each one was chosen with meticulous care, as if preparing for her own child. Although she understood that these items were currently unnecessary for Lei Han, she could not resist the impulse to prepare for her. Upon returning home, Lei Yunan had transformed a cluttered storage room into a quaint nursery, filled with the baby supplies she had gathered for Lei Han. Stuffed animals, storybooks, small blankets, and a crib, all arranged by her own hands, adorned the space. She had also neatly stacked journals that documented every moment of Lei Han-esque growth on the nightstand. In the stillness of the night, Lei Yunan would sit by the nursery window, illuminated by moonlight, perusing these journals and reminiscing about each fleeting moment spent with Lei Han, her heart brimming with endless tenderness and anticipation. "What must I do to ensure a better life for you, dear Han?" she whispered softly, her gaze imbued with determination and resolve. She recognized that she could not continue to care for Lei Han in secrecy. A more legitimate means of being by her side had to be discovered. Suddenly, a plan sparked in her mind, an audacious escape from the Day and Moon Empire. Seeking a remote and safe haven on the mainland where Lei Han could grow up like any ordinary child. This thought illuminated the darkness within Lei Yunan, akin to a radiant beacon. Yet, anxiety gripped her as she began to pace, muttering to herself, "But I have only been here for 2 months. I am unfamiliar with everything here. How could I possibly manage to escape with little Han? Furthermore, should she fail, not only would she lose everything, but she would also endanger Lei Han." With furrowed brows, Lei Yunan sank into contemplation. Nevertheless, this idea had taken root like a seed, sprouting within her heart. She began to discreetly observe the layout of the base, seeking potential exits and escape routes. Simultaneously, she worked with increased diligence, attempting to gather more information and intelligence about the base from her daily tasks. After work, she not only cared for Lei Han, but also deliberately engaged in conversation with other staff members, hoping to glean useful hints from their words. She became increasingly cautious, every movement and glance imbued with intention. The living room table had nearly transformed into a war room, strewn with detailed schematics of the morning light base and her own meticulously hand-drawn escape routes, illuminated by the soft glow of dawn. She scrutinized every detail, endeavoring to devise the most flawless escape plan. "It should be this way or that," Lei Yunan murmured to herself, occasionally sketching modifications with a pencil on the blueprints. As night deepened, Lei Yunan's room remained brightly lit. Sitting at her desk, her eyes fixated on a map, an inadvertent acquisition from a low-ranking officer, showcasing the underground layout of the morning light base. Her fingers glided over the map, contemplating each potential point of breach. The morning light base had only been operational for less than a decade. Many areas likely remained unfinished, she mused. Each night, she ventured into the base, testing the routes she had surmised. Like a nocturnal cat, she stealthily navigated the shadows of the facility, relying on her memory of the map and her instincts to inch closer to what she believed could be possible exits. During her initial attempt, she narrowly escaped detection by patrolling soldiers, seeking refuge in a secluded corner just in time. This experience heightened her caution. She began to focus more intently on details such as the soldiers' shift changes and the surveillance blind spots within the base. By day, she feigned indifference towards Lei Han, striving to conceal her emotions to avoid arousing suspicion. Only in the stillness of night did she lower her guard, allowing the maternal love within her to flow freely. Guan mistakenly believed she had adjusted her mindset and no longer fixated on the Experiment 02 subject. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all of Lei Yunan's actions were merely a facade to mask her true intentions. "I'm on the verge of becoming nearsighted." She chuckled self-deprecatingly, rubbing her sore eyes. She understood that she could not afford to give up. For Lei Han's sake, she had to persevere. "Now, I just need a favorable wind," Lei Yunan murmured, casting her gaze upon a heap of failed soul-guiding devices, her attempts to create mechanisms to aid their escape. She had endeavored to craft devices capable of teleportation or invisibility, yet each attempt had met with failure. Nevertheless, these setbacks only fueled her determination further. "Let us try again," Lei Yunan whispered, resolutely gathering materials for another attempt. She isolated herself in her room, consumed by the creation of soul-guiding devices. Her hands deftly navigated through the materials, each failure inching her closer to success, as she continuously adjusted her designs and refined every detail. The room became cluttered with soul-guiding device components. Yet she paid them no heed. Her focus remained solely on the imminent realization of her objective. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted within the room as one of the devices detonated, the force of the blast sending Lei Yunan sprawling to the ground. A sharp edge grazed her arm, causing blood to flow freely. Yet, Without a trace of hesitation, she swiftly rose from the ground, meticulously inspecting the debris of the explosion, seeking the root of her failure. Just a fraction away. Lei Yunan murmured to herself, her eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. She once again gathered her materials, embarking on a new endeavor. After countless failures and attempts, Lei Yunan finally crafted a soul guide device capable of brief invisibility and instantaneous movement. She carefully concealed this device, awaiting the opportune moment to unveil it. Upon her return to the shop, she found the proprietor absent, replaced by the busy proprietress behind the counter. The proprietress regarded her with surprise, casting a curious glance at her midsection, evaluating her with an expression akin to that reserved for the deranged young lady. "Is everything all right with you? You seem rather overzealous." Lei Yunan momentarily faltered, the proprietress's words leaving her somewhat bewildered. Yet, it did not take long for her to grasp the implication, her cheeks flushing a vibrant crimson. She offered an awkward smile and clarified. "I have a sister who has just given birth. I am assisting her in purchasing baby supplies." The proprietress then understood, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth as she eagerly assisted in selecting items. As Lei Yunan perused the baby goods, her mind silently calculated her escape plan. She had to ensure every detail was flawless to guarantee Lei Han's safe departure from this place. Upon returning home, she devoted herself fervently to her training, striving to possess sufficient strength to protect Lei Han on the day of their escape. Each day, she allocated time to practice silently in her room. Her garments soaked with perspiration, yet she remained unfazed. A singular thought consumed her, to grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard Lei Han and lead her away from this prison. Lei Yunan understood that reliance solely on soul-guiding devices was insufficient. True strength was the paramount assurance. She embarked on a journey to explore various combat techniques, striving to discover the most suitable method for herself. Through relentless practice and self-refinement, each training session brought her closer to her aspirations. As the days passed, Lei Yunan's prowess steadily ascended. She felt prepared, awaiting the opportune moment. However, Yushi continued to urge her to regard Lei Han merely as a subject for experimentation. Yet, Lei Yunan's resolve remained unwavering. She recognized that Lei Han was not just a specimen, but her daughter, her kin. She would never permit anyone to harm Lei Han, nor would she treat her as an instrument for research. Observing the steadfast determination in Lei Yunan's eyes, Yushi could only shake his head in resignation. He understood that no amount of persuasion could alter her decision. Thus, he began to covertly monitor Lei Yunan, seeking to uncover her vulnerabilities in order to apprehend her. At that moment, Lei Yunan suddenly inquired, "Yushi, do you remember how we first met?" Surprised by the question, Yushi's thoughts were instantaneously transported back to many years ago. At that time, he was merely 6 years old. Having lost his parents and forced to beg on the streets of Highway City, enduring the torments of hunger and cold. A benevolent institution in Highway City was organizing an event, and Lei Yunan had inadvertently become separated from her caretaker, stumbling upon him. She held a piece of candy in her hand, her eyes as clear as water, and without hesitation, offered the candy to him. In that moment, Yushi felt an unprecedented warmth envelop him. "Of course I remember. It was the darkest period of my life until I encountered you," Yushi replied, his voice tinged with a somber tone, as if ensnared in the whirlpool of memories. Lei Yunan smiled gently, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. "Indeed. We were so young back then. I never anticipated we would arrive at this juncture. Yushi, you must comprehend that for me. Lei Han is akin to the version of myself who was abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage, helpless and pitiful. I cannot fathom what my life would be like had no one extended a helping hand during my time of need. Therefore, I realize that I cannot sway you, my nominal younger brother, but I hope you can grasp my sentiments. Please do not attempt to impede me, as this is a duty I must fulfill as a mother." Yushi remained silent for a moment, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Lei Yunan. He, of course, understood her feelings, for they both had endured the despair of being forsaken by the world. Yet, as a member of the Dawn Light, he bore his own mission and responsibilities. He had to ensure the safety of the Subject 02 and return her to the organization for further research. "Sister Yunan, I empathize with your emotions, but I cannot stand idly by and watch you make a mistake." Yushi's voice bore a note of resolve. "Subject 02 is of paramount importance to the organization. We cannot afford to lose her. Moreover, your attempt to rescue her from this place will only plunge her into greater peril." Upon hearing those words, Lei Yunan's gaze became resolutely unwavering. "Yushi, you're mistaken. Remaining in this place will truly deprive Lei Han of her future. She deserves freedom and joy. Rather than being treated as a mere subject for experimentation, I shall take her away, regardless of the cost. Yushi, observing Lei Yunan's determined demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. He understood that he could not persuade Lei Yunan to relinquish this conviction. Thus, he silently resolved to find a way to thwart her plans before she could act. Chapter 5. Defection as night deepened. The streets of Haiwa City were illuminated by warm lights, infusing this tranquil city with a touch of vitality. The shadows of Lei Yunan and Yushi elongated beneath the street lamps, their figures appearing particularly solitary amidst the enveloping darkness. Lei Yunan gazed up at the resplendent night sky, her heart brimming with aspirations for the future. She softly uttered, "Yushi, do you know? Whenever I behold the stars, I am reminded of Lei Han. She shines as brilliantly and freely as those celestial bodies. I do not wish for her radiance to be confined within this frigid laboratory." Upon hearing this, Yushi remained unmoved, his heart still and tumultuous. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms as if to suppress the inner turmoil and conflict within him. Slowly, he spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Sister Yunan, I comprehend your feelings for Lei Han, yet I cannot contravene the orders of the organization. We have grown up together. You should be aware of my stance." Lei Yunan let out a gentle sigh, shifting her gaze from the starry sky to Yushi, her eyes brimming with a plethora of complex emotions. "Yushi, I comprehend your predicament. However, Lei Han is my daughter. I cannot permit her to come to harm. I shall protect her in my own manner. No matter how arduous the path may be, I shall persist unwaveringly." "Why? Tell me, why are you so stubborn? She bears no blood relation to you. She is merely a subject of experimentation." Yushi's voice edged on the brink of despair, struggling to fathom Lei Yunan's unwavering resolve. And he found it intolerable that she would oppose him for the sake of an experimental entity. Lei Yunan's gaze softened yet remained resolute. "Yushi, do you understand? In this world, certain connections transcend mere blood ties. From the moment I laid eyes on Lei Han, I knew she was my daughter, an indispensable part of my existence. Her laughter and her tears resonate deeply within me. I cannot fathom what my life would be like without her. And what of me? Do I not hold even a small place in your heart?" Yushi's emotions surged, bewildered by the realization that the bond forged over years of brotherly affection with Lei Yunan paled in comparison to a mere experimental subject he had only recently encountered. Lei Yunan gazed at Yushi, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. She let out a soft sigh and said, "Yushi, you undoubtedly hold a place in my heart. You were the light I once found amidst the darkness, an important figure in my life. However, this does not mean I can forsake Lei Han. She is equally significant to me. What do you wish for me to do?" Yushi's voice carried a hint of despair. "I cannot stand idly by while you take away experiment subject 02. It is my duty." Lei Yunan fell into silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "Yushi, I am aware of your duties. However, I implore you to understand my feelings. Lei Han is merely a child. She deserves to live her own life, not to be subjected to experimentation. I hope you can spare her and allow her the freedom to exist in this world." "Lei Yunan, do not utter another word," Yushi abruptly interrupted, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. "I cannot allow her to go free. I will return shortly to report to the organization, so they may send someone to apprehend you. I cannot permit you to continue down this misguided path." Upon hearing this, Lei Yunan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, yet she did not relent. She gazed at Yushi, her tone resolute as she proclaimed, "Yushi, I shall not allow you to proceed with this. I will take Lei Han away from this place, to a location where you cannot reach us. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding her, ensuring she lives a life of normalcy." In response, Yushi's eyes widened in fury. "Lei Yunan, have you lost your mind? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? The organization will not spare you. They will pursue you relentlessly until your very demise." Lei Yunan gently shook her head, a fearless smile gracing her lips. "I am aware of the consequences, yet I cannot stand idly by while you destroy Lei Han. She is my daughter, the most vital part of my existence. I am willing to take risks and confront the entire world for her." Yushi gazed into Lei Yunan's resolute eyes, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He understood that he could not persuade Lei Yunan to alter her decision. Thus, he silently turned away, preparing to leave this place. "Yushi," Lei Yunan suddenly called out to him. He paused, turning back to face her. Lei Yunan approached Yushi and gently patted his shoulder. "Yushi, I understand your predicament. However, I implore you to remember that we were once the best of friends. I wish for you to refrain from making decisions you may later regret." Upon hearing these words, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Yushi. He gazed at Lei Yunan, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh, turned, and vanished into the night. Lei Yunan retrieved the soul-guiding device, letting out a deep sigh. This evening marked the occasion of the base's grand soiree, an unparalleled opportunity for all to attend. I must seize this moment to lead Lei Han away from the confines that stifle her freedom. Meanwhile, within the resplendent halls of the Morning Light Base, the festivities were in full swing. Illuminated by brilliant lights and filled with lively chatter, the gathering attracted elites from various sectors, elegantly adorned in splendid attire, exchanging conversations and laughter amidst the jubilant atmosphere. Yet beneath this facade of merriment lay hidden secrets and undercurrents unknown to the revelers. Yushi was on the verge of reporting to Guanshi, intending to have Lei Yunan apprehended, when a colleague intervened, pulling him aside. "Come, let's have a drink." "Yushi, today is a splendid day. Don't wear that serious expression," the colleague cheerfully urged, placing a glass in Yushi's hand. After downing the drink, he attempted to leave, only to be halted once more by a female colleague eager to dance. "Hey, join us. Yushi, don't be such a spoilsport," she giggled, dragging him into the center of the dance floor. With a resigned sigh, Yushi acquiesced, moving to the rhythm alongside his colleague, though his thoughts remained consumed by concerns for Lei Yunan and Lei Han. On the other side, Lei Yunan, now clad in a sleek black suit, armed with a hammer and several compact soul-guiding devices, stealthily infiltrated the laboratory housing Lei Han. She cautiously evaded patrolling guards and arrived at the incubation chamber, where Lei Han lay peacefully within. As she beheld the sight of Lei Han in the chamber, her hand gripping the hammer trembled. Drawing in a deep breath, she closed her eyes, as if deliberating a monumental decision. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and with the hammer raised high, she struck fiercely against the glass of the incubation chamber. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, and nutrient solution splattered everywhere. She gently lifted Lei Han, swaddling her in a soft blanket she had prepared in advance. Lei Han's delicate face nestled against Lei Yunan's chest, emitting a faint cry, their first greeting to the new world. Lei Yunan held her tightly, turning to stride toward the laboratory's exit. Suddenly, the alarm of the soul guide device blared, and the lights within the laboratory shifted to a frantic red, flashing wildly. The attendees of the soiree halted their activities, their faces etched with shock. They all understood the significance of that alarm. It signified an intrusion into the critical area of the laboratory. Guanshi swiftly emerged from the crowd, his expression grave, his gaze radiating an undeniable resolve. He promptly seized the communicator and inquired in a low, serious tone, "What has transpired? Why is there an alarm in the laboratory?" A panicked voice emanated from the communicator. "Report, Lord Guanshi. Someone has breached the experimental zone of Test Subject 02 and has damaged the incubation chamber. They are currently attempting to escape with Test Subject 02. "What?" Guanshi's complexion turned ashen, his eyes widening in fury. "Immediately secure all exits. They must not be allowed to escape." But what?" "Speak," Guanshi barked, his voice resonating through the communicator, imbued with an authoritative gravity. The trembling voice on the other end continued, "However, the base has been operational for less than 10 years. The security and defense systems are not yet fully developed, and several exits currently lack defensive measures." Upon hearing this, Guanshi erupted in anger. "Incompetent fools! A pack of useless imbeciles!" he roared, violently hurling the communicator to the ground. His eyes bulged with rage, his face flushed as though he were a furious lion. The surrounding crowd fell silent, too afraid to breathe, lest they incur the wrath of this master of the base. Taking a deep breath, Guanshi endeavored to regain his composure. He quickly scanned the faces of those around him and declared in a commanding voice, "Everyone, follow me immediately. We cannot allow them to escape." With that, he charged toward the direction of the laboratory. The others, seeing his determination, hastened to follow in pursuit of the laboratory. Meanwhile, four guards armed with 5th-level soul guide cannons arrived at the laboratory, one of them shouting at Lei Yunan, "Halt. You cannot take her." Lei Yunan did not halt her advance. Her gaze was resolute and unwavering. Slightly tilting her head, she spoke in a chilling tone, "Stand aside. I have no desire to inflict harm upon you." The guards, however, showed no inclination to retreat. They raised their soul-guiding cannons, aiming directly at Lei Yunan, declaring, "Do not harbor any illusions. You shall not take anything from here." Lei Yunan summoned her martial soul, the Silver Moon Spear, which shimmered with a chilling radiance in her grasp. The soul rings encircled her, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, emanating an aura of formidable strength. She fixed her gaze upon the guard before her, her voice as frigid as ice. "I shall say this once more. Step aside." At that moment, Yushi rushed over, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he regarded Lei Yunan. He understood that she was risking everything to rescue Lei Han, yet as a member of the base, he bore his own responsibilities and convictions. "Lei Yunan, is it truly worth it?" Yushi exclaimed, striving to awaken her reason. "Are you aware of the consequences your actions may unleash?" Lei Yunan did not look back. She simply responded coldly with 2 words, "Worth it." Her tone was imbued with an undeniable resolve. An elderly man clad in a white robe, known as Qianchen, rushed into the laboratory, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. "Lei Yunan, you dare to betray the organization!" Qianchen bellowed, immediately unleashing his martial spirit, the gravity gorilla, which cast a formidable pressure over the entire laboratory. Nevertheless, Lei Yunan did not flinch. She raised her head and met Qianchen's gaze with unwavering determination, saying, "I have never truly belonged here. I am merely a mother seeking to protect her child." Qianchen erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. "A child? Humph, she is nothing but a product of our experiments. Do you really believe you can change anything?" In Lei Yunan's eyes flickered a glimmer of anger, yet what prevailed was an unwavering determination. She clutched Lei Han tightly, as though the girl encompassed her entire world. "Qianchen, you are mistaken. Regardless of how Lei Han came into existence, she is a living being endowed with the right to choose her own life, not to be treated as a mere specimen by you." Qianchen let out a cold, derisive laugh, ceasing any further dialogue. With a swift motion, he unleashed his fist, infused with the formidable pressure of his gravity gorilla spirit, aiming directly at Lei Yunan. However, Lei Yunan, being the most exceptional elite soul master and soul mentor personally sent by Jing Hongchen, adeptly sidestepped Qianchen's onslaught. In the same fluid motion, her silver moon spear transformed into a streak of silver lightning, thrusting toward Qianchen. Qianchen scoffed, his figure shifting to evade her strike. Yet Lei Yunan's assault did not waver. She unleashed a barrage of thrusts, each infused with a fierce, chilling wind, relentlessly targeting Qianchen's vital points. Observing the intensity of the skirmish, Qianchen ceased to hold back his strength. His martial spirit, the gravity gorilla, emitted a deep growl, and his muscles swelled, brimming with an invisible force, becoming overwhelmingly massive. With fists resembling small mountains, he clashed against Lei Yunan's silver moon spear, producing a deafening sound. The battle within the laboratory escalated fiercely, shattering instruments and test tubes as debris flew through the air, slicing it with sharp, piercing sounds. Yet, Lei Yunan remained resolute, tightly embracing Lei Han, determined to shield her from any harm. Standing to the side, Yushi observed the fierce conflict, his heart laden with conflict and turmoil. He yearned to halt Lei Yunan, urging her to abandon this futile resistance. Yet he was equally averse to the thought of Lei Han being treated as a specimen in the laboratory. His gaze shifted back and forth between Lei Yunan and Qianchen, yet he found himself unable to reach a resolution. When Guanshi and the others arrived at the laboratory entrance, they were taken aback by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such an intense battle. Nor could they have anticipated that Lei Yunan would dare to oppose the entire Sun Moon Empire to rescue Lei Han. A flicker of astonishment crossed Guanshi's eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. With a commanding gesture, he ordered, "Advance. Capture Lei Yunan and reclaim Subject 02. The 20-odd level 6 fixed soul guidance cannons at Lei Yunan's waist suddenly illuminated, revealing her preparedness. Unfazed by the throng of approaching individuals, she stood resolute. The cannon muzzles shimmered with a chilling radiance, as if poised to consume everything in an instant. "For Lei Han, I shall not retreat." Lei Yunan's voice resonated throughout the laboratory, her gaze imbued with unwavering determination. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." The expression of Guanshi shifted from fury to a mocking smile. He gestured for those behind him to refrain from any rash actions. He understood all too well the immense power of the level 6 fixed soul guidance cannons in Lei Yunan's hands, should they unleash their fury. The entire laboratory would be reduced to nothingness. "Lei Yunan, you have certainly captured my admiration," Guanshi remarked, his tone laced with a hint of appreciation, yet predominantly tinged with menace. "But do you truly believe this will lead to Lei Han's salvation? Do not forget, this is our territory, and you shall not escape." Lei Yunan disregarded Guanshi's threats, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the 7-month-old Lei Han cradled in her arms. Gently, she caressed Lei Han's hair, softly murmuring, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Mother will protect you." Lei Han seemed to sense her mother's resolve and courage. Her small hand tightly grasped Lei Yunan's finger, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. In this moment, the mother and daughter appeared as one, united in confronting the challenges before them. Observing this scene, Guan's fury intensified. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell his emotions, and then coldly declared, "Lei Yunan, I grant you one final opportunity. Relinquish your resistance and surrender the Experiment 02 subject, and I shall guarantee your safety." Upon hearing those words, Lei Yunan merely chuckled coldly. She lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Guan Shi's eyes, and resolutely declared, "Guan Shi, do you truly believe I would be swayed by your deceitful words? You and your ilk would resort to any measure for the sake of your experiments. I shall never relinquish Lei Han to you." Guan Shi's countenance darkened considerably. He ceased his idle chatter and, with a swift motion of his hand, signaled the individuals behind him to initiate their assault. However, at that very moment, an explosion erupted from a nearby warehouse, its deafening roar overwhelming the senses, while a powerful gust of air surged forth, sending the occupants of the laboratory reeling. Both Guan Shi and Qianchen could not help but change their expressions, astonished that chaos would ensue at such a critical time. The smoke generated by the explosion rapidly enveloped the entire laboratory, obscuring visibility. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yunan scooped up Lei Han and, with a swift movement, dashed toward the laboratory's exit, fully aware that this was her optimal moment to escape. Guan Shi and Qianchen swiftly regained their composure, each unleashing their respective martial spirits in an attempt to thwart Lei Yunan's flight. Yet, concealed by the smoke, Lei Yunan moved like a wraith, darting unpredictably, evading capture with remarkable agility. "Stop her. She must not escape," Guan Shi bellowed, his voice echoing through the haze, tinged with desperation. Qianchen exerted all his strength. His martial spirit, the gravity gorilla, emitted a thunderous roar, striving to ensnare Lei Yunan's movements within a gravitational field. Nevertheless, Lei Yunan appeared to have anticipated his intentions, skillfully maneuvering through her surroundings to deftly evade Qianchen's onslaught. Lei Yunan escaped into the outside world, cradling Lei Han in her arms, swiftly ascending with the aid of the flying soul guide. Meanwhile, Yushi emerged, clutching the detonator. It was uncertain whether his conscience had been stirred or if he was moved by Lei Yunan's maternal love, but unexpectedly, Yushi chose to assist her. "For Lei Han, I must do this," he murmured to himself. In that fleeting moment, he pressed the detonator. The entire experimental building, along with offices 3 and 4, was engulfed in a raging inferno, consuming both the structures and himself within its fiery embrace. The roaring flames devoured all, drowning out the shouts of anger and despair from Guan Shi, Qianchen, and the others. As Lei Yunan gazed down upon the inferno below, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that Yushi would make such a choice, while it granted her an escape. The weight of Yushi's sacrifice burdened her heavily. She clutched Lei Han tightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet she resolutely withheld them from cascading down her cheeks. She understood that her foremost priority was to find a safe haven for Lei Han, a place where she could flourish in health and happiness. On the ground, the majority of the experimental personnel lay injured, their anguished cries echoing as they sought a path through the flames. Guan Shi and Qianchen staggered out from the blaze, their garments charred, hair disheveled, and their eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. "Lei Yunan, how dare you destroy everything we held dear?" Guan Shi bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. Qianchen clenched his fists, his martial spirit, the gravity gorilla, flickering into existence beside him, seemingly sharing in the fury of their defeat. "She cannot escape. The entire Sun and Moon Empire will hunt her down," Qianchen seethed. "And let us not forget the traitor, Yushi. How dare he betray us? Did he truly believe he could save Lei Yunan?" The thought ignited an even darker scowl upon Guan Shi's countenance. That explosion, even if he survives, he will surely be gravely injured. Qianchen scoffed, a glimmer of malice gleaming in his eyes. "Once we capture Lei Yunan, we will take our time tormenting that traitor." Guan Shi inhaled deeply, striving to temper his anger. He recognized that the immediate priority was to report this situation to their superiors and organize forces to pursue Lei Yunan and Yushi. "Let us return," Guan Shi declared. His voice restored to calmness, yet the murderous intent in his gaze intensified. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner not far away, Yushi hid, his visage marred and bloodied from the explosion. Trembling, he retrieved painkillers from his storage soul guide and struggled to swallow them. "Sister, it was my ignorance that led you to this plight. I hope I can aid you this time," Yushi murmured softly, his voice laden with remorse and self-reproach. He coughed violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes crimson. Yet, he paid little heed to his injuries, enduring the pain as he stealthily departed from that perilous place. On the other side, as Lei Yunan and Lei Han alighted at the edge of a tranquil forest, dawn was breaking. Lei Yunan looked down at her gradually calming child, a surge of indescribable tenderness enveloping her heart. She gently caressed Lei Han's face. Her eyes filled with warmth and resolve. "My dear, we have arrived at the border of the Sun and Moon Empire. We are headed to Tianhan City, where there are no cold laboratories, only warm sunlight and kind-hearted people. You will thrive there, becoming the master of your own destiny." Lei Yunan surveyed her surroundings, the melodious chirping of birds resonating from the depths of the dense forest. The morning dew dampened her garments, yet it could not extinguish the fervor within her heart. She carefully retrieved the milk and water she had prepared from her storage soul guide, tenderly feeding it to Lei Han. Observing the contentment on her little face filled Lei Yunan with solace. They had temporarily taken refuge in the forest, where Lei Yunan employed her survival skills to construct a simple yet cozy nest. She frequently ventured out in search of food and fresh water, while also scouting for a safe path to Tianhan City. As dusk fell each night, Lei Yunan would cradle Lei Han beside the flickering campfire, regaling her with tales of the outside world, narratives of courage, love, and freedom. Though Lei Han could not comprehend much, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing. After several arduous days of trekking, Lei Yunan finally led Lei Han out of the thicket, and they were greeted by the expansive vista of a vast plain. In the distance, the silhouette of Tianhan City gradually emerged in the morning light. That ancient and bustling metropolis seemingly marking the beginning of a new chapter for the mother and daughter. In Lei Yunan's heart, there existed both anticipation and trepidation. She was acutely aware that the journey ahead was lengthy, fraught with challenges and difficulties. Yet, she also understood that as long as love and faith resided within her, nothing could impede their onward strides. They traversed the grand avenue leading to Tianhan City, and the scenery along the way stirred profound emotions within Lei Yunan. She reminisced about the hardships of her childhood, the days spent in the orphanage, and how she had gradually ascended to her current position as a mother capable of safeguarding her daughter. Lei Han seemed to sense her mother's emotions, her small hand tightly grasping the armrest. In Chapter 6, titled Pursuit, within the royal palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, Su Tianran, seated in a wheelchair, struck Guanshi fiercely across the face, his eyes brimming with fury. It is one thing for the base to be destroyed, but allowing that wretched Lei Yunan to escape with the experiment number 02 is utterly intolerable. You useless lot. Guanshi knelt on the ground, his head bowed, unable to meet Su Tianran's gaze. Though anger simmered within him, a deeper fear took precedence. He understood that the failure of this mission would yield unimaginable consequences. "My lord, please calm your anger. We have already dispatched men to pursue Lei Yunan and experiment number 02 with all our might. I believe news will arrive shortly." Qianchen interjected, his tone calm, yet anxiety gnawed at his heart. Su Tianran sneered coldly, surveying his two subordinates with disdain. "You had better locate them swiftly, otherwise you shall present your own heads to me." Both Guanshi and Qianchen trembled at his words, fully aware of Su Tianran's ruthlessness and his unwavering commitment to his threats. They dared not linger, hastily exiting the palace to organize the pursuit of Lei Yunan. "Brother, do you truly intend to undertake this task behind the backs of our fourth uncle and imperial uncle?" Su Zixuan, the 14th sister of the Su family, gazed at Su Tianran with worry, her voice tinged with tremor. Su Tianran turned to her, his eyes radiating determination and resolve. "Zixuan, you do not comprehend. This is for the future of our family, for the future of the Sun and Moon Empire. Lei Yunan and experiment number 02 must be found. The secrets they hold cannot fall into the hands of others." Upon hearing this, Su Zixuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But brother, your actions could endanger yourself and the entire family. If our imperial uncle were to learn of this, his benevolent nature would never permit you to engage in such ruthless deeds." Su Tianran furrowed his brow, slowly wheeling himself closer to Su Zixuan, his gaze imbued with an undeniable authority. "Zixuan, some matters are beyond the comprehension of a young girl like you. Do you not desire for our Sun and Moon Empire to unify the Douluo continent? Only by harnessing the power contained within experiment No. 02 can we possess the strength to conquer all." Su Zixuan lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly raised her chin, her voice resolute. "Brother, is unifying the Douluo continent truly of such paramount importance? Is it worth more than familial bonds and the countless innocent lives at stake? I cannot comprehend. Nor do I wish to. Su Tianren sighed, gently placing a hand on Su Zixuan's shoulder, his tone softening slightly. Zixuan, you are merely 12. There are many things you do not yet understand. When you grow older, you will realize how cruel this world can be. Strength is everything. For our Sun and Moon Empire to establish a foothold on the Douluo continent, we must possess sufficient power. And experiment no. 02 is the key to our acquisition of that power. Upon hearing those words, Su Zixuan's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, yet she stubbornly shook her head. No, elder brother, I believe there must be another way. We cannot harm innocent people for the sake of our ambitions. Su Tiangan regarded Su Zixuan with a glimmer of admiration, tinged with a sense of helplessness. The warmth and elegance that once characterized him had vanished since he was treacherously attacked, transforming him into a cold and ruthless figure who would stop at nothing for power. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Zixuan, you are too naive. In this world, kindness and compassion will only render you a stepping stone for others. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one protect oneself and those we cherish. With that, Su Tiandan turned away, pushing his wheelchair out of the room, leaving Su Zixuan standing alone, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. She could not comprehend why the elder brother who once showered her with affection had become such a person. Why has it come to this? Su Zixuan whispered, her heart entwined with confusion and anguish. She reminisced about her childhood when her elder brother, Su Tiangan, would always play with her and regale her with fascinating tales. He had been so gentle and kind then. Yet now, his eyes brimmed with indifference and calculation, as if the entire world were merely pawns in his game. Meanwhile, within the Dawnlight base, Guanshi had just returned and immediately commanded, bring forth the search party. Intensify the search efforts. We must locate Lei Yunan and Subject 02. Upon his arrival at the ruins of the base, he loudly ordered his subordinates. The subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. After all, Lei Yunan had escaped with Lei Han for several days, and both possessed considerable strength and intelligence. Finding them would prove daunting. However, Guanshi was undeterred. He knew that if he failed to locate Lei Yunan and Lei Han, his fate would be dire. Thus, he compelled his subordinates to work overtime, relentlessly expanding the search radius, even resorting to the Empire's intelligence network and covert weaponry. Damn that wretched woman! How dare she thwart my plans? Guanshi seethed internally, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white from the exertion. His subordinates hurriedly moved about the ruins, occasionally receiving updates from intelligence personnel regarding the search progress. However, each report darkened Guanshi's countenance further. Report, officer. We have searched all nearby villages and towns, but have found no trace of Lei Yunan or Subject 02. An intelligence officer stammered. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless fools. Guanshi bellowed, seizing a nearby chair and smashing it onto the ground, splintering it into pieces. His subordinates fell silent, fearful and hesitant to breathe. They were aware that Guanshi was on the brink of madness. A moment's carelessness could render them his outlet for frustration. Meanwhile, Lei Yunan arrived at an inn in Tianhan City with Lei Han in her arms, the innkeeper's wife. Upon noticing the infant nestled in Lei Yunan's embrace, paused for a brief moment before warmly welcoming them. Ah, dear young lady, you are traveling with a child. Come in. Come in, and rest your feet. Lei Yunan smiled and nodded at the landlady, following her into the inn. She chose a seat by the window, allowing her to observe the surroundings while letting Lei Han bask in the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, the landlady noticed that Lei Han resembled a newly born kitten, evoking a sense of compassion within her. Gently, she took Lei Han into her arms and was taken aback by the child's astonishing lightness. How can this child be so light? The landlady could not help but inquire. In that moment, the landlady felt that the child's chances of survival were exceedingly bleak. Yet Lei Yunan merely offered a bittersweet smile and refrained from saying much. Deep down, she understood that Lei Han's lightness was a consequence of her own urgency in rescuing her from that dreadful place, resulting in the premature birth of the 7-month-old Lei Han from the incubator, leaving her body not fully developed. However, Lei Yunan was resolute. She could no longer allow Lei Han to remain in such a perilous environment. Inside the inn, Lei Yunan sat by the window, her gaze intermittently drifting outside, her heart laden with vigilance. She was acutely aware that the forces of Guanshi and Su Tianren could arrive at any moment, and she must remain ever alert. The landlady brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the table before Lei Yunan, speaking softly. My dear, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulties? Lei Yunan lifted her gaze to meet the landlady's eyes, a flicker of gratitude momentarily crossing her own, before she gently shook her head. It is nothing. Merely the weariness of travel that has left me a bit fatigued. Upon hearing this, the landlady refrained from probing further, instead offering a soft reassurance. My dear, rest assured that while you stay under my roof, I shall do my utmost to ensure the safety of both you and your child. With a smile, Lei Yunan expressed her gratitude to the landlady, yet she was acutely aware that the true peril was far from over. She needed to swiftly locate a secure refuge, ensuring that Lei Han could thrive in a healthy environment. Mother, the goat's milk is ready, a tender voice emerged from the inn's kitchen, followed by a girl of about 14 or 15, who emerged carrying a steaming bowl of goat's milk. The landlady instructed the girl, Ronger, please check the storeroom to see if the bottle is still there. If it is, wash it for this young lady. Upon hearing this, the girl glanced curiously at Lei Yunan and Lei Han, a fleeting look of intrigue crossing her face, before she nodded in affirmation and turned to head toward the storeroom. As Lei Yunan gazed upon the receding figure of the little girl, a surge of warmth welled up within her. In a world fraught with peril, encountering such kindness is indeed a rare treasure. She gently caressed Lei Han's delicate face and softly murmured, Little Han, you must live with unwavering strength. Your mother will always protect you. The little girl swiftly returned from the storeroom with a milk bottle, meticulously cleaning it before presenting it to the proprietress. The proprietress accepted the bottle and cautiously poured in the goat's milk, tenderly feeding it to Lei Han. Lei Han suckled on the bottle, a look of contentment gracing her small face. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yunan felt a flicker of solace in her heart. She understood that she could no longer evade reality. A decision must be made swiftly for Lei Han's future. The proprietress, while feeding Lei Han, inquired, My dear, from whence do you come, and to where do you intend to go? Lei Yunan pondered for a moment, deciding to conceal certain truths to spare the innocent from unnecessary troubles. We have come from afar, seeking temporary refuge in Tianhan City, she disclosed, her words imbued with a hint of weariness, yet predominantly reflecting an unwavering resolve for the future. The proprietress nodded in understanding, seemingly grasping the essence of her sentiments. She refrained from further inquiries and softly remarked, Though Tianhan City may not be vast, it is indeed a bustling locale. You should be able to secure a livelihood here. Lei Yunan cast a grateful glance at the proprietress, her mind racing with contemplation. She understood that she could not perpetually rely on the kindness of others. She must swiftly secure a job to sustain herself and Lei Han. At that moment, a clamor erupted outside the inn. Instantly alert, Lei Yunan rose and approached the window to gaze outside. She observed a drunken man embroiled in a dispute with another man, who appeared to be a passerby inadvertently colliding with the inebriated individual. You blind fool, how dare you bump into me? The drunkard bellowed, his breath reeking of alcohol. The traveler, clearly averse to conflict, repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. The proprietress stepped outside, intending to mediate the situation. Lei Yunan refrained from following, her attention wholly fixated on the scene outside, fearful that these might be agents sent by Guan Shi to instigate trouble. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned that the two men exhibited no signs of malice, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Oh dear sir, having indulged so much, would you care to step into our humble establishment for a moment and enjoy a cup of tea to sober up? The proprietress's voice was gentle and inviting, as she endeavored to coax the drunkard inside, hoping to prevent the situation from escalating. The inebriated man struggled ineffectively, ultimately being half-dragged, half-led into the inn by the proprietress. You, dear proprietress, are quite astute. Otherwise, I would. He mumbled incoherently, the stench of alcohol causing those nearby to wrinkle their noses in distaste. The proprietress settled the drunkard into a chair and poured him a cup of sobering tea. He seized the cup eagerly, gulping it down in haste. And after letting out a resounding belch, he finally quieted. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lei Yunan felt a surge of relief within her. In this chaotic world, she understood that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Accompanied by Lei Han, she was particularly cautious not to attract any unwanted attention. She returned to her seat by the window, her gaze once more directed outside. The streets bustled with life, alive with the comings and goings of people. Yet to her, all of this was but fleeting moments. Her true concern lay in safeguarding Lei Han, ensuring her healthy growth amidst the perils of this world. At that moment, Lei Han began to cry incessantly, seemingly yearning for sleep. Lei Yunan cradled her daughter and ascended the stairs in search of a quiet room. Gently rocking her, she endeavored to lull her into slumber. Gradually, Lei Han's small face relaxed in her mother's embrace, her breathing becoming steady and calm. As Lei Yunan gazed upon her daughter's serene sleeping visage, a wave of tenderness surged within her. She carefully placed Lei Han in bed, tucked her in, and then sat at the bedside, lost in contemplation. She recognized the urgency of securing stable employment to support their lives. However, in this unfamiliar city, where should she turn? Xiao Han, your mother will strive to ensure your happiness, Lei Yunan whispered softly, her eyes shimmering with determination and hope. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Sun and Moon Empire, an informant meticulously reported the latest tracking developments to Su Tiangan, each word chosen with caution. Fearful of inciting the wrath of the enraged prince. Your Highness, we have pinpointed Lei Yunan's escape route. They are currently hiding in an inconspicuous inn on the outskirts of Tianhun City in the Tianhun Empire. Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Su Tiangan's lips. Excellent. Now that we know their whereabouts, they must not be allowed to escape again. Mobilize all available resources immediately. I demand their return to my control before nightfall, without exception. Especially the Experiment 02 subject. She is the linchpin of the future of our Sun and Moon Empire and must not be lost. With Su Tiangan's command, the palace seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, as various clandestine currents surged forth and skilled operatives hastened toward Tianhun City. Thus began a silent struggle for the possession of Experiment 02, Lei Han, under the cloak of night in Tianhun City. The pursuers from the Sun and Moon Empire stealthily infiltrated the borders of the Tianhun Empire, taking care to avoid detection by its soldiers, clad in dark garments. Their faces obscured by masks, only their piercing eyes were visible. They moved swiftly and silently, navigating the streets and alleys like phantoms. Meanwhile, Lei Yunan remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger. She busied herself preparing a change of clothes and daily necessities for Lei Han, planning to venture out at dawn in search of work. She understood that time was of the essence. She and Lei Han needed to establish themselves in Tianhun City without delay. As the night deepened and the clamor of the streets gradually faded, Lei Yunan extinguished the candle and lay down beside Lei Han. Holding her daughter tightly, she savored the warmth of her body, a wellspring of strength surging within her. Yet, peril was advancing inexorably closer. The pursuers from the Sun and Moon Empire had arrived near the inn, dividing into groups to silently encircle the establishment. A leading figure clad in black signaled to his companions, indicating that it was time to prepare for action. They surged into the second floor of the inn with swift and silent movements. However, their mission required them to capture a living target. So they refrained from resorting to violence, opting instead to stealthily abduct Lei Yunan and Lei Han. Through the peephole, Lei Yunan glimpsed a group of unfamiliar figures clad in dark attire, their gazes sharp and penetrating, as if they could see into one's very soul. A wave of despair washed over her, for she knew there was no escape from this predicament. Yet, she summoned her composure, attempting to parley with these menacing individuals. Who are you? What do you want? Lei Yunan's voice quivered slightly, but she endeavored to infuse it with strength. We are here to take you away. The leader of the dark-clad figures replied coldly, do not attempt to resist, for the consequences will be dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Yunan seized her daughter, Lei Han, from the bed and, with a sudden burst of resolve, leaped from the sixth-floor window, cradling her child. The sound of their descent startled everyone. The black-clad men rushed to the window, witnessing Lei Yunan and her daughter ensnared in a laundry sheet, descending slowly. It became apparent that she had been cognizant of the sheets hanging outside, and in a moment of desperation, this was her sole chance for escape. The dark figures, taken aback, scrambled down the rope and stairs in pursuit. Lei Yunan, holding her daughter tightly, navigated through the narrow alleyways with remarkable tenacity and ingenuity, striving to elude her pursuers. Xiao Han, do not be afraid. Mama will protect you, she reassured her daughter as they ran. In Lei Yunan's embrace, Lei Han seemed to absorb her mother's unwavering courage, ceasing her tears and gripping her mother's garment tightly, her small face radiating trust in her mother. In his heart, Lei Yunan silently vowed, as long as I can reach the city gates of Tianhun City, there lies a chance to seek aid from the soldiers guarding the walls. Yet, the pursuers clung to him like shadows, relentless in their pursuit. First soul skill, Blood Demon Slash. A furious shout suddenly echoed behind Lei Yunan, as a crimson beam of light swiftly pierced through the night sky, hurtling towards him. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Lei Yunan as she realized that her pursuers possessed soul skills. Swiftly, she sidestepped, but the blood-red light pursued her relentlessly, like a shadow that would not be shaken off. In this critical moment, her martial spirit, the Silver Moon Spear, materialized with a flourish. Grasping the spear firmly, she felt a chilling and formidable aura emanate from it. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her second soul skill, Moonshadow Assault. In an instant, her form transformed into a shimmering silver specter, racing through the narrow alleyways with Lei Han in tow, hoping to leverage her speed to outpace her relentless pursuers. The blood-red light continued its unyielding chase, yet Lei Yunan, empowered by the might of the Silver Moon's spear and her exceptional agility, gradually increased the distance between herself and her assailants. She understood with unwavering clarity that she could afford no slackening of her resolve. Otherwise, both she and Lei Han would be plunged into an abyss from which there would be no return. Lei Yunan could hardly fathom that Qianxin would also join the hunt. "You old wretch! I thought you had perished in that explosion," she exclaimed with fury, her astonishment at Qianxin's appearance mingling with indignation. Qianxin chuckled darkly, an ominous grin spreading across his face. "Little girl, do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you can escape my grasp? And your foolish brother, in his attempt to protect you in this so-called Experiment 02, not only betrayed the Sun and Moon Empire but also detonated the laboratory. Humph, by now he has likely been reduced to a pile of ashes. Silence! You shall not insult my brother." Lei Yunan's eyes blazed with fury, nearly igniting with rage. Her silver teeth clenched, fists tightly balled. The very air around her seemed to tremble in response to her wrath. Yet, Qianxin remained unfazed, continuing his mocking taunts. "What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Humph, you siblings share such deep affection, but alas, in this cruel world, love is the most worthless of commodities." Suddenly, Qianxin unleashed the might of his gravity gorilla martial spirit, casting a massive shadow over the narrow alleyway, instilling a heavy sense of oppression. Its eyes burned like flames, fixated on Lei Yunan as if intent on devouring her whole. Third soul skill, Gravity Crush. With a commanding shout, Qianxin directed the gravity gorilla to swing its colossal fist, unleashing a force akin to an avalanche, hurtling toward Lei Yunan. With a swift motion of her silver moon spear, Lei Yunan unleashed a dazzling silver radiance at its tip, colliding with the fist of the gravity gorilla, producing a deafening roar. However, under the oppressive influence of Qianxin's gravitational domain, Lei Yunan's movements grew sluggish, as if an immense force was inexorably drawing her toward the ground. Level 6 Fixed Soul Cannon, Fire. Lei Yunan silently recited her final trump card, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She understood that the consequences of deploying this soul device could be catastrophic, yet at this moment, retreat was not an option. She retrieved a gleaming soul cannon from her bosom, its muzzle aimed squarely at Qianxin and the pursuing assailants. The cannon began to coalesce with a potent surge of soul energy, warping the very air around it. "No, you cannot do this," Qianxin exclaimed in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such a formidable soul device in Lei Yunan's possession. He hastily attempted to evade, but the firing speed of the level 6 fixed soul cannon was astonishingly rapid, leaving him no time to react. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy that leveled the surrounding alleyways. Dust and debris were sent flying, engulfing everything in a shroud of chaos. At the moment of launch, Lei Yunan, utilizing the recoil of the cannon, embraced Lei Han and staggered backward, narrowly evading the epicenter of the explosion. Nevertheless, she was still struck by a violent shockwave, causing her to spit blood and her complexion to pale as if made of parchment. As the dust began to settle, the figures of Qianxin and the pursuing soldiers had vanished amidst the wreckage of the explosion. Enduring the pain, Lei Yunan rose to her feet and surveyed the chaotic surroundings, a wave of melancholia washing over her heart. "Shaoan, we must leave," she declared, taking a deep breath to steady her voice, striving to instill a sense of resolve. Cradling Lei Han, she sprinted towards the city gates of Tianhan. Despite her grievous injuries, her gaze radiated an indomitable spirit and unwavering determination. She understood that she could not falter, for her child was nestled in her arms, and she must safeguard her, ensuring her safety and survival. However, in the next instant, another pursuing soldier's soul-guided cannon exploded nearby, the tremendous shockwave crashing upon her once more. Lei Yunan felt darkness envelop her vision, her body involuntarily propelled through the air. With every ounce of strength, she clutched Lei Han tightly, attempting to shield her from harm with her own body. After tumbling through the air several times, Lei Yunan landed heavily on the ground, the pain threatening to render her unconscious. Yet, she persisted, forcing her eyes open to check on Lei Han. The infant, still in her swaddling, cried out in terror, her small face etched with fear and anxiety. Lei Yunan's heart ached profoundly. She hurriedly examined Lei Han for injuries. Fortunately, the child had only been frightened and was unharmed. "Shaohan, Do not be afraid. Mother is here. Lei Yunan's voice trembled slightly, yet she embraced Lei Han tightly, seeking to provide comfort through her warmth and presence. Yet, the surrounding peril had not diminished. The pursuers had regrouped, armed with soul-guided devices. Advancing step by step towards Lei Yunan, she attempted to ascend into the sky with a flying soul-guided device, and fortune smiled upon her as its brilliance flared to life, propelling both Lei Yunan and Lei Han skyward, temporarily escaping the pursuers on the ground. Grinding her teeth, Lei Yunan gripped the control lever of the soul-guided device firmly, her gaze piercing through the layers of clouds in search of a possible escape. Shaoan, do not fear. We will soar higher and farther. Her voice quivered in the wind. Yet her eyes remained resolutely steadfast. She recognized that maintaining her composure was essential to uncovering a glimmer of hope. The flying soul-guided device maneuvered adeptly through the air, evading the assaults of the pursuers. Behind Lei Yunan, over 20 soldiers from the Sun and Moon Empire pursued her in their flying soul-guided devices, relentlessly firing their soul-guided cannons in an attempt to bring her down. Yet, through her exceptional piloting skills and remarkable reflexes, Lei Yunan deftly navigated one perilous situation after another. Soon, they reached the skies above Shrek City, where a multitude of shells rained down upon Lei Yunan. The unsuspecting citizens of Shrek City mistook the commotion for a festive display of fireworks, children pointing excitedly at the sky, their cheers resonating. Look, Mama. There are so many beautiful fireworks in the sky. A little girl with pigtails tugged at her mother's hand, exclaiming with delight. Listening to the cheers from below, Lei Yunan felt a tumult of emotions within her. How she longed for herself and Lei Han to live carefree under the sun, just like those children. Yet, at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and press onward. Just then, Xuanzi, who had indulged in drink, staggered out of the tavern. Upon raising his gaze, he was jolted awake, bewildered by the sight before him. His eyes widened as he beheld a breathtaking spectacle in the night sky. At that instant, a soul-guided cannonball struck Lei Yunan's flying soul-guided device, and one of the young boys on the ground pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Mom, look, is a star falling from the heavens?" Before he could finish, Lei Yunan plummeted like a meteor, landing in a nearby forest, where she was swiftly enveloped by dense trees. The pursuers' line of sight was obstructed by the thick foliage, rendering them unable to continue their chase. Lei Yunan cast a glance at his abdomen, where a shocking wound gaped, blood gushing forth and staining his garments crimson. Lei Yunan was acutely aware that her time was limited, yet her gaze radiated no fear, only a profound concern for Lei Han's safety. Enduring excruciating pain, she retrieved the soul-healing elixir from her storage soul guide, trembling as she fed a single grain to Lei Han with goat's milk, ensuring that even in slumber, she would receive a measure of protection. Lei Yunan, with her battered body, persevered as she climbed higher. It was then that she realized the distance to Shrek Academy was still considerable. Nonetheless, a glimmer of hope ignited within her heart. A powerful desire to survive surged through her, not solely for her own sake, but also to ensure the safe arrival of Lei Han at Shrek Academy. Lei Yunan tore her clothing into strips to bind the wounds of both herself and Lei Han. She then picked up a sturdy branch nearby to serve as a walking stick. Each step was accompanied by intense pain, yet Lei Yunan silently urged herself to persist, to endure just a little longer. Lei Han, you must survive. Shrek Academy lies ahead. Time lost its meaning as she trudged on, her vision blurring. But her indomitable will propelled her forward, step by step. As dawn broke, the sky began to lighten, and the first rays of morning pierced through the dense canopy, casting a dappled glow upon her, as if nature itself offered the gentlest solace. As Lei Yunan's breath grew increasingly labored, her gaze remained remarkably resolute. The surrounding birdsong became progressively clearer, seemingly rallying in support of her. She arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy, where a female student from the Soul Guidance Department, Wang Mingming, immediately gasped at the sight of her wounds and the unconscious little girl in her arms, rushing forward to assist her. Another male student, Jin Wenfeng, upon witnessing this, hurried to seek out Duo. In the office of the Dean of the Soul Guidance Academy, Xian Liner, Duo, and Fan Yu were engaged in a discussion regarding the challenges faced by the Soul Guidance students. Duo expressed his frustration, lamenting how the Martial Soul Department consistently pushed unwanted students onto their program, while the supply of rare metals and other materials remained perpetually strained. These times are truly difficult. He sighed, rubbing his temples. The majority of ministers from the three great empires view soul-guided devices merely as auxiliary tools for soul masters, completely neglecting their development. Fan Yu added, his eyes revealing a hint of exasperation. Even that fellow Yin Xiaozhe believes soul-guided devices lack significance. Xian Liner curled her lip, her words tinged with dissatisfaction. Just then, Chen Wenfeng burst through the door, his expression fraught with urgency. Dean Qian, Dean Xian, teacher Fan Yu, there's a grave situation. A woman covered in wounds is holding a baby. The trio turned to Chen Wenfeng in unison, their faces reflecting shock and confusion. Qian Duo sprang to his feet, urgently inquiring, "Where is she? Take me to her at once." Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Wang Mingming's uniform was stained crimson with blood. As she frantically called for help from other students, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and lend a hand." Her voice trembled with desperation, tinged with the threat of tears. Yet, none dared to act hastily, for the situation was exceedingly perilous, and they feared that a misstep might exacerbate the woman's injuries. At that moment, Qian Duo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu arrived swiftly, their presence seemingly invigorating the onlookers. "Make way. Let us through." Xian Liner's voice cut through the chaos with undeniable authority. As she and Qian Duo navigated through the crowd and beheld the scene, their hearts sank. Upon lifting Lei Yunan's garment to assess her wounds, Xian Liner gasped sharply. A horrific gaping wound marred Lei Yunan's abdomen, the skin surrounding it pallid from excessive blood loss. The other soul guidance students, witnessing this, collectively gasped in horror, their faces reflecting compassion. Wang Mingming, overwhelmed, covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. Suddenly, Lei Yunan's hand clutched Xian Liner with a grip so fierce it felt as if her bones might shatter. Xian Liner, taken aback, quickly leaned in to listen intently. Lei Yunan's gaze had become unfocused, yet her voice resonated with unwavering determination. "This child, I name her Lei Han. She is the Subject 02 of the Sun and Moon Empire. Please, you must protect her. She is innocent." Lei Yunan spoke in fragmented sentences, each word seemingly drawn from the depths of her being. Her eyes brimmed with both pleading and hope, as though she were entrusting her very life and mission to the individuals before her. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that the illustrious Sun and Moon Empire, renowned for its formidable soul-guiding technology, would be clandestinely conducting such cruel human experiments. A flicker of anger and resolve flashed in her gaze as she grasped Lei Yunan's hand firmly and nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to protect Lei Han. We shall not allow her fate to be manipulated by anyone." Lei Yunan nodded gently. Her trembling hands attempted to place her necklace around Lei Han's neck, yet her strength waned, rendering her unable to complete the gesture. Sensing the urgency, Xian Liner swiftly took the necklace and carefully adorned Lei Han with it. However, Xian Liner noticed something peculiar. The intricate soul-guiding array engraved on the necklace seemed to function as a protective talisman. A thought stirred within her. This might be more than mere decoration, but rather the final safeguard Lei Yunan had bestowed upon Lei Han. At that moment, Lei Yunan endeavored to reach out and caress Lei Han's face, but her hand fell limply halfway, and as it slid away, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, surrendering everything to silence. She had departed. Wang Mingming cried out, her voice trembling with sorrow. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. All present were profoundly moved by Lei Yunan's sacrifice and bravery. Qian Duo glanced back at the surrounding students, relieved to discover they were all from the Soul Guidance Department rather than the Martial Spirit Department. He commanded, "All students of the Soul Guidance Department, consider this matter as though you know nothing. No one is to speak of it outside. Do you understand?" The students nodded gravely, fully aware of the severe implications this incident could entail for Shrek Academy should it be disclosed. For male students hastily covered Lei Yunan's body with a white cloth and carried it away, intent on preventing any martial spirit faculty or students from discovering the truth. Xian Liner had just lifted Lei Han from Lei Yunan's lifeless form when she paused, her expression shifting to one of fury. The child in her arms felt weightless, as if merely an apparition. Noticing Xian Liner's distress, Qian Duo inquired, "What is it? Is there something wrong with the child?" Xian Liner remained silent, instead handing Lei Han to Qian Duo. Upon receiving the child, he too was taken aback by the extraordinary lightness, as if the child lacked substance. A sense of hopelessness washed over him regarding the child's survival. "This child is in dire straits," Qian Duo muttered, his brow furrowed and worry flickering in his eyes. He met Xian Liner's gaze, both sharing an expression laden with gravity and helplessness. "This child is only 7 months old. No wonder they seem so frail." Fan Yu added somberly, stepping beside Qian Duo and gently stroking Lei Han's head, a complex emotion passing through his eyes. as the three prepared to leave with Lei Han. Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer arrived late, their expressions bewildered as they surveyed the scene, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. What is happening? Yin Xiaojia frowned, his gaze sweeping across the group before finally resting on the lifeless child in Qian Duoduo's arms. Kai Meyer, equally perplexed, turned to Xian Liner, seeking clarity. Nothing to worry about. We simply found a child along the way, Xian Liner replied. Xian Liner casually replied, her gaze flickering with a hint of vigilance. She was keen to keep Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer oblivious to the truth of the matter, lest it lead to unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, Ren Mujin, drawn by curiosity, stole a glance at the fragile Lei Han cradled in Xian Liner's arms, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, Director Qian. If you hadn't mentioned this was a child, I would have assumed you just bought a newborn kitten from the flower and bird market. Joey, however, took Lei Han from Xian Liner, and upon receiving the child, she found, as Ren Mujin had remarked, that the infant felt alarmingly weightless, akin to a feather, as if she might be swept away by the gentlest breeze. Joey studied Lei Han's pale little face intently, a wave of indescribable sorrow swelling within her heart. The child appeared to be scarcely 7 months old, as though she had been forcibly thrust into this world, her body excessively frail. Joey's voice lowered, tinged with melancholy. At that moment, Lei Han began to cry, but her wails were so faint they seemed on the verge of vanishing entirely. The delicate sound pierced the hearts of everyone present like a needle. Ha ha ha, old Yin, I shall refrain from discussing our soul guidance department matters with you. I know you find them most unappealing. I must have Fan you create a soul guidance device for this child to ensure her survives until her first month. Qian Duoduo declared, cradling Lei Han as she swiftly headed towards the soul guidance department with Fan Yu and Xian Liner, leaving Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer exchanging puzzled glances. Though they were filled with questions, they chose not to pry further. Yin Xiaojia sighed softly, remarking, it seems the academy is about to witness yet another tale unfold. The group hastily returned to the well-equipped research lab of the Soul Guidance Department, the ideal venue for crafting a special soul guidance device for Lei Han. Fan Yu immediately set to work, acutely aware of the urgency. He had to create a device capable of sustaining her life without delay. Xian Liner attentively tended to Lei Han from the side, gently wiping the infant's face with warm water, attempting to impart a modicum of warmth and comfort. Lei Han's cries gradually subsided, yet her breathing remained faint and rapid, stirring deep concern. Qian Duoduo stood nearby, his brow furrowed, overwhelmed by anxiety and apprehension. He understood that Lei Han's situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Not only was the child physically weak, but she also bore the identity of Experiment Subject 02 from the Sun Moon Empire, casting a long shadow over her future. Let us announce the child's death in a few days, and then we can secretly nurture her. For now, let us awaken her martial soul, Qian Duoduo suggested. Xian Liner, just having taken a sip of her tea, sputtered, spraying it across Qian Duoduo's face, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? Awaken her martial soul? Typically, one awakens their martial soul at 6 years old. This child is merely 7 months and a preemie. Xian Liner's voice was laced with reproach and astonishment. She wished fervently to pry open Qian Duoduo's mind to discern his thoughts. Yet Qian Duoduo remained remarkably resolute, wiping the tea from his face. His gaze profoundly fixed upon Xian Liner. I recognize the peril inherent in this course of action, yet given Lei Han's unique circumstances, we could not adhere to conventional methods. Moreover, since the Sun and Moon Empire had already targeted her, they would not relinquish their pursuit easily. We must enable her to grow stronger swiftly. For only then could she safeguard herself. Qian Duoduo's words brimmed with determination and a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner fell silent for a moment. Acutely aware that Qian Duoduo's concerns were not unwarranted, Lei Han's predicament was indeed dire. If she could not awaken her martial soul and enhance her strength in a timely manner, she would likely find it exceedingly difficult to escape the clutches of the Sun and Moon Empire. However, the risk was immense. Should she fail, she might permanently forfeit the chance to awaken her martial soul. Xian Liner hesitated, reluctant to subject this already tormented child to further danger. I understand. But this is our only option. I will personally conduct the awakening ceremony, ensuring her safety to the best of my ability, Qian Duoduo declared with unwavering confidence and resolve. Xian Liner, observing the steadfastness in Qian Duoduo's eyes, ultimately nodded in agreement. She recognized that as the esteemed head of Shrek Academy, his decisions were invariably well considered. Furthermore, she was unwilling to abandon even the slightest glimmer of hope. Fan Yu promptly sprang into action. swiftly gathering the most sophisticated instruments from the Soul Guidance Department and the gentlest Soul Guidance crystal ball for soul power testing, ensuring all preparations were meticulously in place. Duo commenced the awakening ceremony, guiding the soul power within him to gradually infuse into Lei Han's body. Initially, Lei Han appeared somewhat uncomfortable, her brow furrowing slightly. But she soon calmed under Liner's gentle reassurances. As the soul power continued to flow, Lei Han's body began to emanate a soft glow, a sign of her martial soul awakening. At that moment, the crystal ball responded, its internal luminescence flickering as if documenting every subtle change in Lei Han's martial soul. Fan Yu watched the crystal ball intently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. Time elapsed slowly. The entire awakening process was arduous and protracted. Just when it seemed they were nearing their limit, Lei Han's body suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance. A spectral figure of a woman with 20 pairs of wings began to coalesce behind her, exuding an aura of sanctity and formidable power. As if a deity from the ancient era had traversed time, her wings fluttered gently, each movement seemingly releasing boundless strength and protection. This angelic martial soul's mutation should not exceed 6 wings. How is it possible? Duo gasped in astonishment, having never before encountered such an extraordinary martial soul, let alone anticipated that Lei Han would awaken such a potent and mutated angelic martial soul with 20 pairs of wings. Liner was equally astounded, rendered speechless. Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with shock and exhilaration. Yet Fan Yu doused their elation with a dose of cold reality. Let us not rejoice too soon. We must first ascertain her innate soul power level. Fan Yu promptly grasped the soul power testing device and cautiously approached Lei Han. As soon as the device made contact with Lei Han's delicate hand, it erupted with radiant brilliance. The needle spun wildly, and the device emitted a shrill sound that crescendoed before finally halting at the astonishing mark of a full innate soul power of level 50. How could this be possible? A full innate soul power of level 50? Such a phenomenon was virtually unheard of. Duo was so taken aback that he nearly leapt from his feet, staring incredulously at the device as if the scene before him transcended all his knowledge and imagination. Liner was equally flabbergasted, gazing at Lei Han's youthful visage. A surge of indescribable excitement and pride welled up within her. This child possessed such extraordinary talent, her future was bound to be limitless. Fan Yu, too, wore an expression of shock, fully aware of the implications. A full innate soul power of level 50, combined with the 20 pairs of mutated angelic wings as her martial soul, illuminated Lei Han's future with unparalleled promise. Din Xian, should we really refrain from informing the Sea God Pavilion? After all, this child's circumstances are exceedingly unique, Fan Yu suggested, his voice tinged with hesitation. He understood that such talent and situation, once revealed, would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire soul realm. After a moment of silence, Duo shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "No, certainly not. If this information were to leak, all factions across the continent would stir restlessly, especially the Spirit Sect, which is not to be trifled with. Lei Han is currently too weak to confront these potential threats. We must safeguard her until she has grown, granting her ample time and space to explore her potential." Liner nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, while the Sea God Pavilion boasts numerous formidable individuals, the complexity within is beyond our imagination. Lei Han's situation is far too distinctive. Once it spreads, we cannot guarantee that no one will harbor greed, placing her in jeopardy. But if we were to falsely announce her death, where would we hide her?" Fan Yu raised a practical concern, his face etched with worry. After all, concealing a child of such talent would be an arduous task. Duo, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed at the floor beneath him, suddenly struck by an idea. A wicked smile crept across his face as he exclaimed, "Aha! We could dig a basement and hide her there. Let Lei Han live under the watchful eyes of Yin Xiaojia and the others. The most perilous place is indeed the safest. Who would suspect that we would conceal such an important child right beneath our noses at Shrek Academy?" A glint of cunning sparkled in Duo's eyes, indicating that his plan had taken shape. Liner twitched her lips slightly. Though she found the plan somewhat insane, she had to concede it was indeed a clever strategy. After all, the most dangerous places often turned out to be the most secure. Meanwhile, in the office of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaojia sneezed violently, rubbing his nose as he muttered to himself, "Strange, the weather isn't even cold. Why am I suddenly sneezing?" He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that a momentous secret concerning Lei Han was quietly brewing beneath the Shrek Academy. Fan Yu raised a pragmatic concern. We must provide her with a legitimate identity as a citizen of Shrek City and a foster family, Director Qian. It seems you do not even have children. Before he could finish, a cup flew towards him, and he swiftly dodged. Get lost. Hey, hey, hey. I'm only looking out for your best interests. After a century, it will either be just you or the old fox, Director Qian, left all alone. How desolate that would be. If she bears you a granddaughter, the Qian family will have a successor, won't they? Fan Yu playfully evaded, completely unfazed by Qian Duoduo's furious glare. Qian Duoduo was rendered speechless by Fan Yu's words, glaring at him with exasperation. Can you be serious for once? We are discussing matters concerning Lei Han, not whatever nonsense you are rambling about. Fan Yu chuckled, suppressing his playful demeanor, and spoke earnestly. Director, I assure you, I'm not jesting. Consider this. To conceal Lei Han effectively, she must be given a plausible identity, and a foster family is the simplest solution. You have no children. Adopting Lei Han would be entirely reasonable, and no one would suspect our intentions. I agree to adopt her as my daughter, Xian Liner declared, cradling Lei Han with tenderness and determination in her eyes. She gently caressed Lei Han's small face, as if she had already embraced her as her own flesh and blood. Since she has come to us, it must be fate. After all, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. We cannot allow Yan Xiaojia, that old fox, to snatch her away. With Ma Xiaodao as their adopted daughter, the martial soul department cannot outshine us. We must have our own precious gem as well. Qian Duoduo, moved by Xian Liner's resolute gaze, nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. Xian Liner, you shall adopt Lei Han and be her mother, while I will be her father. As for Fan Yu and Shouyi, you two will be her godparents. Henceforth, Lei Han shall truly be the little princess of our Shrek Academy. Zhou Yi, completely unaware of the arrangement, was unwittingly assigned the role of godmother, prompting Fan Yu to chuckle at the thought of her astonished and helpless expression upon hearing the news. Now, it is time to commence the construction of the basement. Qian Duoduo interjected, breaking Fan Yu's reverie. He rose with determination, asserting, we must find a concealed location and begin excavation. At the same time, we must ensure that the basement is fully equipped, leaving no room for Lei Han to suffer any discomfort. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu quelled his laughter, fully aware of the daunting nature of the task ahead. He nodded, saying, Director, rest assured, I will rally our entire soul guidance department to work together, ensuring the basement is built to be both safe and comfortable in the shortest possible time. I will personally supervise every detail to guarantee absolute perfection. Excellent, Fan Yu. You shall be entrusted with full responsibility for this matter. Qian Duoduo gently patted Fan Yu's shoulder, his tone imbued with unwavering trust. Meanwhile, Xian Liner tenderly cradled Lei Han by her side, her eyes shimmering with maternal radiance. She softly assured, Lei Han, fret not, we shall safeguard you, allowing you to flourish joyfully here. You will become the cherished princess of our Shrek Academy, destined for a splendid future. Although Lei Han had yet to open her eyes, she seemed to sense Xian Liner's warmth and resolve, her tiny hands stirring gently, as if responding to the love emanating from her mother. Though still in slumber, that innocence and beauty had already etched themselves deeply into the hearts of all present. At that moment, Fan Yu placed the 7-month-old preemie Lei Han into the soul guide box, ensuring her vital signs were maintained and her safety secured prior to being moved to the basement. The soul guide box radiated a gentle warmth, meticulously crafted by Fan Yu to replicate the most conducive environment for an infant's growth. Ah, little one, you have certainly surprised us immensely, Fan Yu remarked with a smile, adjusting the parameters of the soul guide box. His eyes reflected both anticipation for Lei Han's future and a hint of concern. After all, a child of such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly face an uncertain and challenging path ahead. Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner busied themselves, meticulously planning the layout and design of the basement. They aimed to ensure that the space would not only be concealed and secure but also imbued with warmth and a sense of home. After all, Lei Han would spend her childhood there, and they wished for her to experience the comfort and joy of a loving environment. On the 7th day, Qian Duoduo released a statement declaring Lei Han's demise. The Sea God Pavilion and the Martial Soul Department did not delve further into the matter, for the loss of a preterm infant was not an uncommon occurrence at Shrek Academy. Xiaojia, why do I feel that something is amiss? Kai Meyer furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Yan Xiaojia. Her intuition whispered that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Yan Xiaojia pondered momentarily before responding, I, too, harbor an inexplicable feeling. though I cannot pinpoint its source. However, since Duo has stated thus, we ought not to inquire further. After all, this child was saved by the Soul Guide Department and is not directly related to us. He gently shook his head, his gaze once again growing profound. In the depths of Shrek Academy, all students of the Soul Guide Department were fervently engaged in the construction of the basement. Their roles were well-defined. Some excavated. Others transported materials, while a few focused on the interior design and decoration. That child is truly unfortunate, enduring such turmoil right after birth, one student remarked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with sympathy for Lei Han. Isn't the Sun and Moon Empire quite powerful? Why resort to human experimentation? It seems they have lost their minds in their quest for continental unification, stooping to such morally reprehensible actions, another student indignantly replied. That woman was just buried yesterday in the Shrek cemetery. My brother and I dug her grave. The woman, despite having no blood relation to Lei Han, was willing to sacrifice herself for her, which is truly both moving and admirable. A student involved in the cemetery work remarked, his voice tinged with emotion. Have you heard? Dean Xian discovered something concerning that woman. Can you guess what it is? What is it? The surrounding students gathered closer, their eyes glinting with curiosity. It's a diploma from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. I must be mistaken, right? The long-standing second-rate academy is actually sending us a grand gift? The students exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide open in astonishment. This is quite amusing. The second-rate academy has stolen something from the Sun and Moon Empire and has now presented it as a treasure to us at Shrek, one student chuckled, his tone laced with mockery and pride. At that moment, another student pulled a piece of paper from his storage soul tool. Look at this. As the crowd gathered around, they found that it was, astonishingly, a wanted notice featuring the very mysterious woman who had just been buried in the Shrek cemetery. Her photo was clearly printed on it. And the notice read, Lei Yunan, 26 years old, from Highway City, suspected of leaking secrets of the Sun and Moon Empire, now wanted. Where did you find this? After I left the cemetery yesterday, I bought a candied hawthorn. The vendor wrapped it in this paper, claiming he found it by the roadside. Upon looking closer, I realized it was a wanted notice, and the person on it is none other than the mysterious woman who was just buried. The student explained. Perhaps she could not endure the inhumane experiments on human subjects, so she escaped with Lei Han, but unfortunately, she could not evade her fate, another student speculated. Just then, a hand picked up the wanted notice, scrutinizing it carefully. What a pitiable woman. To protect Lei Han, she sacrificed herself. Duo, having appeared behind the students unbeknownst to them, gazed at the photo on the wanted notice, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Not only did she give Lei Han life, but she also provided us with an opportunity to challenge the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon. He said slowly, his voice deep and resolute. The Martial Soul Department has long underestimated our Soul Guidance Department's development. They believe we rely too heavily on external tools and neglect the cultivation of the Soul Masters themselves. However, this time, we shall demonstrate through our actions that Soul Tools and Soul Masters are not adversaries, but can complement each other, a bespectacled boy stated coldly. Brother, even heaven cannot bear to watch any longer. The secrets of the Sun and Moon Empire have come into our hands. If we simply let this opportunity slip away, it would be a grave disservice to fate. Another student patted his shoulder, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Instead of talking, we should focus on quickly constructing the basement, providing Lei Han with a stable home. A robust student exclaimed, his voice resonating with vigor, as if he were ready to immerse himself in the task of construction at any moment. The other students responded enthusiastically, accelerating their efforts. And the progress of the underground project advanced swiftly. Chapter 8. An unexpected role as a godmother. 5 days later, Duo had completed the adoption formalities. He and Liner cradled the not-yet-month-old Lei Han, posing for a black and white photograph at the adoption agency. Smile, please. Yes, just like that. Excellent, directed the photographer, capturing this heartwarming moment. In the photograph, Duo and Liner beamed with joy, their eyes brimming with visions of the future and boundless affection for little Lei Han. The infant lay quietly in their embrace, seemingly absorbing the warmth, his cherubic face breaking into a sweet smile. After the photo session, Duo and Liner carefully departed from the adoption agency, holding Lei Han. Sunlight bathed them, casting a golden glow over this blissful family of three. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the couple temporarily placed Lei Han in the office of the director of the Soul Guidance Department. Fan Yu playfully encouraged the baby in the crib, Give your godfather a smile, little darling. He gently shook a rattle, the colorful beads producing a crisp sound that prompted Lei Han's tiny hand to reach out instinctively, eager to grasp the captivating little toy. Fan Yu, you haven't told Zhou Yi yet that she has become an unexpected godmother, have you? Duo teased from the side, his eyes sparkling with mirth. At this, Fan Yu's movements paused momentarily before returning to normal, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. I haven't told her yet. It's a surprise. A surprise? I dare say it's more like a shock. If Zhou Yi discovers she has inadvertently become a godmother, who knows how she will deal with you? Xian Linner chuckled, covering her mouth, as if she could already envision Zhou Yi's reaction upon hearing the news. By the way, can such a tiny child drink formula? Are there any female teachers in the soul guidance department who have just given birth? I could borrow some. Duo awkwardly coughed a few times, feeling his query slightly intrusive. Whether it's sooner or later, death is inevitable. I might as well inform Zhou Yi. Perhaps she can help brainstorm some solutions. Fan Yu resolved, biting his lip as he stood up, determined to seek out Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, in the office of the martial spirit department, Zhou Yi was immersed in grading assignments, her brow furrowed, exuding a sense of seriousness. Fan Yu gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving a response, entered. Zhou Yi, there's something I need to discuss with you, Fan Yu said, feigning calmness, though a hint of anxiety flickered in his gaze. Zhou Yi looked up, puzzled by Fan Yu's demeanor. What's the matter? Why so serious? Just follow me, and you'll find out. I promise it's a grand surprise, Fan Yu urged, pulling Zhou Yi along as they ventured outside. Zhou Yi stumbled slightly as Fan Yu tugged her along, yet a flicker of curiosity ignited within her, pondering the enigmatic intentions of Fan Yu. Upon arriving at the office of the Soul Guidance Department's head, Fan Yu gently pushed open the door and pointed at the crib containing Lei Han, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the delightful surprise I promised you." Zhou Yi fixed her gaze upon the scene, momentarily frozen in disbelief as a glimmer of incredulity danced in her eyes. Hadn't Dean Qian stated that this child had perished? How could she possibly be here, and looking so adorable at that? Her voice trembled slightly as she hastened to the crib's side, cautiously extending her hand to gently caress Lei Han's cherubic face. Fan Yu, mustering a forced grin, announced, "Tada. Congratulations, you are now a godmother." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes widened as she stared at Fan Yu, taking a moment to process the information before seizing his ear and demanding, "Fan Yu, you must clarify the situation. How on earth have I become a godmother? Wasn't this child supposed to be dead?" Her anger surged, and a barrage of questions erupted from her like a machine gun directed at Fan Yu. Although Fan Yu winced in pain, the sight of Zhou Yi's indignation warmed his heart. He quickly replied, "Zhou Yi, please don't be hasty. Allow me to explain. The message from Dean Qian was false. This child is alive. We disseminated that rumor to protect her. Look, she is perfectly fine and utterly charming." As Zhou Yi absorbed Fan Yu's explanation, her fury gradually dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. She gazed down at Lei Han, who seemed to sense Zhou Yi's kindness, tightly grasping one of her fingers with trust and reliance gleaming in her eyes. However, Duo began recounting Lei Han's background, revealing that she was, in fact, a subject of experimentation from the Sun Moon Empire, designated as 02. Her adoptive mother, Lei Yunan, entrusted her to them before her passing. Zhou Yi's smile instantly froze upon hearing this revelation. Her brow furrowed tightly, fury flashing in her eyes as she exclaimed, "The Sun Moon Empire would stoop so low as to use such a young child for experiments. How utterly inhumane." Her voice quivered with rage as she looked down at Lei Han, her gaze filled with compassion and sorrow. Fan Yu interjected, "Indeed. It is a miracle that this child has survived. Now, she is a member of our Shrek Academy, and we will do everything in our power to protect her and ensure she grows up happily here." Duo nodded in agreement, stating, "Precisely, Zhou Yi. You are one of our academy's finest educators. I hope you will take on the role of Lei Han's mentor, guiding her in knowledge and growth." After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi slowly lifted her head, determination shining in her eyes. "Very well, I shall be Lei Han's mentor. I will do everything within my power to help her become an exceptional soul master, ensuring that those who have harmed her will face the consequences." Both Duo and Fan Yu exhaled in relief, reassured by Zhou Yi's resolute gaze. They were aware that Zhou Yi would undoubtedly become an exceptional mentor, and under her guidance, Lei Han would surely flourish. On the other side of the Sun and Moon Empire, within the dank and shadowy confines of a dungeon, Guan Shi was enduring excruciating torment. At that moment, Su Tian was consumed by rage, his voice reverberating through the dungeon like thunderclaps from the heavens. Deafening and imbued with uncontainable fury and profound resentment. Guanshi, he bellowed, why has the 02 experimental subject still not been recovered? Su Tiantian's gaze was akin to a sharp sword, piercing through the tightly bound Guanshi on the torture rack. In his eyes burned not only the flames of wrath, but also an incredulous pain stemming from failure. Guanshi, battered and bruised, was soaked in blood that stained his garments like the remnants of a sunset. Yet, he gritted his teeth, striving valiantly to endure the indescribable agony. Though fear filled his eyes, deep within that dread lay a flicker of barely perceptible resolve. My lord, I have exerted every effort, he managed to utter, his voice faint and trembling. We scoured the dense forest where Lei Yunnan fell, but all we found was a shocking pool of blood, with no other traces to pursue. Upon hearing this, Su Tiantian's complexion turned ashen, and his clenched fists turned pale, the knuckles cracking under pressure. Incompetent fools! You are all a bunch of useless wretches. He roared, his voice echoing in the dungeon as if to rend the very darkness of the space. In that moment, the air within the dungeon seemed to freeze, leaving only Su Tiantian's furious and despairing howl. Bring him out and beat him to death with clubs. Su Tiantian's voice was as frigid as ice, his gaze suffused with determination and murderous intent. Several guards clad in black swiftly approached, dragging the barely conscious Guanshi from the rack. I have replicated the genetic material of the 02 experimental subject. Guanshi suddenly cried out, his voice tinged with reckless desperation. If you give me just a little more time, I can cultivate a new 02 experimental subject. Su Tian paused momentarily, pushing his wheelchair forward. His piercing gaze fixed on Guanshi. What did you say? Repeat that. Guanshi coughed violently a few times, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he summoned his last reserves of strength to shout, I have mastered the genetic sequence of the 02 experimental subject. With some materials and time, I can cultivate a new 02 experimental subject. A chilling smile crept across Su Tiantian's face. Excellent, Guanshi, you have not disappointed me. However, should you dare to fail again, I will make you acquainted with the true meaning of living in agony. His voice was low and laden with menace, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. Guanshi trembled, fully aware of Su Tiantian's methods. Such threats were not mere empty words. He lowered his head and replied in a subdued tone, Yes, my lord, I will succeed. Su Tian waved his hand, signaling the guards to take Guanshi away for medical treatment. What he yearns for is a living Guanshi, one capable of nurturing a new 02 experimental subject for him. Deep within the dungeon, Guanshi is being dragged away, his heart heavy with fear and despair, yet a flicker of faint hope intertwines with his anguish. He understands that this is his only chance for survival. Only by successfully cultivating a new 02 experimental subject can he endure in this brutal game of survival. Meanwhile, within the Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi gently cradles Lei Han, her gaze infused with unwavering determination and tenderness. She softly assures Lei Han, Do not worry, my child. I shall protect you and guide you to become a formidable soul master. Those who have harmed you will one day face the consequences of their actions. Lei Han seemed to comprehend Zhou Yi's words, her small hand tightly clasping Zhou Yi's fingers, her eyes shimmering with trust and dependence. In the warm embrace of Shrek Academy, Lei Han had finally discovered her own sanctuary. For months later, the basement was completed, divided into living quarters, training areas, a soul-guiding device manufacturing section, and storage. Zhou Yi cradled Lei Han as they meandered through the expansive basement, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. Observing Lei Han's curious gaze flitting around, her heart brimmed with warmth and joy. This will be your home, Lei Han, Zhou Yi whispered softly, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility and beauty of the moment. She guided Lei Han through each section, patiently elucidating their purposes, although Lei Han might not fully grasp them yet. The affection and anticipation from her elder had already etched itself deeply in her heart. Little Lei Han waved her tiny hands in the air, occasionally pointing towards certain areas while emitting delightful coos, seemingly expressing her curiosity and joy. Zhou Yi smiled in response, lifting Lei Han up so she could better observe the marvelous sights around her. In the training area, Zhou Yi showcased various equipment used for Soulmaster training. Despite her tender age, a glimmer of yearning for strength shone in Lei Han's eyes. When you grow up, we shall train here together, and you will become an exceptional Soulmaster, Zhou Yi gently declared, her voice imbued with encouragement and anticipation. It seemed as though Lei Han understood. She grasped Zhou Yi's hair tightly and burst into a fit of giggles. I'm back and I brought goat milk. Fan Yu announced as he pushed open the door, holding a bottle of fresh goat milk he had just purchased from the market. A vivid handprint adorned his left cheek. Upon noticing the mark, Duo paused momentarily, then jestingly remarked, "Oh, whose fierce lady dares to strike our esteemed master Fan Yu?" Fan Yu chuckled weakly, handing the goat milk to Zhou Yi while explaining. "Let us not even discuss it. This morning, I encountered a woman with a child and approached her to borrow some." His voice dwindling as he revealed an embarrassed expression. "She scolded me and then slapped me, calling me a lecher. Ah, it's tough being a good person these days." He lamented, shaking his head helplessly. "You, a grown man, asking a woman with a child for milk. It's no wonder she misunderstood," Xianlin interjected as she entered, holding several documents. Upon hearing Fan Yu's predicament, she couldn't help but chuckle. Approaching him, she patted his shoulder and consoled. "But don't take it too much to heart. After all, you were only thinking of Lei Han's well-being." Fan Yu nodded, his wry smile still lingering on his face. He glanced at Zhou Yi, who was delicately feeding Lei Han goat milk. The little girl's face flushed with excitement, her tiny hands gripping the bottle as if fearing it might float away. "This little one has finally gained some weight. She is no longer as light as when we first brought her home. Like a little kitten," Zhou Yi remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. "When I first held her, I was taken aback. Honestly, I had never held such a light child before, feeling as if a gust of wind could whisk her away." Xianlin approached and gently stroked Lei Han's head, her eyes filled with sentiment. "But looking at her now, she has grown so much and is much healthier," she noted. Fan Yu chimed in, "Indeed, this is all thanks to Zhou Yi's meticulous care. Otherwise, Lei Han wouldn't be as lively as she is today." Zhou Yi smiled softly, gently withdrawing the bottle from Lei Han's small hands and cradling her in her arms, softly patting her back to lull her to sleep. Lei Han seemed to relish the nurturing embrace, quickly closing her eyes as her breathing grew steady. Gazing at the peaceful visage of Lei Han, Zhou Yi's eyes radiated boundless tenderness and resolve. "I will do everything within my power to ensure she has a bright future," she spoke softly, as if making a promise to herself and to everyone present. "You are far more competent as a godmother than I am as a foster mother," Xianlin remarked, her gaze flitting between Lei Han and Zhou Yi, her heart brimming with gratitude and appreciation. Zhou Yi gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with maternal warmth. "Where's the competence? I merely wish for her to grow up healthy and happy. That is my duty as her mother." Indeed, maternal love is selfless. It seeks no reward, only the well-being of the child. Fan Yu, sitting nearby, echoed this sentiment, his gaze tenderly resting upon Lei Han, as if beholding a rare treasure. The three of them sat in the living area of the basement, quietly safeguarding Lei Han's slumber. The air was suffused with warmth and tranquility, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. After an indeterminate period, Lei Han gently turned over, emitting a faint snore. Zhou Yi chuckled softly, rising to her feet and gesturing for Fan Yu and Xianlin to join her aside. "I have some thoughts regarding Lei Han's future." Zhou Yi's voice was low yet resolute. "I hope she can become a soul master, not only to possess the ability to protect herself, but also to stand in the sunlight, enjoying a life that is rightfully hers. Why not allow her to cultivate both as a soul master and a soul mentor?" Duo interjected suddenly, taking a sip of tea, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. After all, the fusion of soul masters and soul mentors often yields extraordinary miracles in this world. Zhou Yi paused, then nodded, a flicker of agreement in her gaze. "Director Qian, your reminder has been invaluable. Lei Han indeed possesses the talent and potential for dual cultivation. If she can train in both soul master and soul mentor skills, her future will undoubtedly be brighter." "Precisely, and we can tailor a cultivation plan for her, allowing her to excel in both paths." Fan Yu joined the discussion, excitement illuminating his features. This way, Lei Han will not only acquire formidable soul power and skills, but also gain the ability to create and utilize soul-guiding devices, which will significantly aid her growth. "Very well, it is settled then," Zhou Yi concluded with determination and anticipation in her eyes. "From this day forward, we shall strive for Lei Han's future, ensuring she becomes the most radiant star in this world." Meanwhile, in another realm, Xing Yunxi gazed at Lei Han's sleeping figure within the crystal ball, her eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. Turning to the woman beside her, she said, "You should take your rest." The woman, upon hearing this, complied and withdrew. Xing Yunxi continued to focus on the image within the crystal ball, her thoughts swirling. "Xingyu, keep a watchful eye on the situation in Douluo continent. Report any developments at once." The woman's voice was cold and resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Star Master. A shadow flitted by, and Xing Yu had already knelt before Xing Yunqi, his eyes brimming with loyalty and reverence. I shall remain vigilant regarding the affairs of the Douluo continent, ensuring Lei Han's safety. Xing Xingma stood quietly beside, attentively listening to Xing Yunqi's directives. His heart heavy with concern for Lei Han. What shall we do about Mu Shi? Lei Han's consciousness has arrived at the Douluo continent, yet her physical form lies in a deep coma. This is undoubtedly a tremendous blow to us sisters. He voiced his worries. Xing Yunqi, upon hearing this, coldly replied, You are unworthy to mention Lei Han, let alone to care for her. Xing Xingma felt the sting of her words, his face paling as he opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Indeed, how could he, who had once inflicted such harm upon Lei Han, possess the right to concern himself with her well-being? Have you not yet laid that past to rest? Xing Xingma's voice trembled, his gaze cast downward, avoiding the piercing stare of Xing Yunqi. Xing Yunqi scoffed, her voice as frigid as ice. Lay it to rest? How can you expect me to do so? It was you who forced her to drink poison, naked and vulnerable, on that public execution ground, and plunged into the sea, subjecting her to the dual torment of poison and salt water. How could you possibly understand her despair and anguish? I witnessed her sink beneath the waves, powerless to intervene. In that moment, my heart perished alongside hers. So, you severed my limbs and stripped me of my power, condemning me to live as a mere wretch? Xing Xingma's words ignited a flicker of anger in Xing Yunqi's eyes as she regarded him with the disdain reserved for the deceased. Do you believe I would easily forgive the atrocities you committed against her? I have allowed you to live merely to let you experience despair and suffering. Yet you still fantasize that I would forget? How utterly laughable. Xing Xingma's body trembled slightly. He recognized that no words could ever atone for the pain he had inflicted upon Lei Han. He bowed his head in silence, as if surrendering to Xing Yunqi's judgment. Her gaze pierced through him like a blade, and she spoke coldly. Remember this, Lei Han is my bottom line. No one is permitted to lay a hand on her. I shall reclaim every ounce of suffering you have inflicted upon her. With that, Xing Yunqi turned towards the crystal orb, her gaze settling once more upon Lei Han's slumbering visage, and gradually, her fury subsided. Xing Yuchen stood silently to the side, feeling the icy aura radiating from Xing Yunqi, a chill gripping his heart. He understood well that her protection and concern for Lei Han were unparalleled by any other. Master, what shall we do next? Xing Yuchen inquired softly, his voice laced with respect and caution. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Yunqi replied slowly. You and Xing Yu will continue to monitor the situation in the Douluo continent. Report to me any anomalies. Understood, Master, Xing Yuchen affirmed, determination and loyalty gleaming in his eyes. He understood that as the trusted aide of Xinjiangxi, he must remain ever vigilant to ensure Lei Han's safety. Xinjiangxi's gaze fell once more upon the crystal sphere, her thoughts drifting back to the past she most wished to forget, a paragon of her generation. Yet her life was shattered by the folly of love. You have brought disgrace upon the Star Soul Pavilion. Senior sister, I implore you, do not act foolishly. Quickly apologize to the Master of Stars. Perhaps your death sentence can be averted. Senior sister, is it so difficult to humble yourself? Junior sister, I beseech you, heed my counsel. Do you harbor any regrets? I have never regretted nor do I feel guilty. Upon uttering these words, Lei Han consumed the poison offered by another and plunged into the vast ocean, her figure swiftly engulfed by the waves, leaving behind only shock and sorrow. The architect of all this was none other than Xing Xingma. I have never regretted nor do I feel guilty, Xinjiangxi whispered, echoing Lei Han's sentiments, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. That period of her life was like a deep scar, etched upon her heart, eternally unhealed. Xinjiangxi, grant me a merciful end. The plaintive cry of Xing Xingma jolted Xinjiangxi back to reality. She regarded him coldly, as if he were an inconsequential stranger. Wishing for death? It is not so simple. Her voice was as frigid as ice, and she slowly approached Xing Xingma, crouching to meet his gaze. My dear brother, I am your sister. How could I bear to witness your demise so easily? You shall live to endure the consequences of your actions. A cruel smile graced Xinjiangxi's face as she stood. The maid beside her understood her intent and approached Xing Xingma, saying, Sir, you appear fatigued. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber for some rest. As the maid gently wheeled him away, Xing Xingma shouted in anger, Xinjiangxi, why not grant me a swift end? Your torment is worse than death. His voice brimmed with despair and fury, yet Xinjiangxi merely observed him coldly, as if his suffering bore no relevance to her. To kill you? That would be too lenient. Her tone was chilling, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. She walked slowly to the window, gazing into the infinite starry sky, as if wishing to engrave each star into her heart. Lei Han, rest assured, I shall reclaim everything you have endured. Those who have wronged you shall not escape unscathed. Xing Gaiyan approached, witnessing the scene, and shook his head in resignation. He sighed softly. Yunxi, do you still harbor hatred for him? You have already transformed him into a wretched being. It pains me to look upon him. He gently fanned himself, a playful smile gracing his features. At his words, Zhenjiangxi turned her head, her gaze icy as she regarded Xing Gaiyan, her voice laced with an unending chill. Hatred? No, he is no longer worthy of my disdain. I am merely fulfilling my promise to protect Lei Han, ensuring that those who have harmed her pay the price. Xing Gaiyan retracted the smile from his face, fully aware of Xing Yunxi's resolve, recognizing that she spoke with utmost sincerity. He let out a soft sigh and remarked, Yunxi, is this truly worth it? For that life of Lei Han, are you genuinely willing to sacrifice everything? His words were tinged with concern and confusion. Xing Yunxi's gaze was resolute and profound, and a gentle smile graced her lips, imbued with both determination and tenderness. It is worth it, for it is my promise to Lei Han and my path to redemption. I cannot alter the past, yet I can reshape the future, ensuring that those who have erred must face the consequences of their actions. Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Xing Yunxi's eyes, Xing Gaiyan understood that further persuasion would be futile. He silently nodded and said, since you have made your decision, I shall support you. I will first observe how she fares in that place, hoping she finds joy and happiness. With that, Xing Gaiyan approached the crystal sphere nearby, gently touching its surface, and images of Lei Han's life on the Douluo continent materialized within. Yunxi, although Lei Han's consciousness remains intact, it seems she has lost all memories of this place. However, her essence and core memories remain largely unaffected. Xing Gaiyan discerned that all of Lei Han's lost memories were linked to the star domain, while her existence on the Douluo continent appeared akin to a blank canvas, awaiting vibrant hues to fill it. You truly are the master of memory healing in our Star Soul Pavilion, able to uncover the issue at a glance, Xing Yunxi said. Standing beside Xing Gaiyan, her gaze fixed on Lei Han's figure within the crystal sphere, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. Isn't this rather fortunate? She has endured so much hardship, perhaps a fresh start could be a form of liberation for her, Xing Gaiyan remarked thoughtlessly, only to notice the shift in Xing Yunxi's expression, prompting him to quickly silence himself. Perhaps losing her memories is not so bad. It could be akin to living anew. I hope she finds her own happiness on the Douluo continent, Xing Yunxi whispered, though a subtle bitterness laced her tone. Xing Gaiyan observed her, feeling a swell of emotion within. He recognized that while Xing Yunxi outwardly expressed hope for Lei Han's new beginning, deep down, she mourned the memories that Lei Han had lost. Yunxi, do not dwell too heavily on the past. Though Lei Han has lost her memories, her essence and consciousness remain unscathed, which is the best outcome we could hope for. Moreover, I believe she will flourish wherever she finds herself, Xing Gaiyan gently consoled her. Xing Yunxi offered a slight nod, her gaze still lingering on the crystal sphere, as if etching Lei Han's figure indelibly into her heart. I understand. I am merely feeling a bit sentimental. After all, we have shared so many experiences. And now she has forgotten them all. This feeling is indeed quite complex. Xing Gaiyan patted Xing Yunxi's shoulder and said, Yunxi, do not become too entrenched in the past. While Lei Han may have lost her memories, her future stretches ahead, and your responsibilities are significant. You must not only seek justice for her, but also safeguard the Star Soul Pavilion, mustn't you? Xing Yunxi took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. Her gaze resolutely firm once more. You are right. I cannot remain ensnared by the past. I must seek justice for Lei Han and safeguard the Star Soul Pavilion. This is my pledge to her, as well as my responsibility to myself. Xing Gaiyan observed Xing Yunxi regaining her composure, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It is reassuring to hear you say that. By the way, Yunxi, I advise you to allow the two young ones you sent out to remain passive observers, granting her an opportunity for growth. After all, true strength is not cultivated through the protection of others, but forged in the crucible of adversity. Xing Gaiyan's words carried a profound meaning, for he understood that while Xing Yunxi was formidable, she too needed to learn to let go, allowing Lei Han to confront her future challenges independently. Upon hearing this, Xing Yunxi paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. You are correct. I have been overly attached. I must afford her the chance to grow and face the storms of her future. Ultimately, this is her life, and I cannot continually make decisions for her. Xing Yunqi's expression softened and deepened as she spoke gently. I will instruct them to protect her discreetly, but refrain from direct intervention. I hope Lei Han can find her own path on the Douluo continent and shine with her own brilliance. Xing Gaiyan smiled and nodded, knowing that Xing Yunqi had grasped his intent. He spoke softly. Yunqi, I am genuinely gratified that you can think this way. Lei Han is a clever child. She will surely comprehend your good intentions. Xing Yunqi and Xing Gaiyan exchanged a glance, each seeing determination and trust reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that regardless of what the future held, they would stand united, resolutely guarding both the Star Soul Pavilion and Lei Han. Chapter 9. Aboard the thief ship unbeknownst to them, a year had slipped by, and Lei Han had just turned one. Qian Duo, Xian Liner. And Fan Yu were overwhelmed with their responsibilities in the Soul Engineering Department, while Zhou Yi had become increasingly adept at caring for Lei Han. Every smile from the little one, every wobbly step she took, filled her heart with warmth and hope. Come, little Han, call me Mama Zhou. Zhou Yi crouched before Lei Han, attempting to teach her to speak, her eyes brimming with love and anticipation. Lei Han blinked her bright, round eyes, seemingly puzzled. Yet she mimicked Zhou Yi's mouth movements and sweetly called out, Mama Zhou. This utterance brought tears to Zhou Yi's eyes. She embraced Lei Han tightly, her face radiant with joy. Oh, my dear child. Zhou Yi's voice quivered, yet it was filled with happiness and contentment. Han Han, you can speak. Qian Duo and Xian Liner entered the room unannounced, their faces lighting up with astonishment at Lei Han's call. Qian Duo hurried to Lei Han's side, crouching down to meet her bright gaze, smiling as he said, Han Han, call out Papa again for me. Lei Han seemed to sense Qian Duo's anticipation, tilting her little head thoughtfully. She then sweetly exclaimed, Papa. The tender call of Daddy melted Qian Duo's heart. He embraced Lei Han tightly, a smile of adoration adorning his face. Ah, my precious daughter. Qian Duo's voice brimmed with happiness and contentment. Xian Liner approached, her gaze towards Lei Han filled with warmth and affection. She extended her hand, gently caressing Lei Han's head, and with a smile said, Han Han, call me Mommy. Lei Han looked at Xian Liner, her round, sparkling eyes seemingly capable of discerning the depths of the heart. Feeling the warmth and love radiating from Xian Liner, she unhesitatingly exclaimed, Mommy. The utterance brought tears to Xian Liner's eyes as she tightly embraced Lei Han. Her voice, slightly choked yet brimming with joy, echoed, My dear child, I have long awaited this day. You all have returned, but where is Fan Yu? Why isn't he with you? Zhou Yi inquired with a hint of confusion, directing her gaze at Qian Duo and Xian Liner. Qian Duo chuckled, Oh. Fan Yu is still busy in the laboratory. He is currently crafting a toy for Lei Han, claiming it will enhance her soul power and perception. As you know, Fan Yu is utterly captivated by the research on soul-guiding devices. Even when making a toy for the little one, he cannot help but incorporate his research findings. Xian Liner nodded in agreement. Indeed, Fan Yu dotes on Lei Han, always contemplating how to provide her with the best. Just outside, we overheard him muttering to himself, saying, This time, it must succeed. I cannot disappoint little Han, now that we have the documents and have seen the child. Let us not intrude on Zhou Yi and Han Han any longer. Allow them some time together, Qian Duo suggested, gently patting Xian Liner's shoulder, signaling her to leave. Reluctantly, Xian Liner cast one last glance at Lei Han before following Qian Duo out of the room. Just before exiting, she turned back to Zhou Yi, saying, Zhou Yi, thank you for your hard work. With you here, we truly feel at ease. Zhou Yi smiled and shook her head, reassuring them not to worry. She gazed at Lei Han, her heart filled with warmth and satisfaction. The little one seemed to sense the love surrounding her, happily toying with the small gift Zhou Yi had prepared, occasionally bursting into peals of merry laughter. Zhou Yi gently settled beside Lei Han, picking up a vividly illustrated storybook, and began narrating delightful tales. Lei Han listened, entranced, her big eyes fixated on the colorful illustrations, her small hands occasionally pointing at the pictures, exclaiming in awe. Look! This is a little rabbit, and it is nibbling on a carrot. Zhou Yi pointed at the rabbit in the book, speaking softly. Lei Han clapped her tiny hands in excitement, mimicking the rabbit's movements, while gurgling sounds imitated the act of eating, which made Zhou Yi chuckle heartily. After sharing several stories, Zhou Yi engaged Lei Han in playful games. They built towers with blocks and assembled puzzles. Although Lei Han was still a novice, under Zhou Yi's patient guidance, she gradually discovered the joy in the activities, reveling in their playful moments together. At that moment, Lei Han rubbed her eyes, seemingly feeling a bit drowsy. Observing this, Zhou Yi gently spoke, Is our little Han Han ready for sleep? Come, let Mama carry you to your little bed. She tenderly lifted Lei Han, softly caressing her back, soothing her into slumber. Snuggled in Zhou Yi's embrace, Lei Han soon fell silent, her breathing becoming rhythmic and serene. Zhou Yi gently placed her in the small bed, tucked her in snugly, and then sat by the bedside, quietly watching Lei Han as she drifted into a peaceful sleep. The little one's cherubic face bore a sweet smile, as if lost in delightful dreams. A warm surge filled Zhou Yi's heart, and she softly kissed Lei Han's forehead, whispering, "Sweet dreams, my darling." She tiptoed out of the room and closed the door, only then recalling that she had classes in the afternoon. Hastily adjusting her attire, she took the elevator down to the Soul Master Department's lecture hall. The atmosphere in the Soul Master Department was still vibrant, with students gathering in small clusters, exchanging insights about their training experiences. As Zhou Yi entered the lecture hall, her steps were firm and purposeful, each stride exuding an undeniable authority and seriousness. She surveyed the classroom, her gaze piercing through each student, igniting a spark of focus among them as they instinctively straightened their posture under her watchful eyes. "Today, we shall engage in a practical exercise," Zhou Yi announced, her words succinct yet imbued with strength. She meticulously explained the rules and precautions of the exercise, then allowed the students to form their own teams in preparation for the drill. The students sprang into action, forming groups of 3 or 5, eagerly finding their partners and warming up. Zhou Yi moved about the classroom, offering guidance and suggestions as needed. As the exercise commenced, students unleashed their martial souls and soul skills, engaging in intense confrontations with their opponents. Zhou Yi observed intently from the sidelines, occasionally nodding or frowning at their performances. As time passed, the battles in the square grew increasingly fierce. The students evolved through practical experience, their shouts and the clashing of soul skills intertwining to create a scene brimming with fervor. Zhou Yi's gaze fixated on a particular small team, composed of students with relatively modest abilities, facing a group of formidable opponents. Yet, despite the odds, they exhibited no signs of retreat, bravely confronting their challenges. "Well done. To face a strong adversary and dare to wield your sword, that is the true spirit of our Soul Master students." Zhou Yi silently commended them. Meanwhile, Lei Han had awakened. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up from her cozy little bed, scanning the room in search of that familiar figure. However, she found herself alone, as Zhou Yi was no longer by her side. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lei Han's delicate face, only to be swiftly replaced by curiosity. Her tiny feet gently patted against the floor as she staggered towards the bedroom door, pushing it open with determination and peering out with her little head. The living area of the basement was eerily quiet and devoid of anyone, leaving her to amuse herself with her doll while awaiting Zhou Yi's return. Clutching her beloved doll, Lei Han settled onto the sofa in the living room, her large eyes blinking with wonder at the marvels of this new world. By afternoon, Zhou Yi concluded her practical training session and arrived at a spacious area within the Soul Guidance Department. She retrieved a Soul Guide device from her pocket, which emanated a soft blue glow, appearing rather exquisite. The elevator in the basement, responding to the soul energy, began to ascend slowly, its doors gradually opening as Zhou Yi stepped inside. As the elevator descended, her thoughts drifted back to Lei Han. She pondered whether the little one would cry upon waking or patiently await her return. This thought quickened Zhou Yi's pace, her heart brimming with longing for Lei Han. When the elevator doors opened once more, Zhou Yi hurriedly exited and made her way back to the living area. She spotted Lei Han, barefoot and seated on the sofa, clutching her doll with her wide eyes sparkling as if deep in thought. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's footsteps, Lei Han immediately turned her head, only to find not Zhou Yi, but an unfamiliar elderly woman she had never seen before. Grabbing a cushion instinctively, Lei Han regarded the stranger with caution. Zhou Yi, observing Lei Han's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. She removed the fade from her face, revealing her true self, and smiled warmly at Lei Han, saying, "Silly girl, it's me, Mother Zhou. Don't you recognize me?" Upon witnessing the true visage of Zhou Yi, Lei Han was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped by a radiant smile. Her tiny feet danced joyfully upon the floor as she stammered, Mommy Zhou, you have finally returned." Casting aside the pillow she clutched, she propelled herself towards Zhou Yi like a little cannonball, leaping into her embrace. Zhou Yi held Lei Han tightly, savoring the warmth and breath of the little one, a profound sense of indescribable happiness swelling within her heart. Gently patting Lei Han's back, she spoke softly, "I am so sorry, little Han. Mommy Zhou has come back late, making you wait anxiously." Lei Han nestled into Zhou Yi's embrace, seeking the most comfortable position. He then lifted his head, gazing at Zhou Yi with his eyes as clear as water, and in a soft, childlike voice, he said, "It's all right, Mommy Zhou, I will wait for you." Zhou Yi felt a warmth in her heart. She recognized that this little one, despite his tender age, possessed a remarkable understanding of empathy. Gently, she playfully stroked Lei Han's little nose and remarked, "What a well-behaved child you are." Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Lei Han's stomach, disrupting the warm atmosphere. Zhou Yi chuckled softly while gently rubbing Lei Han's little belly, tenderly inquiring, "Are you hungry, my dear? Shall we go out for a delightful meal?" Lei Han's eyes sparkled with excitement at the suggestion, and she vigorously nodded, her tiny hand gripping Zhou Yi's finger tightly as if fearing her mother might vanish at any moment. Zhou Yi lifted Lei Han into her arms and exited the room. They made their way to the kitchen, where Zhou Yi opened the refrigerator only to find it completely devoid of food. With a smile, she turned to Lei Han and proposed, "It seems we must venture out to procure some ingredients, sweetheart. You must be a good girl and wait for me at home." Lei Han nodded obediently as Zhou Yi donned her coat and headed to Shrek City for supplies. The bustling marketplace was alive with vibrant stalls and shops, and Zhou Yi navigated through the crowd, meticulously selecting fresh produce. She gathered Lei Han's favorite vegetables and fruits, along with some nourishing meats and fish. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Wang Yan stealthily followed Zhou Yi from behind. Ever since that day when Fan Yu had whispered something to Zhou Yi, she had taken on an air of mystery. Curiosity swelled within Wang Yan, yet he hesitated to disrupt her. He trailed her at a distance, keenly observing her every move. Zhou Yi, cradling her bounty of groceries, was headed not toward the Martial Soul Department, but rather in the direction of the Soul Guidance Department. Wang Yan was utterly perplexed. While it was true that Fan Yu resided there daily, what could Zhou Yi possibly want in the Soul Guidance Department? Did she have some connection to it? Wang Yan's confusion grew like rampant weeds, prompting him to inch closer in hopes of uncovering some clues. He cautiously followed Zhou Yi, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. She entered a large open space within the Soul Guidance Department and produced a delicate soul guide device, aglow with a soft blue light, pressing a button on its surface. The basement elevator responded to the soul power, gradually ascending. Wang Yan's eyes widened at the spectacle. Having worked at Shrek Academy for many years, he was intimately familiar with every corner of the institution, yet he had never encountered this elevator before. A mix of curiosity and astonishment filled him. Where could this elevator lead? And why did Zhou Yi utilize it so frequently? As the elevator descended slowly, Zhou Yi's figure faded from Wang Yan's sight. He hesitated briefly before deciding to take a risk. He stealthily approached the elevator, hoping to glean some insight into what lay within. However, the elevator doors had sealed shut, revealing nothing. With a resigned sigh, Wang Yan acknowledged the impropriety of his actions, yet the insatiable curiosity within him propelled him onward. He resolved to remain near the elevator exit, eager to discover Zhou Yi's destination. Just then, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a somewhat concealed fire escape nearby. And a thought surged in his mind, could this fire escape lead beneath the elevator? If this were indeed the case, he might be able to stealthily follow Zhou Yi through this passageway and unravel the mysteries that plagued his mind. With this thought in mind, Wang Yan no longer hesitated. He quietly approached the emergency exit and gently pushed open the door. The corridor was dim and silent, with only the echo of his footsteps resonating. He treaded carefully, fearful of making too much noise that might draw Zhou Yi's attention. After 10 arduous minutes, exhausted to the point of nearly gasping for breath, he looked up to see the 22nd floor and felt a wave of despair wash over him. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Curiosity killed the cat. At this rate, I might never reach the end." Just as Wang Yan was about to give up, a faint glimmer of light appeared on the lowest level. The light flickered intermittently, as if beckoning him to forge ahead. A spark of hope ignited within him. Could Zhou Yi be at that very spot? Gritting his teeth, he continued his descent. As he ventured deeper, the light grew increasingly distinct, and he gradually discerned that it emanated from a partially ajar door. Wang Yan stealthily approached the door and peered through the crack. The sight before him widened his eyes in astonishment. A vast underground space unfolded, complete with living quarters, training areas, and a soul-guiding device manufacturing zone. In the midst of it all, a little girl, no more than a year old, was engrossed in playing with building blocks. This girl was Lei Han, who focused intently on her task, occasionally glancing toward the doorway with a look of eager anticipation. Zhou Yi was busily tending to the kitchen area, preparing dinner for Lei Han. Her movements were deft and gentle, her eyes filled with profound affection for the child. Wang Yan was taken aback, hastily covering his mouth to stifle any sound that might disrupt this tender scene. A whirlwind of questions and confusion flooded his mind. Why was Zhou Yi harboring such a clandestine underground sanctuary? And what was the story behind this little girl? Just then, Fan Yu approached from behind, wielding a metal rod. Startled, Wang Yin turned abruptly, only to be met with Fan Yu striking him on the head with the rod. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Yi left the kitchen with a spatula in hand, her brow furrowing at the sight of Wang Yin sprawled on the ground. She rushed to his side, crouching down to assess his condition. Fan Yu, what is happening? Zhou Yi queried, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Fan Yu lowered the rod, explaining, I don't know how he found this place, but he shouldn't have seen any of this. Zhou Yi nodded, understanding Fan Yu's implication. The existence of this underground chamber and Lei Han was a secret between them, one that must remain concealed from outsiders. Hearing the noise, Lei Han lifted her head from her blocks and, seeing Zhou Yi and Fan Yu standing nearby, wobbled over, extending her tiny hands for a hug. Fan Yu, taken aback, quickly stepped forward, crouching to scoop her up, his eyes radiating affection. Little Han, come here for a hug, he said, turning to Zhou Yi. When did this little one begin to speak? Calling me godfather, what a delightful surprise. Zhou Yi smiled gently and shook her head, her eyes brimming with warmth. On this very day. She had previously only uttered simple syllables, yet astonishingly, she had swiftly learned to speak. It seemed our little Han was indeed a remarkably intelligent child. As she spoke, Zhou Yi took Lei Han from Fan Yu's hands and planted a soft kiss on her cherubic cheek. Observing this tender scene, Fan Yu felt a surge of warmth within him. He had always cherished little Han as if she were his own daughter, and witnessing her healthy growth filled his heart with immense joy. When Wang Yin awoke, he found himself bound to a chair, surrounded by Duo, Xian Liner, Zhou Yi, Fan Yu, and the curious young girl Lei Han, who gazed at him with wide eyes. A dull ache throbbed in his head, but upon seeing the peculiar assembly before him, he instantly recognized that he had become ensnared in a profound enigma. Wang Yin, you have finally awakened, Duo spoke, his tone laced with seriousness. There are matters we need to elucidate for you. Wang Yin was utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Duo and Xian Liner would also be embroiled in this affair. He widened his eyes, awaiting their explanation. Sighing deeply, Duo began. Wang Yin, you have always been an exemplary teacher at our Shrek Academy, and we hold you in high regard. However, there are certain matters we must keep confidential, shielded from outside knowledge. Xian Liner interjected, indeed, Wang Yin. The actions undertaken by Zhou Yi and Fan Yu were solely to protect this child, Lei Han. Wang Yin's confusion only deepened. Protect this child? Who exactly is she? Why does she require such stringent safeguards? Suddenly, Wang Yin recalled an incident from a year ago when Duo and other students from the Soul Guidance Department had discovered a 7-month premature infant at the gates of Shrek Academy. He had arrived late to witness the scene, where blood stained the ground, and the woman's corpse had already been removed by the students, leaving only the wailing infant swaddled in blankets. He vaguely remembered that on the 7th day, Duo had announced the tragic news of the infant's demise, urging all faculty and students to observe a moment of silence. Little did he know, this infant had not perished, but had been secretly nurtured by Duo and the others. She is still alive. Wang Yin was rendered speechless with shock. Why keep this from everyone? He demanded, scanning the faces of those around him in search of answers. Duo remained silent, instead producing the belongings of Lei Yunan and her wanted poster. When Wang Yin beheld the charges listed on the poster, implicating her in the leakage of classified information regarding the Sun Moon Empire, alongside a photograph of a human experimentation facility in the Morning Light base of Highway City, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, instantly comprehending the full extent of the situation. This child is a product of experimentation. Without waiting for Wang Yin to finish his words, Xian Liner swiftly stuffed an entire apple into his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. Meanwhile, Duo, armed with a knife, was meticulously peeling another apple, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Yin as he slowly spoke. Indeed, this child is the manifestation of your imagination. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, you can keep this secret and join us in safeguarding Lei Han, allowing her to grow up healthy in this secure environment. Second, he paused, his tone conveying an unyielding determination. Second, you can choose to leave, but from that moment on, you will no longer be a part of Shrek Academy, and you are forbidden to disclose any information about this place to the outside world. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Wang Yin's eyes widened, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that he had been ensnared in a colossal vortex from which escape was not easy, gazing at the innocent little girl on the sofa. Her smile radiated warmth like the sun, illuminating the entire basement. His heart gradually softened as he could not fathom the harm that could befall such an innocent child. I choose to stay, Wang Yin stammered, his voice trembling slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. I will protect her with you, until she can safely face this world. Upon hearing his words, Duo nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by Wang Yin's decision. Excellent, Wang Yin. We did not misjudge you. From this moment forth, you are one of us. However, you must remember, you cannot reveal a single word about this place to the outside world. Zhou Yi and Fan Yu also displayed smiles of satisfaction, knowing that Wang Yan's involvement would bolster their efforts to protect Lei Han. Lei Han appeared to sense Wang Yan's goodwill. She extended her small hand and gently patted his cheek, her laughter ringing with delight. You are indeed a wise one. Sten Lin remarked coldly, unwilling to allow any harm to come to her adopted daughter. She approached Wang Yin, patting his shoulder and saying, Wang Yin, you have made the right choice. From now on, we shall guard this secret together as a family and protect Lei Han. Wang Yin nodded solemnly, understanding the magnitude of the responsibility he bore. He looked towards Lei Han, a powerful surge of protectiveness swelling within him. This child was now his family, and he would do everything in his power to ensure her joy and health. Xing Yunxi observed the scene through her crystal ball, exhaling gently over her coffee. The steam swirling in the air, her gaze deep and complex. Things are becoming increasingly intriguing, she murmured, a playful smile curling at her lips. Who would have thought that Lei Han would transform into an adorable one-year-old girl in another realm? Xing Gaian interjected, his tone laced with both teasing and genuine affection. Hearing you say that makes one unable to resist the urge to pinch her little cheeks. Xing Yunxi responded with a smile, her gaze revealing a hint of tenderness, soon overshadowed by concern. Lei Han's consciousness had fractured, traversing to another dimension, leaving her memory lost, and uncertainty lingered regarding when she might regain it. However, with the protection of the individuals from Shrek Academy, I found some solace. Xing Yunxi and Xing Gaian continued to observe Lei Han's every move through the crystal ball, their eyes filled with care and anticipation for her well-being. Xing Yunxi, what do you believe caused the fragmentation of Lei Han's consciousness? Xing Gaian inquired, his brow furrowed in search of answers from Xing Yunxi. She shook her head and sighed. I am uncertain of the exact cause, but it is undoubtedly related to that fierce battle. Lei Han's consciousness suffered severe damage during the fight, resulting in fragments inadvertently crossing into this realm. Meanwhile, another part remains in our world, trapped in slumber. So, Lei Han currently possesses only a portion of her consciousness? Xing Gaian pressed further. Xing Yunxi nodded. Indeed. Although she now leads a mundane life in this dimension, her consciousness remains incomplete. This implies her future is fraught with uncertainty. Is there no way for us to help her reintegrate her fragmented consciousness? A flicker of determination shone in Xing Gaian's eyes. Xing Yunxi offered a wry smile. It is not that simple. The fusion of consciousness demands exceptional cultivation and specific methods. Furthermore, Lei Han has established her own life and memories in this realm. If we forcibly merge her fragments, it may inflict irreversible harm upon her soul. Must we then resign ourselves to merely watching her this way? Xing Gaian queried, unwilling to accept such a fate. After a moment of silence, Xing Yunxi slowly spoke. Perhaps we could endeavor to provide her with assistance in this realm, enabling her to gradually grow stronger. When the time is ripe, we may revisit the issue of consciousness fusion. That is the only course we have, Xing Gaian sighed, his eyes reflecting helplessness. Just then, the scene in the crystal ball shifted once more. Wang Yin was cradling Lei Han, regaling her with delightful stories, while she listened intently, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Look, she is thriving. Xing Yunxi pointed to the crystal ball, addressing Xing Gaian. As long as we ensure her safety and happiness in this dimension, that is sufficient. Xing Gaian nodded, his eyes filled with profound concern for Lei Han. He understood that although they could not immediately resolve the issue of her fragmented consciousness, as long as they remained by her side to protect her, they would undoubtedly find a solution. Chapter 10. The new senior brother. Time flowed swiftly, the years weaving seamlessly together, and 5 years had quietly passed. Now, Lei Han was celebrating her 5th birthday. However, due to her frail constitution and incomplete development of various bodily functions, she was not yet suited for the rigorous training of martial souls. Yet, this did not impede her relentless pursuit of knowledge and personal growth. During this invaluable period, Xian Lin Air was consistently engaged in profound contemplation on how to pave a broader developmental path for Lei Han. She keenly perceived the boundless potential concealed within Lei Han, and thus resolutely decided to delve into the realm of soul-guiding devices, proactively excavating and nurturing her relevant abilities. To this end, she personally undertook comprehensive and systematic training in soul-guiding devices, imparting her years of accumulated wisdom unreservedly to her young disciple. Simultaneously, from the age of 4, Wang Yin assumed the responsibility of teaching her literacy and mathematics. Each day, he would carve out precious moments to patiently guide Lei Han into the realm of letters, introducing her to the diverse forms of characters and elucidating their connotations and meanings in an accessible manner. Under Wang Yan's meticulous tutelage, Lei Han gradually amassed a wealth of knowledge, laying a solid foundation for her future academic endeavors. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the Sun and Moon Empire was engulfed in turmoil as Hikaita's uncle incited rebellion, forcing the 9-year-old Hikaitu to flee his homeland and find himself in the Tianhun Empire, ultimately reduced to a beggar. The capriciousness of fate seemed unrelenting, continuously sweeping through this minuscule world, subjecting every life to unforeseen twists and tribulations. On the streets of the Tianhun Empire, he was clad in tattered garments, his frail body shivering in the biting autumn wind. "Please, kind soul, spare some change," he murmured, his voice tinged with youthful fragility and helplessness. However, most passers-by hurried by, scarcely pausing to acknowledge the plight of this unfortunate child. With determination, Hikaitu grasped the leg of a man, who happened to be Fan Yu, carrying toys and confections as he hurried toward Shrek Academy, thinking that Lei Han would surely be delighted by these gifts. Unexpectedly, he found himself clinging to the man's leg. Fan Yu looked down to see a filthy little beggar gazing up at him with eyes full of yearning. Moved, Fan Yu crouched down and gently inquired, "Little one, what is your name? How did you come to be begging here?" Hikaitu lifted his gaze to meet Fan Yu's, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he softly replied, "My name is Hikaitu. My family has fallen into misfortune, and I had no choice but to wander." Hearing this, a surge of compassion welled up within Fan Yu. He tenderly ruffled Hikaita's hair and said, "Child, come with me. I will take you to a place that may offer you a fresh start." Upon hearing this, a spark of surprise illuminated Hikaita's eyes, and he nodded eagerly, following Fan Yu toward Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the basement, Xian Lin Air was questioning Lei Han. Han, tell me, what is the principle behind the fixed soul guiding device?" Lei Han recited flawlessly, "The fixed soul guide device is crafted through the fusion of specific soul guide circuits with a soul guide core, meticulously forged with rare metals. The essence lies in the design and combination of the soul guide circuits, which can direct soul power to flow along designated trajectories, thereby realizing a myriad of functions. For instance, some fixed soul guide devices can unleash formidable offensive capabilities, while others assist in cultivation, enhancing soul power. Currently, I am learning how to delineate these intricate soul guide circuits and seamlessly integrate them into the soul guide device." Listening to Lei Han's articulate response, Xian Linner nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. Gently stroking Lei Han's head, she said tenderly, Han, you are truly remarkable. Mother believes that as long as you continue to strive, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional soul master in the future." Upon hearing this, Lei Han's face broke into a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with confidence. She resolutely declared, "Mother, I will strive to excel. I aspire to become a formidable soul mender like you." Meanwhile, Fan Yu escorted Hikaitu to Shrek Academy. As they entered the grand gates of the academy, he elaborated on the various buildings and facilities. Hikaitu gazed at the magnificent institution, his eyes brimming with longing and admiration. Fan Yu led Hikaitu to the basement via the elevator, arriving at the subterranean chamber where Xian Lin Air and Lei Han were studying diligently. Upon entering, he spotted Lei Han engrossed in her studies, with Xian Lin Air attentively guiding her. "Dean Xian, I have brought a child," Fan Yu announced, gently patting Hikaitu's shoulder. Xian Lin Air's expression soured at this, her impatience evident as she retorted, "Have you lost your mind? If word gets out about Lei Han, Yushi Shui and others will stop at nothing to seize her, potentially igniting a new conflict. Now you bring back a child of unknown identity? This only heightens the risk." Fan Yu's face turned slightly awkward, yet he quickly responded with determination, "Dean Xian, this child is named Hikaitu. His family has faced misfortune, leaving him homeless. I felt pity for him and hoped he might find a new beginning here at Shrek Academy. Furthermore, I believe he possesses considerable potential and could become a valuable member of our institution in the future." Xian Lin Air furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze shifting to Hikaitu, a complex expression crossing her features. She understood well that in these tumultuous times, every life seemed so fragile and precious. Moreover, as a leading institution in the realm of soul guidance, Shrek Academy bore the responsibility and duty to nurture more young talents to prepare for future crises. With this thought, she sighed gently and said, "Very well, Teacher Fanyu, please arrange for his accommodation and enrollment procedures. However, you must remember that the matter regarding Lei Han must remain strictly confidential. Her safety is our utmost priority." Fanyu nodded in agreement and turned to Hikaitu, instructing, "Hikaitu, please take a shower, change your clothes, and have something to eat. I will take care of your enrollment procedures, and from now on, this will be your new home." Upon hearing this, Hikaitu's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. He nodded repeatedly, his voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, Dean Xian." Fanyu acknowledged him with a nod before departing to handle the enrollment procedures for Hikaitu, leaving the latter alone with the stern-faced Xian Linaire. Feeling somewhat apprehensive under her scrutiny, Hikaitu was comforted by Zhou, who approached and said, "Dean, please do not be so upset. Consider that Lei Han has been alone without any companions. Having a little friend now is quite a positive development, don't you think?" Xian Linaire, taken aback by Zhou's words, fell silent. After careful reflection, she recognized the validity of Zhou's perspective. Despite Lei Han's extraordinary talents, she remained a child, and having a peer of similar age might indeed bring her greater joy and happiness. Moreover, Hikaita's background is indeed pitiable. Granting him an opportunity for a fresh start could be a blessing in disguise. Contemplating this, Xian Linaire's expression softened somewhat. She turned to Hikaitu and said, "Hikaitu, why don't you take a shower and change your clothes?" Hikaitu nodded repeatedly, casting a grateful glance at Zhou before following teacher Wang Yin to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Hikaitu immersed himself in the bathtub, enveloped by the soothing warmth of the water, as if the weariness and chill of recent days were being banished. He closed his eyes, allowing the droplets to cascade down his cheeks, his heart brimming with aspirations and hopes for the future. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and Zhou entered, carrying a set of new clothes. Startled, Hikaitu quickly covered his vital parts, gazing at Zhou with a look of sheer terror. Zhou, taken aback by Hikaita's reaction, couldn't he help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She promptly turned away, placing the new garments on the rack, and reassured him, "Fear not, child, I am here to deliver your clothes. After your shower, dressed in these, you will emerge as a dapper young man." With that, Zhou departed, taking Hikaitu's soiled garments with her. Blushing, Hikaitu murmured, "Thank you, teacher." Once he had finished bathing and donned the fresh attire, he stood before the mirror, marveling at his transformed reflection, scarcely believing his eyes. He touched the soft, comfortable fabric of his clothing, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Xian Lina set the dishes on the dining table and beckoned to Hikaitu, saying, "Come, child, it's time to eat. You must be famished." Hikaitu, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, approached the table. As he gazed at the sumptuous spread before him, excitement sparkled in his eyes. He settled into a chair, ready to grasp the chopsticks, when the chair opposite him was pulled out. Lei Han sat down in silence, savoring her pie. Hikaitu's face flushed once more as he stole a glance at her, observing her relish in the meal, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Summoning his courage, Hikaitu softly uttered, "Hello, my name is Hikaitu, and I am 9 years old this year." Upon hearing the words, Lei Han lifted her head, gazing at Hikaitu with her clear, water-like eyes. A gentle smile graced her lips as she introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Lei Han. I am 5 years old, and it is a pleasure to meet you." After speaking, she returned her focus to her pie, yet a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Duo noticed the rosy hue on the faces of the two children and found it quite amusing. With a chuckle, he remarked, "You two little ones are quite shy, aren't you? Come, eat more, grow tall and strong." Both Hikaitu and Lei Han exchanged shy smiles before bowing their heads to eat earnestly. Despite their bashfulness, a budding fondness blossomed in their hearts for one another. Particularly for Hikaitu, he perceived Lei Han, though younger than himself, as exceptionally intelligent and endearing. Not to mention a prodigy in the realm of soul guides, which filled him with admiration and aspiration. After finishing their meal, Hikaitu endeavored to strike up a conversation with Lei Han, who was engrossed in playing with building blocks. He cautiously approached her, crouching down to observe her meticulously arranging the blocks in her hands. "Lei Han, what are you constructing?" Hikaitu inquired softly. I am assembling a model of a soul guide device, Lei Han replied without looking up, her hands moving swiftly and accurately. Intrigued, Hikaitu leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he watched the soul guide model gradually take shape in Lei Han's hands. He had never encountered such a finely crafted model. Each piece appeared to be intricately sculpted, emanating a subtle luster. Wow, you are truly impressive, Hikaitu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lei Han smiled faintly, a look of pride gracing her features. She lifted her head and said to Hikaitu, "This is a birthday gift from my father. He taught me how to assemble this model and shared with me a wealth of knowledge about soul guides." Just then, Fenyu approached. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two children, he felt a deep sense of contentment. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Hikaitu, as you have just arrived at the academy, there is much for you to learn. Lei Han possesses a remarkable talent for soul guides. You might consider seeking her guidance." Turning to Lei Han, he added, "Little Han, from this day forward, Hikaitu shall be your senior. Please take good care of him." Upon hearing this, Lei Han nodded vigorously, her bright eyes shimmering with earnest intensity. She took Hikaitu's hand and said, "Senior brother, I will take good care of you. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." Hikaitu felt the warmth radiating from Lei Han's small hand, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you, junior sister." With a hint of shyness, he scratched his head, and a bashful smile crept across his face. In the days that followed, Hikaitu embarked on a brand new chapter at Shrek Academy. He devoted himself to rigorous training and diligently absorbed the knowledge of soul guidance devices, while Lei Han often remained by his side, patiently addressing his queries. With Lei Han's assistance, Hikaitu made remarkable progress. He not only grasped the fundamental principles of soul guidance devices, but also began to experiment with designing and crafting them himself. Simultaneously, the bond of friendship between Hikaitu and Lei Han deepened significantly. Although Lei Han was unable to venture out of the basement, Hikaitu always found ways to bring her intriguing little trinkets or share amusing tales from the outside world to brighten her spirits. In return, Lei Han expressed her appreciation in her own unique way, creating exquisite adornments for soul guidance devices or teaching him some of the more profound techniques related to them. As night fell, the basement of Shrek Academy would come alive with light. Hikaitu and Lei Han sat at a spacious table, which was strewn with various components and blueprints of soul guidance devices. They would sometimes bow their heads in contemplation and at other times engage in fervent discussions, the small basement brimming with their thirst for knowledge and visions for the future. One day, Hikaitu excitedly rushed to Lei Han with a blueprint in hand, his eyes sparkling with unprecedented enthusiasm. "Junior sister, look at this. It's my newly designed soul guidance device. It can provide us with stronger support in battles." Hikaitu pointed at the design on the blueprint, passionately elaborating on his ideas. Lei Han meticulously examined the blueprints, a look of approval gracing her features. She lifted her gaze to Hikaitu and remarked, "Senior brother, your design is truly remarkable. However, there is a minor detail that I believe could be refined. Implementing this suggestion might render it even more exquisite." Upon hearing her words, Hikaitu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He promptly seized a pen and earnestly began to revise the drawings, engaging in a discussion with Lei Han about each intricate detail. As they delved deeper into their discourse, time slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, night had enveloped them. Yet, they remained blissfully absorbed in the realm of soul-guiding devices. Finally, after perfecting the last detail, Hikaitu exhaled deeply, revealing a satisfied smile as he gazed at the blueprint in his hands. Turning to Lei Han, he expressed, "Junior sister, it is thanks to your invaluable assistance that my design has achieved such perfection. I am truly grateful." Lei Han smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, we are partners, and it is only natural for us to assist one another. I am confident that your soul guide will shine brilliantly in the Academy's competition." Chapter 11, Subject 16. Meanwhile, within the Dawn's Light base of Haiwa City in the Sun Moon Empire, a 5-year-old boy known as Subject 16 was engaged in a soul duel with a girl. Subject 15. Guanshi, observing intently from the platform, watched their every move with rapt attention. These two children were the cream of the crop, selected from numerous failures, embodying all of his hopes for a replacement for the long-lost Subject 02. The boy, Subject 16, was agile and robust, each strike infused with formidable strength, while the girl, Subject 15, exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading attacks and countering at pivotal moments. Their duel was intensely fierce, captivating Guanshi. Suddenly, Subject 16 lunged forward with great force, pinning Subject 15 beneath him. Though she struggled valiantly, Her strength paled in comparison, and she reluctantly exclaimed, "I concede." Upon witnessing this, a satisfied smile graced Guanshir's face. He approached and gently patted the shoulder of Subject 16, saying, "Well done, number 16. You truly are the genius I have chosen." The boy lifted his head, pride gleaming in his eyes. He replied, "Thank you, father. I will continue to strive to become the most powerful subject." Guanshir nodded and turned his gaze toward a massive glass container on the other side of the platform. Inside lay a sleeping girl, the new individual he had cultivated using the genetic sequence of Subject 02, though she had yet to fully awaken. "Do you dare to challenge me?" A towering figure suddenly intruded upon the arena, interrupting Guanshir and the boy's conversation. It was Subject 17, a boy several years older and more robust than Subject 16. His gaze was filled with provocation and combativeness, clearly dissatisfied with Subject 16's performance. Subject 16 furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. He stood tall, his eyes resolute as he addressed Subject 17, saying, "What is there to fear?" With his words, a new duel was imminent. Guanshir did not intervene in this unexpected confrontation. Rather, he watched with keen interest. He understood that the conflicts among these subjects would not only unleash their potential but also allow him to better assess their strength and character. Subject 17 unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a fierce giant wolf that emanated a faint golden glow, indicating that he had completed the martial spirit manifestation. His eyes burned like flames, fixated on Subject 16. Not to be outdone, Subject 16 swiftly revealed his martial spirit, a lithe frost panther, muscles taut and poised for an imminent strike. The eyes of the cheetah glimmered with a piercing cold light, standing in stark contrast to the massive wolf of the Experiment 17 boy. "Come on, let me witness your strength," he growled, initiating the assault. Like a wild stallion unleashed, he charged towards the Experiment 16 boy, his formidable claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. The Experiment 16 boy deftly evaded the attack, skillfully maneuvering across the arena with the speed and agility of the frost leopard, constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. The clash of their spirits was intensely fierce, each collision resonating with a deafening sound. The surrounding air seemed ignited by their battle, saturated with tension and excitement. Guanshir stood to the side, meticulously observing the duel. He noted the remarkable wisdom and composure displayed by the Experiment 16 boy, who consistently made the right decisions at critical moments. In contrast, the Experiment 17 boy, despite his overwhelming strength, appeared somewhat impulsive, lacking the necessary patience and strategy. Indeed, number 16 is a genius, Guanshir mused silently. He understood that among these experimental subjects, true distinction would not arise solely from strength and talent, but rather from intelligence and mindset. As the battle progressed, the Experiment 16 boy gradually gained the upper hand. Harnessing the speed and power of the frost leopard, he unleashed a series of fierce attacks, forcing the Experiment 17 boy to retreat step by step. Ultimately, in a splendid counterattack, the Experiment 16 boy successfully struck a vital point of the Experiment 17 boy, bringing him crashing to the ground. With the battle concluded, the Experiment 16 boy emerged victorious. Guanshir approached and patted the shoulder of the Experiment 16 boy, saying, "You performed admirably, number 16. Remember, while strength and talent are undeniably important, wisdom and mindset are equally indispensable. Keep striving. I believe you will become the most formidable subject." The Experiment 16 boy's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. He deeply bowed and replied, "Thank you, father. I will continue to work hard." Guanshir nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave the arena. He knew that these experimental subjects represented his future hope. Only by nurturing them could he secure his position in this ruthless game. Have those two traitors not been found yet? Guanshir suddenly halted, frowning as he inquired of his assistant. The assistant's expression shifted, and he hastily responded, "Not yet, my lord. We have deployed numerous personnel to search, but there has been no news of them thus far." A flicker of anger crossed Guanshir's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lei Yunan and Yushi would be so cunning, vanishing without a trace after absconding with the Experiment 02 subject. Before he could gather the vital data from Experiment 02, these two traitors had obliterated years of his efforts. A bunch of useless fools. It has been 5 years. The Experiment 02 subject has been missing for 5 entire years. What good are you if you cannot find her? In a fit of fury, Guanshir's voice thundered, echoing like a tempest in his assistant's ears. Startled, the assistant trembled and hastily lowered his gaze, unable to meet Guanshir's penetrating stare. "My lord, please temper your wrath. We shall intensify our search efforts to locate the two traitors and the 02 experimental subject as swiftly as possible, the assistant stammered apprehensively. Taking a deep breath, Guan Shi endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. He understood that succumbing to anger was futile. Only by swiftly apprehending the traitors could he hope to mitigate his losses. Continue the search. Leave no corner unexplored. I want them to comprehend the dire consequences of their betrayal, Guan Shi declared through clenched teeth. His eyes ablaze with a lethal resolve, as if he intended to engulf the world in his wrath. The assistant, upon hearing these words, swiftly acquiesced before retreating. He recognized that this search would be fraught with greater peril and difficulty, yet to preserve his own life, he was compelled to exert every ounce of effort to fulfill this task. Guan Shi remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed pensively on the horizon. A tempest of anxiety and unease swirled within him. He was acutely aware of the significance of the 02 experimental subject. Should he fail to recover her, his plans would suffer a grievous blow. I shall find you, 02 experimental subject, no matter where you hide. Guan Shi vowed silently, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, as if he sought to ignite the very world around him. Meanwhile, within the Shrek City cemetery, the disfigured Yushi approached the grave of Lei Yunan. He gently poured a libation of wine upon the tombstone, his eyes brimming with sorrow and remorse. Sister, rest assured, Xiaohan is safe and well at Shrek Academy. One day, I shall return to that place to seek justice for you and Xiaohan. Yushi's voice was low yet resolute, filled with an unquenchable fire and determination. Rising slowly, he departed the cemetery, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun, exuding an air of profound solitude and desolation. Upon returning to the Baozi shop in Shrek City, the proprietress was diligently kneading dough while her daughter, Nana, stirred the filling. Yushi sat silently nearby, assisting in the preparation of vegetables. The atmosphere here was serene and warm, as though it were a sanctuary, untouched by the tumult of the outside world. I was at the market when I happened to pass by the docks and saw my brother, covered in wounds, seemingly injured by a soul-guiding device. I brought him back and asked the proprietress to care for him. Nana recounted to her mother as she mixed the filling. The proprietress sighed upon hearing this, saying, "That poor child, all alone in the world, yet enduring such grievous injuries. Thankfully, he has nearly recovered now, which is a silver lining amid his misfortune." Yushi listened quietly to their conversation, his heart swelling with gratitude. He was acutely aware that, had it not been for the timely assistance of the proprietress and Nana, he might have perished long ago on that frigid dock. "Thank you both. Without you, I might have succumbed," he expressed, his voice tinged with emotion, struggling to articulate his profound gratitude. "What thanks are needed? You have been part of this family for 5 years now," the proprietress replied with a warm smile, gently patting his shoulder, signaling him to feel at ease. Over the course of 5 years, he had fully integrated into this household, which had become a warm sanctuary provided by the proprietress and Nana. Each day, he assisted in managing the bun shop, and during his leisure, he would impart self-defense techniques to Nana, who, being astute and quick-witted, learned rapidly. Yet, he never lost sight of his mission. 5 years prior, upon hearing from his intelligence officer friend that Lei Yunan had entrusted Lei Han to Shrek Academy, he had endured the pain and journeyed from his refuge in Highway City to Shrek City, only to succumb to an infection from his wounds before he could even disembark. It was Nana who rescued him, granting him a second chance at life. This act of kindness was etched deep within his heart, prompting him to remain in Shrek City, where he could both recuperate and protect Lei Han at Shrek Academy. In the stillness of the night, he often found himself standing by the window, gazing into the distance towards Shrek Academy, silently praying for Lei Han's safety. "Little Han, you must be 5 years old now. Your uncle will always be here to protect you until you come of age. I will grow stronger, strong enough to shield you from harm," he vowed quietly to himself. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy, Hikaidu suddenly burst into tears. Both Duo and Fanyu, seated on the sofa, were taken aback, having not anticipated such an outburst from him. Duo furrowed his brow and inquired, "Hikaidu, what is the matter? Why are you crying?" Hikaidu wiped his tears with his sleeve, choking back sobs as he lamented, "Director Chien, my junior sister is bullying me. She drew a giant turtle on my face." Lei Han stood nearby, concealing a giggle behind her hand, with a paintbrush and palette in hand, clearly the instigator of this prank. Duo and Fanyu, witnessing the scene, exchanged amused glances, feeling both exasperated and charmed by Lei Han's mischievousness. "Oh, Lei Han, you truly are a clever little imp," Duo chuckled. shaking his head. He turned to Hikaitu and remarked, Hikaitu, do not weep any longer. Lei Han is still young and naive. Consider it as if a playful kitten or puppy had left its mark upon you. Upon hearing Qian Duoduo's words, Hikaitu's sobs intensified. Director Qian, you and the teacher are biased. My junior sister did this deliberately, yet you refuse to uphold justice for me. At this moment, Lei Han took the liberty of adding a mask to Hikaitu's face, prompting even louder cries from him, echoing throughout the basement. Qian Duoduo and Fan Yu could hardly contain their laughter at the sight. Zhou Yi returned to the basement, clutching her lesson plan for the martial soul department. As she entered, the sound of Hikaitu's wailing reached her ears, causing her to frown. She hurried to Hikaitu's side and inquired, what has happened? Hikaitu, why are you crying? Through his sobs, Hikaitu pointed at the turtle and eye mask adorning his face, pitifully stating, Teacher Zhou, look at how my junior sister has painted me like this, and Director Qian and the teacher refused to stand up for me. Zhou Yi cast a reproachful glance at Lei Han, who stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, evidently quite pleased with her prank. With a resigned shake of her head, Zhou Yi addressed Hikaitu, all right, Hikaitu, cease your tears. Lei Han is merely being playful. I shall apologize on her behalf. However, you must also understand that as an elder brother, one ought to possess a degree of tolerance. Do not be overly calculated with your junior sister. You all favor her. Hikaitu stamped his foot, his face smeared with tears and snot, looking rather comical. Zhou Yi sighed. Retrieving a handkerchief from her pocket and offering it to Hikaitu, wipe your face. This is hardly dignified. Lei Han, come here and apologize to your senior brother. Although Lei Han was somewhat reluctant, he obediently approached Hikaitu and softly said, Senior brother, I apologize. I will not do it again. Upon hearing this, Hikaitu cried even more fiercely, exclaiming, You dare to say you will not do it again. Zhou Yi shook her head in exasperation, her gaze towards Lei Han laced with a hint of sternness. Lei Han, apologies must be sincere, they cannot be so perfunctory. I shall grant you another opportunity to apologize properly to your senior brother. Lei Han pouted slightly, yet upon witnessing Zhou Yi's solemn expression, she obediently offered her apologies once more. Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I should not have teased you, and I promise it will not happen again. Upon hearing Lei Han's heartfelt apology, Kaitu's sobs gradually subsided. He accepted the handkerchief Zhou Yi handed him and wiped away the traces of tears and paint from his face, although he still felt a twinge of grievance within. The sight of Lei Han's innocent demeanor compelled him to relent. Lei Han prepared a basin of hot water and brought it before Hikaitu, her large eyes sparkling as she said, Senior brother, wash your face. Observing Lei Han's earnest demeanor, the resentment within Hikaitu began to dissipate. However, as he placed his hand into the water, he yelped in surprise, realizing it was scalding hot. Lei Han had replaced the warm water with boiling water. He stared at her in disbelief. Lei Han, how could you do this? Hikaitu trembled with anger, fresh tears welling up in his eyes. Zhou Yi and Qian Duoduo, along with others, were equally astonished by the scene, unable to fathom that Lei Han would engage in such mischief. Lei Han, you have gone too far, Zhou Yi chastised sternly, taken aback by the extent of Lei Han's playfulness. Lei Han was startled and fled from Zhou Yi. But as she attempted to escape, she collided with Xian Liner, who had just returned from outside. Grasping Lei Han by the collar, Xian Liner pulled her back. My dear child, why are you so mischievous? Xian Liner regarded Lei Han with a hint of reproach in her gaze. Mother, I promise I shall never be so bold again. Upon seeing Xian Liner, Lei Han transformed into a docile creature, much like a mouse in the presence of a cat. Lei Han has never feared Fan Yu, Zhou Yi, or Qian Duoduo, yet she harbors an innate reverence for Xian Liner. Perhaps it is due to the inherent aura of authority that Xian Liner possesses, which has compelled Lei Han to heed her words since childhood. With one hand firmly grasping Lei Han, Xian Liner gently patted her backside as a form of reprimand. Go, apologize to your senior brother, and then return to your room to reflect upon your actions. Lei Han lowered her head and softly said, I understand, mother. She then approached Hikaitu and sincerely apologized. Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. Observing Lei Han's earnest demeanor, Hikaitu felt his anger dissipate considerably. With a sigh, he replied, All right, junior sister. Please refrain from being so mischievous in the future. Only then did Xian Liner release Lei Han, gazing at her as she instructed, Go now. Return to your room and reflect on your actions. You are not permitted to leave without my consent. Lei Han responded with a soft acknowledgement, her head drooping as she retreated to her room. Xian Liner turned to He Kai-tu and remarked, He Kai-tu, do not harbor anger. Children are naturally mischievous. As their senior, you must show some forbearance. He Kai-tu nodded, replying, I understand, Dean. It is indeed you who can manage this little girl. Duo chuckled from the side. Zhou Yi, shaking her head in resignation, said to He Kai-tu, all right, He Kai-tu, go wash your face. Do not let the paint get into your eyes. He Kai-tu acknowledged her and took the bowl of cooled water to wash his face. Meanwhile, in her room, Lei Han quietly hummed a nursery rhyme, kneeling on a mat facing the wall. Although punished to reflected solitude, her restless spirit remained unyielding. Her eyes darted around, occasionally glancing towards the door, wondering if her mother had departed. Outside the room, Xian Liner stood by the door, listening to Lei Han's intermittent singing, a bittersweet smile creeping upon her lips. This child truly evokes both love and exasperation. How carefree she is to still be able to sing at such a time. Xian Liner mused softly, shaking her head as she turned to leave, deciding to grant Lei Han some time for introspection. Why are you out? Aren't you afraid she might cause a ruckus in there? Joey asked, surprised to see Xian Liner exiting Lei Han's room. Sighing, Xian Liner replied, this child, while mischievous, possesses a good heart. I will allow her some time to reflect on her mistakes. Moreover, I trust she would not dare to misbehave in her room. Yet, in the very next moment, a loud crash resonated from within, as if something had been toppled over. Xian Liner and Zhou Yi exchanged alarmed glances and hurried towards Lei Han's room. Upon opening the door, they found Lei Han trapped beneath a mountain of blankets. Her head the only part visible, blinking innocently at them. I just wanted to make a nest with the blankets, but I accidentally knocked them all down, Lei Han murmured. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Dean Xian, your face is quite quick to change, Zhou Yi teased, stepping forward to assist in lifting the blankets off Lei Han. Xian Liner shook her head in exasperation, gazing at Lei Han's disheveled state, both amused and irritated. You truly are a headache, child, she said gently, lightly tapping Lei Han's head, her tone filled with affection. Lei Han stuck out her tongue and crawled out from the pile of blankets, brushing off the dust from her body. Mother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. She admitted her fault once more, her eyes reflecting a deeper sincerity. Well, it is good that you recognize your error, Xian Liner replied, taking Lei Han's hand. However, one must still face the consequences of their actions. You shall remain here in penance until you fully comprehend the nature of your wrongdoing. Lei Han hung her head, nodding slightly as she returned to kneel on the mat. This time, the playful grin she usually wore had vanished, replaced by genuine introspection regarding her past missteps. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by her occasional, soft sobs. Xian Liner and Joey stood at the doorway, watching Lei Han's silhouette, their hearts a tumult of emotions. It appears I must adopt a stricter approach, otherwise, this little rascal will truly remain unmanageable. Zhou Yi had never anticipated that her strict demeanor would falter with Lei Han, the mischievous child proving to be quite a challenge. Perhaps our duties in the Soul Guide department have kept us too occupied, leaving you to handle her alone, which naturally leads to her disregarding your authority, Xian Liner consoled, her gaze reflecting understanding towards Zhou Yi. With a sigh, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, this child has grown up by my side, and I have always regarded her as my own daughter. Yet her temperament is utterly perplexing, at times obedient and considerate, at other times, a playful troublemaker. Children are often like this, Xian Liner replied with a gentle smile, her eyes turning towards Lei Han, filled with warmth and hope. With patience and guidance, I believe she will come to understand. As time slipped away in silence, Lei Han remained kneeling on the mat, her expression evolving from initial confusion to a resolute determination. It seemed she was truly contemplating her actions and pondering how to become a better person. Mother, and Zhou, I was wrong, Lei Han finally spoke, her voice imbued with conviction and remorse. I should not have been mischievous, nor should I have teased my senior brother, and I certainly should not have caused you worry. From now on, I will strive to amend my ways and be an obedient child. Lei Han heard no response, so she continued to kneel without a care. It seems they are all absent, thus I must revise my plan to tease my senior tomorrow. It must not be too conspicuous. Xian Liner and Joey stood outside the door, listening to Lei Han's soliloquy. They exchanged knowing smiles, but their eyes reflected a hint of exasperation. They had initially believed that Lei Han had sincerely repented, only to discover that this young girl still harbored her mischievous schemes. It appeared that our journey of education was still lengthy. Xian Liner sighed, her tone laced with both jest and fondness. Joey nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. since she is so intent on teasing Hikaitu. Let us turn the tables and allow her to experience the essence of being played with. Xianlina was taken aback, but soon grasped Zhou Yi's intent. The two exchanged sly smiles, their eyes sparkling with mischief. The following day, Lei Han stealthily slipped out of her room, eager to implement her new scheme. However, the living area in the basement was eerily quiet, as though everyone was acutely aware of her intentions. Cautiously, she approached Hikaitu's room, contemplating how to surprise her senior. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing Hikaitu, beaming and holding a platter of delectable pastries. "Little junior sister, I knew you would come to find me, so I specially prepared breakfast for you." His voice was imbued with warmth and understanding, leaving Lei Han momentarily speechless. "Senior," Lei Han stammered, uncertain of what to say. She had expected her senior to be angry and reprimand her, yet he had approached her in such a gentle manner. Hikaitu gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and said, "Junior sister, mischief is the nature of every child. But we must learn to exercise self-control and not always burden others with our troubles. I believe you can become a considerate and well-behaved child." As Lei Han listened to her senior brother's words, her eyes involuntarily glistened with tears. She lowered her head and softly murmured, "Senior brother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. From now on, I shall no longer be mischievous, nor will I cause you any concern." He smiled gently and nodded, offering her a pastry. "All right, junior sister, let us enjoy breakfast. Starting today, let us strive together to become the best versions of ourselves." Lei Han accepted the snack, her heart brimming with gratitude and guilt. She was acutely aware that she had indeed caused a significant amount of trouble, worrying her mentors deeply. Yet, simultaneously, she felt enveloped by the warmth of their understanding and care, which brought her immense comfort. Hikaitu observed her as she munched on the treat, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. However, Lei Han remained oblivious to his intentions, promptly spitting out the cookies, leaving Hikaitu in a state of utter bewilderment. "Junior sister, what are you doing? I specifically prepared these snacks for you. Did you truly think I did not overhear the conversation between your mother and Zhou's mother yesterday?" Lei Han blinked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You all wish to play tricks on me. Humph. I shall not fall for it." Hikaitu, upon hearing this, found himself caught between laughter and tears. He had presumed his scheme was foolproof, only to be outsmarted by this little imp. It appeared that their junior sister was not as naive as he had thought. Shaking his head, he soon broke into a smile again, yet added, "But even if you are aware, what does it matter? Playing tricks is not commendable. You must learn to amend your ways." "I shall not change," Lei Han retorted defiantly, pouting her lips. "However, I can assure you that when I do play tricks in the future, I will ensure they are far more subtle. So you will not catch on." Hikaitu sighed in exasperation, fully aware of her stubborn nature. Further discourse would be futile. Thus, he shifted the topic, endeavoring to guide Lei Han towards a more righteous path. "Junior sister, have you ever contemplated using your abilities to engage in meaningful endeavors? For instance, assisting those in need?" Upon hearing this, Lei Han displayed a series of first-grade soul guides with an expression of utter incredulity, leaving Hikaitu feeling rather awkward as he rubbed his nose. He had forgotten that despite her mischievous nature, his junior sister possessed an exceptionally high talent for soul guides, and she had already mastered the art of crafting first-grade soul guides. "Humph. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Bring it on." Lei Han proudly lifted her chin and provocatively gazed at Hikaitu. In response, Hikaitu burst into tears, covering his face as he dashed towards the soul guide production area, crying out, "Teacher, did you not say the plan was flawless? How could my junior sister still see through it? She continues to tease me. Boo-hoo." Leon laughed heartily behind them, proudly lifting the plate of snacks, feigning to throw it, which sent Hikaitu fleeing even faster. Xianlina and Zhou Yi emerged from the shadows, observing the scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Zhou Yi shook her head, exclaiming, "This is hopeless. I cannot contend with this mischievous little girl. She is simply too clever for us." Xianlina sighed, "Indeed. I had hoped to teach her a lesson to instill some wisdom, yet it seems we have only been outmaneuvered by her antics." They exchanged a knowing smile. Resigned to their predicament, they understood that although Lei Han was playful and troublesome, her nature was not malevolent. She merely lacked guidance and boundaries. "Let us not dwell on it too much," Xianlina suggested. "After all, she is still a child, and mischief is part of her essence." Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. "Yes, we must exercise patience in teaching her, helping her discern right from wrong. I believe that one day she will blossom into a considerate and understanding child." With that, the two approached Lei Han and Hikaitu, ready to join in their playful game. Perhaps, through the medium of play, they could better guide Lei Han. allowing her to learn and grow amidst the joy of her childhood. Upon noticing Xian Liner and Zhou Yi approaching, Lei Han flashed a triumphant smile, declaring, "How about that? Am I not impressive? Even my senior cannot best me." Xian Liner, with a tender expression, affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Indeed, our little Lei Han is the most formidable. However, you must remember, mischief should be tempered. One cannot always rely on others to bear your burdens." Lei Han stuck out his tongue and made a face, exclaiming, "Got it. I will be more careful from now on." The four of them proceeded towards the spirit guidance device production area, embarking on new adventures and challenges. Throughout this journey, Lei Han gradually matured, learning to control his emotions and behavior, evolving into a more understanding and commendable child. Chapter 12. The Divine Healer. Lei Shixue in another realm. Within a secluded chamber, Lei Shixue pricked the slumbering Lei Han with needles, transforming him into a porcupine. Lei Shiyin watched in horror, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, nearly unable to restrain herself from intervening. Yet, Xing Yunxi's gaze remained remarkably composed, seemingly assuring Lei Shiyin that this was all part of a necessary arrangement. "Master of Stars, will my elder sister truly not return for a while?" Lei Shixue inquired, her hands busy with the task at hand as she looked up at Xing Yunxi. Xing Yunxi nodded slightly, her eyes deep with wisdom. "Indeed. Her consciousness has entirely merged with the Douluo continent. This is her destiny, one that we cannot alter." Lei Shixue let out a sigh and continued to focus on her work. The silver needle in her hand gleamed with a chilling light, each precise puncture sinking into Lei Han's body. Though it appeared cruel, Xing Yunxi understood that this was necessary for better control and healing of the injuries within Lei Han. Throughout this process, Lei Han's body would gradually recover, preparing her for the return of her consciousness. "Oh, fifth brother, you're nearly turning eldest sister into a sieve," Lei Shiyin murmured softly from the side. Despite her underlying fear, she could not help but voice her concern for Lei Han. Upon hearing the words, Lei Shixue momentarily hesitated in her actions, only to swiftly regain her composure. "Fourth sister, do not speak recklessly. Everything I do is for eldest sister's benefit." "Then pray tell, what else can we do aside from stabilizing eldest sister's condition?" Lei Zitong turned her gaze toward Lei Shiyin, a glimmer of scrutiny in her eyes. "Second sister, it appears we have but this singular course of action. Eldest sister's consciousness resides in the Douluo continent, a realm beyond our reach. The sole thing we can do is maintain her physical form while we await her return." Lei Shiyin pondered before responding earnestly. "At present, what distinguishes her from a lifeless body?" Lei Mushi interjected coldly, her tone laced with discontent and skepticism as her gaze fixated on Lei Han, who lay upon the bed, her body dotted with silver needles, as if she could scarcely accept the grim reality before her. Meanwhile, the sixth in rank, Lei Sini, spoke slowly, her voice imbued with a sense of steadiness. "Third sister, what do you propose we do? Surely we cannot venture to the Douluo continent, which lies a staggering 530 million light-years away from our star domain, compounded by the rifts in space-time. This is no trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Lei Mushi's expression, cold and composed, momentarily flickered with a hint of helplessness and reluctance. She pressed her lips together, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly, "I am well aware that one must not act rashly. Yet seeing my elder sister in such a state causes me great distress. Third sister, although I am known as the saint of medicine, the circumstances surrounding our elder sister are unique, and I can only do my utmost." Lei Shixue looked up at Lei Mushi, a glimmer of resignation in her eyes. However, the Star Master has already stated that their elder sister's consciousness will undergo significant training on the Douluo continent, which is ultimately beneficial for her. All we need to do is patiently await her return, trusting that she will return safely. Lei Zitong gently patted Lei Mushi's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Third sister, do not worry too much. Since the Star Master has spoken, there must be her reasons. We simply need to follow her guidance and do what we can." Within the room, the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Lei Shiyin gazed at her elder sister, whose body was bristling with needles like a hedgehog. A wave of indescribable sorrow swelling in her heart. She lightly bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. Zhenjiangxi stood quietly to the side, her gaze profound and resolute. She understood that all of this was for Lei Han's benefit. Although the process was painful, the outcome would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy on the Douluo continent, Lei Han was playfully tormenting Hikaitu, who had grown accustomed to her mischievous antics. While dodging her tricks, he wore a wry smile and said, "Junior sister, please stop. I'm currently busy crafting a soul guidance device. With a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, Lei Han smiled and said, "This is no challenge at all. Allow me to assist you." As she spoke, her delicate hands grasped a gemstone, meticulously carving the soul guide core formation. Her focused demeanor resembled that of an artist sculpting a masterpiece. Hikaido gazed in astonishment at Lei Han's deft technique, momentarily forgetting to evade, and simply uttered in awe. "Junior sister, where did you acquire such skill?" Lei Han proudly raised her chin and declared, Before you arrived, both my godfather and my parents had already taught me. I am quite clever and learn things with ease." Upon hearing this, Hikaido burst into tears once more, pointing at Fanyu with a sense of grievance. "Teacher, you, Dean Xian, and Dean Xian are all biased. Why is it that my junior sister knows everything, while I have to start from scratch?" Wuwu. Fanyu, upon hearing his lament, playfully flicked his forehead and chided, "You little rascal, feeling wrong now?" Little Han was taken in by Dean Xian at birth. She started learning about soul guide crafting and various knowledge at the tender age of 3. You, on the other hand, were only recently brought to me. How can you possibly compare with her? Count your blessings." Hikaido, hearing this, cried even more sorrowfully, "Wuwu, teacher, your words are too harsh. Moreover, my junior sister is simply extraordinary. She began learning soul guide crafting at 3. How am I to survive this?" Wuwu. Wuwu. The little crying brother was flicked on the forehead by his godfather. Leon laughed uncontrollably at the sight of Hikaido weeping inconsolably. She blinked and suddenly leaned closer to him, gently patting his shoulder as she earnestly remarked, "Brother, when you grow up and find a wife, I will tell her about how you used to cry as a child. It was quite ugly." With that, Leon couldn't help but burst into laughter herself. Hikaido, momentarily stunned, still had tears glistening on his face, but his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lei Han. "Junior sister, you are too much. I want to just tell her that your crying face was ugly, but also that at 9 years old, you still wet the bed, and could even produce maps of the 3 great empires." Leon laughed even harder, unable to contain herself. Now Hikaido was truly exasperated. He sprang up from the ground, forgetting his tears, and chased after Lei Han around the room, shouting, "Leon, you little rascal, just wait until I catch you." As he ran, he threatened her, but his voice was still tinged with a sob, making this chase all the more comical. As Lei Han deftly evaded Hikaita's pursuit, she playfully glanced back, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, senior brother, you cannot catch me. You big crybaby." The entire basement resonated with laughter. Even the usually stern Fanyu could not suppress a smile as he observed the playful antics of the 2 children. He mused silently that although Lei Han was mischievous, her cleverness and exceptional talent foretold a promising future. Meanwhile, though Hikaido was often the target of her pranks, his resilience and determination were equally commendable. These 2 youngsters were destined to make waves in the realm of soul guides. "Help! Godfather, save me! Senior brother is going to kill me!" Lei Han suddenly cried out, having inadvertently allowed Hikaido to seize the hem of her garment, lifting her off the ground. She kicked her feet wildly, her small hands incessantly patting against Hikaito's arm in a desperate attempt to break free from his grasp. Observing this, Fanyu chuckled and shook his head, saying, "All right. Hikaido, enough of the antics. Little Han, stop your mischief and come here to Godfather." Upon hearing Fanyu's words, Lei Han felt as though she had discovered a savior. With a vigorous effort, she broke free from Kaitu's grasp and swiftly darted to Fanyu's side, seeking refuge in his embrace, turning back momentarily to stick out her tongue and make a face at Kaitu. Observing Lei Han's triumphant demeanor, Kaitu stomped his feet in frustration, yet he dared not provoke Fanyu's ire. Reluctantly, he returned to his workstation to continue crafting the soul-guiding devices. Fanyu gently stroked Lei Han's head and said, "Little Han, while you are indeed clever and quick-witted, you must not always tease your senior. Kaitu is a good child, and in the future, you will stand shoulder to shoulder as comrades in battle. It is essential to respect and assist one another." Upon hearing these words, Lei Han lowered his head and softly murmured, "Godfather, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall refrain from teasing my senior brother in the future." Fanyu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "That is the right attitude. Now, you may return to your tasks, for Godfather must delve into the research of new soul-guiding devices." With that, Fanyu turned and retreated to his experimental desk, leaving Lei Han and Kaitu to exchange a knowing smile in the living quarters of the basement. As if the preceding events had never transpired, they understood that despite their frequent banter, the bonds of their friendship were growing ever more profound. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from the soul-guiding device manufacturing area, followed closely by Fanyu's furious shout, "Lei Han, How could you be so mischievous? You installed a level 1 soul element bomb on my workbench. This is a newly developed soul guiding device. The door to the manufacturing area swung open, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, accompanied by the rather disheveled figure of Fan Yu. His hair had transformed into a wild mess, his face smeared with remnants of soot, and the new soul-guiding device in his hand was utterly disfigured, clearly having been greeted by the explosive greeting from the bomb Lei Han had so affectionately installed. Lei Han stuck out her tongue, realizing she had once again landed herself in trouble. She quickly hid behind He Kai-tu and peeked out with a timid expression, softly saying, "Godfather, I merely wished to test the power of this bomb. I didn't anticipate it would be so fierce." "Fan Yu, what has happened to you? How did you end up in such a state?" Zhou Yi's exclamation echoed from the doorway. Upon entering the basement, she was taken aback by Fan Yu's disheveled appearance. With a wry smile, Fan Yu pointed to the cowering Lei Han behind He Kai-tu. "It is none other than this little girl. While I was momentarily distracted, she installed a level 1 soul-guiding element bomb on my experiment table. My newly developed soul-guiding device has been utterly ruined by her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was left in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "Lei Han, oh Lei Han, why must you be so mischievous? Fan Yu is your godfather. How could you treat him in such a manner?" Lei Han emerged from behind He Kai-tu, her head bowed as she softly spoke. "Zhou Mama, I acknowledge my mistake. I simply wanted to test the bomb's power, but I never anticipated it would be so formidable." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi still delivered a sound reprimand to Lei Han. Though her strikes were not harsh, clearly intended more as a means of intimidation. Afterward, Zhou Yi tenderly stroked Lei Han's head, saying, "My dear child, you truly evoke both love and exasperation. You must not engage in such mischievous antics again. Do you understand?" Lei Han nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, and softly remarked, "I understand, Mother Zhou. I shall not behave this way again." Fan Yu observed the scene with a resigned shake of her head and said, "All right, the matter has passed. Xiao Han, do not take it too much to heart. However, you indeed acted excessively this time. It is essential for you to reflect deeply on your actions." Lei Han nodded once more, indicating her earnest intention to reflect upon her actions. She then approached Fan Yu, grasped his hand, and said, "Godfather, I sincerely apologize. I truly recognize my mistakes. I promise to be more cautious in the future and will not trouble you again." As Fan Yu gazed into Lei Han's sincere eyes, much of his anger dissipated. He gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "All right, Godfather believes in you. Now, go and tidy up the basement with He Kai-tu." Upon hearing this, Lei Han retrieved the 2-level soul-guiding device he had crafted just yesterday. This apparatus, akin to a miniature vacuum cleaner, was directed at the remnants of the soul-guiding device manufacturing area. In an instant, fragments and dust were swiftly absorbed into its confines. Before long, the manufacturing zone was restored to its pristine condition, appearing as if the recent explosion had never transpired. Fan Yu's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the 2-level soul-guiding device in Lei Han's grasp. In a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, "You little prodigy. You've even managed to create a 2-level soul-guiding device." With a playful smile, Lei Han proudly shook the small soul-guide vacuum cleaner in her hand. "Indeed. Godfather, I just completed this yesterday. It effectively absorbs and filters various impurities and dust, making it perfect for tidying up our studio." Fan Yu let out a helpless sigh. Yet he was secretly astonished by Lei Han's talent for crafting soul guides. He understood that although this little girl was mischievous, she possessed remarkable talent and potential in the art of soul guide creation. "Well, since everything is tidy now, you may continue with your tasks." Fan Yu waved his hand, signaling for Lei Han and Kai-tu to leave. However, at that moment, Zhou Yi seized Lei Han's feet, lifting her upside down and shaking her, causing a number of level 2 soul guide elemental bombs and a level 3 fixed soul guide cannon to tumble out. Fan Yu was left utterly astonished. Over the past few months, he had not been busy, spending his time with Kai-tu and Lei Han. Yet he had failed to notice when she had acquired such items. Even Duo and Xian Lin, who had just returned, were startled by this unexpected scene, exchanging glances filled with surprise and confusion. "Zhou Yi, what are you doing?" Duo inquired, perplexed. Zhou Yi, with a wry smile, displayed the level 2 soul guide elemental bombs and the level 3 fixed soul guide cannon in her hands. "Look, these fell from Lei Han. If I hadn't raised her, knowing her temperament, our basement would have likely been blown to smithereens today. I truly have no idea where she procured the materials for these advanced soul guides or when she crafted them." Fan Yu took the level 3 fixed soul guide cannon from Zhou Yi's hands, examining it closely, his expression one of disbelief. Is this truly a level 3 fixed soul guide cannon? Xiaohan, how did you manage to accomplish this? Lei Han was being held aloft by Zhou Yi, her feet flailing in a chaotic dance, yet her face radiated a sense of triumph. Hee, Godfather, this is something I crafted in secret. Those exquisite materials were little components I extracted from the soul guides you and my parents made, and I pieced them together bit by bit. I never imagined it would actually succeed. Upon hearing this, Xianliner and Duo immediately began inspecting the 40 or so soul guides they had just created from their storage soul guides. Indeed, they discovered traces of disassembly. Meanwhile, Wang Yan's furious voice echoed from the entrance. Lei Han, you little rascal, how could you dismantle my soul guide? In an instant, the basement was filled with a cacophony of gasps, shouts of anger, and helpless laughter. As the situation grew dire, Lei Han quickly pleaded, "Oh dear, Mom and Dad. Godfather and Godmother, and Uncle Wang, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do it again. Please spare me." With that, she blinked her large eyes, feigning innocence. Fan Yu, observing Lei Han's mischievous yet exceptionally gifted demeanor, shook his head in resignation. Well, let us not be overly harsh on her. After all, she is still a child, and her talent in the crafting of soul devices is indeed beyond our reach. We must nurture her well, who knows? She may become the most outstanding soul master of our Shrek Academy in the future. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, releasing Lei Han from her grasp. Indeed, this child, though mischievous, possesses a good heart. Moreover, her innate talent in soul device creation is truly astonishing. We must guide her properly to ensure she embarks on the right path. Duo and Xianliner also expressed their agreement, fully aware that while Lei Han had her playful side, she also harbored extraordinary talent and potential. With careful cultivation, she would undoubtedly shine as one of the brightest stars in Shrek Academy. Thus, everyone began to busily engage in their tasks. Some continued their research on soul devices, while others commenced teaching Lei Han how to appropriately harness and manage her gifts. As for Lei Han, despite having received a reprimand, her heart brimmed with joy and pride. She understood that she possessed a unique talent and potential. With diligent effort, she would surely realize her dreams of becoming an exceptional soul master. Chapter 13. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. One day, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Lei Han suddenly inquired of Hikaitu, senior brother, "What is the academy like above ground?" Since her arrival at Shrek Academy, she had never stepped beyond the confines of the basement. Upon hearing her question, Hikaitu paused in his work, raising his gaze to Lei Han, a flicker of tenderness and nostalgia crossing his eyes. "Little Han, the academy above ground is a vibrant and dream-filled place. It boasts vast playgrounds, tree-lined paths, and a variety of buildings such as classrooms, libraries, and cafeterias. During breaks or after classes, students freely run about, play, and laughter fills the air." Lei Han was captivated, her eyes shimmering with a longing light. "Really? That would be wonderful. I have always yearned to know what the outside world is like, but unfortunately, I have never had the opportunity to go and see." Hikai smiled gently, ruffling Lei Han's hair. "Do not worry, Xiaohan. When you grow a bit older and enhance your abilities, both my teacher and his wife will surely grant you the chance to explore. By then, you will be able to personally experience the sky and earth that belong to you." "Hey, Kai, you should head to class now," Fan Yu's voice echoed from the doorway, interrupting the conversation between Hikai and Lei Han. Hikai acknowledged with a nod, straightened his clothes, and turned to Lei Han, saying, "Xiaohan, I must go to class now. Be sure to listen to your teachers and study diligently." Lei Han nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. "Yes, senior brother, I understand. I will strive diligently to venture out and explore the world beyond." Hikaitu smiled and nodded in return before turning to leave the basement. Lei Han remained rooted to the spot, her heart filled with dreams and anticipation for the future. She turned back to her room for a midday nap. Her dreams populated with the vibrant world outside. In her dreams, she found herself standing on a playground, sunlight bathing her in warmth. A gentle breeze caressing her cheeks as she ran freely, laughter bubbling from her lips. She also envisioned herself seated in a library, perusing volumes devoted to soul-guiding devices, absorbing new knowledge and continually enhancing her abilities. When she awoke, the afternoon had already arrived. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and noticed a note resting on her bedside table. Picking it up, she read, "Little Han, your father and I have matters to attend to and will return only in the evening. Be sure to eat well and focus on your studies and training. Your Godfather." It appeared that today would again be spent with her senior brother and mother Zhou. Lei Han mused to herself. After dressing, She exited her room and discovered only Hikaitu working diligently on soul-guiding devices, with no sign of Shou-Yi. "Senior brother, where is Mother Zhou?" Lei Han asked with curiosity. Hikaitu looked up, smiling as he replied, "Oh, Teacher Zhou hasn't returned from the martial spirit department yet. She must have been delayed by something. Why don't you have a bite to eat? I'll prepare some snacks for you." Lei Han nodded and obediently seated herself beside the table, patiently awaiting the delightful treats that Hikaitu was preparing for her. Before long, Hikaitu approached with a platter of enticing delicacies, placing it before Lei Han. "Xiao Han, do indulge," he urged, as Lei Han gazed at the delicacies before her. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She promptly seized a piece and took a bite, exclaiming, "Wow, senior brother, your pastries are truly delectable." Watching Lei Han relish the treats with such enthusiasm, Hikaitu felt a warm surge of affection. "I'm glad you enjoy them." He then inquired, by the way, "Xiao Han, what is your martial soul?" Since Hikaitu had been rescued by Fan Yu, most of the knowledge regarding soul-guiding devices had been imparted to him by Lei Han. He was genuinely curious about the nature of this spirited little junior sister's martial soul. However, he quickly recalled that the awakening of a martial soul typically occurs at the age of 6, and since Lei Han was only 5, perhaps he had been too hasty in his inquiry. Hikaitu then remarked, "Xiao Han, when you turn 6 and your martial soul awakens, you will discover what it is. At that time, your senior brother will assist you in crafting the most suitable soul-guiding device for you." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lei Han smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Senior brother, there's no need for that. My martial soul awakened the moment I was born, however. I have never actually manifested it." Kaitu, astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? Your martial soul awakened so early? Could you share with me what your martial soul is?" Upon hearing this, Lei Han scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "To be honest, I am not even certain what my martial spirit is. My parents have never disclosed it to me, and they have prohibited me from awakening it. Next year, they will allow me to unleash my martial spirit, and then I shall know." After speaking, Lei Han gazed at Hikaitu with a hint of anticipation. "Do you think my martial spirit will be formidable?" Hikaitu surveyed the surroundings, noticing that Shou-Yi had yet to return. He leaned closer to Lei Han and whispered, "Little Han, would you like me to assist you in awakening your martial spirit? However, you must promise me that no matter what happens, you shall not be afraid. And this matter must remain a secret from everyone, including Teacher Zhou and our instructors, all right?" Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she nodded vigorously. "Yes. Senior brother, I promise you." Little did she know that Hikaitu was about to unwittingly provoke an earth-shattering calamity. He patiently taught Lei Han the rudimentary skills required to harness her yet unrevealed martial soul. At first, her martial soul resembled a chaotic mist, lacking a distinct form or evident fluctuations of power, as if it were concealed within the intangible. However, under Hikaitu's meticulous guidance, she gradually became aware of a faint yet tangible energy quietly surging within her. Each time she endeavored to concentrate her mind and focus intently on this energy, the previously hidden force would gently dance at her fingertips, akin to the presence of a sprite. Gradually, this energy coalesced into a shape, transforming into an extraordinarily sharp sword that glimmered with a cold light, showcasing its formidable power. Hikaitu gazed at the sword-shaped martial soul that had materialized in Lei Han's hand, a flicker of astonishment and delight crossing his eyes. He realized that Lei Han's martial soul was far from ordinary, certainly not to be underestimated. "Xiao Han, your martial soul is indeed a sword." His voice trembled slightly, fully aware of what a sword martial soul signified on the Douluo continent. The sword symbolized sharpness and strength, representing one of the rarest and most formidable existences among the myriad of martial souls. Lei Han remained silent, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. A sense of foreboding washed over Kaitu, prompting him to inquire cautiously, "Xiao Han, what troubles you? Do you not take a liking to your martial soul?" At that moment, Lei Han slowly lifted her head, and in the next instant, Hikaitu was unexpectedly propelled several meters away by her soul power. Hikaitu landed on the ground, momentarily dazed. Rubbing his aching arm, he gazed incredulously at Lei Han. He felt that his 5-year-old junior sister's soul power was not that of an ordinary soul master, but rather possessed the strength of level 50. He was so astonished that he was left speechless for quite some time. Meanwhile, Lei Han seemed to have lost consciousness. Her soul power rippled through the basement, causing the furniture to sway precariously, and the surrounding air felt thick and oppressive. Then, Hikaitu witnessed a scene he would never forget. A woman with 20 wings slowly emerged from behind Lei Han. Her figure was ethereal, each pair of wings radiating a soft yet dazzling light, as if capable of illuminating all the darkness in the world. The woman's beauty was unparalleled, her eyes reflecting an infinite blend of majesty and compassion as she gently spread her arms, seemingly embracing the entire world. Ikeda's eyes widened. He had never encountered such a breathtaking manifestation of a martial soul. A profound sense of reverence surged within him, accompanied by joy and concern for Lei Han's formidable martial soul. At that moment, the woman suddenly vanished from the basement, and he, Kaito, uncertain of what had crossed his mind, hurriedly took the elevator to the ground level. He needed to find Zhou and Fanyu. Upon emerging and witnessing the scene in the sky, he fell to his knees. The woman's form hovered above the entirety of Shrek Academy. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing down with an imposing presence at every individual within the academy. A female student from the martial soul department, engaged in a physical training class, abruptly halted her movements. Her gaze fixated on the heavens as the dumbbell she held clattered to the ground. Other students and teachers also ceased their activities, instinctively looking up in unison. A profound silence enveloped Shrek Academy, broken only by the gentle swaying of the faint light emanating from the woman. Who does this martial soul belong to, creating such a commotion? A teacher muttered, astonishment evident in their eyes. What a beautiful martial soul. It's truly a miracle. A student exclaimed, their eyes glimmering with envy and longing. In the office of the martial soul department head, Douluo was engrossed in paperwork when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of soul power. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the window towards the awe-inspiring scene in the sky. What is happening? Douluo murmured, having never witnessed such a powerful manifestation of a martial soul. A surge of unease swelling within him. Simultaneously, in the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, Mun was napping in a rocking chair when he suddenly jolted awake, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He felt the powerful and mysterious surge of soul power and instantly recognized that something extraordinary was occurring at Shrek Academy. In an instant, Mun vanished from the courtyard, leaving only the gently rocking chair behind. What kind of divine being dares to intrude upon Shrek Academy? The voice of Xuanzai erupted in the air as his gluttonous divine bull spirit transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring towards the heavens, confronting the woman from a distance. Within the entire Shrek Academy, all soul masters felt the weight of this pressure, promptly unleashing their own martial spirits in an attempt to withstand the formidable force descending from the sky. Xuanzai, that is no ordinary soul master. It transcends the typical mutated angelic martial spirit, manifesting as a 20-winged angel. Moon's voice echoed through the atmosphere as he materialized beside Xuanzai, his gaze gravely fixed upon the woman in the sky. Upon hearing this, Xuanzai's expression shifted subtly as he scrutinized the woman above, realizing that her aura was starkly different from that of an ordinary soul master, far beyond any angelic spirit. Who is this divine being? Xuanzai murmured, an unprecedented sense of crisis swelling within him. Moon shook his head solemnly, stating, I do not know, but her appearance is certainly no coincidence. Xuanzai, we must prepare ourselves for any eventuality. At that moment, the Ice Soul Tianwan, which had vanished for 5 long years, reappeared in the sky, circling the 20-winged angelic spirit woman as if there was a wondrous connection between them. Each call of the Ice Soul Tianwan intensified the woman's presence, resonating with her being. This divine bird has returned. What is the nature of its relationship with this 20-winged angelic spirit? Moon pondered quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 figures above. The wings of the Ice Soul Tianwan fluttered gently, each movement seemingly imbued with an endless chill, contrasting sharply with the warm radiance emanating from the woman. It was as though they were engaged in a silent dialogue, the meaning of which only they could comprehend. Master Mu, Xuanzai turned to Moon, his eyes brimming with confusion and unease. Moon furrowed his brow, his focus unwavering on the enigmatic figures above, and spoke slowly. It appears that Shrek Academy is on the brink of an unprecedented challenge. The emergence of this soul master with the 20-winged angelic spirit, along with that divine bird, is no mere coincidence. We must swiftly ascertain their origins and intentions to prevent any threat to the Academy. Xuanzai's demeanor grew increasingly grave, fully aware that as the premier soul master institution on the continent, Shrek Academy had always borne countless hopes and responsibilities. Now, this sudden upheaval undoubtedly posed a significant test for the Academy. Master Mu, I shall gather the elite soul masters of the Academy at once to prepare for any response, Xuanzai declared, turning to leave. However, Moon reached out to halt him, saying, Xuanzai, do not act rashly. The power of these two is formidable. We must not make any hasty moves. First, send someone to discreetly monitor their movements, and simultaneously, we must expedite our investigation into their origins and objectives. Xuanzai nodded, replying, "Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. Master Mu, please exercise caution as well." Moon slightly inclined his head, his gaze never straying from the two mysterious figures in the sky. He is acutely aware that this challenge may very well determine the future of Shrek Academy. At this moment, within the hallowed halls of Shrek Academy, all the Soul Masters are intently observing the changes in the sky. Their hearts are filled with both confusion and trepidation, yet concurrently brimming with fighting spirit and resolve. They understand that as Soul Masters of Shrek Academy, they must rise to the occasion and protect the land they hold dear. Meanwhile, the Divine Realm is abuzz with this development. Tang San and Xiao Wu sit solemnly in the palace of the Divine Realm, suddenly sensing a powerful disturbance emanating from the Douluo continent. "Brother San, do you feel that?" Xiao Wu's face is etched with gravity as she tightly clasps Tang San's hand, her eyes flickering with unease. Tang San nods slightly, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing through the barriers separating the Divine Realm from the Douluo continent, striving to discern the truth of the matter. It is the aura of an angelic martial soul, yet this power is not something an ordinary angel could possess. Wasn't the angelic divine position shattered by you? Why does such a formidable angelic martial soul still exist? Xiao Wu queries, her heart filled with perplexity. Tang San shakes his head and replies solemnly, "I do not know. But I can assure you, this soul master with a 20-winged angelic martial soul is far from ordinary. Her emergence may alter the entire landscape of the Douluo continent." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's expression becomes even more serious. She understands that Tang San's words are not mere hyperbole. As an enforcer of the Divine Realm, Tang San's understanding of the Douluo continent surpasses that of most. Given that he has articulated such concerns, the gravity of the situation is evident. What shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch as the Douluo continent faces turmoil. Xiao Wu inquires anxiously, her heart heavy with worry for their homeland. Tang San takes a deep breath and states, "Xiao Wu, do not be hasty. We must deliberate carefully on this matter. I will consult with the Divine Council and other deities to see if they possess any insights or suggestions." Xiao Wu nods in agreement, saying, "Very well," then returns swiftly. "I will remain here, keeping a vigilant watch on the situation in the Douluo continent." Tang San nods slightly, and with a flash, he vanishes from the palace. He knows all too well that this issue pertains to the safety of the Douluo continent, and he must find a resolution post-haste. Meanwhile, in another realm, the enigmatic Xingyun Shi observes the unfolding events through a crystal ball, sharing tea with the astute Xing Gaiyan, both adorned with knowing smiles. Who would have thought that our eyes Soul Tianluan and Xiao Han's angelic martial soul would cause such a stir, even stirring the so-called Divine Realm? Xingyun Shi remarks, taking a delicate sip of her tea, her tone laced with amusement. Xing Gaiyan smiles knowingly, a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. What do you suppose would happen if Lei Han were to emerge to protect her master? Xingyun Shi's lips curl into a more radiant smile at the thought. Needless to say, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Xiao Han's restraint, combined with the soul fusion of the Douluo continent, is capable of unleashing powers that defy imagination. At that moment, the so-called deities of the Divine Realm will surely be astonished. Indeed, allowing them to experience the might of one of our Star Soul Pavilion's immortal legends, restraint, will serve to remind them that beyond the Douluo continent, there exist realms where extraordinary beings dwell, far surpassing their own. Xing Guyan nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. Meanwhile, Hikaitu hurriedly made his way to the teacher's office of the Soul Master Department, knocking and shouting, "Teacher Zhou, come out quickly. Something terrible has happened. Junior sister is in trouble." Hearing Hikaitu's frantic call, Zhou Yi's expression changed dramatically. She abruptly flung open the door and anxiously asked, "What happened? Is Lei Han in danger?" Breathless and visibly shaken, Hikaitu replied, "I accidentally awakened junior sister's martial soul." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi rushed to the window and peered outside. She saw in the sky the ice soul Tianshu and the 20-winged angel martial soul drawing closer together. The woman's aura intensifying to an extraordinary degree, as if on the verge of transcending some boundary. That aura was emanating from the direction where Hikaitu stood. Zhou Yi was taken aback. She never anticipated that Hikaitu would inadvertently awaken Lei Han's martial soul. It is crucial to note that Lei Han's martial soul is exceptionally unique. Once awakened, it would create significant commotion. It appeared that the disturbance had already exceeded her expectations. "Hikaitu, you've caused a great disaster. Zhou Yi exclaimed angrily, and in the blink of an eye, she darted towards Lei Han's location. She needed to find Lei Han swiftly and stabilize the martial soul within her. Otherwise, if it spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. As Zhou Yi reached the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Duo and Xian Lin had just arrived. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the weight of concern and anxiety. Fan Yu hurried over, his face etched with worry as he inquired, "How is Lei Han? Why did her martial soul suddenly awaken?" Zhou Yi shook her head, her voice grave. "We are still unaware of the specific situation, but we must descend quickly to investigate. That little rascal He Kai-Tu inadvertently triggered her martial soul. If not handled properly, it could lead to tremendous trouble." The four swiftly took the elevator to the underground of the Soul Guidance Department. As the doors opened, they were met with a scene of disarray. Furniture lay askew, and chaos reigned. Amidst the turmoil stood Lei Han, her eyes tightly shut, radiating a soft white light that resonated with the aura of the 20-winged angel martial soul in the sky. "Lei Han!" Zhou Yi cried out, rushing towards her. She embraced Lei Han, attempting to stabilize the martial soul within her using her own soul power. After a moment, Lei Han slumped gently in Zhou Yi's arms. Zhou Yi could distinctly feel the tumultuous force within Lei Han gradually calming. She meticulously checked Lei Han's condition, and upon confirming that she was unharmed, she finally sighed in relief. "Fortunately, we arrived just in time." Zhou Yi wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to Duo and the others. He and Kai-Tu had taken the elevator down to the basement, where he stood trembling at the side, his face as pale as a sheet, clearly shaken by the earlier events. Fan Yu kicked Kai-Tu with a forceful blow, drawing his belt from his waist, his eyes wide with fury as he exclaimed, "You little rascal! Why did you recklessly provoke Lei Han's martial soul? Do you have any idea of the calamity you have unleashed?" The belt then struck Kai-Tu, producing a sharp sound. Kai-Tu gritted his teeth, enduring in silence. He understood that he had indeed committed a grave error. Seeing this, Zhou Yi hurried forward to intercede, saying, "Fan Yu, stop. Let us first hear what Kai-Tu has to say." Fan Yu, still seething with anger, paused his actions and glared at Kai-Tu. Trembling, Kai-Tu recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out he was merely curious about Lei Han's martial soul and wanted to see if he could awaken it, never expecting to succeed. After listening to Kai-Tu's account, Zhou Yi, Duo, and Xian Lin were left speechless. They hadn't anticipated that Kai-Tu's momentary curiosity would lead to such significant trouble. "Kai-Tu, you have truly been reckless this time," Zhou Yi chastised sternly. "Lei Han's martial soul is exceptionally unique. Once awakened, it can cause tremendous disturbances. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Duo nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed, this incident serves as a wake-up call for us. We must enhance our education and management of the students to prevent similar occurrences in the future." Xian Lin then turned her gaze towards Lei Han, her eyes filled with concern. Although Lei Han's condition has stabilized, her martial soul has now been awakened. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge for her. We must nurture her properly, enabling her to harness this power. Duo gently carried Lei Han back to her room, carefully laying her on the bed and tucking her in. Lei Han's breathing gradually steadied, and her complexion returned to a healthy hue. Standing by the bed, Duo gazed at the young girl, filled with emotion. With such a powerful martial soul, she is destined to become a pillar of our Soul Guidance Department in the future. He turned to Zhou Yi, determination flickering in his eyes. "Teacher Zhou, we must dedicate ourselves to nurturing Lei Han, ensuring she can advance further along the path of her martial soul." Zhou Yi nodded, her eyes reflecting a similar resolve. "Indeed, Lei Han possesses immense potential. We cannot forsake her because of this incident. From now on, I will personally guide her training to ensure she learns to wield her martial soul correctly." "Stop. If you beat Kai-Tu to death, who will attend to you 100 years from now?" Xian Lin urged, struggling to intervene. "No one should try to dissuade me. This brat has caused an enormous ruckus. Even Old Mu from the Sea God Pavilion is alarmed. If I don't teach him a proper lesson today, he will think he can act with impunity." Fan Yu shouted, swinging his belt once more. "Enough. How long will this continue? Is Lei Han not doing well now? If you continue to behave this way, you might truly harm Kai-Tu." Zhou Yi could no longer restrain herself from intervening. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's admonition, Fan Yu begrudgingly ceased his actions, panting with indignation as he glared at Kai-Tu, his eyes brimming with frustration. Cowering in the corner, Kai-Tu bore the marks of a beating. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain, staring vacantly ahead. "You better remember this. Think before you act in the future." Fan Yu exclaimed in a fit of rage, tossing the belt aside before striding to the door of Lei Han's room. I will explain the situation to old Mu, but for now, you are to remain in the Soul Guidance Department and go nowhere. After delivering this warning with a fierce glare at Hichaitu, Fan Yu entered Lei Han's room. Zhou Yi embraced Hichaitu, allowing him to lean against her, gently whispering, Hichaitu, do not be afraid. The ordeal is behind us. It is good that you recognize your mistake. From now on, be cautious in your actions. Lei Han will be fine, and we will take good care of her. You must also regain your spirits and not let this defeat you. Hichaitu burst into tears, all his fear, regret, and pain pouring forth at that moment. Clinging tightly to Zhou Yi, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Teacher Zhou, I truly understand my mistake. I never expected it would turn out like this. I was merely curious. Zhou Yi softly patted his back, her voice tender. It's all right, Hichaitu. What has happened has happened. It serves no purpose to dwell on the reasons. What matters now is that you learn from this experience and refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. Lei Han is a kind child. She will not hold this against you. We will all support her growth together. In Zhou Yi's embrace, Hichaitu nodded, gradually tiring from his weeping, and soon fell asleep on her shoulder. Zhou Yi gazed at him, her heart a mix of emotions. She understood that every child possesses their own curiosity and desire for exploration, yet Hichaidu's actions had indeed crossed a line. Nevertheless, she recognized that he did not act out of malice. He was simply a child in need of guidance and education. Gently, Zhou Yi laid Hichaitu back on the bed and tucked him in. She then stepped out of the room and approached Lei Han's door. Peering through the crack, she saw Fan Yu intently examining Lei Han's condition, his demeanor serious and focused. Zhou Yi knew that despite his sternness towards Hichaitu, Fan Yu was deeply caring and responsible for each of his students. Fan Yu, how is Lei Han? Zhou Yi inquired softly. Fan Yu looked up, meeting Zhou Yi's gaze, and replied, her body is gradually recovering. The activation of her martial soul has exerted a certain impact on her physique, but fortunately, there are no major issues. We need to continue monitoring her condition to ensure she navigates this phase smoothly. Duo took a drag from his cigarette, lost in thought, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions as he contemplated the still unconscious Lei Han. The young girl possesses an extraordinarily potent soul, her future brimming with infinite possibilities. Yet, she simultaneously bears immense responsibilities and pressures. Chapter 14, The Divine Council. Meanwhile, within the conference room of the Divine Council, Tang San engaged in discussions with the deities concerning the unusual occurrences on Douluo continent. Esteemed ones, what are your thoughts on the emergence of the 20-winged angel soul on Douluo continent? Tang San initiated the conversation, his voice steady and resonant. One deity furrowed his brow and remarked, this power, even we find somewhat formidable. A 20-winged angel soul is not something an ordinary angel could possess. Could it be that the angelic divinity has resurfaced? Tang San shook his head, replying, that is impossible. The angelic divinity has been shattered by me, and it cannot re-emerge. However, the power of this soul indeed correlates with the angelic divinity, which perplexes me greatly. Perhaps it is indeed a reincarnation of the original angelic deity, Qian Yuhan. The god of destruction speculated, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. The goddess of life gently shook her head and countered, that seems unlikely. Although the original angelic deity, Qian Yuhan, possessed great strength, she has already passed her divinity to Qian Renshua. How could she possibly reincarnate again? Moreover, while this power is related to the angelic divinity, it also appears to amalgamate other forces. The god of kindness nodded in agreement, stating, the goddess of life speaks wisely. This power is indeed intricate and not one that a singular divinity could wield. We must proceed with caution to avert any unforeseen calamities. The god of evil scoffed and said, what is there to fear? It is merely a trifling Douluo continent. Can it truly stir any significant turmoil? Simply send someone down to deal with the soul master possessing the 20-winged angel soul. Upon hearing this, Tang San's gaze sharpened as he looked at the god of evil and said solemnly, God of evil, your words are misguided. Although Douluo continent is but a lower realm, it possesses boundless potential. We must not allow a momentary lapse in judgment to plunge the entire Douluo continent into crisis. The god of evil, upon hearing this, sneered disdainfully and replied, Tang San, you are making too much of this. What tempest could a soul master from a lower realm possibly conjure? Tang San inhaled deeply and responded, God of evil, do not forget that our divine realm also ascended from the lower realms step by step. The soul masters on Douluo continent harbor limitless possibilities. They may one day become part of our divine realm. We must not stifle their future through our arrogance and condescension. After a moment of silence, the god of evil uttered a dismissive grunt and said, very well, I understand. I was merely voicing an opinion. I do not intend to act on it. You may continue your discussions. I shall refrain from interjecting. Tang Xin nodded slightly and continued, esteemed ones. I propose we first send someone down to secretly investigate the Soul Master with the 20-winged angel soul. We must comprehend her background and intentions before formulating our plans. The sea god spoke lightly, yet the gravity of his words resonated. A deity must not interfere with mortal affairs, for it is an immutable rule. A divine voice echoed. Its countenance solemn, eyes reflecting a steadfast adherence to this decree. Tang San offered a faint smile, replying, rules are inanimate, while humans are alive. We do not intend to intervene directly in the affairs of the mortal realm. We merely seek to investigate discreetly. This does not contravene the established order. Then perhaps you should attempt to intervene and witness the unforeseen consequences that may arise, another deity retorted, a hint of provocation lacing his tone. Tang San's expression remained unchanged. He was acutely aware that some deities harbored resentment towards him, particularly since his ascension to the role of sea god, which had incited jealousy among certain figures. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, knowing that for the safety of Douluo continent, he must exert every effort. My esteemed colleagues, I recognize your discontent with me, yet we presently confront a common adversary or an unknown threat. We cannot allow personal grievances to overshadow the safety of the entire Douluo continent. His voice grew resolute and powerful, his gaze sparkling with an undeniable brilliance. The assembly of gods fell silent, acknowledging the veracity of his assertions. Despite their discontent, they could discern the gravity of the situation. Very well, as there are no objections. I shall proceed with this decision. I will dispatch my avatar to investigate the Soul Master possessing the 20-winged angel spirit in secrecy. You all shall remain here, continuing to monitor the situation in the divine realm, just in case, Tang Xin declared, preparing to depart from the council chamber. See God, do take care, one deity interjected. Concern evident in his tone, Tang Xin nodded slightly, assuring, rest assured, I shall. With that, he vanished in a flash from the meeting room. He understood that this investigation was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet he felt compelled to undertake it. For the sake of Douluo continent and those he cherished, he was willing to risk everything. Meanwhile, in another realm, Xing Gaian observed this unfolding scene through a crystal ball and hastily informed Xing Yunxi, Yunxi, quick, look. This fool is about to provoke Lei Han. When the time comes, her innate restraint will protect her, and this Tang Xin may well suffer greatly. Xing Yunxi's gaze fixed intently on the crystal ball, watching as Tang San's form disappeared from the Divine Realm Council chamber, indicating he had set forth towards Douluo continent. Amen. May he be blessed. I hope he does not end up beaten half to death by her protective instincts, she prayed, her hands clasped in fervent supplication, though a hint of amusement danced in her eyes. Xing Gaian, observing her demeanor, could not help but roll his eyes, remarking, Yunxi, there is no need for pretense. Deep down, you wish for Tang San to endure a bit of suffering, don't you? Xing Yunxi chuckled, responding, indeed, Gaian, you know me well. However, it must be said, Tang San is quite audacious to dare provoke Lei Han. It is uncertain from where he summoned such audacity. Xing Gaian shook his head and remarked, courage? I perceive it as foolishness. The restraining force within Lei Han is not to be trifled with. After all, she is one of the immortal legends of our Star Soul Pavilion, with few who have successfully cultivated it, yet those who have are undeniably formidable beings. This Tang San is likely to pay dearly for his recklessness. Upon hearing this, Xing Yunxi's eyes glimmered with anticipation as she said, I wonder how long this Tang San can endure. I hope he does not disappoint us too much. Tang San stealthily entered the underground chamber of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy, where he beheld the unconscious Lei Han. Her pale visage could hardly conceal her ethereal beauty. Tang San could not help but silently praise her. No wonder Lei Han attracted such attention, for her aura was indeed extraordinary. He cautiously released his spiritual consciousness to probe into Lei Han's condition, only to be met with a sudden and forceful repulsion, as if an invisible barrier had isolated his consciousness from her. Immediately after, he was subjected to a violent assault, as though a fist had propelled him back to the divine realm. Tang San felt a blur before his eyes, his form staggering, nearly losing his balance. Once he steadied himself, he discovered he had returned to the meeting chamber of the Divine Council, where the deities regarded him with astonishment. What has happened to you? See God, one deity inquired. You were sent to the lower realm, yet you have returned resembling a panda? Meanwhile, in another realm, Xing Gaian and Xing Yunqi, observing through a crystal ball, could not contain their amusement. Ha! It seems this Tang San is not as formidable as he appears. Being so swiftly repelled by the restraint within Lei Han, Xing Gaian mocked, tears of laughter streaming down his face. Xing Yunqi joined in the laughter, her body shaking with mirth as she playfully patted Xing Gaian's shoulder, saying, "See, I told you this Tang San would face adversity. Now he has been directly reduced to his true form." Once Xing Gaian had enough of the laughter, he wiped the tears from his eyes and remarked, "This Tang San is truly disappointing. I expected him to endure a bit longer, but alas, he proved to be so easily vanquished." Tang San's countenance darkened, for he could hardly fathom that as the dignified sea god, he would be so easily repelled by a young girl yet to fully awaken her martial soul. This sudden turn of events incited uproarious laughter among the deities present, with the most unrestrained laughter emanating from his archrival, the god of destruction, who reveled in Tang San's humiliation, laughing heartily as if witnessing Tang San's most disgraceful moment was the greatest joy of his existence. "Ha ha ha, Tang San, look at you now." The god of destruction guffawed, his voice brimming with schadenfreude. Tang San gritted his teeth, a profound sense of humiliation welling within him. He understood that this failure was not due to a lack of strength, but rather his underestimation of the mysterious power residing within Lei Han. "Laugh all you want, god of destruction," he thought. "But do not forget, we are currently in the same boat. Should Douluo continent face a crisis, you too will bear the consequences." Tang San spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction laughed even more heartily, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Tang San, you and the god of speed hail from Douluo continent. But we are not of that realm. The safety of Douluo continent bears no relevance to us. The tranquility of our divine realm is our true concern." Upon hearing these words, Tang San's heart sank. He realized that the god of destruction's words, though harsh, were indeed the truth. The deities of the divine realm each held their own stances and interests, and they could not share the same profound affection for Douluo continent as he did. But do not forget, if Douluo continent were to face a crisis, the entire divine realm would inevitably be affected. Could you truly remain unscathed? Tang San attempted to persuade the god of destruction, his tone tinged with urgency. Even if Douluo continent were to explode, it would hardly concern the divine realm. "Do not speak such alarmist rhetoric," the god of destruction retorted disdainfully, his gaze filled with mockery and contempt for Tang San. "Indeed, even if Douluo continent were to perish, what would it matter to us? The divine realm is leagues away from Douluo continent. How significant could the impact be?" Another deity chimed in, his expression one of cold indifference. "You wish to protect your newly emerged realm, and I do not oppose that. But to involve the divine realm in your plight is utterly ridiculous." Yet another deity interjected, his tone clearly displeased. "See God, this is where you err. There is no need for you to alarm the entire divine realm in your efforts to safeguard your fledgling domain." A seemingly older deity spoke slowly, his voice steady and commanding. "Our divine realm has its own rules and order and will not easily waver due to the slightest disturbance in Douluo continent. Having suffered humiliation, do not take your frustrations out on us," a goddess beside the elder deity added, her voice icy and authoritative. "Tang San, as the sea god, you ought to be more rational and composed rather than causing a scene here." Hearing this, Tang San felt a profound sense of animosity towards Lei Han. If not for her creating such a ruckus, he would not have found himself so disgracefully driven back to the divine realm, subjected to the mockery and scrutiny of the other gods. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he silently vowed that Lei Han would pay for her actions. "Humph. You shall come to regret this," Tang San said coldly, his voice low and menacing. "Douluo continent is not as fragile as you imagine. It possesses its own strength and resilience. When the crisis truly arrives, you will witness its might." With that, Tang San vanished in a flash of light, disappearing from the conference room. He knew he needed to delve deeper into the circumstances surrounding Lei Han and Douluo continent to formulate an effective response. "What's wrong with him? Like a rabid dog, biting at everything?" a deity exclaimed, slamming his cup onto the table in anger. "Has Tang San lost his mind today? Why is he speaking so aggressively? Humph. It appears he was bested by that young girl, and feeling indignant, he seeks to vent his frustrations upon us. Why should we be the objects of his ire? His lack of skill cannot be attributed to us." Another deity also voiced his discontent, his gaze filled with disdain for Tang San. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense as the gods began to whisper among themselves. expressing their surprise and dissatisfaction with Tang San's performance today, deeming him overly impulsive and reckless. Enough of the noise, everyone, intoned the elder deity, his voice steady and powerful, instantly quelling the uproar in the room. While Tang San may indeed have acted out of line today as guardians of the divine realm, we must exhibit greater tolerance and understanding. After all, every individual possesses their own weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Upon hearing this, the gods nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. As guardians of the divine realm, they ought to unite and collectively face the challenges and crises that lie ahead. Observing this scene through the crystal ball, Xing Gaian trembled with suppressed laughter, while Xing Yunxi unabashedly expressed her amusement, clapping her hands and laughing until tears streamed down her face. Ha ha ha, this fellow named Tang San is quite the character. After being reprimanded by Xiao Han, he returns to unleash his temper on the so-called higher-ups of the divine realm. What does he hope to achieve? Does he wish for the divine realm to intervene and chastise Xiao Han? Truly absurd, Xing Yunxi exclaimed, her tone rife with mockery for Tang San. If he truly intends to take action, should we not venture to Douluo continent? After all, Lei Han's consciousness remains there, and having lost all her memories, her restraint has yet to fully manifest. If danger arises, I fear the two younger ones we send may not be able to contend with this Tang San, Xing Gaian remarked, his smile gradually fading into a serious expression. Xing Yunxi, upon hearing this, also withdrew her smile, her demeanor turning cold and earnest. Do you truly believe I would not protect my own? Lei Han is my disciple. Her matters are my matters. Should Tang San dare to harm her, I will not stand idly by. My devouring transformation ranks second in the Star Soul Pavilion. I wish to see if he can withstand my wrath. Xing Gaian shivered at her words, fully aware of Xing Yunxi's formidable strength and the terrifying status of devouring transformation within the Star Soul Pavilion. Calm down. Let us remain composed, Xing Yunxi. We should observe what Tang San truly intends to do before making any plans, he urged anxiously, hoping she would not act impulsively and cause irreparable harm. Xing Yunxi took a deep breath, striving to quell her emotions. She acknowledged the validity of Xing Gaian's words. Acting on impulse would only exacerbate the situation. Very well, we shall wait and see how things unfold. However, should Tang San dare to threaten Lei Han, just watch how I dismantle their so-called divine realm. Xing Yunxi spoke vehemently, her gaze shimmering with resolve and authority. Upon hearing this, Xing Gaian promptly chastised himself for his indiscreet comments about Lei Han. Had he not mentioned her, Xing Yunxi would not have reacted so fervently. He was acutely aware of Xing Yunxi's deep affection for Lei Han and understood the esteemed place this pupil held in her heart. Enough, Xing Yunxi. Do not fret too much. That girl Lei Han is remarkably clever and possesses the legacy of our Star Soul Pavilion. She will not easily suffer misfortune. Xing Gaian reassured her, attempting to alleviate her anxiety. Xing Yunxi nodded. Though her heart remained heavy with worry, she recognized the wisdom in Xing Gaian's words. Indeed, Lei Han was a bright young woman, and with the heritage and power of the Star Soul Pavilion, she should not fall prey to Tang San's harm so easily. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Xing Gaian silently congratulated himself for stabilizing Xing Yunxi's emotions in time. He knew that if Xing Yunxi were to unleash her fury, it could create chaos beyond measure. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department, the unconscious Lei Han lay quietly on her bed, while Duo knelt anxiously at her side, his face etched with concern. He gently clasped her hand, feeling the faint pulse emanating from her palm, fervently praying for her swift recovery. Little Han, you must awaken. You are a genius of our Shrek Academy and cannot remain in this state of unconsciousness, he murmured, his eyes brimming with worry and apprehension. In the communal kitchen, Zhou Yi was diligently brewing medicinal soup, its rich aroma wafting throughout the room. Her face bore the marks of concern and anxiety as she occasionally glanced towards the direction of Lei Han, her eyes filled with endless trepidation. Xian Linner poured the medicine into a bowl and then carried it to Lei Han's room, her expression serious and her steps deliberate. She gently placed the bowl on the bedside table and approached Duo, whispering, Duo, the medicine is ready. You must feed it to little Han quickly. I hope it proves effective and brings her back to us soon. Upon hearing this, Duo sprang to his feet to take the bowl, carefully lifting it. He scooped a spoonful of the soup, allowing it to cool slightly before tenderly administering it to Lei Han's lips. The medicinal liquid trickled from the corners of her mouth, with only a small portion finding its way down her throat. Undeterred, Duo continued feeding her patiently, hoping the medicine would gradually take effect. Lin stood nearby, her gaze fixed intently on Lei Han, filled with anticipation and prayer. She understood that Lei Han represented the future hope of Shrek Academy and was a source of pride for her teachers. She could not bear to witness Lei Han remain in this state of unconsciousness indefinitely. As moments stretched into eternity, the medicinal soup dwindled. Yet there were no signs of Lei Han awakening. Qianwood's brows furrowed, his anxiety mounting. "Linner, why hasn't little Han awakened yet? Is this medicine truly effective?" he inquired urgently. In response, Linner playfully punched Qianwood's arm, retorting, "Why the rush? This medicine is not a miraculous elixir. Results will not manifest so swiftly. It is only the second day. One must grant Xiao Han some time to recuperate." Duo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he remarked, "I am merely concerned. This child, Xiao Han, appears quite resilient, yet I never anticipated she would suffer such severe harm this time." Lin sighed, moving to the window to gaze at the overcast sky, and said, "Indeed, this incident has truly taken us by surprise. I did not foresee that Kai-Tu's reckless awakening of Xiao Han's martial soul would result in such dire consequences. I hope he learns from this experience and refrains from committing such rash acts in the future." Duo also approached the window, observing the scenery outside with a heavy heart, and lamented, Kai-Tu is still young and merely curious about Xiao Han's martial soul. Yet he overlooked the fact that Xiao Han is only 5 years old and her body cannot withstand such immense power. We too bear some responsibility for not informing him of these dangers in advance. I can only hope that Xiao Han awakens soon and does not suffer any lasting repercussions. Meanwhile, in the basement's soul device manufacturing area, Fan Yu had not spared Kai-Tu a single kind word all day. His face was grim, and his hands trembled slightly while crafting the soul device, fueled by anger. "Teacher, I truly understand my mistake. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. I merely wished to see how powerful Lei Han's martial soul was." Kai-Tu mumbled, his head bowed and voice trembling, fully aware of the enormity of his blunder. Fan Yu, upon hearing this, remained silent, continuing his work on the soul device. The stern disappointment in his gaze only deepened Kai-Tu's sense of guilt. "Teacher, I did not intend for this to happen. I promise to be cautious in the future and will not act so recklessly again," Kai-Tu implored once more, his tone imbued with regret. Fan Yu halted his work and turned to face Kai-Tu, his gaze piercing. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused, Kai-Tu? Lei Han currently lies unconscious in bed. If anything were to happen to her, could you bear the weight of that responsibility?" Kai-Tu shuddered at Fan Yu's words and hastily replied, "Teacher, I truly recognize my error. I am willing to accept any punishment, as long as it can bring Lei Han back to consciousness. Will killing you awaken Lei Han?" Fan Yu scoffed, his voice laced with anger and disappointment. He stepped forward, grasping Kai-Tu and lifting him from the ground. "What you must do now is reflect deeply on your mistakes and endeavor to make amends. Do you understand?" Kai-Tu nodded repeatedly, tears of regret brimming in his eyes. "Teacher, I understand. I truly recognize my error, and I will be more cautious in the future, ensuring I do not act so recklessly again." Observing Kai-Tu's remorseful demeanor, Fan Yu's anger began to subside. He understood that while Kai-Tu was driven by curiosity, he was not inherently ill-natured. This incident served as a wake-up call, impressing upon him the necessity of exercising greater caution in his future endeavors of cultivation and exploration. Meanwhile, in Lei Han's room, Duo and Lin continued their vigil by her bedside. They gazed at Lei Han's pale countenance, their hearts brimming with concern and anxiety. "Linner, do you think Xiao Han will suffer any aftereffects?" Duo inquired once more, his voice laced with trepidation. Linner shook her head, offering reassurance. "Do not fret too much, Duo. Xiao Han possesses remarkable physical resilience, and our Shrek Academy is equipped with top-tier medical facilities. As long as she awakens, I am confident she will recover swiftly." Upon hearing this, Duo felt a slight alleviation of his worries. He clasped Lei Han's hand tightly, softly calling her name. "Xiao Han, you must awaken. We are all waiting for you. Patience is a virtue. It is only the second day since her unconsciousness, and you are already losing hope," Linner chided gently. "You must have faith in our Academy's medical expertise and in Xiao Han's innate ability to heal." Duo nodded. Yet the anxiety in his eyes lingered. He turned to Linner and asked, "What should we do next? We cannot simply wait for Xiao Han to awaken on her own, can we? What do you propose?" "We cannot shake her awake," Linner replied with a resigned smile. Duo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Then we shall remain by her side, accompanying her until she awakens, he declared resolutely. It seems we have no other choice. Liner sighed and approached Lei Han's bedside, gently touching her forehead, hoping that Xiao Han could sense their intentions and awaken soon. Chapter 15. The Reckless Plan. A month later, Lei Han still had not awakened, but her physical condition had gradually stabilized. Duo and Liner kept vigil by her bedside daily, recounting amusing anecdotes from the academy and sharing snippets of their lives, as if attempting to rouse her slumbering spirit with their words. Liner, teacher Zhou, I have decided to advance Lei Han's martial soul training. Duo suddenly declared with an air of seriousness, determination gleaming in his eyes. Liner and Zhou turned in disbelief, their gazes fixed intently upon Duo. Their eyes filled with unutterable shock and astonishment. Duo let out a soft sigh, a hint of resignation evident in his tone, as a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He continued, You are well aware that Xiao Han possesses extraordinary talent. Yet the power lurking within her is akin to a double-edged sword, both dazzlingly sharp and fraught with unpredictable peril. However, Liner interrupted him without hesitation. Her voice tinged with urgency and indignation. Duo, are you out of your mind? She is merely 5 years old. How can you bear to thrust her into the harsh realm of martial soul training at such an early age? Her body and spirit are far from mature. Your decision is utterly rash and irresponsibly reckless. Zhou furrowed her brow tightly, her voice low yet resolute. Dean Xian, I comprehend the high hopes you have for Xiao Han. However, the awakening and growth of a martial soul must adhere to the natural order, progressing gradually. Should we rush this process, forcing it to accelerate, we might inadvertently sow the seeds of endless peril for Xiao Han's future. Duo fell silent for a moment, a hint of bitterness emerging on his steadfast face. I am well aware of these truths. Would I not wish for Xiao Han to flourish in an untroubled environment? Yet, Kaido has awakened the dormant power within Lei Han, a force so formidable that it has surpassed our control. If we do not guide and train it, I fear it might erupt within Xiao Han, leading to irrevocable consequences. As her dean, her teacher, and her father, I cannot stand idly by as she marches towards destruction. At this juncture, Duo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His voice tinged with a quaver, a complex intertwining of deep concern and affection for Lei Han. Therefore, I have resolved that all 5 of her soul rings shall be of 10,000 years. With her innate talent, only such rings can withstand the impact of that power and maximize her potential. Duo, you madman. Do you realize what you are proposing? Liner trembled as she spoke, scarcely believing her ears. Zhou, equally astonished, found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze towards Duo suffused with confusion and concern. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Duo slowly articulated. I understand this decision is both radical and perilous, yet I find myself bereft of alternatives. The power within Xiao Han is unfathomably potent, if left unchecked. Its eruption could not only harm her, but also spell catastrophe for the entire academy. As the dean, I cannot take such a risk. I cannot allow this to transpire. Moreover, I have faith in Xiao Han. I believe she possesses extraordinary courage and tenacity. She will undoubtedly surmount these challenges and emerge as a true powerhouse. As he spoke, determination and trust glimmered in his eyes. Liner and Zhou exchanged glances, their expressions gradually becoming more intricate. They understood that while Duo's decision was reckless, it stemmed from a profound love and sense of responsibility for Xiao Han. After a brief silence, they sighed in resignation, ultimately choosing to silently support Duo's choice. Dean, I implore you to reconsider. Kaido knelt on the ground, his voice laced with anguish. Xiao Han is still so young. How can she possibly endure the trial of 10,000-year soul rings? This is cruel, it is utterly unjust. Fanyu, look at the disaster your prized pupil has unleashed. Now, she must absorb 5 10,000-year soul rings in one go. This is nothing short of a fantasy. A taboo in the annals of martial soul cultivation. Zhou cast an angry glance at Kaido, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Duo closed his eyes heavily, tears slipping through his fingers as he wept. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with an unwavering determination. Follow my instructions. Time is of the essence. I, Duo, have no children of my own, but having taken Lei Han as my adopted daughter, I intend to love and nurture her as if she were my own flesh and blood. I cannot allow the power within her to become the source of her destruction. I must ensure she transforms into a true warrior, one who will make it known to all that my disciples are not mere trifles. Xian Liner and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, recognizing the resolve and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that Duo had made his decision, one that no one could alter. Thus, they silently rose, preparing to make the final arrangements for Lei Han's martial soul training. The three of them tidied up, ready to journey to the Star Doe Forest in search of a suitable 10,000-year spirit ring for Lei Han. The Star Doe Forest, a gathering place for spirit beasts, is fraught with both danger and opportunity, yet for the sake of Xiao Han's future, they must take the risk. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Wang Yin remained behind to care for the unconscious Lei Han, preparing some medicinal concoctions to enhance her physique and stabilize her spirit power. Hoping to alleviate the suffering she was about to face, Lei Han lay quietly on the bed, her complexion pale yet marked by a hint of resolve. As if she sensed the challenges that lay ahead. "Teacher Zhou, do you truly believe Xiao Han can endure this trial?" Wang Yin inquired anxiously, his eyes filled with concern for her well-being. Zhou Yi sighed softly, her gaze gentle as she looked at Lei Han. "I do not know, but regardless of the outcome, we must support her with all our might. Since Dean Qian has made his decision, we should trust his judgment, as well as believe in Xiao Han's potential and courage. Indeed, after all, she is an experimental subject of the Sun Moon Empire. Those madmen must have injected her with numerous unknown substances and genetic fragments, granting her this formidable power. Perhaps the 10,000-year spirit ring will indeed serve as the key to mastering this power," Wang Yin muttered, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow slightly. The Sun Moon Empire, they are always indulging in such nefarious practices. However, this is precisely why our Shrek Academy exists, to cultivate a generation of warriors capable of opposing these dark forces. Xiao Han is destined to embark on an extraordinary path. Outside the room, Hikaido listened quietly to the conversation within, stunned to discover that his junior sister was a product of his own nation's experiments. A bitter smile crossed his face, his heart a tumult of emotions. "My dear uncle, not only have you usurped power, but you have also committed unspeakable acts behind my and my father's backs. I once believed your ambitions were solely to grasp greater authority, but I never imagined you would target innocent children." With clenched fists, his nails dug deeply into his palms, and his heart brimmed with anger and anguish. Zhou Yi was peeling an apple while Wang Yin sat beside her, engrossed in a book. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the soft rustling of the apple skin and the occasional turning of pages. "She is still unconscious. Peeling the apple serves no purpose," Wang Yin remarked with a hint of resignation as he glanced at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi paused momentarily, but soon resumed her task, resolute in her belief that she must do something for her, no matter how trivial it seemed. Wang Yin sighed, setting his book aside, and approached the window to gaze at the gloomy sky outside. "I hope Director Qian and the others successfully find the Eternal Soul Ring, and I wish for Xiao Han to pull through this ordeal." "She will, without a doubt," Zhou Yi asserted, her voice imbued with conviction, as if bolstering her own spirit. At that moment, the communicator in the room abruptly buzzed to life. Zhou Yi hastily answered, "Hello, is this Director Qian?" A heavy voice resonated from the other end. Qianwood was. "It's us. We have located the first suitable Eternal Soul Ring. We still have 4 light attribute soul beasts to find, but this is a promising start. We are en route to the next target location, and all is proceeding smoothly." Zhou Yi's tense expression relaxed slightly upon hearing this. "That is wonderful. Please be cautious. Safety comes first. Rest assured, we will be vigilant," Duo replied before the call was disconnected. Zhou Yi placed the communicator down and turned to Wang Yin. "Director Qian and his team have found the first Eternal Soul Ring. I hope the subsequent ones will be just as successful." Wang Yin nodded, a spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. "Indeed, with Xiao Han's courage and determination, coupled with our support, she is bound to succeed." Chapter 16. Absorbing the Eternal Soul Ring. Cough. A weak voice suddenly interrupted Zhou Yi and Wang Yin's conversation. They hurried to the bedside, where Lei Han slowly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of confusion and pain. "Xiao Han, you're finally awake," Zhou Yi exclaimed, gripping Lei Han's hand with palpable excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lei Han felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. Just as he attempted to rise, he was gently pressed back down by Zhou Yi. "Do not move. You are still quite weak. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that is uncomfortable?" Lei Han shook her head slightly, her voice still somewhat hoarse. "I just feel utterly drained, and my head is spinning." Wang Yin quickly poured a glass of warm water from the side and handed it to Lei Han. "Here, Have some water first. Lei Han took the cup of water, sipping it gently. The warm liquid soothed her throat, providing a modicum of comfort. Dean Qian and the others have already located the Eternal Soul Ring. You must be strong. We are all by your side. Zhou Yi whispered words of solace, her gaze brimming with encouragement. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise and emotion. But father said I am not yet 6 years old. Why have they begun searching for a 10,000-year soul ring for me? Isn't that a bit premature? Her tone carried a trace of doubt, clearly perplexed by the urgency exhibited by Douluo and the others. Zhou Yi gently caressed Lei Han's head and explained, your situation is rather unique. And having been stimulated by your senior brother, the power within you has become somewhat uncontrollable. Director Qian is concerned that this power may pose a danger to you, which is why he has decided to seek a 10,000-year soul ring for you ahead of time, hoping to assist you in better controlling and harnessing this force. Lei Han nodded, seemingly in understanding, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. I will strive to do my best. I do not wish to disappoint my father. Aunt Zhou and Uncle Wang. Come, Shahan, drink your medicine first. Wang Yin approached with a bowl of herbal concoction, exuding a subtle fragrance, and presented it to Lei Han. Lei Han gazed at the bowl of dark, unpalatable medicinal concoction before her, a wave of reluctance washing over her. She turned her eyes toward Zhou Yi, her gaze imbued with a hint of playful pleading. Mama Zhou, is it possible for me to abstain from drinking this? It smells so bitter. Zhou Yi chuckled softly, shaking her head, her tone laced with affection. Dear, little Han, the best medicines are often the most bitter. Only by consuming this potion will you recover swiftly. Moreover, once you drink it, you shall grow stronger and no longer be easily bullied in the future. As she spoke, Zhou Yi retrieved a piece of candy from her pocket. Once you finish the medicine, this sweet treat shall be yours. As Lei Han gazed upon the vividly colored candy, her eyes sparkled with delight. She promptly seized the medicinal concoction from Wang Yan's hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in one swift motion. However, in the next moment, Wang Yan found himself unexpectedly splattered with the potion, while Lei Han, overwhelmed by the bitterness, erupted into a fit of violent coughs, her delicate face contorting in distress. Oh dear, Shahan, why did you spit it all out? Zhou Yi exclaimed, hastily retrieving a handkerchief to wipe Wang Yan's face while gently patting Lei Han's back. This is even more bitter than bile. Lei Han shook her head vigorously, her hands flailing in the air as she sought something to alleviate the acrid taste lingering in her mouth. Through the gap in the door, Hikaitu witnessed this scene. A wave of sorrow washing over him. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, holding a piece of candied fruit. Shaohan, have a piece of this candy. It will take away the bitterness. As Lei Han looked up and spotted Hikaitu, a glimmer of surprise crossed her eyes. She parted her small lips and accepted the candied fruit. The sweetness of the treat swiftly alleviated the bitterness in her mouth, causing a smile to blossom anew on her petite face. Thank you, senior brother. Oh, Mama Zhou, why does senior brother have a bruise on his face? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi sighed, her gaze shifting to Hikaitu with a complex expression. In a soft voice, she elucidated. He was taught a lesson by your father and your godfather Fan Yu. After all, it was improper of him to awaken your martial soul without permission. You are still only a little over 5 years old, and your body is not yet capable of withstanding such immense power. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, senior brother, it's all because of me. Hikaitu shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It's all right, Shaohan. I am tough and resilient. This minor injury is inconsequential. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Zhou Yi gazed at the two children before her, a warm surge of affection filling her heart. She gently remarked, all right, Shaohan has just awakened and is still weak. She needs ample rest. Hikaitu, perhaps you should step outside and allow Shaohan to enjoy a good sleep. Hikaitu nodded, casting a lingering glance at Lei Han before turning to leave. Lei Han lay on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, her heart brimming with gratitude and resolve. She was acutely aware of the multitude of people surrounding her, who cared for and cherished her. She could not bear to disappoint them. Zhou Yi sat at the edge of the bed, gently clasping Lei Han's hand, and softly said, Shaohan, sleep peacefully. Mother will always be here beside you. Lei Han smiled faintly, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber. By afternoon, the freight elevator of the Soul Guidance Department slowly opened, revealing Douluo and his companions, who brought with them 5 luminous attribute soul beasts to the basement, where Zhou Yi and Wang Yin had long been waiting. Principal Qian, you have returned so swiftly? Zhou Yi exclaimed, a flicker of surprise glimmering in her eyes upon seeing Duo and the others. Duo nodded solemnly, his expression grave. We must find a suitable 10,000-year soul ring for Lei Han in the shortest time possible. Her condition is rather unique and cannot be delayed. Fan Yu instructed the students of the Soul Guidance Department to transport the 5 iron cages to the living area. Within the cages, the 5 luminous attribute soul beasts writhed or roared, seemingly aware of the impending turn of fate. The students handled the cages with utmost care, striving to avoid startling the soul beasts. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin followed closely behind, the former's brow furrowed in evident concern for Lei Han's health. Wang Yin occasionally engaged in hushed discussions with Duo regarding the selection of Lei Han's soul ring. After a moment of contemplation, Duo remarked, Lei Han's physique is extraordinary. The energy fluctuations released upon the awakening of her martial soul astonished even me. A 10,000-year soul ring presents both a challenge and an opportunity for her. We must choose wisely to ensure she can absorb it smoothly. Wang Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the power of a 10,000-year soul ring is immense. If we make an inappropriate choice, it could cause irreversible harm to Lei Han. We must identify the soul beast that aligns most harmoniously with her martial soul, Zhou Yi added. Furthermore, we must consider Lei Han's psychological resilience. After all, she is still a child, and facing such a formidable soul ring is bound to evoke feelings of fear and unease. Xianliner knocked on Lei Han's room door, saying, Xiao Han, are you there? Mommy, Daddy, and Godfather have returned. With that, she opened the door to find Lei Han sitting up, propped against the headboard, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Mommy, Daddy, Godfather, you are back. Lei Han's voice was tinged with delight, as if she had momentarily forgotten her frail condition. Eager to learn what they had brought back, Duo approached Lei Han's bedside with a smile, gently saying, Xiao Han, we have found 5 luminous attribute soul beasts for you, each possessing an age of over 10,000 years. We will select the one best suited for you to help you acquire your 10,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise and excitement flickered in Lei Han's eyes. Is it true? Does this mean I can become stronger? Xianliner gently caressed Lei Han's head, offering reassurance. Indeed, little Han. However, you must remember that the journey to obtain a soul ring is fraught with difficulties. You will need to face challenges with courage and conquer the fears within your heart. Lei Han nodded earnestly, her eyes glimmering with resolute determination. Mom, I am unafraid. I will be brave. Duo gazed at Lei Han with reassurance, then turned to Zhou Yi and Wang Yin, saying, let us commence our preparations. Wang Yin, please fetch a knife, allowing Xiao Han to personally confront and slay the soul beast. This will significantly aid her in facing the absorption of the soul ring independently in the future. Remember, it is imperative that she makes her own choice. This is a crucial test of her willpower. Wang Yin, though feeling a twinge of reluctance, nodded and turned to retrieve the knife. He understood that this was an essential lesson in Lei Han's journey of growth. No matter how arduous, she must face it alone. Zhou Yi approached Lei Han, softly encouraging, Xiao Han, you must bravely make your choice. I have faith in your abilities. Lei Han firmly grasped Zhou Yi's hand, a resolute gleam shining in her eyes. Mother, rest assured I will. Duo supported Lei Han as they exited the room, making their way to the living area. 5 luminous attribute soul beasts were housed within 5 iron cages, each exuding a powerful aura, whether calm or restless. At that moment, Hikaitu inquired of Duo, Dean, junior sister, what is her level? Duo pondered for a moment before slowly responding, we awakened her martial soul. The 20-winged angel, during her childhood, and her innate soul power level is a full 50. What? An innate full soul power of 50? Hikaitu exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. He staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance. An innate full soul power of 10 or 20 already marked one as a genius. Yet Lei Han had astonishingly reached an innate full soul power of 50, far exceeding his expectations. Wang Yin, who had just emerged from the kitchen with a knife in hand, also trembled upon hearing Duo's words, almost dropping the knife. He gazed at Lei Han in disbelief, waves of astonishment surging within him. As Lei Han gazed into the astonished eyes of those around her, she felt a sense of bewilderment. She had always known herself to be unique, yet she never anticipated that her soul power would be so remarkably high. Father, am I truly that formidable? A hint of uncertainty laced her voice. Duo smiled affirmatively, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Indeed, Xiao Han, you are exceptionally gifted. Your extraordinary talents will undoubtedly lead you to become a formidable force in the future. Upon hearing Qian Duoduo's affirmation, a glimmer of hope illuminated Lei Han's eyes, a manifestation of her aspirations and newfound self-belief. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, as if rallying her own spirit. What must I do now? Lei Han inquired, looking to Qian Duoduo for guidance. Turning to Wang Yin, who had composed himself, Qian Duoduo handed Lei Han the knife he held. As she accepted the blade, her hand trembled slightly, yet she resolutely tightened her grip on the hilt. Xiao Han, you must choose one from these 5 soul beasts, and then you will need to slay it with your own hands to obtain its soul ring, Qian Duoduo stated gravely. Lei Han nodded slightly and then approached the 5 iron cages. Standing before them, her gaze swept back and forth over the 5 soul beasts. Each of these creatures emanated a formidable aura that instilled a sense of pressure within her. Yet, she understood that this was a challenge she must confront. She had to bravely take this step forward. Lei Han took a deep breath and approached one of the seemingly gentle soul beasts. It was a radiant bird with immaculate white wings, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. As Lei Han gazed upon it, a wave of inexplicable affection surged within her. You shall be the one, she declared. Closing her eyes, she wielded the knife in her hand, slashing erratically. After a while, she opened her eyes to discover that she had completely sheared the feathers off the radiant bird, leaving it entirely bare yet still standing intact within the cage. Its gaze filled with a hint of innocence and grievance. Junior sister, ah ha ha ha. I had no idea you possessed such a skill. You've essentially given this radiant bird a complete depilation. Hikaido laughed heartily, nearly gasping for breath. One might think you were preparing to pluck a chicken before stewing it. After a considerable effort to stifle his laughter, Hikaido teased once more. Xian Liner could hardly contain her amusement. She gently patted Lei Han on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Little Han, do not be disheartened. It is natural to feel a bit clumsy on your first attempt. Let us try again, this time. Mother will teach you how to strike with precision. Lei Han's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded with a hint of bashfulness. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and turned her gaze once more to the luminous bird. This time, she was no longer anxious. Instead, she meticulously observed every movement and breath of the radiant creature. Qian Duoduo stood beside her, offering guidance. Xiao Han, you must attune yourself to the aura and rhythm of the soul beast, identify its vulnerabilities, and deliver a decisive strike. Remember, remain calm and resolute. Lei Han nodded slightly, and then once more swung her blade. This time, the flash of her sword was as swift as lightning, precisely striking the neck of the radiant bird. The creature emitted a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless. As Lei Han gazed at the luminous bird upon the ground, a flicker of astonishment and joy passed through her eyes. She had not anticipated that she would truly succeed, which significantly bolstered her confidence. I did it. Lei Han's voice quivered with excitement and emotion. Qian Duoduo smiled and nodded in approval before approaching Lei Han, softly stating, Well done, Xiao Han, you have performed admirably. Now, we may commence the absorption of the soul ring. Under Qian Duoduo's guidance, Lei Han settled into a cross-legged position, closed her eyes, and focused her mind, preparing to absorb the soul ring. The atmosphere around them grew heavy and tense as everyone held their breath, intently observing every movement of Lei Han. Lei Han was drenched in cold sweat, clearly indicating that the process of absorbing the soul ring was far from effortless. The soul ring of the radiant bird slowly ascended, emanating a gentle glow, seemingly resonating with the soul power within Lei Han. Her brows were tightly knitted, and a look of anguish graced her features. Yet her gaze remained remarkably resolute. Qian Duoduo observed anxiously from the side, occasionally whispering reminders. Relax, Xiao Han. Ease your body and allow the soul ring to naturally integrate within you. Following Qian Duoduo's guidance, Lei Han diligently adjusted her breathing and state of mind. As time elapsed, the anguish etched upon her face gradually diminished, and the radiance of her soul ring grew fainter, ultimately merging completely within her being. Upon reopening her eyes, Lei Han's gaze transformed, becoming more luminous and profound, as if she had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Rising to her feet, she felt an immense power surging within her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Mother, I feel as though I have become significantly stronger, Lei Han exclaimed, rushing to Xian Liner and grasping her hand. Observing her daughter's exuberance, Xian Liner's eyes brimmed with pride and contentment. She gently caressed Lei Han's head and tenderly remarked, Indeed, my dear Han, you have grown considerably stronger. However, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. You must wield your strength to protect those around you and to pursue what is right. Lei Han nodded earnestly, etching her mother's words deeply into her heart. She turned her gaze towards the remaining spirit beasts, her eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. She understood that this was merely the inception of her journey towards growth, with a vast distance yet to traverse. Duo observed Lei Han's demeanor, his heart brimming with admiration. He recognized her extraordinary talent and potential. As long as she persevered with diligence, she would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in the future. All right, Xiao Han, continue to vanquish the remaining 4 10,000-year spirit beasts. This shall further hone your will and strength, Duo stated solemnly, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Lei Han was momentarily taken aback, yet she soon nodded in agreement. Despite having just endured a formidable challenge, she did not falter upon hearing Duo's words. She understood that to grow stronger, one must confront greater difficulties and trials. Duo proceeded to unlock cage after cage containing soul beasts, and Lei Han skillfully dispatched them one by one with her blade. Each soul ring was absorbed, further enhancing her power. However, an unexpected incident occurred with the final beast. In its death throes, it bit down fiercely on Lei Han's left shoulder. Duo and Xian Liner gasped in shock and rushed forward. At that moment, a force within Lei Han began to stir. A surge of white energy erupted from her, causing Duo and Xian Liner, who were closest to her, to suddenly find their martial spirits rendered ineffective. As if the soul power of the soul beast had been utterly suppressed, my martial spirit seems to be restrained. Even the soul guiding device has lost its response. He Kai too exclaimed in astonishment, as indeed, the device in his hand dimmed, appearing to have lost all its potency. What is this power? Zhou Yi's voice trembled slightly. She had never witnessed such an uncanny phenomenon. Ultimately, Lei Han managed to slay the soul beast, yet she did not hasten to absorb the soul ring. Zhou Yi turned to fetch the medicine box, and upon returning, she was met with an astonishing sight. The ghastly wound on Lei Han's left shoulder was visibly healing at an astonishing rate, with a faint glow surrounding the injury, as if a mysterious force were mending her body. What is happening? Zhou Yi gasped in disbelief, nearly dropping the medicine box from her hands. Lei Han herself was taken aback as she gazed down at her swiftly healing wound, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and bewilderment. I am not entirely certain. It seems as if my body is instinctively repairing itself, she expressed, her voice tinged with confusion. Duo and Xian Liner exchanged glances, each perceiving the astonishment and perplexity reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that Lei Han harbored a secret, a power capable of self-repairing wounds that was anything but ordinary. After a while, the four of them began to fervently sift through various ancient texts on the sofa in the living area, yet their efforts yielded naught. None contained any pertinent information. Duo rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Xian Liner, on the other hand, furrowed her brow, her fingers gently tapping the table as she pondered the potential origins of Lei Han's extraordinary phenomenon. Could it be related to Lei Han's martial soul? Hikaido suddenly proposed. Considering the uniqueness of her martial soul, that is unlikely, Duo countered, shaking his head and dismissing Hikaita's hypothesis. Lei Han's martial soul is that of the 20-winged angel. While it is indeed formidable and rare, to my knowledge, it does not possess such healing abilities. Moreover, it does not resemble a type of soul power, but rather has the capacity to counteract our martial souls and soul-guiding devices, Xian Liner added, her gaze deepening as if she were recalling something significant. Lei Han sat quietly to the side, absorbing their discussion, her heart brimming with uncertainty. She gazed at her shoulder, which had completely healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. Perhaps I shall name it Void Spirit, as a tribute to the enigmatic power residing within me. Suddenly, Lei Han spoke, shattering the silence. Void Spirit. Duo repeated the name thoughtfully, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. Indeed, it was an excellent name, both mysterious and formidable. However, Xiao Han, remember this. Only in the direst of circumstances, when your life is gravely threatened, should you dare to wield this power. It shall be your ultimate trump card. Lei Han nodded, committing Duo's words to memory. She understood that this mysterious power, albeit formidable, inevitably came with unknown risks. She needed to exercise caution in its use to avoid unwarranted troubles. Chapter 17. Hellish Education. Since Lei Han acquired the 5 precious 10,000-year soul rings, Duo entrusted Zhou Yi with the meticulous planning of an elite training regimen for Lei Han, one that could only be described as hellishly challenging. Each time Kaitu eagerly anticipated observing the proceedings, he was invariably turned away by Fan Yu with various plausible excuses. Joey implemented an exceedingly rigorous soul cultivation program for Lei Han, while Wang Yin provided personalized instruction in soul theory, tactical analysis, and simulated training for the continent's prestigious Soul Master competition, striving to enhance Lei Han's theoretical and practical skills. Once the soul cultivation course concluded, the brief respite of mere minutes swiftly passed, followed by an intense 3-on-1 session led by Douluo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu, focusing on the theory, production, and shell forging of soul guidance devices. Douluo was astonished to discover that Lei Han, in the creation of third-level soul guidance devices, not only exhibited astonishing speed but also remarkable precision, far exceeding their expectations. He felt a satisfying sense of pride, realizing his foresight had indeed been sharp. Lei Han not only possessed extraordinary talent in soul cultivation but also displayed remarkable potential in the realm of soul guidance devices. Xian Liner placed greater emphasis on the strategic application of soul guidance devices, drawing from her extensive practical experience to elucidate for Lei Han how to adeptly utilize these devices in the heat of battle, facilitating a clever transition between offense and defense. Fan Yu took a hands-on approach, providing one-on-one guidance to Lei Han in forging the shells of the devices, meticulously selecting materials, carefully refining them, and pursuing perfection in every stage of the process. At this moment, Wang Yin sat on the couch, visibly agitated as he rifled through a book before slamming it down onto the coffee table. He turned to Zhou Yi, expressing his concern. Xiao Han is only 5 years old. You shouldn't train her so harshly. She will inevitably perish on your training grounds. Wang Yin's tone was laden with worry and dissatisfaction. Before Zhou Yi could respond, Douluo slowly rose and approached Wang Yin, gently patting his shoulder as he solemnly remarked, Wang Yin, I understand your concerns, but this child, Lei Han, is unlike any prodigy we have encountered. Her potential is unfathomable. And if we do not stimulate it through rigorous methods, we risk squandering such talent. Moreover, she is akin to a spring. The greater the pressure you apply, the stronger her resilience will become. I too wish for her to grow up joyfully, yet reality often does not permit us such leniency. Douluo sighed, his gaze profound. We both understand that the Sun and Moon Empire is currently pursuing her and the long-deceased Lei Yunan. After all, it was Lei Yunan who stole Lei Han from that place, altering her fate forever. Alas, once this underground chamber is exposed, Yushi Shui and others will come to vie for Lei Han, a child endowed with extraordinary potential. Her very existence is a tempest. I must pave a thorny path for her growth, hoping she will emerge from the storm more resilient, capable of confronting any future challenges. Joey clenched her fists, her voice tinged with emotion. How I wish for her to have a more tranquil life. Just look at those soul masters outside who are hunting for her. Each one desires her power. What we can do is to empower her as swiftly as possible. Only then does she have a chance to survive this storm. Wang Yin, upon hearing this, fell into silence, acutely aware that he could not refute their words. Lei Han's situation is indeed perilous. Her presence acts like a magnet, drawing the attention of various factions. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. I understand. But when will she be able to leave this underground chamber and truly engage with the outside world? We cannot keep her shrouded in darkness indefinitely. We must consider numerous factors, such as a legitimate identity, a credible background, and sufficient strength for self-protection. Douluo took a sip of coffee and continued. All of this requires time and careful planning. Although Lei Han currently possesses formidable martial spirits and soul guide crafting abilities, her mental maturity is still lacking, and her understanding of the world remains limited. She might not even discern the difference between a copper soul coin and a gold soul coin. Thus, we need to provide her with further education and guidance, enabling her to gradually adapt to this world. I heard that your Soul Guide department recently launched an extreme soldier program. Wang Yin suddenly shifted the topic, seemingly attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Qianduo's eyes brightened as he nodded. Indeed, that is a project I am researching with Fan Yu. We aim to cultivate a batch of soul masters with extreme combat capabilities. They must excel not only in martial spirit cultivation but also in the crafting and utilization of soul guides. As for the candidates, we have not yet finalized them. Why do you ask? Wang Yin smiled slightly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. I believe Lei Han could be an excellent candidate. Her talent and abilities are entirely sufficient for this program. Moreover, the Extreme Soldier Initiative might allow her to grow more rapidly and better adapt to the outside world. Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into contemplation. He had indeed considered including Lei Han in the Extreme Soldier program, but had hesitated to make a decision. He then shook his head. No, the Extreme Soldier program is not worthy of her. Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a direct rejection from Douluo. He queried, puzzled, why? Isn't the Extreme Soldier program a carefully crafted initiative of yours? Why do you believe it is unworthy of Lei Han? Surely, your Soul Guide division is not being overly proud? Douluo waved his hand, interrupting Wang Yin's words. You misunderstand. I do not claim that the Extreme Solo Soldier project is flawed. Rather, it is insufficient to fully unleash Lei Han's potential. Her abilities surpass our wildest imaginations. Her future should not be confined within the boundaries of a single plan, but rather crafted by her own hands. What do you propose we do? Zhou Yi interjected, her eyes brimming with anticipation. What else can we do? We must forge her into a sharp blade of the soul guidance system. Fan Yu chimed in with a casual demeanor, yet his gaze betrayed a seriousness and fervor. I aim to make her the anchor of stability, the ultimate trump card of the soul guidance system, capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly against any adversary. You have quite the ambition, Douluo remarked, playfully tapping Fan Yu with his finger, followed by a knowing smile. However, I approve. Lei Han indeed possesses the potential to become a legend within the soul guidance system, but this path is destined to be fraught with challenges. We must devise a unique training program tailored specifically for her. One that not only enhances her martial spirit and soul tool crafting abilities, but also cultivates her mental acuity and tactical prowess. Fan Yu chuckled, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Of course, I can hardly wait to witness Lei Han shine in the realm of soul tools. I plan to personally guide her in the creation and application of soul tools, allowing her to hone her skills in practical combat until she evolves into a true master of soul guidance. Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of concern. Fan Yu, remember, Lei Han is still a child. Do not push her too hard. Fan Yu sobered, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, I will maintain a balanced approach. Although the training will be rigorous, I will ensure her growth is underpinned by her physical and mental well-being. After all, I am her godfather. How could I not care for her? He gently patted his chest, as if motivating himself. Douluo regarded Fan Yu with a slight nod. With you around, I feel assured. Very well, it is settled. Now, let us all return to our respective duties. At this, everyone rose, preparing to disperse. Wang Yin approached Zhou Yi, speaking softly. Zhou Yi, do take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. While Lei Han's matters are indeed important, your well-being cannot be overlooked. Zhou Yi cast a grateful glance at Wang Yin and nodded. I understand. Thank you for your concern. I will be mindful. With that, she turned and walked toward the door, her steps firm and resolute. Douluo and Fan Yu followed closely behind, and together they exited the room. On a certain day in the underground manufacturing area of the soul guidance system, Lei Han was crouched on the ground, intently fiddling with the components in her hands. Her gaze was focused and bright, as if the entire world had been captivated by the little contraption she was assembling. Xiao Han, what are you working on? Fan Yu's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Lei Han looked up to find him smiling warmly at her. Godfather, I am attempting to assemble a soul tool, hoping to see if I can create something innovative. Lei Han responded with excitement, her small hands gesticulating in the air, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. Fan Yu crouched down to examine the components in Lei Han's hands, nodding in approval. Indeed, quite impressive and imaginative. However, one must pay attention to the details. The position and connection of each component are crucial, leaving no room for even the slightest error. Lei Han nodded earnestly, continuing her diligent work. Fan Yu silently observed from the side, his eyes filled with both pride and anticipation. He understood that Lei Han was a prodigy, destined for a brilliant future. However, he was equally aware that the path of genius is often fraught with countless hardships and challenges. As time slipped away unnoticed, Lei Han had spread an array of various components and semi-finished products across the floor. Her face glistened with beads of perspiration, yet her gaze grew increasingly resolute and unwavering. All right, Xiao Han, let us call it a day for now, Fan Yu said softly, glancing at the time. Lei Han looked up at Fan Yu, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. But, Godfather, I still wish to try again. Fan Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. No, my dear. It is essential to balance work and rest. You are still young, and your body is developing. Overexertion is not advisable. Come, let me take you out for a delightful meal. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly forgetting the soul guiding device in his hand. He eagerly hopped along with Fan Yu to the kitchen in the living area. Opening the refrigerator, he found it brimming with freshly purchased ingredients and an array of delightful snacks. Turning to Lei Han, he inquired, "Xiao Han, what would you like to eat today? Your godfather will prepare it for you." As Lei Han gazed at the refrigerator brimming with ingredients, her eyes danced with excitement. Finally, she pointed at a fresh steak and declared, "Godfather, I long to savor your steak and that delightful strawberry cake." Fan Yu chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "All right, no problem. Godfather will prepare it for you right away." With that, he adeptly began to prepare the steak while Lei Han assisted by washing the strawberries. The kitchen was filled with a warm and inviting atmosphere as they busily chatted away. Before long, the table was adorned with the aromatic steak and a vividly colored strawberry cake. Lei Han, unable to contain her anticipation at the sight of the delectable dishes before her, grasped her knife and fork and began to indulge heartily. Observing her relish in the meal, Fan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and joy. He understood that, for Lei Han, culinary delights and soul-guiding devices alike brought her happiness and fulfillment. After the meal, Lei Han dashed off to the soul-guiding device manufacturing area, eager to continue her unfinished creation. This time, she approached each component with meticulous care, striving for perfection in every connection. Fan Yu stood nearby, offering guidance and occasionally imparting invaluable advice. "This doesn't resemble a soul-guiding cannon. It seems more akin to a scanner," Fan Yu remarked. His curiosity piqued as he observed the semi-finished soul-guiding device in Lei Han's hands. Rayon lifted his gaze, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. "Hee, Godfather. You guessed correctly, this is indeed a scanner, but a scanner capable of detecting and exploring rare metals. While ordinary scanners merely reveal the shape and size of objects, mine can uncover the hidden rare metals deep beneath the Earth's surface." Hearing this, Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "Oh, that's an excellent idea. If it can truly be realized, it will greatly assist us in the crafting of our soul-guiding devices. Rare metals are crucial materials in their production, and accurately locating them will undoubtedly enhance both our efficiency and the quality of our creations." Lei Han smiled with satisfaction and said, I share the same sentiment. Thus, I am diligently working to refine it, striving to enhance its accuracy in detecting the location and depth of rare metals." Fan Yu nodded encouragingly and remarked, "That's wonderful. With such an aspiration, go ahead and pursue it. I am confident you will achieve success. However, remember to take care of yourself and not overexert." Leon smiled and assured, "Rest assured, Godfather, I am aware of the stakes. Moreover, with you as my godfather, should any issues arise, I can always seek your assistance." Upon hearing this, Fan Yu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, you little clever one. But truly, do not hesitate to reach out if you encounter any difficulties. Your godfather will undoubtedly provide unwavering support." A month later, Lei Han approached Fan Yu, holding a meticulously crafted miniature scanner, her face radiating excitement and pride. "Godfather, look. I have completed it." Fan Yu took the scanner, examining it closely. Its exquisite design and smooth lines conveyed a sense of weightiness and quality when held. He pressed the switch, and the scanner immediately emitted a gentle glow, beginning to rotate slowly. "Impressive. It certainly exudes a technological flair," Fan Yu remarked. "Now, go ahead and test it on the ground. Let us see how it performs." With eager anticipation, Leon replied, "Yes." Fan Yu nodded and turned to leave the basement, making his way to an open area within the academy. He found a suitable spot, placed the scanner on the ground, and activated it. The scanner emitted a soft glow, gradually moving across the surface while producing a faint humming sound. As the scanner progressed, Fan Yu's eyes began to widen in astonishment. The screen of the scanner vividly displayed the underground conditions, clearly revealing the distribution of various metal ores. Furthermore, the locations and depths of rare metals were accurately marked, resembling a treasure map of the subterranean world. "This is truly remarkable," Fan Yu could not help but exclaim. Upon his return, he immediately shared this exhilarating news with Lei Han. Upon hearing this, Lei Han jumped up in delight. "Is it true? Godfather, that's wonderful. We have finally succeeded." Fan Yu looked at her with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. "Indeed, Xiao Han, you are truly remarkable. This scanner will greatly assist us in the creation of our soul-guiding devices." Lei Han smiled with satisfaction, saying, Of course. I have been working diligently." Fan Yu chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair. "Indeed, I believe in you. However, this scanner still possesses room for enhancement. For instance, its detection depth and range, as well as its precision, could be further refined. You may continue to research and perfect it, transforming it into something even more exceptional." Lei Han nodded, a resolute gleam shimmering in her eyes. Yes, I will. I shall ensure it becomes even better. Duo and Xian Liner rushed over upon hearing the news. He picked up the scanner, scrutinizing it closely, and a look of astonishment graced his face. My dear daughter, tell me, did you create this on your own? Duo gazed at Lei Han, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Lei Han proudly nodded. Indeed, father, this is the result of my collaborative efforts with my godfather. Upon hearing this, Duo turned to Xian Liner and suggested, let us explore the possibility of wholesale procurement. It might save our soul guidance department a significant amount of expenses. Xian Liner smiled and nodded, clearly intrigued by the scanner. Fan Yu, having overheard Duo's proposition, smiled faintly and remarked, this scanner is currently still an experimental model. Although its functions have been validated, a series of optimizations and improvements are necessary for mass production. However, I am confident that with Xiao Han's intelligence and my experience, we can refine it to a point suitable for large-scale manufacturing. Upon hearing this, Duo's eyes glimmered with admiration. Excellent work, Fan Yu. As our soul guidance department's instructor, you have consistently demonstrated exceptional talent and a profound sense of responsibility. I believe you and Lei Han will undoubtedly enhance this scanner further. Xian Liner chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Teacher Fan Yu, both you and Lei Han are the pride of our academy. If this scanner can truly be mass-produced, it would undeniably serve as a tremendous impetus for the development of our soul guidance department. Fan Yu humbly smiled and replied, thank you, Dean and Department Head, for your affirmation. I will continue to strive diligently, contributing to the advancement of our soul guidance department. At that moment, Duo suddenly felt a sharp jab at his waist, followed by Lei Han's mischievous voice from behind. Don't move. Raise your hands. You have been arrested, father. Duo was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to be stunned by the sight of a level 4 fixed soul cannon that Lei Han had somehow crafted. Even Fan Yu was unaware of when Lei Han had created such an impressive device. Lei Han, you mustn't treat your father this way. Xian Liner feigned anger, though her face was adorned with a tender smile. Duo burst into hearty laughter, raising his hands in surrender as he exclaimed, good daughter, you truly are remarkable. Capable of crafting a level 4 fixed soul cannon. I have underestimated you. Suddenly realizing something, Duo's expression shifted. Wait, a level 4 fixed soul cannon? Where did you acquire the materials? The components for such a cannon are exceedingly rare and costly. Lei Han blinked and chuckled. These materials were taken from the soul guiding devices you crafted. Duo lifted Lei Han with one hand and playfully smacked her backside with the other, exclaiming in mock irritation, you little rascal. Last time, you dismantled our soul guiding device to forge a level 3 soul cannon, and now you dare to defy us again. It's truly exasperating. However, managing to create a level 4 fixed soul cannon is quite an accomplishment on your part. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu hurriedly inspected the storage belt he had just made. As he pressed down, the components of the belt sprang forth, scattering across the floor. With a helpless expression, Fan Yu turned to Lei Han and, half laughing and half crying, remarked, Xiao Han, has my storage belt also fallen victim to your mischievous hands? This is brand new. Lei Han stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Hee, godfather, I apologize. I simply couldn't resist when I saw the materials were suitable. Is it particularly forced this time? Is that why the level 4 fixed soul guidance cannon has been crafted to be so small and crude? Fan Yu gently touched the somewhat rough surface of the level 4 fixed soul guidance cannon, her eyes reflecting a mix of reproach and fondness. Lei Han lowered her head and softly remarked, indeed, it is somewhat challenging. The design you discarded was rather intricate. It took me half a year to complete. Moreover, the materials were insufficient, which resulted in a slightly smaller creation. Nevertheless, I shall persist in my efforts and strive to achieve even greater success next time. Fan Yu, observing her earnest demeanor, felt a surge of emotion within him. He gently patted Lei Han on the shoulder and said with warmth, it's perfectly all right, Xiao Han. You have already done remarkably well. We all recognize your dedication and progress. As long as you maintain this fervor and perseverance, I am confident that you will undoubtedly emerge as a leader in the realm of soul guide device crafting in the future. Raihan lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Thank you, dear godfather. I will certainly strive to excel. I aspire to create more exceptional soul guiding devices, bringing honor to our soul guidance department. Duo gazed at this master-student duo, his heart brimming with contentment. He chuckled and said, all right, enough of the jesting. Fanyu. Continue to work with Xiao Han on refining that scanner, aiming for an early completion of the enhancements. Rai Han, remember not to recklessly dismantle our soul-guiding devices. Should you require any materials, feel free to communicate with me directly, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your needs. Xian Liner also smiled and added, Indeed, Xiao Han. You are our treasure, and we shall wholeheartedly support you. However, do keep in mind the importance of safety during the creation of soul-guiding devices, ensuring you do not harm yourself. Lei Han nodded vigorously, assuring, Rest assured, father, mother, and godfather, I shall be vigilant. With that, Lei Han took Fan Yu's hand and, brimming with excitement, dashed back to the soul guidance device manufacturing area. Chapter 18. Training. Lei Han gazed at Shou Yi, earnestly inquiring, Madam Shou, how might I cultivate my second soul skill, the angelic sacred shield, to attain an impenetrable strength akin to that of a fortress? At present, it appears as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, easily pierced by the sharp claws of 10,000-year soul beasts during our simulated combat training, leaving me utterly defenseless. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's lips curved into a subtle smile, her eyes reflecting a measure of admiration. Lei Han, your question is astutely posed. The angelic sacred shield, as your second soul skill, indeed harbors immense potential awaiting your exploration. To forge it into an indomitable barrier, you must first profoundly comprehend its essence and composition. It is imperative to meticulously study each aspect of the shield's defensive capabilities, from the trajectory of soul power flow to the methods of reinforcing the shield's surface. Every minute detail warrants your utmost attention. Simultaneously, enhancing your soul power cultivation is of paramount importance. Elevating both the purity and magnitude of your soul power is essential. For only with formidable soul energy can you establish a robust foundation for a defense as solid as a fortress. Furthermore, the accumulation of practical combat experience must not be overlooked. You should endeavor to seek confrontations with higher-level soul beasts during your training. Although you may encounter numerous challenges and difficulties in the initial stages, these invaluable experiences will enable you to continuously identify the shortcomings of the angelic sacred shield and subsequently refine and perfect it. Remember, the path of cultivation is seldom smooth. Only through relentless perseverance can you truly temper the angelic sacred shield into an unassailable bastion. Lei Han listened intently to every word spoken by Shou Yi. Once she finished, Lei Han solemnly nodded and replied, I understand, Mother Zhou. I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. Having said that, she turned and leapt into the ice water bucket to alleviate her sore muscles. Zhou Yi gazed at her resolute figure, filled with a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, she took a basin filled with ice cubes, while Wang Yin assisted by pouring the ice into the bucket, producing a crisp sound. It's so cold, I'm freezing. Lei Han exclaimed as she jumped out of the ice water bucket, her body emanating a chill, her teeth chattering. Xian Liner quickly wrapped a blanket around her to prevent her from succumbing to the cold. Lei Han, while training is essential, one must also be mindful of one's health. Zhou Yi said with concern. Lei Han nodded, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, Mother Zhou, I will judiciously balance my training and rest. You may return to your rest now, Shou Yi declared with an air of undeniable authority. Starting tomorrow, I shall devise a more rigorous training regimen for you. Lei Han bit her lip. Though she felt a twinge of anxiety, she resolutely replied, Yes, Mother Zhou, I will give it my all. After speaking, she wrapped herself tightly in a blanket and, accompanied by Xian Liner, slowly made her way to her room, preparing for an afternoon rest to restore her strength for the impending challenges. Upon returning to her chamber, Lei Han did not immediately lie down. Instead, she sat at the edge of her bed, closed her eyes, and began to meditate, striving to delve into the intricate details of the angelic sacred shield. In the realm of meditation, she envisioned her soul power flowing like a gentle stream, continuously surging into the angelic sacred shield, solidifying it gradually. As time passed, Lei Han sensed an elevation in both her mental and soul energies. She felt acutely aware of every subtle change in the angelic sacred shield, transforming from its initial fragility to a burgeoning resilience. She firmly believed that with relentless dedication to her training, her angelic sacred shield would one day become an impenetrable fortress. Later in the afternoon, Kaitu descended to the basement, seeking out Lei Han, a box of treats in hand and a warm smile gracing his face. Junior sister, is your training arduous? I brought you some snacks, all your favorites, he said, extending the box towards her, his tone imbued with genuine concern. Lei Han took the box of pastries, a warm current surging within her. Thank you, senior brother. It is truly wonderful to have you around. She opened the box, the enticing aroma wafting forth, momentarily alleviating the fatigue of her training. Junior sister, while cultivation is indeed vital, it is equally essential to take care of yourself. Hikaitu gazed at Lei Han, his eyes filled with tenderness. We have all witnessed your progress, and teacher Zhou holds great expectations for you. But do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. At that moment, Hikaitu noticed the myriad of new scars and bruises adorning Lei Han's body. And his heart ached involuntarily. Did you acquire these injuries during today's training? He inquired softly. Lei Han lowered his gaze to examine his scars, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's nothing, senior brother. These are merely marks of growth. I will take care, and I shall undoubtedly become even stronger. Upon hearing this, Kaitu gently patted Lei Han's shoulder. I believe in you, Lei Han. You possess talents and perseverance that others lack. As long as you persist, a brighter future surely awaits. He paused momentarily before continuing. By the way, I have been researching some new soul-guiding devices lately, which may aid in your cultivation. Once you have sufficiently rested, we can discuss them together. As Lei Han's eyes brightened with excitement, she exclaimed, Really? Senior brother, you are so kind. I have always yearned to learn more about soul-guiding devices. He smiled gently, nodding in agreement. No problem. I will impart all that I know to you. Our soul guidance department at Shrek Academy boasts abundant resources and a formidable faculty. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly, creating a warm and delightful atmosphere. In the company of her senior, Lei Han temporarily forgot the hardships of her training, feeling the care and warmth emanating from him. Once they finished their treats, Hikaitu attentively tended to each of her wounds, his movements gentle, as if afraid of causing her pain. They busied themselves while sharing insights and amusing anecdotes about their training, the air thick with an indescribable sense of camaraderie and harmony. Thank you, senior brother. Lei Han expressed her gratitude, her eyes shimmering with sincere light. With you here, I no longer feel so solitary and burdened on this path of cultivation. Hikaitu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Do not say that, Lei Han. We are all family, and it is only natural to help one another. Moreover, we see your efforts and progress and take great pride in you. As night deepened, they concluded their application of medicine and returned to their respective quarters to rest. By chance, Hikaitu finally understood why Fan Yu had forbidden him from witnessing Lei Han's training. After class, he ventured to the basement and discovered Lei Han engaged in a simulated combat training session against a soul beast, one that had nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. The creature loomed large, and Lei Han was covered in blood, her face and body marred with injuries, resembling a tattered wreck. Xian Liner was weeping profusely nearby, while Wang Yin was witnessing such a brutal training scene for the first time. He felt an urge to rush in and intervene, but Qin Duo firmly restrained him, whispering, Stop. You would only harm her. His gaze was resolute. Wang Yin's eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and concern as he clenched his fists, the nails digging into his palms. But she is just a child. How can she endure such an intensity of training? The soul beast's attack power would be difficult even for a high-level soul master to withstand. Xian Duo's eyes grew profound as he gazed at Lei Han, who was fighting valiantly in the basement. Precisely because she is a child, she must undergo this. Lei Han possesses unimaginable talent and potential. But in order to truly unleash that potential and transform it into her own strength, she must endure trials beyond ordinary comprehension. This is a gamble, but it is one we can afford to take, and one we must take. Wang Yan's expression softened slightly, yet concern still lingered. But isn't this training method a bit too cruel? I fear she might not be able to bear it. Cruel? Xian Duo shook his head. You are mistaken, Wang Yan. The true cruelty lies in allowing her to remain forever ensnared in her own weakness, never experiencing the vastness of the sky. What we do is to enable her to soar, to face any storm on her future path without flinching. The resilience of Lei Han's willpower surpasses your imagination. She possesses an indomitable spirit, a truth evident to us all. Zhou Yi weeps quietly from the sidelines, yet refrains from intervening, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes brimming with compassion for Lei Han. She understands that this is a trial Lei Han must endure, an essential journey on the path to strength. When Hikaitu witnesses this scene, he instinctively steps forward to intervene, only to be firmly restrained by Fan Yu. With unwavering determination in his voice, he exclaims, Hikaitu, you may shield her for a moment, but you cannot guarantee her safety for a lifetime. She must learn to seek hope amidst despair. This is the crucible that will forge her resilience. Hikaitu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Fan Yu, as Lei Han's guardian, would also allow her to endure such brutal trials. Zhou Laosher, please, have mercy. She is merely 5 years old. How can she withstand such intensity? She might not survive it. Upon hearing this, Zhou trembles slightly, yet she remains steadfast, her gaze piercing through her tears, fixated on the small figure who, even under the fierce onslaught of soul beasts, continues to fight valiantly. Her heart is a tumult of emotions. She understands the gravity of this rigorous training for Lei Han. She knows that this is an unavoidable path on Lei Han's journey to becoming strong. Let her be forged through this training, even unto death. Zhou speaks with a tone of resolve and resignation, deliberately turning her head away, unwilling for He Kai-tu to witness the tears cascading down her cheeks. It is preferable to this than allowing the deranged individuals of the morning light to mold her into a war machine. We are saving her. Do you not comprehend how those madmen would treat her? They would transform her into a heartless killing machine. Our intentions are to ensure that she lives. And lives with dignity. He Kai-tu stands frozen, never having contemplated this matter, nor recognizing the dire and cruel circumstances Lei Han faces. He watches helplessly as she collapses time and again under the fierce attacks of the soul beasts, only to rise stubbornly once more. The shock and pain within him are beyond words. But is such sacrifice truly worthwhile? He Kai-tu's voice trembles with endless doubt and struggle. It is worth it. Fan Yu asserts with unwavering certainty. If she can endure this trial, she will possess the means to confront the morning light. At Shrek Academy, we cannot stand idly by as a promising talent is destroyed. Lei Han's future should be determined by her own choices, not manipulated by those lunatics. At that moment, Lei Han, summoning her strength, calls out with a trembling voice, Fusion Ring. First soul skill, Angel's Triple Annihilation. Lei Han forcefully fused his first 10,000-year soul ring with his second, creating an illusion of a 100,000-year soul ring. An immense surge of soul power instantaneously engulfed the entire training area. The simulated 100,000-year soul beast seemed to sense an unprecedented threat. Roaring as it launched an even more ferocious assault, Rayon wielded her angelic holy sword, the tip radiating a brilliant light, as her first soul skill, Angelic 3 Annihilations, was endowed with an unprecedented power at that moment. The luminous blade resembled a meteor streaking across the night sky, striking directly at the vital point of the simulated soul beast. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive form of the simulated soul beast was hit by the radiant light, instantly collapsing and dissipating into twinkling stardust in the air. Even the Shrek Academy on the ground felt the repercussions. Students from the Martial Soul Department and the neighboring Soul Guidance Department, who were attending class outside, sensed the intense wave of soul power, causing the Soul Guidance teaching building to tremble slightly. All eyes turned toward the direction of the basement, filled with uncertainty about what had transpired. What exactly is the elusive little senior sister's background? Murmured Zhao Yang, a first-year student from the Soul Guidance Department. He had heard of Rayhan's name but had never seen her in person. At this moment, he was filled with curiosity and awe. It must have been some astonishing training to provoke such a surge of soul power, speculated Su Zihan, a third-year student, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I truly hope to witness this legendary little senior sister in person. Meanwhile, students from the Martial Soul Department whispered among themselves, debating the situation. What kind of soul guidance experiment are they conducting? This commotion is quite significant, remarked Li Haoyu, a second-year student, to his classmate. I'm not certain, but it is undoubtedly not an ordinary experiment, his classmate Wang Lei replied, his gaze gravely fixed on the basement. This wave of soul power is enough to leave even me astonished. It seems Shrek Academy harbors some secret weapon. Yin Xiaozhe, who was strolling alongside Kai Meyer, furrowed his brow upon feeling the intense surge of soul power and halted his steps. It seems that someone in the academy is engaged in an exceedingly fierce battle, and their strength is remarkable, he stated solemnly. Kai Meyer frowned slightly. Is it an inner courtyard student? Such a wave of soul power is rarely seen, even by us. Could it be that one of those little ones is attempting to break through their limits? Yin Xiaozhe nodded thoughtfully. Let us investigate. Such a disturbance likely signifies an important breakthrough or a looming crisis. As the dean of the Martial Soul Department, I cannot remain indifferent. Let us proceed to the inner courtyard and ascertain which child has achieved such astonishing growth, suggested Kai Meyer. In an instant, the two figures vanished from sight, racing toward the inner courtyard. Unbeknownst to them, the source of the soul power emanated from the basement of the Soul Guidance Department. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, they found everything to be as usual, devoid of the anticipated battlefield scene. The students in the inner courtyard appeared bewildered, either training in small groups or alone, clearly unaware of the overwhelming wave of soul power that had shaken the entire academy. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion and concern in the other's eyes. Kai Meyer softly inquired, could it be that this wave did not originate from the inner courtyard? Yin Xiaozhe pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by an idea. his expression shifting slightly. Could it be from the Soul Guidance Department? That seemed implausible. We have assigned those students with inferior martial souls to the Soul Guidance Department. How could there possibly be such a formidable fluctuation of soul power? Kai Meyer considered his words and realized they held merit. After all, the students in the Soul Guidance Department had been filtered out by the Martial Soul Department, leading to a more arduous cultivation path and relatively limited strength. How could they exhibit such an astonishing surge of soul power? Nevertheless, the unease in Kai Meyer's heart did not dissipate. She suppressed her doubts and returned to the main building of the Martial Soul Department alongside Yin Xiaoxia. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Lei Han lay battered on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes tightly shut and her brows furrowed, clearly having reached her limit after the fierce battle. Xian Liner and Qian Duo stood around her, their faces filled with worry and concern. This child, Lei Han, truly fought with all her might. Xian Liner sighed softly, her eyes brimming with admiration and sympathy. Qian Duo, his brow tightly knitted, looked at Lei Han with unwavering determination. She must pull through this. She is the future of our Shrek Academy. At that moment, Lei Han's body began to tremble slightly, her self-healing ability kicking in as her wounds healed at a visible pace. Despite the excruciating pain, she clenched her jaw, not letting out a single groan. Her consciousness wavered between clarity and oblivion, yet her yearning for victory and desire for freedom shone like a beacon in the darkness, guiding her ever forward. Is she going to be all right? Zhou Yi's voice trembled. She could hardly bear to imagine how she would cope if anything were to happen to Lei Han. Currently, her body is undergoing self-repair, which is a positive sign, Qian Duo stated solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Han, fearful of missing any detail. However, her mental and soul power had been greatly depleted, necessitating ample rest and recuperation. Xian Lina carefully lifted Lei Han and hurried towards her room, each step revealing her anxiety and concern. Inside the room, Xian Lina gently placed Lei Han on the bed, covering her with a soft blanket. Though Lei Han's complexion remained pale, her breathing gradually stabilized. Now, it's all up to her, Xian Lina whispered, her eyes filled with trust and anticipation for Lei Han's recovery. You and Dean Qian, as her guardians, are being rather harsh, Kaidu remarked from the doorway, observing Xian Liner and Qian Duo bustling around Lei Han. His tone bore a hint of reproach, but more so, it was laced with sympathy for Lei Han. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner raised her head and shot Kaidu a piercing glare. If we are not strict, shall we wait until the madman from the dawn of light turn her into a merciless killing machine? We are ensuring she lives with dignity, allowing her to become a true human being, rather than merely a biological soul guidance apparatus. As Kaidu felt a sudden chill under Xian Liner's glare, he was acutely aware that her affection for Lei Han was no less than his own as her senior brother, albeit expressed in a different manner. He lowered his head, refraining from further words, and quietly approached Lei Han's bedside to tuck in the corner of her blanket. The room was enveloped in silence, with only Lei Han's steady breathing echoing in the air. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxia and Kai Meyer happened to enter the main building. Xuanzi, pouring himself a drink, noticed their arrival and inquired in a low yet forceful voice, "Have you two sensed anything unusual?" His tone carried an undeniable weight, indicating he had perceptively detected the peculiar fluctuation of soul power. Yin Xiaoxia and Kai Meyer exchanged a glance, deciding to suppress their doubts for the time being, as more pressing matters demanded their attention. Elder Xian, we did indeed feel a strong fluctuation of soul power, but upon entering the inner courtyard, we found no abnormalities. Kai Meyer reported candidly, while internally speculating the true source of that power. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. As long as the inner courtyard is unharmed, that is well. However, that power is far from ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly rose, gently shaking the wine jug in his hand, the liquid inside producing a crisp sound. Perhaps it is time to investigate the Soul Guidance Department. Although they had maintained a low profile over the years, who could assert that there were not hidden talents among them? Yin Xiaoxia and Kai Meyer felt a stir of realization. Indeed, they had focused their attention on the Martial Spirit Department, overlooking the equally boundless potential of the Soul Guidance Department. Perhaps that enigmatic power lay concealed within it. Your words are most astute, Elder Xian. Let us proceed to the Soul Guidance Department at once, Yin Xiaoxia declared, already taking the lead, with Kai Meyer closely following. The trio heading toward the direction of the Soul Guidance Department. As they traversed the path, their hearts brimmed with both curiosity and anticipation. What could be the true source of that power? What transformations and impacts might it bring to Shrek Academy? Upon entering the realm of the Soul Guidance Department, they were greeted by a distinctly different atmosphere. Compared to the solemn and ancient aura of the Martial Spirit Department, the Soul Guidance Department appeared more modern and technological. Various peculiar mechanical devices and soul guidance tools surrounded them, evoking awe at the rapid advancement of soul guidance technology. However, they found no abnormalities at the periphery of the Soul Guidance Department. That power seemed deliberately concealed by some mysterious force. It appears we must delve deeper, Xuanzi said gravely, his gaze sharpening as if he could see through all illusions. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer nodded in agreement and continued onward. Meanwhile, Fan Yu had already plotted everything out. He emerged from the basement and summoned several students. In his hand was a newly crafted third-tier fixed soul guidance cannon made by Lei Han a few days prior. A smile adorned his face, though a flicker of barely perceptible tension danced in his eyes. Ah, if it isn't Dean Yin, Dean Kai, and Elder Xian. What brings you esteemed guests to our humble abode? Ha ha, our soul guidance department truly shines with brilliance. Fan Yu chuckled lightly, attempting to mask the turmoil within. Yin Xiaozhe offered a faint smile, his gaze piercing and direct as he stated, Fan Yu, we have sensed a profound fluctuation of soul power, seemingly emanating from the soul guidance department. Might you shed some light on this matter for us? Kai Meyer echoed. Indeed, this force is quite significant. We are concerned that an unforeseen event may have transpired. Fan Yu silently breathed a sigh of relief, yet feigned surprise on the surface. Oh, is that so? I have not detected any anomalies. However, since the Dean and Elder Xian are present, let us investigate together. With that, Fan Yu gracefully turned, leading the group steadily toward the enigmatic core experimental area of the Soul Guidance Department. Along the way, the carefully arranged students greeted Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer warmly. Their eyes a blend of curiosity and anxiety, filled with various speculations and anticipations regarding the forthcoming inquiry. At that moment, a newly crafted fixed-position soul-guiding cannon, meticulously designed by Lei Han, was being cautiously carried into a small classroom by 4 students. Sunlight streamed through the partially covered windows, casting a dappled glow upon the intricate soul-guiding devices, bestowing a warm and gentle radiance upon this otherwise cold sanctuary of technology. The newly developed third-level fixed soul-guiding cannon by Lei Han shines brilliantly under the gaze of onlookers, its lines smooth and elegant, with a core formation intricate and profound, seemingly containing boundless power and mysteries. Fan Yu halts his steps, slowly turns around, his eyes glimmering with pride and satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity to commence his impromptu performance, ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the latest third-level fixed soul-guiding cannon that I have painstakingly crafted. Its avant-garde design philosophy and the exquisite integration of technology are truly unparalleled. Hikai, too, upon hearing this, maintains an impassive expression, though inwardly he scoffs. Oh, dear teacher, your talent for deceit is truly remarkable. This is evidently the result of Xiaohan's hard work. Despite the amusement bubbling within him, Hikai too continues to project an air of composure and tranquility as he engages in a perfectly synchronized duet with Fan Yu. The master and apprentice endeavor to ensnare the 3, Yin Xiaozhe and others, who are unfamiliar with soul-guiding devices. Xianzi furrows his brow, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinizing the new third-level fixed soul-guiding cannon, seemingly attempting to unveil the secrets it harbors. Fan Yu, this soul-guiding cannon is indeed extraordinary, yet your claims regarding its design and technology seem to diverge significantly from its true essence. Fan Yu, feeling a jolt of anxiety within, maintains an unruffled exterior and continues his performance. Elder Xian, your insight is truly remarkable, but this is merely a preliminary introduction. The true intricacies lie ahead. Hikai too seizes the moment to interject, feigning mystery as he says, Indeed, Elder Xian, you may be unaware that this soul-guiding cannon conceals a remarkable secret, awaiting our further unlocking. Kai Meyer and Yin Xiaozhe exchange glances, a flicker of doubt rising in both their minds. They are acutely aware that those from the soul-guiding department often harbor secrets, reluctant to divulge their details. However, at this moment, their primary concern lies with the source of that enigmatic power. Fan Yu, our purpose in coming here is not merely to admire your new soul-guiding cannon, but to ascertain the truth behind that power. Yin Xiaozhe states firmly, his gaze fixed upon Fan Yu. Fan Yu internally groans, yet maintains his composure outwardly. Director Yin, you flatter me. I fully understand. But please trust that everything within the soul-guiding department is under control, and that power is merely a minor experiment of ours. Xianzi snorts derisively, clearly unimpressed by Fan Yu's explanations. A minor experiment? The intensity of the soul power fluctuations it has triggered is hardly as simple as you claim. How about I take you and Director Kai on a tour around the soul guiding department? Hikaitu suggests, presenting a seemingly agreeable proposal in an attempt to shift the focus of the conversation. A warm smile graces his face, yet a glint of cunning sparkles in his eyes. Reminiscent of a sly little fox, Xianzi contemplates for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, let us explore. Perhaps we may uncover something. Thus, guided by Fanyu and Hikaitu, the group begins to navigate through the inner workings of the soul guiding department. Every step seemed deliberately designed to avoid certain areas, while their gazes resembled searchlights, scanning every corner. Xuanzi halted before an unremarkable building that resembled a warehouse and turned to Fanyu, instructing him to open the door. A wave of unease surged within Fanyu, yet he maintained an outward composure, subtly gesturing for the nearby student to approach and unlock the warehouse door. As the door creaked open, Xuanzi, under the impression that it would conceal the secrets they sought, was met instead with neatly arranged rare metals and an array of semi-finished soul-guiding devices. Sunlight streamed through the slightly ajar door, illuminating the dust that danced in the beams, adding a touch of age to the cold warehouse. Xuanzi raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the scene before him. He stepped into the warehouse, his keen gaze sweeping over every detail. Yin Shaoxia and Kai Meyer followed closely behind, their expressions mirroring confusion and curiosity. I anticipated uncovering some astonishing secrets here, yet it turns out to be an ordinary warehouse, Kai Meyer murmured, a hint of disappointment in her tone. By the way, where are Dean Qian and Dean Xian? Why haven't they arrived? Yin Shaoxia suddenly inquired, as if realizing something significant. At this, Fanyu's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is troublesome. Dean Qian and Dean Xian are in the basement tending to Xiaohan. If they discover Lei Han's presence, it could spell trouble. Before he could respond, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Old Yin. Haha. I'm here. What brings you to seek me? Qian Duo had appeared behind them, wearing a broad smile, though his eyes held a glimmer of vigilance, as if fearing Xuanzi and the others might uncover something amiss. Standing beside him was Xian Linner, also smiling, yet her eyes betrayed a subtle tension. He continued, what brings you to our soul guidance department today? Qian Duo approached and patted Fanyu on the shoulder, chuckling. Fanyu, my lad, you're usually quite clever, yet today you seem quite anxious. Our soul guidance department is above board, with nothing to hide. Xuanzi cast a sidelong glance at Qian Duo, a playful smile curving his lips. Oh, is that so? Then why is it that you coincidentally appeared just as we arrived? Are you perhaps guarding some unspeakable secret? Qian Duo laughed heartily, feigning nonchalance. Elder Qian, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely happened to be nearby and came to investigate the commotion. As you know, my role as Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department is not an easy one. I must always keep abreast of departmental affairs. Xuanzi's gaze was piercing, seemingly attempting to see through Qian Duo. Humph, Qian Duo, do not jest with me. You are well aware of the purpose of our visit. What is the source of that unusual fluctuation of soul power? Feigning surprise, Qian Duo replied, an unusual fluctuation of soul power? Elder Qian, you are unjustly accusing me. Within our soul guidance department, experiments are a daily occurrence, and fluctuations in soul power are quite ordinary. If you inquire about a specific instance, I may not be able to provide clarity. Unclear? Xuanzi let out a cold huff, a glimmer of icy intent flashing in his eyes. Qian Duo, you would do well to elucidate this matter. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Xuanzi, Qian Duo's smile faltered. He turned to Fanyu, hoping for assistance in alleviating the tension. However, Fanyu, too, was in a precarious position and could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, Xian Liner spoke up. Elder Qian, please refrain from losing your temper just yet. We in the Soul Guidance Department are indeed conducting certain experiments, but they are all legitimate and sanctioned by the Academy. As for the unusual fluctuations in soul power you mentioned, we are genuinely unaware of them. Xuanzi's gaze flickered, seemingly pondering the credibility of Xian Liner's words. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. However, I must caution you that any illicit experiments or actions are strictly prohibited within the Academy. Should any transgressions be discovered, the consequences will be severe. Qian Duo and Xian Liner nodded in agreement, secretly relieved to have averted disaster for the time being. They knew that while Xuanzi had a fiery temperament, he was also a reasonable individual. As long as they could provide a rational explanation and supporting evidence, they could quell this upheaval. Subsequently, Xuanzi and the others continued their inspection within the Soul Guidance Department. Although they did not uncover any further anomalies, their underlying suspicions remained unassuaged. They understood that the source of the unusual fluctuations in soul power likely concealed a secret yet to be uncovered, one that could very well hold the key to unraveling the entire incident. After Yan Xiaozhe and his party departed, He Kaitu and Fan Yu followed Qian Duoduo and Xian Liner to the expansive open area outside the Soul Guidance Department. The underground elevator slowly ascended, emitting a soft chime as its doors gradually opened. The four of them entered the elevator, returning to the basement. He Kaitu collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I thought I was going to die. Elder Xian's gaze just now could have killed. He Kaitu exclaimed, still shaken. Fan Yu patted his shoulder in a comforting gesture, assuring him, it's over now. We've managed to evade this crisis for the time being. However, we must exercise greater caution in the days to come. Elder Xian and the others will undoubtedly return. Qian Duoduo sighed, his brow furrowed. Indeed, we owe this close call to Liner's quick thinking. Otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament. However, we must ensure that Xiaohan's situation remains concealed, or else the entire Soul Guidance Department will be implicated. Fortunately, we chose to construct the basement beneath the open area outside the Soul Guidance Department. Otherwise, Lei Han's presence would have been discovered long ago, Xian Liner added, her eyes revealing a hint of relief. Qian Duoduo nodded gravely. Indeed, the concealment of this basement is our greatest advantage at present. We must fully capitalize on this aspect to ensure Xiaohan's safety. At that moment, Zhou Yi emerged from Lei Han's room, holding an empty medicinal bowl. Her expression remained grave, yet her gaze bore a subtle tenderness. Xiaohan's condition had stabilized for the time being, but her health remained fragile, necessitating ample rest. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Qian Duoduo and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. They understood that Lei Han's safety was intrinsically linked to the future of the entire Soul Guidance Department, and any misstep was unacceptable. Teacher Zhou, I appreciate your diligent care for Xiaohan during this time, said Xian Liner gratefully. Zhou Yi nodded gently, her eyes resolute. Rest assured. I shall do everything in my power to look after Xiaohan. She is my student, and I will not allow her to come to harm. Chapter 19. The Sea God Pavilion. Meeting early the next morning, Xuanzi relayed the situation to Mu In, who pondered gravely, his brow furrowed. Aware of the gravity of the matter, he promptly convened a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. Within the assembly hall, Mu In spoke in a solemn tone. Esteemed colleagues, I have gathered you today to discuss a matter of utmost importance and sensitivity. Xuanzi had discovered an anomaly with far-reaching implications, one that concerned the future of our Shrek Academy and, indeed, the safety of the entire continent. Yan Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer exchanged glances, both recognizing the seriousness reflected in each other's eyes. The atmosphere within the Sea God Pavilion was palpably tense, each individual wearing a solemn expression as they awaited Muin's further remarks. Muin continued, the unusual fluctuations in soul power, confirmed by Xuanzi, indeed originate from within our academy, and their location is exceedingly concealed. Even Xuanzi cannot accurately ascertain its precise whereabouts. However, one thing is certain, this surge in soul power does not emanate from any known student or instructor among us. At this revelation, the assembly exchanged uneasy glances, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Moreover, the incidents involving the angel martial spirit and the divine bird that occurred several months ago remain unresolved, Muin added. We must investigate whether there exists a connection between these two occurrences. Yan Xiaozhe, brow knitted in concern, inquired, Elder Mu, how do you suggest we proceed? Muin pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before he spoke slowly. First and foremost, we must bolster the Academy's defenses to ensure no suspicious individuals infiltrate our ranks. Secondly, Xuanzi, you shall lead a group of instructors to continue the search for the source of that anomalous soul power. Remember, proceed with caution and avoid alarming the serpent. Xuanzi nodded firmly. Yes, Elder Mu, I will certainly locate the source of the anomalous soul power. Mu In then turned to Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo, as the head of the Soul Guidance Department, you must also enhance oversight within your department to ensure no illicit experiments or activities are conducted. Qian Duoduo promptly nodded. Yes, Elder Mu, I will be vigilant. Internally, Qian Duoduo mused, that rascal Kaitu. If he had not awakened Xiaohan's angel martial spirit, perhaps this tumult would not have arisen. Yet now, it is too late for words. All that remains is to strive for restitution. Upon returning, one must firmly admonish him, urging him to conduct his affairs with greater prudence henceforth. Xian Liner and Qian Duo exchanged a subtle glance, each acutely aware that although this incident had momentarily subsided, the underlying perils had not been dispelled. Unbeknownst to Qian Duo and the others, two invisible figures lingered nearby, Xing Yue and Xing Yuchen, quietly observing the unfolding events through the art of concealment. Xing Yuchen, employing telepathic communication, remarked to Xing Yue, "This situation has taken an intriguing turn. However, this individual named Qian Duo exhibits a remarkable resolve in protecting Master Lei Han. Quite fascinating." Xing Yue nodded slightly in agreement, responding through their mental link. Indeed, after all, Master has arrived in this realm and has become the adoptive daughter of Qian Duo. Such familial bonds and responsibilities she naturally bears upon her shoulders. Nonetheless, we must proceed with caution, for we are in Douluo continent, a realm far removed from our familiar star domains. The safety of Master takes precedence. Xing Yuchen chuckled softly, a hint of jest lacing his telepathic reply. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. However, do you think the soul masters of Douluo continent can perceive our presence? After all, our concealment techniques rank among the finest in the star domains. Xing Yue's expression remained grave as he earnestly responded through their mental connection. One must not be complacent. Although the cultivation systems of Douluo continent differ from our star domains, it is still a land rife with hidden talents. Individuals like Mu In and Xian Zi, who occupy high positions in Shrek Academy, undoubtedly possess exceptional capabilities. While our concealment techniques are formidable, they are not infallible. The two continued to silently monitor the movements within the Sea God Pavilion, witnessing Mu In rise and solemnly declare, "This meeting is hereby adjourned. Everyone must adhere strictly to the directives I have just outlined. The future of Shrek Academy, and indeed the safety of the entire continent, rests upon each of us." The assembly responded in unison, subsequently rising to exit the conference hall. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Yue and Xing Yuchen quietly withdrew, cognizant that their forthcoming actions must be executed with even greater caution to ensure Lei Han's safety while unraveling the truth behind the anomalous fluctuations of soul power. As they made their way back, Xing Yuchen could not help but exclaim, "The Soul Master's cultivation on Douluo continent possesses a unique charm. If only we could linger here a while longer, we might uncover something of value." Xing Yue, however, shook his head, solemnly asserting, "Do not forget our mission, Xing Yuchen. The safety of Master is our paramount concern. All else may be set aside for the time being." Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Soul Guidance System, Qian Duo and his companion returned with grim expressions. Hikaido was engaged in a game with Lei Han when he noticed the dark countenance of the two. Instantly alarm bells ringing in his mind. He rose cautiously and inquired, "What troubles you, esteemed directors?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, he caught sight of the formidable iron rods they gripped tightly, each thicker than an adult's arm. Their eyes blazed with fury, akin to twin infernos poised to consume him whole. A sudden chill gripped Hikado's heart as he recognized the gravity of the calamity he had unwittingly invited upon himself. In a panic, he darted behind Lei Han, whose countenance radiated innocence, her gaze as clear as a spring. Hikaido desperately sought refuge in her purity, hoping her untainted eyes would serve as a shield against the impending tempest. "Junior sister, you must save me," he lamented, his face a canvas of despair and helplessness, as though he were sending out a final distress signal to Lei Han. Upon hearing this, Lei Han blinked her large, expressive eyes and promptly stepped aside, declaring her intention to refrain from interfering. "Senior brother, this is a predicament of your own making. You must bear the consequences," she remarked, following her words. Lei Han playfully stuck out her tongue, a gesture that exuded both mischief and charm, yet it caused Hikaito's heart to plummet to the depths of despair. As Lei Han walked, Kaito trailed closely behind her, akin to a hen protecting her chicks from a lurking eagle. Wang Yan, engrossed in a book on the sofa, found the scene amusing. He set his book aside and chuckled, "Look at your pitiful state. I wonder what Fan Yu thinks of this. How could he possibly take you? Such a coward, as a disciple? Huh?" Though his words were laced with mockery, they alleviated the tension in the atmosphere somewhat. However, Qian Duo could no longer contain himself and pursued Kaito, who darted around Lei Han, shouting incessantly, "Director Qian, spare me. I truly didn't mean it. I promise I won't do it again." The basement echoed with Kaito's lamentations and Qian Duo's furious reprimands. "You rascal! Do you wish for me to accidentally harm Lei Han? Just watch as I teach you a lesson." Qian Duo roared, brandishing an iron rod. Kaito clung to Lei Han's arm, using her as a shield as they swayed from side to side. Duo dared not strike too forcefully, fearful of injuring Lei Han, and could only swing the iron rod while bellowing reprimands. This predicament left Lei Han in a bind. She was tightly grasped by Kai Tu, her small face reflecting her helplessness. She attempted to wriggle free, but Kai Tu clung to her like stubborn taffy. "Senior brother, please let me go. I truly cannot help you," Lei Han pleaded with a pained expression. Yet Kai Tu seemed oblivious, continuing to hold her hand tightly while repeatedly crying out, "Junior sister, you must save me. I cannot be beaten to death by Director Qian." Just as Fan Yu and Zhou Yi returned, they were met with this chaotic scene. Both were taken aback, and Fan Yu was the first to speak. "What on earth is happening here? Isn't it obvious? It directly involves what transpired at the Haishan Pavilion. Director Qian is furious and insists on teaching Kai Tu a lesson," Wang Yin explained gleefully from the side, still holding the unfinished book, occasionally glancing at the commotion. "Zhou Mama, Fan Yu's godfather. Senior brother is using me as a human shield. Please save me," Lei Han suddenly cried out, her voice tinged with a mix of grievance and a hint of a whine. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu and Zhou Yi quickly grasped the situation. Zhou Yi furrowed her brow and stepped forward, admonishing, "Kai Tu, stop right there. Do not use Lei Han as a shield." At her command, Kai Tu opted to flee, while Duo and the onlooker Xian Lin hastily pursued him, turning the basement into a whirlwind of chaos. This left Lei Han standing alone, looking plaintively at Zhou Yi. With a tender touch, Zhou Yi patted Lei Han's head and reassured her, "Do not fear, dear Han. With your godmother here, no one shall bully you." Lei Han blinked, tears welling in her eyes, yet she bravely held them back. She sniffed softly and murmured, "And Zhou, I'm fine. It's just that senior brother has gone too far." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression darkened as she glanced in the direction where Kai Tu had fled, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. She gently reassured Lei Han, "Do not worry. Your godmother will teach him a proper lesson." Meanwhile, Kai Tu was dashing through the halls of the Soul Guidance Department, with Duo and Xian Lin hot on his heels. As he ran, he frequently glanced back, his face a mask of anxiety and helplessness. He was acutely aware that he had landed himself in serious trouble, and the wrath of Dean Qian would not be easily quelled. Kai Tu, stop right there." Duo's furious shout echoed through the corridor, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Daring not to halt, Kai Tu poured every ounce of his strength into his flight, desperately seeking an escape route. Yet, the building of the Soul Guidance Department seemed to transform into a labyrinth, and regardless of how he twisted and turned, he could always hear the approaching footsteps of Duo growing nearer. In his youth, Duo had been a regular marathon champion at the academy, boasting exceptional stamina and endurance, while Xian Lin had excelled as a sprinter during athletic events, her speed astonishing. The two worked seamlessly together, closing in on Kai Tu with relentless precision. With no other option, Kai Tu leapt directly out of a fifth-floor window, utilizing a flying soul guidance device to glide through the air in a bid to escape. However, the device malfunctioned midair, causing Kai Tu to crash down awkwardly onto the lawn in front of the building, landing in a most undignified manner. Wincing in pain, he lay there for a considerable time, unable to rise. The students of the Soul Guidance Department, alerted by the commotion, opened their windows to peer outside. They were met with the comical sight of Kai Tu sprawled face down on the grass, surrounded by scattered parts of the flying device. Initially stunned, the students soon erupted into laughter. Haha, isn't that Kai Tu? What's he doing playing flying man in broad daylight? Kai Tu has truly embarrassed himself this time. He couldn't even control the flying device. The chorus of laughter and mockery only deepened Kai Tu's humiliation. Struggling to rise, he realized that his limbs felt as though they had suffered catastrophic fractures. Even the slightest movement sent waves of agony through him. He could only lie there, listening to the derisive laughter around him, his heart heavy with despair. "Oh no, I've utterly humiliated myself," Kai Tu lamented internally, his face alternating between shades of green and white. At that moment, Duo and Xian Lin arrived at the scene, gazing at the pitiful state of Kai Tu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Duo stepped forward, bending down to look at Kai Tu with a tone laced with both helplessness and reproach. What are you doing? Why do you always manage to get into trouble like this? This is quite a mess you've made." With that, he extended his hand to pull Kai Tu up, who let out a cry akin to that of a wounded animal, prompting another round of laughter from the surrounding students. "Oh dear. This must be a case of catastrophic fractures." Xian Lin exclaimed in alarm and hurried to examine Kai Tu's injuries. Duo also approached to take a glance. His brow furrowed. It certainly appeared serious. They needed to rush him to the infirmary for treatment. The two supported Hikai-tu from either side and made their way towards the medical facility. Hikai-tu hung his head low, resembling a defeated rooster, too afraid to utter a word. The surrounding students observed their retreating figures and erupted in laughter once more. At that moment, Zhou-yi, wielding a wooden stick, arrived on the lawn. She noticed the students gathered together, laughing, and her expression darkened as she vociferously inquired, "What are you all laughing at? Where is Hikai-tu?" Upon seeing Zhou-yi approach, the students instantly fell silent, retracting their heads and closing their windows. Zhou-yi scanned the crowd, not spotting Hikai-tu, her brow slightly furrowing. "Speak. Where has Hikai-tu gone?" Her voice carried an undeniable authority. A student, trembling with fear, pointed towards the direction of the infirmary. "Hikai-tu has been taken to the infirmary by Dean Qian and teacher Xianliner." Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed Zhou-yi's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by her dissatisfaction over Hikai-tu's mischief. She snorted coldly and turned towards the infirmary, dragging her wooden stick across the ground, leaving a trail of marks. Upon reaching the infirmary, Zhou-yi pushed open the door and beheld Hikai-tu sprawled on the bed, groaning as he received treatment. Duo and Xianliner stood by, their faces displaying a sense of helplessness. "Teacher Zhou, what brings you here?" Duo remarked, somewhat surprised to see her. "Isn't it because he used Xiaohan as a shield? As her guardian, how could I not seek justice for her?" Zhou-yi retorted sharply, her gaze fixated on Hikai-tu as if trying to bore a hole through him. Hikai-tu felt the intensity of Zhou-yi's stare and instinctively shivered, his groans diminishing considerably. Internally, he lamented. He had truly stirred a hornet's nest this time, even drawing Zhou-yi's ire. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Fan Yu was accompanying Lei Han in playing with building blocks, attempting to divert her attention and help her forget the earlier unpleasantness. Although Lei Han still felt a bit wronged, she gradually began to smile under Fan Yu's patient company. "Fan Yu, godfather, do you think my senior brother will be scolded terribly by his parents and by Zhou Mama?" Lei Han inquired while fiddling with the blocks. Looking up at Fan Yu chuckled softly, ruffling Lei Han's hair. "Do not worry, Xiao Han, your senior brother is tough and can withstand a scolding. Moreover, he truly did err this time. He deserves a good lesson." Lei Han pouted slightly, expressing her concern. "But will Aunt Shou scold him? I'm a bit worried." Fan Yu pondered for a moment before reassuring her. "I doubt it. Although Aunt Shou may be angry, her affection for you as her goddaughter far outweighs that. Besides, your senior brother has realized his mistakes and will no longer use you as a shield." As Fan Yu spoke, a flicker of seriousness crossed his gaze. He intended to have a stern conversation with Hikai-tu upon his return to ensure he learned a valuable lesson. At that moment, the door of the basement elevator slowly opened, revealing Duo, Xianliner, Zhou-yi, and Hikai-tu, who sat in a wheelchair, resembling a mummy. Witnessing this scene, Lei Han's mouth fell open in astonishment, causing the building blocks in her hands to tumble to the ground. "Ah, godfather, the mummy has emerged from the pyramid," Lei Han exclaimed, pointing at Hikai-tu in terror. As night descended, Lei Han found herself reluctant to succumb to slumber, while Duo had previously frightened her with tales of mummies. Ironically, at this moment, that very imagery served as a perfect metaphor for her description of Kai-tu. Upon hearing Lei Han's cry, Fan Yu hurried forward, enveloping Lei Han in a comforting embrace. In a gentle tone, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Xiao Han. That is not a mummy, but your senior brother and Kai-tu. He has merely sustained some injuries and is bandaged up like this." Lei Han widened her eyes, peering over Fan Yu's shoulder at Kai-tu, who was bandaged up like a zongzi. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Godfather, is my senior brother truly unharmed?" Fan Yu nodded affirmatively, assuring her, "He is indeed fine. It is merely some superficial injuries. A few days of rest will suffice." Hearing this, Lei Han exhaled in relief, her small face reflecting a sense of tranquility. She gently patted her chest, as if soothing her frightened heart. Upon hearing Lei Han's call, Hikai-tu's already awkward expression deepened to a crimson hue, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Duo and Xianliner, observing Hikai-tu's state, could not help but chuckle. Xianliner took a few steps closer, lightly patting Hikai-tu's shoulder, and remarked with a smile, "Look at you. You frightened little Han. I never anticipated that activating her martial soul would lead to such a debacle." Hikai-tu's voice, muffled by the bandages, conveyed a sense of regret. "I truly did not foresee this outcome." Zhou-yi, standing nearby with a darkened expression, stepped forward to stand before Hikai-tu, sternly stating, As a senior brother, you have not only failed to set a proper example for your junior sister, but have also used her as a shield in your folly. I am exceedingly disappointed in you. You must provide a reasonable explanation for this incident. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Hikaitu lowered his head, unable to meet Shoyi's gaze, fully aware that he had indeed overstepped. After a moment of silence, he murmured, Teacher Zhou, I know I was wrong. I was simply overwhelmed by fear at that moment, which led to my reckless behavior. I assure you, it will not happen again. Duo sighed as he watched the exchange, remarking, Hikaitu, when will you ever give me peace of mind? You must handle this matter yourself. However, let me remind you, little Han is a precious gem of our soul guidance department. If you dare to use her as a shield again, I shall not spare you. Hikaitu nodded repeatedly, silently vowing never to repeat such actions. He lifted his gaze to Lei Han, his eyes brimming with remorse. Junior sister, I am truly sorry. It was my fault. I promise to protect you diligently from now on, ensuring you will never suffer harm again. As Lei Han gazed into Hikate's sincere eyes, the feelings of grievance and fear within her gradually dissipated. She took a step forward, gently patting his hand, and softly murmured, Senior brother, it's all right. I understand that it was not intentional. As long as you refrain from using me as a shield in the future, we shall remain good friends. Hearing Lei Han's words, Hikaite felt a wave of emotion surge within him. He realized that his forgiveness was solely attributed to Lei Han's generosity and magnanimity. At that moment, Lei Han dashed into the kitchen and returned with a bowl of milk, feeding Hikaitu sip by sip. As she did so, she playfully remarked, Senior brother, this matter of you using me as a shield cannot simply end like this. Hikaitu was taken aback, nearly choking on the milk, and coughed a few times before asking in confusion, Then what do you wish to do? Lei Han blinked and chuckled, If you drink all 40 bowls of milk, you must agree to 3 conditions. First, the majority of the snacks from your portion shall belong to me. Second, every time you return from your adventures, you must bring me a gift. And third, well, I haven't thought of that yet, but I'll let you know once I do. Upon hearing this, Kaitu almost burst into tears. With a pained expression, he replied, Shaohan, your demands are rather excessive, aren't they? If I drink 40 bowls of milk, I might as well turn into a cow. And those snacks, they are my cherished treasures. Lei Han pouted her lips and feigned annoyance, declaring, Who told you to use me as a shield? This is your punishment. As for the snacks and gifts, consider them your apology to me. Hikaitu sighed in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce. He understood that if he did not comply with Lei Han's demands, the little girl would likely persistently pester him, denying him any peace. Nearby, Fan Yu could not help but chuckle at the scene. He had not anticipated that Lei Han possessed such cunning. He patted Hikaitu on the shoulder and remarked, Hikaitu, you should count your blessings. That Shaohan can forgive you is already quite remarkable. You must cherish this opportunity and refrain from such foolishness in the future. Hikaitu nodded, feeling a sense of relief within. He recognized that it was thanks to Lei Han's generosity and magnanimity that he had narrowly escaped calamity. He silently vowed to protect Lei Han diligently henceforth, ensuring she would never suffer harm again. Lei Han placed 2 large barrels of milk before Hikaitu, smilingly saying, Senior brother, I have come to feed you. Hikaitu gazed at the 2 immense barrels of milk, a look of distress deepening on his face. Desperately, he turned his eyes towards Duo and Xian Liner, hoping they might intercede on his behalf, yet both merely shook their heads with amused smiles, appearing to relish the unfolding spectacle. Yet Lei Han paid no heed to such concerns. She picked up a spoon, scooped a ladle of milk, and brought it to Hikate's lips, saying, Senior brother, do drink this. It is for your health, after all. Hikaitu, with a sense of resignation, opened his mouth and consumed the milk. A rich aroma of dairy spread through his palate, yet at that moment, he had no time to relish this delightful flavor. 40 bowls of milk. This task felt like a veritable nightmare to him. Lei Han fed Hikaitu spoonful by spoonful, her face radiating a smile of contentment. She felt as though she were a little adult, nurturing this senior with whom she shared a close bond. At last, after Hikaitu had consumed nearly 20 bowls of milk, he could no longer continue. With a pained expression, he pleaded, Shaohan, I truly cannot drink any more. If I do, I shall be sick. As Lei Han observed the pained expression on Hikate's face, she felt a twinge of sympathy. However, recalling how he had previously used her as a shield, her resolve solidified. She remarked, Senior brother, you cannot abandon this endeavor midway. This is a promise you made. With a resigned sigh, Hikaitu had no choice but to persist. At last, under Lei Han's vigilant watch, He painstakingly completed the daunting task of consuming 40 bowls of milk. Once finished, he collapsed onto his wheelchair, gasping for breath. Yet, with his body broken and in agony, he groaned in distress, appearing both disheveled and pitiable. Lei Han gazed at He Kai-Tu's appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She remarked, "Senior brother, you look just like a little dog that has just been pulled out of the water." He Kai-Tu, with a pained expression, replied, "Xiao Han, please don't tease me. My entire body feels as though it's about to fall apart, and you still find it amusing." Lei Han repressed her smile, approached He Kai-Tu, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "All right, senior brother. I understand that you are feeling quite distressed right now, but this is a lesson you must remember. Do not allow yourself to act so foolishly in the future." He Kai-Tu nodded, feeling a deep sense of regret. He realized that his actions had indeed been excessive, not only disappointing teacher Zhou, but also frightening Lei Han. He silently vowed to exercise greater caution henceforth, ensuring such incidents would not recur. Chapter 20. Lei Han challenges Zhou Yi in the morning. After carefully feeding He Kai-Tu, who had suffered multiple fractures, Lei Han was struck by a sudden inspiration. She rose, turned to Zhou Yi, her eyes shimmering with determination, and declared, "Mother Zhou, I wish to challenge you, a recently ascended level 60 Soul Emperor." After 3 months of grueling training akin to hell, Lei Han's soul power had surged, reaching the realm of level 55. Upon hearing this, He Kai-Tu's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting to chew his food, nearly choking in disbelief. Zhou Yi, surprised by the proclamation, swiftly composed herself, a gentle yet profound smile gracing her lips. She delicately set her teacup on the table, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Lei Han, as if seeking to discern every subtle nuance of her heart. "Oh, you wish to challenge me? Such a decision is not to be taken lightly, Lei Han. You must understand that the disparity between each level of soul power is akin to an insurmountable chasm. However, given your unwavering resolve, I am more than willing to witness your journey of growth." As Zhou Yi finished speaking, her gaze softened upon the 5-year-old girl standing before her. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, standing nearby, could not suppress a twinge of concern. He reflected that although Lei Han had been practicing against simulated foes and soul beasts using soul guidance devices, she had never experienced the true confrontations between soul masters. With a soft sigh, Wang Yin approached Lei Han and gently advised, "Lei Han, your courage is commendable. But battles between soul masters are not merely contests of soul power. They are also tests of combat experience and skill. As a level 60 soul emperor, teacher Zhou's battle experience and mastery of soul techniques far surpass yours. This challenge may prove too arduous for you." Raihan lifted his gaze towards Wang Yin, his eyes devoid of any trace of retreat. "Uncle Wang," he asserted, "I comprehend your concerns, yet I am acutely aware that without challenges, there can be no growth. The arduous training over the past 3 months has profoundly illuminated my progress. In each simulated battle, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly, continuously reflecting on my experiences and honing my skills. I firmly believe that as long as I persist in my efforts, there will come a day when I can transcend those seemingly insurmountable chasms." The words of Lei Han resonated with unwavering determination and confidence, her youthful visage radiating an indomitable spirit. As Zhou Yi gazed upon this child, a surge of admiration welled up within her. She gently placed her hand on Lei Han's shoulder and said, "Well done, Lei Han. Your courage and resolve move me deeply. I shall give my all to stand by you in this battle. However, remember that regardless of the outcome, this will be a precious experience on your path of growth." Turning her attention to Qian Duo, who sat nearby, Zhou Yi spoke with a hint of entreaty, "Director Qian, might we allow Lei Han to exit the basement? It feels somewhat cramped here, hindering her potential." Qian Duo smiled faintly, fully comprehending Zhou Yi's intentions. This was not merely a test of Lei Han's abilities, but also a trial of her mindset and willpower. "Of course, Teacher Zhou, I will find an unoccupied space where Lei Han's presence will go unnoticed, yet provide her ample room to unleash her soul techniques." Rising to his feet, Qian Duo's gaze swept across everyone present before settling on Lei Han, his eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. Upon hearing the news, a spark of excitement flickered in Lei Han's eyes. She realized that she would finally behold the world beyond, the vast expanse she had envisioned countless times in her dreams. Taking a deep breath, she felt as though she could already sense the gentle caress of the breeze against her cheeks and the warm embrace of sunlight upon her skin. Zhou Yi, observing the glimmer of anticipation in Lei Han's eyes, felt her resolve to assist her strengthen even further. She approached Lei Han and gently patted her shoulder, saying, Lei Han. Remember, regardless of the outcome, you have already demonstrated your courage and determination. Once you step outside, unleash your potential and let everyone witness your brilliance. Lei Han nodded repeatedly, as if she could already hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat, filled with excitement and anticipation. She understood that she had waited far too long for this moment. Under Qian Duoduo's arrangement, a group of them arrived at a vast expanse of land, separated from Shrek Academy by merely a mountain, surrounded by dense woods. This place formed a natural barrier, offering both concealment and safety. Standing in the center of the clearing, Lei Han took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility and harmony of her surroundings. Zhou Yi stood a short distance away, her gaze reflecting both expectation and concern. Yet she recognized the significance of this moment for Lei Han, and she knew she must wholeheartedly support this child. Are you ready, Lei Han? Zhou Yi's voice resonated in the air, imbued with a blend of authority and gentleness. Teacher Zhou, wait a moment. Let me first give her a mask. It will not only conceal her identity, but also allow her to focus more intently on the battle, Qian Duoduo said. Retrieving a delicate mask from the soul guide device and gently placing it on Lei Han's face. The mask was adorned with intricate patterns, shimmering with a soft glow, exuding an air of mystery and strength. After putting on her mask, Lei Han revealed only a pair of bright eyes, which shimmered with an even more resolute light. She nodded slightly, signaling Zhou Yi that she was ready. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yi no longer hesitated. In an instant, the red dragon martial spirit enveloped her, transforming her presence as if a genuine red dragon was about to soar into the sky. Her eyes glimmered with a fervent red glow, her body surrounded by blazing flames. And a formidable pressure enveloped Lei Han. Come on, Lei Han, let me witness your strength. Zhou Yi's voice echoed amidst the flames, infused with fervor and anticipation. Lei Han took a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Zhou Yi, yet her gaze remained unwavering. In an instant, her martial spirit, the 20-winged angel, manifested. With its 20 pristine wings unfurling gracefully behind her, each feather shimmered with a holy radiance, as if capable of purging all the malevolence from the world. Lei Han hovered serenely in midair, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability that stood in stark contrast to Zhou Yi's fervent flames. The 20-winged angel martial spirit, indeed, was extraordinary. Observing this, Zhou Yi could not help but marvel inwardly. She understood that Lei Han's martial spirit was exceedingly rare, endowed with formidable potential and strength. Yet this only deepened her curiosity about the extent of Lei Han's true power. Lei Han floated gracefully in midair, her left hand unexpectedly wielding a celestial sword. Its blade gleaming with a lustrous silver hue, radiating a soft glow as if forged from the purest of metals. She gripped the angelic sword firmly, its tip directed towards the ground, exuding an aura of sacredness and solemnity. Mother Zhou, I seek your guidance. Lei Han's voice rang clear and resolute. She was acutely aware that an unprecedented challenge lay before her, yet she felt no trace of fear. Zhou Yi gazed upon Lei Han's unwavering eyes and her ethereal presence, a sense of respect blossoming within her heart. She nodded slightly, and the flames of the red dragon martial spirit ignited with renewed fervor, as if determined to incinerate everything in their vicinity. Come forth, Lei Han, allow me to witness the true might of your 20-winged angelic martial spirit. Zhou Yi's voice echoed amidst the flames, imbued with fervor and anticipation. Before her words could dissipate into the air, Zhou Yi's figure flickered, transforming into a crimson afterimage, hurtling towards Lei Han with alarming speed. She moved like a bolt of red lightning, rapidly closing the distance between them. The flames of the red dragon martial spirit blazed fiercely around her, seemingly intent on engulfing Lei Han entirely. Upon witnessing the scene, Lei Han's eyes glimmered with a tinge of gravity, yet she did not falter. With a resolute cry, she invoked her second soul skill, Angelic Sacred Shield. As her voice resonated, the space before her appeared to warp under the influence of a divine force, coalescing into a magnificent angelic sacred shield that stood valiantly before her. The shield radiated a pure white luminescence, adorned with intricate angelic patterns, seemingly imbued with boundless sanctity. Zhou Yi's fiery onslaught collided fiercely against the angelic sacred shield, producing a thunderous roar. Flames and sacred light intertwined, clashing and merging in a silent contest. With her first soul skill, Angelic Triple Annihilation, while defending against Zhou Yi's assault, Lei Han did not forget to launch a counterattack. She uttered a low command, her figure darting through the air with remarkable speed, transforming into 3 radiant specters that charged toward Zhou Yi from 3 distinct directions. These luminous phantoms moved as swiftly as lightning, each encapsulating Lei Han's full might. The angelic sacred sword shimmered with a silver radiance amidst the phantoms, as if it could sever all obstacles in the world. Zhou, witnessing this, could not help but admire Lei Han's combat prowess. She deftly evaded the first specter's strike, while simultaneously amplifying the flames of her red dragon martial spirit, creating a formidable wall of fire that obstructed the second specter. However, the third specter appeared as if conjured by a wraith, striking Zhou Yi's blind spot. Taken by surprise, she was hit by this luminous shadow, causing her to stumble back several steps. What an impressive soul skill! After regaining her balance, Zhou Yi regarded Lei Han with newfound respect. She recognized her earlier lapse in caution. Otherwise, she would not have been struck. With her first soul skill, Red Dragon's Roar, Zhou Yi resolved to hold nothing back, unleashing a fierce cry as the flames of her red dragon martial spirit surged, transforming into a colossal red dragon apparition that roared menacingly towards Lei Han. The dragon, infused with searing flames and overwhelming pressure, seemed intent on wholly consuming her. Feeling the intensity of this formidable pressure, Lei Han's expression grew serious. Yet, she did not retreat. Instead, she took a deep breath, aligning her state to its utmost efficacy. Once more, she summoned the angelic sacred shield. This time, the shield was even more robust and radiant than before. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, she positioned the angelic sacred sword upright before her, harmonizing it with the angelic sacred shield to form an impregnable defense. The red dragon apparition roared as it crashed against the angelic sacred shield, producing a deafening cacophony. Flames and sacred light once again intertwined, saturating the entire space with their potent energies. Lei Han's feet remained firmly planted in midair, her gaze resolute and composed, unwavering in the face of Zhou Yi's formidable attack. Observing Lei Han's steadfast figure, Zhou Yi was filled with a sense of reflection. She understood that Lei Han not only possessed the rare 20-winged angel martial spirit, but also harbored an indomitable spirit. Such a child is destined to achieve great feats in the future. With her third soul skill, Red Dragon's Inferno, Zhou Yi let out a low growl, and the flames of the red dragon martial soul surged to their zenith, transforming into a searing sea of fire that swept towards Lei Han. This assault was more ferocious than before, as if it sought to incinerate the very fabric of space itself. Lei Han felt an unprecedented pressure, her countenance turning exceedingly grave. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she clenched her teeth and channeled all her strength into the angelic holy sword and the angelic holy shield. In a pivotal moment, she unleashed her most formidable soul skill, the angelic exorcism slash. With a clear and resonant cry, the brilliance of the angelic holy sword erupted to its zenith. As if it had harnessed all the sacred power of the world, Lei Han swung the angelic holy sword with fervor. A dazzling beam of sword light cleaving through the air, directly targeting the searing sea of flames. The instant the sword light collided with the inferno, it unleashed a blinding radiance and tremendous energy waves, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space asunder. Zhou Yi, witnessing this, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lei Han's third soul skill would possess such formidable might, capable of contending with her own Crimson Dragon's Inferno. She was acutely aware that this strike transcended the ordinary realm of soul masters. Even she would need to muster her full strength to confront it. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi did not retreat. With a low exclamation, the flames of her Crimson Dragon martial spirit surged once more, transforming into a colossal Crimson Dragon apparition that fiercely clashed with Lei Han's angelic exorcism slash. The two forces intertwined in the air, colliding with a deafening roar and resplendent light, as if they sought to engulf the entire world. The battle between the two had captivated the attention of the entire Shrek Academy, causing students and faculty from the martial spirit and soul engineering departments next door to pause their activities, drawn to the earth-shattering clash. Some of the more senior instructors wore expressions of shock, having not anticipated such an intense confrontation occurring so close to the academy. "Who is that?" A middle-aged teacher from the martial spirit department murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the radiant figure not far away. Unclear, but judging by the martial spirit, it seems to be the recently unveiled 20-winged angel martial spirit, which the elders of the Sea God Pavilion have never encountered before and are currently investigating, replied a younger teacher from the same department, his face etched with astonishment. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer sensed the unusual surge of soul power once more and exchanged grave glances. Yin Xiaojia spoke in a low voice. "This surge of soul power appears even more potent than before. We must hurry and ensure this battle does not endanger the other students of the academy." Just as Yin Xiaojia was about to take a closer look, He was obstructed by Xuanzi's wine gourd. Don't block my view of the match. This is a rare spectacle. Xuanzi squinted, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yin Xiaozhe, with a resigned glance at Xuanzi, replied, Elder Xian, please do not meddle in this. I cannot fathom why Zhou Yi has chosen to engage with someone possessing the 20-winged angel martial spirit. Yet, as you know, should this escalate, it could lead to dire consequences. Xuanzi chuckled, rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Though these two children possess considerable strength, they are yet unable to stir significant upheaval. Moreover, have you not observed? Their battle appears devoid of malice, resembling more of a sparring session. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhe was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the battlefield, shimmering with a divine radiance intermingled with fervent flames, although the individuals remained unseen. The intense clash of soul techniques indeed conveyed an atmosphere of amicable exchange rather than a brutal struggle for survival. Indeed, you are correct, Elder Xian. It seems I have overthought, Yin Xiaozhe nodded, his anxieties alleviating slightly. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, Mu In, who had been napping on a rocking chair, was abruptly roused by a surge of potent soul energy. He opened his eyes suddenly, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossing his features. Was this surge emanating from that young girl, Zhou Yi? No. There was also an aura of such pure and sacred power, the 20-winged angel martial spirit, truly remarkable. Mu In murmured to himself, pondering the origins of the wielder of such an extraordinary spirit. For it was evident that someone capable of eliciting such an astonishing wave of soul power was no ordinary being. Rising to his feet, Mu In slowly approached the window, his gaze penetrating through layers of architecture, settling upon the distant battlefield cloaked in fervent flames and divine light. A look of contentment graced his visage, as though he had already foreseen the outcome of this encounter. Youth should embody such vigor and zeal, Mu In remarked softly. Though his voice was gentle, it resonated with an ineffable strength, compelling listeners to nod in agreement. Beside him, Song Yunji, indulging in pastries, suddenly sensed the fluctuations of soul power in the air. Instinctively, she halted her hand, her gaze shifting towards the window, where she too beheld the battlefield enveloped in light. Elder Mu, who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? Song Yunji inquired with curiosity. Mu In smiled faintly, refraining from a direct response. Instead posing a counter-question, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Song Yunji replied, although Teacher Zhou is formidable, the student with the 20-winged angel martial spirit also seems quite capable. Moreover, judging from that pure and sacred power, she appears to harbor significant untapped potential. Mu In nodded in acknowledgement. You are not mistaken. The outcome of this battle is not easily discernible. While Zhou Yi is seasoned, that individual does not seem to be a student of our Shrek Academy. At least, I have never encountered her in the records of the Sea God Pavilion. Song Yunji's eyes widened in surprise. Not a student of our academy? How then did she come to be here, engaging in battle with Teacher Zhou? Mu In gently shook his head. This is indeed a point of intrigue. However, the world of soul masters is replete with prodigies. She may well be a disciple of some reclusive master, inadvertently embroiled in a misunderstanding with Zhou Yi, leading to this confrontation. I sense it is less of a misunderstanding and more akin to a meticulously orchestrated sparring match, he added. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Huachuan had quietly taken her position behind Mu In and Song Yunji, her sharp gaze fixed upon the distant battlefield, her expression contemplative. Lin Huachuan's words startled both Mu In and Song Yunji, prompting them to turn their heads towards her. They found her eyes intently locked onto the distant conflict, as if she could pierce through the searing flames and sacred light to discern the intricacies of the battle within. Elder Lin, what makes you so certain this is a sparring match rather than a misunderstanding? Mu In inquired with curiosity. Lin Huachuan smiled faintly and replied, observe closely. Even though the duel between those two appears thrilling, their strikes consistently evade each other's vital points. Moreover, the manner in which they unleash and respond with their soul skills is imbued with an essence of probing and learning. It does not resemble a life and death struggle. Rather, it seems akin to honing oneself through combat. Upon hearing this, Song Yunji nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Elder Lin makes a valid point. It seems that this classmate, endowed with the 20-winged angel martial soul, is indeed a concealed master. I wonder where she emerged from, possessing such formidable strength and talent. Mu In also displayed an expression of approval, stating, indeed, to engage in such a manner with Zhou Yi speaks to this classmate's exceptional prowess. Furthermore, her martial soul and soul skills are unprecedented in our experience. It appears the realm of soul masters is on the brink of a new transformation. Slowly rising to her feet, Song Yunji accepted the cane handed to her by a student from the Seoul Engineering Department and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Elder Song, what exactly is transpiring over there? Why are individuals clashing with Teacher Zhou from the Martial Soul Department, and why does it seem so grand?" Taking the cane, Song Yunji gently touched the ground to steady herself, her gaze penetrating the mist-shrouded mountain peak, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "It seems our Shrek Academy is indeed a place of hidden talents. Each appearance of the 20-winged angel is accompanied by extraordinary ripples. Yet I lament that she is not one of Shrek's own, unable to witness her growth firsthand." With a gentle sigh, Song Yunji lightly tapped her cane on the ground and turned to walk towards the Sea God Pavilion. Mu In and Lin Huichuan exchanged a glance, both reading a mix of gravity and anticipation in each other's eyes. "There is no need for alarm. Continue your cultivation. Sometimes, witnessing a miracle is a form of training in itself." Muin's voice resonated throughout the courtyard of the Sea God Pavilion, calming the inner academy students who had been stirred by the fluctuations of soul power, allowing them to immerse themselves back into their respective practices. Meanwhile, the fervent flames and sacred light of the distant battlefield intensified further. At the same time, a multitude of students from the Outer Academy's Martial Soul Department gathered to observe the scene atop the mountain. Among the crowd was Ma Xiaotao, whose signature fiery red hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight as she squeezed in alongside her companions. "Dai Yaoheng, look at the battle on that mountain peak. It seems rather intense," she remarked. Ma Xiaotao turned to Dai Yaoheng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Upon hearing her words, Dai Yaoheng followed her gaze and beheld a mountain peak engulfed in fervent flames and holy radiance, resembling a resplendent jewel amidst the azure sky and fluffy clouds, drawing attention like a beacon. Indeed, the surge of soul power was palpable even from a distance, suggesting that two formidable soul masters were engaged in a fierce duel. Who could be the skilled combatant capable of matching Teacher Zhou in such a fierce contest? Ma Xiaotao furrowed her brow, a compelling urge to uncover the truth swelling within her. Dai Yaoheng smiled gently and remarked, "Whoever it may be, our primary task now is to cultivate and enhance our own abilities. Only then can we enter the inner academy and have the opportunity to spar with true masters." He added with a hint of trepidation, "I cannot afford to advance too quickly, otherwise, I might lose control of my evil fire." Ma Xiaotao sighed softly, her tone laced with a mixture of helplessness and concern. The formidable power of her evil fire phoenix martial soul came with the burden of uncontrollable malevolence, posing a significant obstacle on her path to cultivation. Upon hearing her, Dai Yaoheng's expression turned serious. He understood the struggles Ma Xiaotao faced and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Xiaotao, do not fret too much. There will always be a way to resolve your issues with the evil fire. Moreover, I believe that with your talent and diligence, you will surely overcome this challenge and become a true powerhouse." Ma Xiaotao gazed at Dai Yaoheng with gratitude, nodding in agreement. "Yes, I will strive to improve. I also believe that one day, I shall find a method to suppress the evil fire and elevate my strength to new heights." As they conversed, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the mountaintop, illuminating the entire sky in an instant. This radiance was imbued with sacred and pure energy, as if it could cleanse the world of all malevolence and filth. Both Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were taken aback, looking up at the source of the light. On the mountain peak, the silhouettes of the two soul masters flickered in and out of view, weaving through the luminous aura, their clashes resonating with deafening booms and dazzling waves of soul power. "What extraordinary power is this?" Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her eyes filled with awe and longing. Dai Yaoheng's expression was equally grave. He inhaled deeply and said, "It seems that our Shrek Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Such prowess is likely rare even within the inner academy." The two silently observed the battle atop the mountain, their hearts ignited with intense ambition and desire. They understood that only by continually enhancing their own abilities could they have the opportunity to engage with true masters and establish their presence in the realm of soul masters. Chapter 21. The Uncontrolled Inferno. On the other side, the battle between Lei Han and Zhou Yi grew increasingly intense. The clash of the 20-winged angel martial soul and the red dragon martial soul was nothing short of breathtaking. Each of Lei Han's strikes was accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul soared gracefully through the air, unleashing torrents of searing flames from its maw, transforming into a torrential rain of fire, seeking to engulf Lei Han entirely within a sea of flames. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, her gaze filled with admiration for the resolute young girl before her. Lei Han's visage was adorned with fine beads of sweat, yet the resolve in her eyes remained unwavering. Mother Zhou, I shall never concede defeat. I will continue to fight. Observing this, Zhou Yi could not help but smile appreciatively. The red dragon's body suddenly swelled, its scale shimmering with a brilliant red light. It let out a deafening roar, and an even more intense and fervent flame erupted from its maw, clashing violently with the ultimate light released by Lei Han in midair. The resulting explosion produced a thunderous roar, radiating brilliance as if daylight had descended, illuminating the entire battlefield. Good girl, you truly possess spirit. Zhou Yi's voice rang out clearly and resolutely amidst the thunderous sounds. Let me see just how far your limits extend. In Lei Han's grasp, the angelic holy sword shimmered with a resplendent brilliance. She inhaled deeply, summoning the entirety of her strength. Fifth soul skill, angelic cross slash. As her words fell, the sword light wove a tapestry of luminescence, and Lei Han's figure instantaneously shifted, as if she had truly transformed into a celestial envoy descending upon the mortal realm. The holy sword was brandished, and a cross-shaped radiance cleaved through the heavens, each strike imbued with the supreme power of purification and judgment. A sacred and solemn atmosphere enveloped the air, for the cross slash not only sliced through space but seemed also capable of severing all obstacles and predicaments, manifesting Lei Han's indomitable fighting spirit. In Zhou Yi's crimson dragon-like eyes, a flicker of gravity passed through. She was acutely aware that this strike was of no ordinary consequence. In response, the red dragon's form twisted once more, flames coalescing around her into barriers of fire, striving to impede the invincible sword light. Yet, the might of the angelic cross slash surpassed all imagination, as the fiery shields shattered beneath the sword's brilliance, flames erupting like a splendid display of fireworks, yet carrying the essence of annihilation. The relentless assault from Lei Han persisted, her form shadowing the air like a phantom. The angelic holy sword carving resplendent arcs through the atmosphere, each strike infused with the might of thunder. Zhou Yi's crimson dragon soul exhibited astonishing agility, gracefully twisting and turning in midair to evade Lei Han's lethal blows while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Child, your strength is indeed formidable. Yet the battle is far from over. Zhou Yi's voice resonated with indomitable spirit as her crimson dragon soul unleashed a torrent of searing flames, transforming into fiery dragons that surged towards Lei Han. As Lei Han shifted her form to the side, she deftly evaded the assault of the fire dragon, simultaneously unleashing the angelic holy sword, which cleaved the approaching beast in two with a resplendent blaze of swordlight. The combat between the two intensified, the surrounding air seemingly ignited, waves of heat rolling forth, suffocating in their intensity. Both Lei Han and Zhou Yi demonstrated extraordinary prowess and unwavering resolve. Their clash was not merely a contest of soul power, but a profound trial of will and conviction. The fierce confrontation atop the mountain stirred the very winds and clouds around them, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response. Lei Han moved gracefully amidst the radiant sword light, each swing of her blade accompanied by a thunderous roar, her gaze embodying both steadfastness and indomitable spirit, a challenge to her own limits and an insatiable yearning for victory. Zhou Yi's crimson dragon spirit was equally relentless, roaring forth as flames surged like a tidal wave. Every dragon's cry seemed to narrate an unyielding will. The brilliance surrounding the red dragon intensified, as if it sought to ignite the entire sky, its scales shimmering with a metallic luster under the glow of the flames, exuding an almost divine majesty. Child, you are impressive, yet still far from enough. Zhou Yi's voice carried a note of encouragement as more and more students from the Soul Master and Soul Guide departments gathered, their eyes fixed upon this earth-shattering duel on the distant mountaintop. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, their gazes brimming with reverence and anticipation, as if witnessing the ascent of a new star in the realm of Soul Masters. Who is she, to engage so fiercely with Teacher Zhou Yi? One student exclaimed, eyes locked on the mountain, unwilling to miss a single detail. Students from the Soul Master department shook their heads in unison, indicating their unfamiliarity, while in the Soul Guide department's arena, fifth-year students wore expressions of smugness. After all, 5 years prior, when they were mere first-year freshmen, they had witnessed the heart-wrenching scene of Lei Yunan, battered and bruised, cradling the premature Lei Han as they stumbled through the academy's gates. They understood well that Lei Han was no ordinary individual but rather a meticulously crafted experiment of the Sun and Moon Empire, this secret weighing heavily upon their hearts. Meanwhile, the upperclassmen of the Soul Guide department stood united, discreetly safeguarding the astonishing secret of Lei Han's existence alongside Qian Duo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu, keeping it carefully hidden from the academy's higher echelons. She must be 5 years old now, remarked a female student from the Soul Guide department, none other than Wang Mingming, the very girl who had discovered and supported Lei Yunnan back then. Her words were tinged with nostalgia, as if the memories of those bygone days were vividly resurrected before them. Surrounding students from the Soul Guide department nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting both awe for the secret and admiration for Lei Han's remarkable abilities now on display. Indeed, she was now 5 years old. Yet who could have imagined that the little girl, once as small as a kitten, could now contend so fiercely with teacher Zhou Yi? It was truly beyond belief. Chen Wenfeng seized the opportunity to speak, his eyes shimmering with excitement, as if he had borne witness to a miraculous event. At that time, he thought she would not survive, yet unexpectedly, she not only endured but also displayed such astonishing talent and prowess. Wang Xian, a 4th grader, sighed with a hint of emotion in his voice, as though that memory stirred the tender depths of his heart. Senior students, what are you discussing? I don't quite understand, inquired Lei, a curious first-year student from the Soul Guidance department, his gaze fixated on the battle atop the mountain, yet equally intrigued by the conversation of his seniors. Ah, you are still young. There are things you have yet to comprehend, Wang Mingming replied with a smile, gently ruffling Lei's hair, her eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Once you spend more time here, you will come to understand all we speak of. Is this really the same premature infant who resembled a kitten? Her rate of growth is astonishing, almost as if propelled by a rocket. Zhao Feng, a 6th grader, exclaimed in disbelief, his mouth agape, and his classmates around him echoed similar sentiments, discussing Lei Han's remarkable transformation. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. The ocean cannot be measured by a single bucket, Li Hua mused, his expression a mixture of awe and sympathy for all that Lei Han had endured. In the past, such a small child was secretly nurtured in the basement by Dean Qian, who could have predicted such accomplishments today. The basement? Secret cultivation? What does this mean? Lei's curiosity intensified, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge as he pressed further. Wang Mingming glanced around to ensure no one else was listening before she whispered. This is a long story. Lei Han's background and experiences are extraordinary. She is not only a subject of the Sun and Moon Empire, but also carries the hopes of the Academy and the Soul Guidance Department for the future. To ensure her safe growth and fullest potential, Dean Qian and several teachers had no choice but to make such decisions. But is that truly fair to her? Lei furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with discontent and concern. Fair? Li Hua sighed, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. In this world, what is absolute fairness? Laws and regulations may strive to restrain human nature, yet they can never completely eradicate injustice. Although Lei Han's plight evokes sympathy, it is also an integral part of her destiny. All we can do is exert our utmost efforts to assist and support her, enabling her to traverse this arduous path with greater resilience. Yet, I sensed that Lei had more to express, only to be interrupted by Wang Mingming. All right, Lei. You are still young. Not everything is a matter of black and white, right or wrong. In this world, numerous gray areas exist, fraught with intricate emotions and conflicting interests. What we can do is maintain a heart filled with kindness and justice, striving to do what we believe is right. Wang Mingming's words resonated with a depth and poignancy, as if she herself had endured countless trials and tribulations. She cast her gaze once more towards the battle atop the mountain, where Lei Han's silhouette flickered amidst the flames, each strike imbued with strength and determination. Her eyes reflected admiration for Lei Han's prowess, coupled with concern for her future path. Lei Han's destiny is destined to be anything but ordinary. She bears not only her own fate but also the hopes of the entire Academy and the Soul Guidance Department. All we can do is support her silently, wishing for her to discover her own happiness and achievements along this journey. Little junior sister, in terms of seniority. You could actually address Lei Han as little senior sister, interjected Chen Wenfeng, his face adorned with a hint of playful mirth. Though she may be younger, her strength is formidable. Even teacher Zhou Yi regards her with newfound respect. Upon hearing this, Lei's eyes widened, redirecting his gaze to the mountain, his admiration for Lei Han intensifying. He envisioned the honor of fighting alongside her, a truly glorious prospect. Little senior sister is indeed enviable, Lei murmured, his eyes shimmering with yearning. Fifth-year student Su Xiaodong from the Soul Guidance Department reminisced. I recall, when she was a child, I even cradled her in my arms. Back then, she was like a soft bundle of cotton, utterly endearing. Now, she has blossomed into someone so remarkable, it is truly astonishing. As she spoke, a deep nostalgia flickered in her eyes. In contrast, another fifth-year student, Su Jing, provocatively remarked, I am quite eager to witness the reaction of the martial spirit department, which has always held a lofty opinion of itself and looked down upon us in the soul guidance department. When our little junior sister fully matures and showcases her extraordinary abilities. His words brimmed with dissatisfaction and challenge towards the martial spirit department. As if an invisible flame of conflict had quietly ignited within his heart. Su Jing, do refrain from such remarks. Our soul guidance department and the martial spirit department have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. Wang Mingming hurriedly intervened, unwilling to let Su Jing's momentary impulsiveness ignite a conflict between the two factions. Humph, I didn't speak recklessly. The martial soul department has always looked down upon us in the soul guidance department, believing we merely engage in trivialities and lack genuine skill. Su Jing scoffed, his tone rife with disdain and provocation. Such a statement is rather one-sided. Both the martial soul department and the soul guidance department possess their own merits. It cannot be generalized, Chen Wenfeng interjected, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere between the two factions. Take Lei Han for instance. She is a prodigy of the soul guidance department and has also achieved remarkable feats in martial soul cultivation. Indeed, Lei Han's emergence has certainly garnered the respect of those from the martial soul department. Su Xiaotong nodded, her voice tinged with pride and satisfaction. All right, let us refrain from idle speculation here and focus on the battle between Lei Han and teacher Shouyi. Wang Mingming redirected the conversation back to the conflict atop the mountain, her eyes brimming with concern and anticipation for Lei Han. I'm back. Ikaidu's voice suddenly rang out, his face covered in dirt, his clothes similarly soiled, appearing rather disheveled. I only saw half of it before I fled back. It was terrifying, I almost got roasted. He dusted off his clothes, his voice laced with lingering trepidation. Duo and his companions also returned, their expressions mirroring shock and awe. That girl Lei Han is truly becoming increasingly impressive, Duo remarked, his eyes sparkling with acknowledgement of Lei Han's potential. Indeed. Her speed of growth is akin to riding a rocket, Wang Mingming agreed, filled with admiration for Lei Han and hope for the Academy's future. It appears we in the Soul Guidance Department have indeed struck gold this time, Chen Wenfeng said with a smile, his tone infused with a hint of pride. That said, Hikaidu, how did you make it back? Were you scared? Su Jing teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Get lost. I returned to inform you all, otherwise. You would still be standing there foolishly, Hikaidu rolled his eyes, responding with feigned irritation. The group couldn't help but laugh, the tension dissipating thanks to Hikaidu's humor. At this moment, the confrontation atop the mountain became more than just a contest of strength, it was a clash of beliefs and wills. She deeply realized that this impending battle, regardless of its outcome, would leave an indelible mark on Lei Han's journey of growth. The wind howled wildly through the deep valley, carrying a refreshing coolness that seemed to cheer for the impending clash. Every step that Lei Han takes is imbued with a steady strength, resonating with the vast terrain beneath her feet. As her silhouette elongates in the gentle afterglow of the setting sun, she appears both solitary and proud, exuding an ineffable resilience. In her eyes, there exists not a trace of fear or retreat, only an insatiable yearning for victory and an unwavering faith in the future. The students of the Martial Soul Department, even from a distance, can distinctly sense this extraordinary atmosphere. Their expressions vary, some are filled with astonishment, others reveal a sense of unwillingness, and some harbor deep-seated apprehension and reverence. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao, who had been laughing with her companions, suddenly finds herself engulfed by uncontrollable malevolent flames. The inferno erupts around her, igniting the surrounding flora and transforming the area into a blazing sea of fire. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd as they retreat in fear, wary of being caught in this chaotic force. Gritting her teeth, Ma Xiaotao exerts every ounce of strength to suppress the raging flames within her, yet the malevolent fire seems to possess a will of its own. The more she struggles, the more tempestuous and unmanageable it becomes. Xiaotao, a teacher from the Martial Soul Department, witnessing the turmoil, swiftly moves forward, attempting to stabilize her impending emotional collapse with his own soul power. However, the force of the malevolent flames is overwhelming. Even this seasoned instructor feels an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Ma Xiaotao directs her malevolent fire phoenix toward Lei Han, and upon seeing this, Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion nearby exchange grave glances. They understand all too well that if Ma Xiaotao's malevolent flames spiral completely out of control, it could jeopardize not only the safety of the young woman and Shouyi, but could also inflict immeasurable damage upon the entire Shrek Academy. We must stop her at once. Yin Xiaozhi declares, his gaze betraying an undeniable resolve. They dart through the air like lightning, racing towards Ma Xiaodao, eager to discern the identity of the individual capable of contending with Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao's malevolent fire phoenix carves a brilliant crimson arc through the sky, exuding an undeniable force as it hurtles toward Lei Han. In the valley, the battle between Lei Han and Zhou Yi approaches a boiling point. The sky above seemingly splitting in two. On one side, Lei Han's 20-winged angel, and on the other, Zhou Yi's red dragon. The clash of their powers sends ripples through the air, causing the entire valley to tremble. Zhou Mama, unleash any tricks you have left. I, Lei Han, will not concede so easily. Lei Han's voice reverberates throughout the valley as her 20-winged angel unfurls its wings, conjuring a tempest that seems to tear apart the surrounding atmosphere. You spirited girl, you possess quite the fighting spirit, Zhou Yi replies, a smile gracing her lips. Her red dragon's eyes shimmer with fervent light. But she knows that victory in battle cannot be achieved solely through determination. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhou Yi's crimson dragon surged forward with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of red lightning as it charged directly at Lei Han. Just as their battle reached its most intense moment, a sudden rush of wind from the sky caused both fighters to momentarily halt. They glanced upward to witness Ma Xiaodao's malevolent fire phoenix drawing near. The terrifying power contained within the flames sent a shiver of trepidation through them, even from a distance. Both were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen turn of events. What is happening? Why has an unexpected player suddenly appeared? Lei Han exclaimed, her eyes reflecting both surprise and confusion. Zhou Yi furrowed her brow, swiftly assessing the situation. Lei Han, cease the duel. We must first address this unexpected development. Oh, how it disrupts my enthusiasm for battle. Lei Han lamented inwardly, yet she complied with Zhou Yi's counsel, quickly retracting her 20-winged angelic appendages to stand beside her. She activated her void spirit, a white mist enveloping her form, and turned to Zhou Yi. Step back. I'll attempt to control her. Before her words could fully resonate, Lei Han charged towards Ma Xiaodao's fire phoenix. She grasped Ma Xiaodao's hand, only to recoil with a sharp hiss from the searing heat. Ouch! This is unbearable. She cried out in pain, shocked by the intensity of the flames. Amidst her suffering, Ma Xiaodao struggled fiercely, her eyes a tumultuous blend of despair and defiance, as if two powerful forces waged war within her heart. Summoning the last remnants of her fading sanity, she weakly implored Lei Han, don't worry about me. Just go. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao's flickering consciousness captured a startling scene. The adversary she was fiercely battling was not an adult, nor a teenager, but a mere 5-year-old girl, her face obscured by a mask. This revelation struck Ma Xiaodao like a bolt from the blue, profoundly unsettling her understanding of strength in an instant. All right, sister. I shall lend you a hand. I can't allow you to play with fire and burn yourself, Lei Han remarked, folding her arms with a playful smile. Zhou Yi observed from the side, quietly astonished by Lei Han's courage and adaptability. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhi and the others approached, their faces etched with anxiety and tension. The trio of Yin Xiaozhi, Kai Meyer, and Du Weilin arrived first, their hearts jolted by the unfolding spectacle. A 5-year-old? Du Weilin's voice trembled, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. The sight of a 5-year-old girl engaging in a fierce struggle with a powerhouse like Zhou Yi was utterly unfathomable. Mu In and the other elders from the Sea God Pavilion soon followed, their expressions equally filled with disbelief. The scene before them surpassed all expectations and imagination. How is this even possible? Miyun murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently upon Lei Han, attempting to discern some clue from her demeanor. Yet, no matter how closely he scrutinized her, he could not fathom why a mere 5-year-old girl would possess such formidable strength and skill. The cries of Ma Xiaodao gradually dwindled, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, as if she were on the brink of collapsing. Upon witnessing this, Lei Han's eyes hardened with resolve. She understood that action was imperative, otherwise, Ma Xiaodao might truly ignite her own peril. At that moment, Lei Han gently lifted Ma Xiaodao into her arms, commencing the process of absorbing the malevolent energy that enveloped her. As the dark fire encountered the white aura surrounding Lei Han, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if it had met its nemesis, swiftly being devoured. Gradually, Ma Xiaodao's complexion returned to calm, the frenzied crimson light in her eyes slowly fading. She nestled softly against Lei Han, as if she had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Lei Han gently caressed Ma Xiaodao's back, a fleeting glimmer of tenderness passing through her gaze, yet it swiftly reverted to its usual tranquility. She then cautiously placed Ma Xiaotao on the ground and lightly clapped her hands, her tone imbued with a sense of relief as she remarked, "Well, there should be no further issues now. It is likely that the malevolent fire will not wreak havoc for at least the next 6 months." The onlookers were utterly astonished, struggling to comprehend how such a formidable dilemma could be effortlessly resolved by a seemingly innocent young girl. Lei Han waved goodbye to them, preparing to depart when Xuanzi's deep voice halted her. His gaze was filled with both curiosity and reverence. "Young lady, who exactly are you? This power is unlike anything I have ever heard or seen." Lei Han turned around, a playful glimmer dancing in her eyes beneath the mask. "I'm just an ordinary little girl, dear grandfather, so please don't be so serious," she replied. "As for this power, let us consider it a special gift bestowed upon me by the heavens, meant to aid those in need." Her words flowed lightly, yet carried an undeniable weight of sincerity, leaving the gathered crowd in a state of profound astonishment. Yin Xiaozhi stepped forward, his tone infused with warmth and curiosity. "Little girl, your arrival is like a sudden ray of light, and coupled with your extraordinary abilities, it compels us to proceed with caution. However, rest assured, our intentions harbor no malice. We earnestly wish for you to share more about yourself and your remarkable powers." A faint smile graced Lei Han's lips, as if she were unperturbed by their incessant inquiries. "Very well, since your hearts are brimming with such fervent curiosity, I shall offer a slight revelation, indulging your modest desires just a touch." Lei Han quietly leaned close to Yin Xiaozhi's ear and mischievously whispered, "I simply want to tell you." After saying this, she playfully tugged at Yin Xiaozhi's beard, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, he could only manage a helpless smile, refraining from displaying any trace of displeasure. Yin Xiaozhi rubbed his sore beard, but there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of affectionate amusement. He shook his head and sighed. "What a wonderfully whimsical little girl she is." With a playful smile, Lei Han joyfully leaped off the cliff, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers who rushed to the edge. There, they beheld Lei Han soaring gracefully through the air with her angelic martial spirit, resembling a jubilant sprite. She turned to wave at the gathering crowd and mischievously declared, "No need to see me off, dear uncles and aunts. Until we meet again." As the spectators gazed at her receding figure, their hearts were filled with a mix of awe and confusion. This seemingly innocent little girl not only possessed formidable strength, but also exhibited an eccentric personality and a manner of acting that defied all logic. How could a 5-year-old awaken a martial spirit, exhibit such significant soul power fluctuations, and engage in battle with a soul emperor like Shoei without faltering? It was utterly astonishing. Kai Mei murmured, her eyes reflecting both wonder and doubt. Muin pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Perhaps she is not an ordinary 5-year-old child. In this world, there exist individuals of extraordinary talent who can evolve at an astonishing pace and wield immense power. This girl is likely one of those exceptional beings." Yin Xiaozhi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Muin's perspective. He gazed towards the direction in which Lei Han had vanished, his eyes deep and contemplative, as if lost in thought. Regardless, the emergence of this girl undoubtedly heralded new possibilities for Shrek Academy. Her prowess and talent might very well become the beacon of hope for our institution's future. Yin Xiaozhi spoke with resolute conviction, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao had regained consciousness, gazing around in bewilderment, still unclear about the events that had transpired. When her gaze fell upon the direction of Lei Han's departure, a flicker of complex emotion crossed her features. She softly murmured, "Who on earth is that little girl?" As Ma Xiaotao's memories began to resurface, she recalled the uncontrollable dark fire and the mysterious girl who had appeared suddenly to rescue her. A warm current surged within her heart, filled with gratitude and curiosity for Lei Han. Xian Lao approached Ma Xiaotao, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. "It's all right, Xiaotao. That little girl is a miraculous existence. She saved you. Though we are yet to uncover her origins, her power is undoubtedly formidable." Ma Xiaotao nodded, though confusion still lingered in her heart. She understood that the most pressing matter was to regain her strength and rise once more. She looked at Xian Lao, her eyes glimmering with determination. "Xian Lao, I will strive to cultivate diligently and ensure such incidents do not recur." Xian Lao smiled with approval, knowing that Ma Xiaotao was a resilient child who would undoubtedly work harder to enhance herself following this ordeal. At this moment, Lei Han returned gracefully, even employing a Tier 3 flying soul tool, gliding effortlessly through the air, playfully soaring above Yin Xiaozhi and the others. She twirled in the skies, sometimes diving like an eagle, at other times ascending gracefully like a nimble swallow, her silhouette dancing with the wind, as if she had completely merged with the vast sky, relishing in the boundless freedom and wildness. This enigmatic girl was undeniably mischievous, leaving everyone utterly perplexed. Kai Meyer gazed at Lei Han's reckless figure, unable to suppress a shake of her head, yet a hint of a smile curled at the corners of her lips. After circling in the air several times, Lei Han vanished in a flash, swiftly soaring towards the sole guidance department of the academy. Upon her arrival in the domain of the department, Qian Duo and Xian Liner had been waiting there, their expressions interwoven with a blend of anxiety and eager anticipation. As Lei Han caught sight of Qian Duo and Xian Liner, she immediately exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Qian Duo and Xian Liner stepped forward in unison, enveloping Lei Han in a tender embrace, their eyes brimming with profound concern and boundless affection. Qian Duo gently patted Lei Han's back, and as her eyelids began to grow heavy, she sleepily remarked, "Mom and Dad." Today's battle with Aunt Shou ended in a draw, but I successfully saved Ma Xiaotao. Let us head back to the basement. I'm so tired. A subtle hint of fatigue permeated her voice, for even she experienced weariness when wielding that extraordinary power. Qian Duo and Xian Liner exchanged a glance, reading the pain and pride reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that despite Lei Han's tender age, the responsibilities she bore and the abilities she exhibited had long surpassed those of her peers. "All right, let us return," Qian Duo replied softly, cradling Lei Han in his arms as the trio ambled towards the basement. Inside the basement, the lighting was gentle and inviting, reminiscent of a warm spring day, imbuing the small space with tranquility and comfort. Xian Liner meticulously prepared a bed for Lei Han, who fell into a deep slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. Just then, Zhou Yi returned, intending to reprimand Lei Han, but was gently intercepted by Qian Duo. He gestured towards the slumbering child on the bed, signaling her to remain silent. Lei Han's breathing was steady and calm, a serene smile gracing her face, indicating she had already surrendered to the embrace of sweet dreams. "Let her rest well," Xian Liner whispered. "She is indeed exhausted, and she accomplished something truly remarkable today." Zhou Yi gazed at Lei Han, her anger gradually dissipating, replaced by a complex array of emotions. She felt both exasperated and amused by Lei Han's mischief, and thus quietly remarked, "After saving Xiaotao today, Lei Han even tugged at Director Yan's beard and leapt off a cliff. Soaring about the mountain with a level 3 flying soul-guiding device, she nearly gave me a heart attack. This child is truly a source of both love and frustration." Zhou Yi shook her head, yet an involuntary smile crept upon her lips. "Indeed, she is like a little imp, always bringing us unexpected surprises and scares." Qian Duo chuckled, his eyes filled with indulgent affection. Yet it was this innocence and wild spirit that enabled her to unleash astonishing power in critical moments. However, Xian Liner's tone shifted, a glimmer of concern flickering in her eyes. This power of hers requires deeper understanding and guidance. After all, power is a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, it can save lives, but misused, it may inflict harm upon oneself. Precisely, Qian Duo nodded in agreement. "I will find an appropriate time to speak with her, to understand the origins of her power and how she might better control it. Simultaneously, I will intensify her training in other areas to ensure she develops holistically." Chapter 22. Saving a life turns into a disruption. A year has quietly slipped by, and Lei Han has now celebrated her 6th birthday. At this moment, Qian Duo and Xian Liner are leisurely strolling along the shaded pathways of the academy, savoring this rare tranquility and leisure. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a figure holding a beautifully crafted cake, none other than Kaitu. Upon seeing this, Qian Duo's face lights up with surprise, and he curiously inquires, "Kaitu, to whom is this meticulously prepared cake destined?" Kaitu, upon hearing the question, chuckles heartily, and a mysterious smile blossoms on his honest and simple face, as if harboring a delightful secret. "Oh, this is a birthday cake for our lovely junior sister, Lei Han," he replies, his words laced with pride and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo suddenly slaps his forehead, as if awakened from a stupor, exclaiming in realization, "Yes, yes, yes. Today is Lei Han's birthday. How could I have forgotten such an important occasion?" He follows this with a self-deprecating shake of his head. Beside him, Xian Liner also exhibits an embarrassed expression, gently patting her cheeks as she apologetically smiles. "Oh dear, how careless of us. We completely overlooked our little Lei Han's birthday. We must head to Shrek City right away to select a gift for her, to make amends for this belated blessing," suggests Qian Duo, his eyes sparkling with determination to make it right. Indeed, and let us choose the very best, for she is our little princess, Xian Liner concurs, her eyes shining with maternal warmth. Unbeknownst to Douluo and his wife regarding their adopted daughter Lei Han's exact birth date, they have decided to regard the day she first stepped through the Academy's gates, July 9th, as her birthday, thus propelled by the power of a flying soul guide. Douluo and Xian Liner swiftly traverse the azure sky, resembling two meteors streaking across the heavens. As they journey forth, the outline of Shrek City gradually emerges from the haze, becoming increasingly distinct. At this juncture, the gentle sunlight cascades upon their shoulders, imparting a touch of warmth and seemingly urging them to quicken their pace. Finally, they arrive within the bustling city, making their way directly to the most vibrant commercial district. Navigating through the throngs of people, Douluo and Xian Liner purchase an array of toys, books, and trinkets from various shops, each item chosen with care. Hoping that Lei Han would delight in them, they halt before a store that specializes in soul guides. In the display window, a delicate storage soul guide bracelet catches their eye, adorned with tiny gemstones that sparkle enchantingly under the light. Xian Liner is instantly captivated, envisioning how adorably Lei Han would look wearing it. This bracelet is perfect for little Han. It is both practical and beautiful, she remarks to Douluo. After examining it closely, Douluo nods in agreement, affirming, "It truly is exquisite. Let us purchase it." In the depths of the Soul Guide workshop, Lei Han had already ascended to the rank of a level 4 soul mentor, and the soul guiding devices she crafted were no longer crude or insignificant. With the soul power fully charged, she was now in the final stages of calibration. Engrossed in her task, her gaze was resolute and unwavering. The device in her hands was a level 4 fixed soul cannon. Although its size was modest, the energy it harbored was formidable. Lei Han meticulously adjusted every detail, ensuring it would unleash its maximum potential in combat. Just as she was engrossed in her work, the door to the workshop creaked open gently, and Kaitu entered, carrying a beautifully crafted cake. "Happy birthday, junior sister," he exclaimed with a smile. Startled, Lei Han inadvertently pressed the activation switch of the soul cannon, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent a powerful blast toward the wall of the device manufacturing area, instantly creating a gaping hole. Dust and debris filled the air, and Fan Yu, who was busy crafting soul devices, bore the brunt of the chaos. He let out a pained cry as he was hurled across the room, crashing heavily to the ground amidst the wreckage. As the dust began to settle, Lei Han, Kaitu, along with the arriving Douluo and Xian Liner, stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Struggling to rise from the floor, Fan Yu was covered in dust, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. He brushed off the debris from his clothes and looked at Lei Han, his tone laced with both reproach and a hint of fondness. "You, my dear, how could you create such a ruckus with a momentary lapse in attention? It seems we need to reinforce the safety protocols for using soul-guiding devices." Lei Han's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with remorse. "I'm so sorry, Godfather. It was not my intention. I was simply too engrossed in my work to notice Brother Hikaitao entering." "Hikaitao, how could you come in at such a moment? Are you not aware that Xiao Han is conducting a crucial experiment?" Douluo feigned anger as he cast a reproachful glance at Hikaitao, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. Hikaitao scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "I only wished to surprise my junior sister, who knew it would turn out like this." Xian Liner stepped forward, gently caressing Lei Han's head and offering her comfort. "It's all right, Xiao Han. Do not blame yourself. Godfather knows you did not mean to. Just be a bit more attentive next time." Lei Han nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "Indeed, I shall exercise greater caution and ensure I do not let my godfather and everyone else down." At that moment, Fan Yu approached, gazing at Lei Han with admiration. "By the way, Xiao Han, your progress has been truly remarkable. Achieving the rank of a level 4 soul mentor in such a short span is nothing short of extraordinary." Lei Han smiled apologetically, her face radiating confidence and joy. "Thank you for the compliment, Godfather. I shall continue to strive diligently." Douluo placed the various bags on the ground, clapped her hands, and said with a smile, "All right, now it is time to celebrate the birthday. These gifts have all been meticulously chosen by your mother and me. So Xiao Han, you must take a good look at them." Lei Han excitedly rushed over to unveil the exquisitely wrapped gifts, revealing toys, books, and trinkets she had never encountered before, each item captivating her heart. Particularly enchanting was the storage soul-guiding bracelet, which Lei Han adorned on her wrist, gently caressing the gemstones upon it, her eyes sparkling with sheer delight. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I absolutely adore these gifts." Lei Huan expressed her gratitude, her face radiating a blissful smile. As long as you are happy, Xianlin gazed at Lei Huan with a motherly affection, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Is this a 6th-tier storage soul-guiding device? Quite a lavish gift, Fanya remarked, glancing at the bracelet with a hint of astonishment. Such an item was certainly not inexpensive and was rather intricate to produce, capable of storing numerous items. Qian smiled proudly. Of course. Our little princess deserves nothing but the best. Meanwhile, Xianlin was in the kitchen of the living area assisting Shou-Yi in washing vegetables. As she busied herself, she engaged in light conversation with Shou-Yi, occasionally stealing glances at Lei Huan, who was joyfully playing in the basement, her heart filled with affection. The kitchen was suffused with the aroma of the meal, reminiscent of home and love. Shou-Yi smiled at Xianlin, saying, "Look how happy Lei Huan is. Having such loving parents and a godfather is truly her fortune." Xianlin nodded gently, her face aglow with happiness. Indeed, she is our little princess, and we shall shower her with all our love. The two continued their conversation as they worked, and as time passed, dinner gradually took shape. One delectable dish after another, each fragrant and visually enticing, was laid upon the dining table, tantalizing the senses. Hikaitu carefully placed the cake at the center of the table, a meticulously crafted chocolate cake adorned with fresh fruits and vibrant icing, exuding both allure and childlike whimsy. "Little junior sister, come make a wish and blow out the candles." Hikaitu called to Lei Huan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lei Huan, filled with excitement, dashed towards the cake, closed her eyes, and clasped her hands together, silently making her wish. After a moment, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and blew out the candles on the cake with great effort. At the very instant the flame extinguished, the basement erupted with warm applause and jubilant cheers. "Xiaohan, might you share the wish you just made?" asked Xianlin, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and affection. Lei Han smiled gently, her face radiating happiness and anticipation. "I aspire to protect the Soul Guidance Department, to become its sharp blade, allowing my godfather's disciples to be the facade while I serve as the foundation, silently safeguarding all that we cherish." Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, unable to fathom that such profound sentiments could emanate from the lips of a mere 6-year-old girl. "But you are the daughter of Dean Qian. It is you who should embody the facade, not allow me to take that role," Hikaitu retorted, his tone a blend of jest and earnestness. Lei Han shook his head gently, gazing earnestly at Hikaitu. "Senior brother, both reputation and substance hold great significance. Without the support of substance, reputation will inevitably fade. I am willing to be the silent contributor, enhancing the brilliance of the Soul Guidance Department." Fan Yu listened to Lei Han's words, his eyes filled with admiration and emotion. He stepped forward and lightly patted Lei Han's shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "Xiaohan, it brings me immense comfort to see you harbor such thoughts. Remember, whether you choose to embody reputation or substance, as long as you strive and contribute, you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for the Soul Guidance Department." Duo approached as well, smiling proudly at Lei Han. "Our little Han has truly matured. Your awareness and sense of responsibility are truly remarkable. Rest assured, regardless of the path you choose, we will wholeheartedly support you." Xianlin embraced Lei Han tightly, her face radiating warmth and joy. "Xiaohan, you are incredibly understanding. Your mother is proud of you, yet feels a twinge of concern. But remember, no matter what you choose, I will always love and support you." Lei Han felt enveloped by the love and support from her guardian, father, and mother, her heart brimming with warmth and strength. She nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Thank you all. I will strive diligently and not let you down." Subsequently, everyone gathered around the dining table to savor a dinner infused with love and warmth. Laughter echoed around the table, creating an atmosphere of harmony and joy. Lei Han celebrated an unforgettable birthday evening in the company of her loved ones. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaozhe was like an ant on a hot pan. As Ma Xiaodao, as conditions spiraled out of control after a year of relative peace following her treatment by Lei Han, the malevolent fire within her, which had been subdued as Lei Han had predicted, was now rearing its head once more. This unsettling thought loomed over him like a dark cloud. Yin Xiaozhe turned to Du Weilin and commanded, "Relay the message, regardless of the cost. We must locate that young girl who treated Xiaodao's malevolent fire a year ago. She is our only hope." Du Weilin nodded gravely, then swiftly departed to arrange the search for Lei Han. Yin Xiaozhe stood by the window, gazing into the distance with deep contemplation, silently praying that Lei Han would extend her hand once more to aid Ma Xiaodao in overcoming this dire predicament. That little girl must be 6 years old now. I truly wish you would come forth to assist our shout-out, Kai Meyer remarked softly. Her tone laced with acknowledgement of Lei Han's abilities and concern for Ma Xiaodao. Yin Xiaozhi sighed slightly and turned to Kai Meyer. Indeed. I never imagined that 2 years would pass so swiftly. I wonder how that young girl is faring now and whether she would still be willing to help. Kai Meyer furrowed her brow. Regardless, we must make every effort. Xiaotao's situation is increasingly perilous. We cannot stand idly by. Yin Xiaozhi nodded, his expression resolute. You are right. We must find that young girl and implore her to assist Xiaodao. This is our responsibility as mentors and as members of Shrek Academy. The following day, Hikaido learned of the Soul Master Department's urgent quest to locate his junior sister. He hurriedly sought out Douluo and Xian Liner, his expression urgent. Directors. The Soul Master Department is leaving no stone unturned in their search for our junior sister, claiming that Ma Xiaodao's malevolent fire has once again gone awry. And only she can save her. Douluo frowned. Is this information reliable? The Soul Master Department is in chaos over this matter, and with Director Yan's personal order. It cannot be false. Hikaido replied anxiously. Xian Liner's expression turned grave. Xiao Han's void spirit indeed has a suppressive effect on malevolent fire. But if Ma Xiaotao's fire is already out of control, the situation is dire. Douluo pondered for a moment before looking at Hikaido. Hikaido, you must immediately inform Xiao Han to prepare herself. If she is willing to assist, we will fully support her. If she is unwilling, we cannot compel her. Upon hearing this, Hikaido immediately nodded and turned to leave. He understood that this matter pertained to the wishes and safety of his junior sister, and must be handled with utmost care. Upon receiving the news, Lei Han fell into a momentary silence. Memories of her sister, Ma Xiaodao, who had suffered excruciating torment from the malevolent flames a year prior, surged within her, evoking a tumult of complex emotions. She raised her gaze towards her godfather and mother, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. I am willing to assist Sister Ma Xiaodao. I cannot bear to see her tormented by the wicked flames any longer. Douluo and Xian Liner looked at Lei Han, their eyes brimming with pride and admiration. They understood that Lei Han's decision stemmed not from impulsiveness, but from the profound kindness and sense of responsibility residing within her heart. Xiao Han, you have truly grown, Xian Liner gently remarked, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. But remember, regardless of the outcome, you must safeguard yourself. Do you understand? Lei Han nodded firmly, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, mother, I will take good care of myself. Douluo brought over the mask, which Lei Han gently accepted and donned upon her face. The masked hero is about to make a grand return, she jested, attempting to alleviate the tension in the air. Yet, her gaze remained strikingly resolute, for she was acutely aware of the challenges that awaited her. Father, am I truly going to face the martial spirit department alone this time? Douluo offered no verbal response, but simply nodded, handing her the map before turning back to the sofa to light a cigarette, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He gestured for Fan Yu to equip Lei Han with a positioning soul guide to ensure her safety during the mission. Fan Yu swiftly retrieved a small soul guide, resembling a badge from a nearby collection, and gently affixed it to Lei Han's lapel. This positioning soul guide can transmit your location in real time, allowing us to monitor your movements and ensure your safety, Fan Yu elucidated. Lei Han gazed down at the delicate soul guide device, a warm wave of emotion surging within her. She understood that this was the silent concern and support from those around her. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head, her gaze resolute. Thank you, Uncle Fan Yu. I will be cautious. Xian Liner approached Lei Han, gently stroking her hair. Little Han, your mother believes in you. You will undoubtedly excel in this mission. Remember, regardless of the challenges you encounter, remain calm and composed. Do you understand? Lei Han nodded repeatedly, gently removing her mother's hand from her head and then clasping it tightly. Mother, rest assured, I shall return safely. Accompanied by Kai Tu, Lei Han ascended in the elevator, which gradually rose from the depths to the surface of Shrek Academy. At that moment, the first rays of morning sunlight cascaded upon them, as though offering encouragement for Lei Han's courageous endeavor. Upon exiting the elevator, Lei Han took a deep breath of the fresh air, raising her gaze toward the horizon, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented resolve. She understood that this mission was not only vital for the safety of Sister Ma Xiaodao, but also a test of her own strength and bravery. Kai Tu, watching her retreating figure, was filled with reflection. This young girl, though not yet of age, possessed a courage and determination beyond the ordinary. He believed that Lei Han would undoubtedly excel in this task. Would she succeed? Turning around, Kaito was met with the concerned and expectant gazes of Duo and Xian Liner, who stood behind him. Duo inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, his eyes resolute and profound. Regardless of the outcome, we must place our faith in her. Xiaohan possesses potential and abilities beyond our imagination. She will surely overcome this challenge. Xian Lino nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with trust and pride. Yet her voice was unwavering. I believe in Xiaohan. She is the pride of Shrek Academy. No matter the obstacles she faces, she will confront them bravely until the final victory. Kaito nodded firmly as well. I too have faith in our junior sister. She has never let us down. This time, she will once again prove her capabilities. At that moment, masked Lei Han traversed the path of Shrek Academy, map in hand, drawing curious glances and whispers from numerous students and teachers. Why is there a 6-year-old girl wearing such an odd mask? I wonder, judging by her direction. It seems she is heading toward the martial spirit department. A little girl going to the martial spirit department? Surely she must be lost. Little sister, are you new here? Do you need assistance? Inquired a passing senior. Stopping with concern, Lei Han smiled and shook her head, responding with a voice that was both youthful and resolute. Thank you, senior. I'm fine. I know where I am going. With that, she continued on her journey toward the martial spirit department. Upon reaching the entrance of the martial spirit department, Lei Han found several teachers gathered in discussion. Upon noticing her arrival, they cast astonished glances her way. Whose child is this? What brings her to the martial spirit department? One teacher inquired with confusion. Little one, are you lost? This is the martial spirit department, not a place for a young girl like you. Another teacher gently reminded her. Lei Han, however, paid no heed, her grip on the map resolute as she steadfastly advanced. One of the teachers grasped her arm, exclaiming, Hey, young lady. I told you this is not a place for you. Why do you insist on pushing further in? Upon hearing this, Lei Han took a deep breath and raised her gaze to the teacher, her eyes sparkling with an undeniable intensity. Please let go, or do not blame me for being impolite. Although her voice still carried a hint of youthful innocence, the resoluteness in her words was impossible to disregard. The teacher, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. Humph, you little girl, how audacious. Do you even know where you are? With your slight frame, do you really think you can cause a commotion in the soul spirit department? Lei Han spoke no further. She forcefully pried the teacher's hand apart, her strength akin to that of a vice. One by one, she separated the teacher's fingers, causing the educator to yelp in pain. The other instructors, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock and hurried to intervene, while the surrounding students gathered curiously, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. What a bold young girl, daring to create chaos in the Department of Martial Spirits. A tall instructor from the department bellowed angrily and prepared to confront Lei Han. Taking advantage of his momentary surprise, Lei Han delivered a swift and powerful punch to his eye with a resounding thud, astonishing everyone with the sheer speed and force of the blow. The tall teacher staggered back several paces, clutching his pained eye, his expression one of disbelief. What are you staring at? Hit him! Shouted another teacher from the Soul Martial Department, furiously commanding the surrounding instructors and students to encircle Lei Han. Lei Han surveyed her surroundings, counting at least 700 individuals. Despite the overwhelming numbers, she remained undaunted, fully aware that retreat equated to failure. Clenching her fists tightly, she steeled herself for the challenges that lay ahead. Exhaling deeply, she assumed the initial stance of her martial arts technique. The students and teachers of the Soul Master Department, no longer hesitating, unleashed their soul powers and charged toward Lei Han. However, she refrained from activating her soul and engaged in fierce combat using her physical skills. Her figure darted through the crowd with remarkable agility. Each punch and kick was executed with precision and force, catching the Soul Master students and teachers off guard. Suddenly, someone from behind seized her, but she swiftly transformed them into a whirlwind, sweeping through the masses and toppling many. With relentless strikes, Lei Han's assaults resembled a torrential storm, leaving the Soul Master participants unable to cope. Unintentionally glancing at the nearby branch, Lei Han seized a limb as thick as her thumb and wielded it with fierce determination, sending one towering student retreating in disarray. He landed squarely on a cactus, wincing in pain, prompting a wave of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Yet, this did not cause Lei Han to relent. She was acutely aware that the true challenge lay ahead. Dai Yaoheng, Yao Haoshuan, and Shen Zifeng, hearing the commotion, pushed through the throng to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene, Dai Yaoheng furrowed his brow. How dare someone disrupt our martial soul department? Without a second thought, he charged toward Lei Han, only to receive a staggering blow from her branch that nearly knocked him off his feet. Dai Yaoheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail girl possessed such formidable strength and skill. Ultimately, the branch Lei Han wielded snapped, compelling her to confront Dai Yaoheng and Qin Zifeng with her fists. Each strike reverberated like thunder, causing the onlookers to wince. Although Dai Yaoheng and his companions were among the elite of Shrek Academy, they struggled against Lei Han's relentless assault. Who is this extraordinary girl? Yao Haoshuan thought, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth while evading her attacks, utterly taken aback. She countered the others with agility, executing a sweeping kick followed by a backflip, her movements flowing seamlessly as she repelled the martial soul faculty and students around her. Light as a feather, each leap and landing was perfectly timed, leaving spectators in awe. Cece approached, her mouth agape in disbelief at the astonishing display, rubbing her eyes to confirm her vision. She struggled to comprehend how a single girl could stand against the entire martial soul department and gain the upper hand. Is this even possible? She murmured. Though she too was a student of Shrek Academy, she had never witnessed such a remarkable scene. Can it be true? Even Dai Yaoheng and his companions are no match for that girl? Nearby students exclaimed, their minds swirling with curiosity and intrigue regarding Lei Han's origins and identity. That little brat. I will teach you a lesson. Ren Mujin, witnessing her classmates being bested, was incensed. She dashed toward Lei Han, her hands brimming with soul power, ready to deliver a harsh reprimand. However, Lei Han seemed to possess a sixth sense. She swiftly turned and intercepted Ren Mujin's hand, her speed leaving everyone around her dumbfounded. With a forceful shove, she sent Ren Mujin staggering back, prompting Cece to rush forward to steady her, both girls wide-eyed with disbelief. You little rascals, always slacking off. And now you stand there dumbfounded at a critical moment. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, Xuanzi approached with a swaying gait, a wine jug in hand. He cast a glance at the fierce battle involving Lei Han, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Xian Lao. What brings you here? Dai Yaoheng exclaimed upon noticing Xuanzi. Ignoring him, Xuanzi moved closer to Lei Han, scrutinizing her intently. Sensing his presence, Lei Han ceased her actions and turned to face Xuanzi. Little girl, your prowess is commendable, yet such audacity cannot be tolerated within our martial soul department, Xuanzi stated slowly. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Lei Han remained silent, wiping the sweat from her brow, and resumed her combat stance, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. She understood that the seemingly inebriated elder before her was far from an ordinary opponent. Yet she resolved not to retreat in the face of challenge. Observing this, Xuanzi's lips curled into a slight smile. He had not anticipated this young girl to possess such tenacity. Ah, what spirit! Very well, I shall test your mettle. Before he could finish his thought, Xuanzi's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Startled, Lei Han swiftly surveyed her surroundings, but Xuanzi's form danced like a phantom, elusive and difficult to pin down. Little girl. Brace yourself. Xuanzi suddenly appeared behind Lei Han, striking towards her with an open palm. Reacting with remarkable speed, she managed to intercept his blow with one hand, leaving Xuanzi momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her to withstand his strike, although he had not exerted his full strength. It was still not an effortless feat for an ordinary individual. After Lei Han caught Xuanzi's palm, instead of retreating, she advanced, utilizing the force of Xuanzi's strike to pivot and deliver a kick aimed at him. Xuanzi deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously waving his left hand, unleashing a surge of soul power towards Lei Han. In a flash, Lei Han evaded Xuanzi's onslaught and countered with a wave of her right hand, sending a ripple of soul energy back at him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Observing this spectacle, the teachers and students of the martial spirit department halted their own battles and retreated to the sidelines, fully aware that the seemingly inebriated elder before them was one of the academy's formidable figures, Elder Xian. The fact that Lei Han could match Elder Xian in combat left them utterly astounded. Xuanzi grew increasingly exhilarated. He had not anticipated finding such a long-lost thrill of battle in this young girl. With a hearty laugh, he accelerated once more, launching a vigorous assault on Lei Han. Unfazed, she poured her entire being into the fight, each movement imbued with strength and finesse. Awaken your martial spirit, the 20-winged angel, Xuanzi exclaimed. Having recognized that the little girl who had once assisted Ma Xiaodao in dispelling evil flames was none other than Lei Han. At this revelation, the fallen teachers and students of the martial spirit department were left in shock. Recalling the enigmatic girl who had engaged in a spirited exchange with Shou Yi in the valley a year prior. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes flickered momentarily. surprised that Xuanzi had recognized her true identity. Yet, she chose to remain silent, summoning her martial spirit, the 20-winged angel, with quiet determination. Instantly, a divine and formidable aura radiated from her being as a pair of magnificent wings unfurled from her back, each feather shimmering with resplendent light. Her eyes transformed, becoming piercing and perceptive, as though they could perceive all that exists in the world. Is this your martial spirit? Indeed, it is powerful, Xuanzi remarked. A glimmer of admiration evident in his gaze as he observed Lei Han's transformation. Lei Han remained silent, yet she unleashed her 5 10,000-year soul rings. Dai Yang, Chen Zifeng, and the students and faculty of the martial soul department gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. 5 10,000-year soul rings were an inconceivable phenomenon in their eyes. After all, for the majority of soul masters, such rings were exceedingly rare, let alone for a mere 6-year-old girl to possess 5 of them. Xuanzi's expression grew solemn as he sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lei Han, a presence that even instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Very well. I shall now test your strength, Xuanzi declared, summoning his own martial soul. In an instant, the ethereal figure of the gluttonous divine bull materialized behind him, releasing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the surroundings. His garments tore apart as his muscles swelled like coiling dragons, transforming him into a true incarnation of the gluttonous divine bull. Xian Lao is truly serious, gasped the onlookers, fully aware that Xuanzi's gluttonous divine bull martial soul was extraordinarily potent, difficult for even advanced soul masters to withstand once unleashed. As Lei Han observed the transformation of Xuanzi, a hint of solemnity flickered in her gaze. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she elevated her aura to its zenith, bracing herself for Xuanzi's onslaught. Come forth, Xuanzi bellowed, his figure resembling a rampaging bull as he charged fiercely towards Lei Han. His fists, imbued with a formidable surge of soul power, seemed capable of obliterating anything in their path. In a fleeting motion, Lei Han evaded the initial onslaught from Xuanzi. Yet she refrained from launching a counterattack, instead opting to engage in a tactical dance with her opponent. She was acutely aware that Xuanzi's prowess far surpassed her own. A head-on confrontation could very well spell her demise. Xuanzi, irritated by Lei Han's cunning, hastened his assaults in an attempt to corner her into a desperate situation. However, Lei Han navigated through Xuanzi's strikes with the grace of a fish in water, maintaining a judicious distance that kept her out of harm's way. You possess quite the skill. Little girl, Xuanzi gasped, taken aback by the unexpected exertion he had expended against such a young adversary. Lei Han smiled gently and replied, Master Xian, you flatter me. I am merely doing my best. Xuanzi gazed at Lei Han's composed demeanor, feeling a wave of emotion within. He recognized that this young girl possessed boundless potential. In given time, she would undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier soul master. Well then, let us conclude today's battle, Xuanzi declared, retracting his martial spirit and returning to his original form. Seeing this, Lei Han also withdrew her martial soul, respectfully bowed to Xuanzi, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xian, for your leniency. Xuanzi waved his hand, replying, There is no need for thanks. It is your own prowess that shines through. However, remember that while strength is vital, mindset is equally crucial. Today, you have demonstrated both your power and your attitude, and I am quite pleased. Ah, so you are the girl everyone speaks of. You must hurry to find Dean Yin. He has been searching for you frantically. Ma Xiaodao's malevolent energy has reached a critical point and requires your assistance to suppress it. A girl from Ma Xiaodao's class rushed over, her expression fraught with urgency. I came here specifically for this matter, yet I did not anticipate that your teacher would be so unwelcoming and test my abilities. Lei Han sighed helplessly, shrugging her shoulders. However, her gaze soon became resolute. There is no time to waste. Let us hasten to find Dean Yin. With that, Lei Han swiftly darted towards the depths of the martial soul department. Xuanzi watched her departing figure, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. He recognized that this young girl was not only exceptionally gifted, but also possessed a noble spirit, a rare talent indeed. At that moment, the girl led Lei Han to Dean Yin Xiaozhi's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in, a steady voice responded from within. The girl pushed the door open, with Lei Han following closely behind. Dean Yin was seated at his desk, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by some pressing issue. Dean Yin, I have arrived. Lei Han stepped forward, speaking respectfully. Upon hearing her, Yin Xiaozhi lifted his head, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes at the sight of her. Wonderful. You have finally come. Ma Xiaodao's condition is quite severe and requires your assistance. He stood up while instructing the girl beside him to bring Ma Xiao out of the office. He had prepared tea and snacks for Lei Han, wishing to allow this young girl, who had traveled far, a moment to rest. Lei Han, having fought against more than 700 opponents, devoured the snacks voraciously. Despite her countless battles, at this moment, she remained a young girl, in need of both sustenance and respite. Yin Xiaozhe observed Lei Han's appetite and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a bit of his anxiety dissipate. Would you care for more? Kai Meyer brought forth additional snacks, her face beaming as she watched Lei Han. Lei Han did not decline. She was indeed hungry. After all, enduring over 700 battles was no trifling matter. Even with her formidable strength, she required sustenance to replenish her energy. Shortly thereafter, Ma Xiaotao was ushered in. Her complexion pallid and her eyes a fiery crimson, clearly indicating that she had been suppressing the malevolent force within her to the brink of exhaustion. Upon seeing Lei Han, a flicker of complex emotions crossed her gaze, an urgent plea for rescue intertwined with a hint of vulnerability she wished to conceal from others. Little girl, I implore you. Director Yin Xiaozhe's tone carried a note of earnest entreaty. Lei Han nodded gently and approached Ma Xiaotao, softly patting her shoulder. Do not worry, I shall assist you. Little girl, is it truly you who has returned? Ma Xiaotao's voice trembled slightly, for she had not anticipated that in her moment of utmost need, Lei Han would indeed appear. Lei Han smiled gently and nodded, her gaze resolute and warm, as if it could dispel all the shadows in Ma Xiaotao's heart. Are you ready? Lei Han asked softly. Ma Xiaotao took a deep breath and nodded. She understood that in this moment, she could only place her trust in Lei Han. Lei Han gradually activated the void spirit, and a pure, immaculate white vapor began to rise from within her, swiftly filling the entire room. Under the influence of this ethereal force, Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and Ma Xiaotao found themselves inexplicably restrained and bound. With remarkable agility, Lei Han seized Ma Xiaotao's delicate wrist, gently yet resolutely drawing her to her side. Subsequently, Lei Han focused intently on absorbing the rampant malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao. As this malevolent fire once again came into contact with the enigmatic white vapor, it emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if confronted by an insurmountable adversary. Swiftly and thoroughly dissipating, Ma Xiaotao's body trembled involuntarily. However, amidst this quivering, she could distinctly perceive that the tormenting malevolent fire, which had long plagued her, was being gradually extracted, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility, as if she had finally glimpsed the dawn of hope after an interminable darkness. Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer watched in astonishment, fully aware of the formidable nature of the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaotao. Yet they were taken aback by Lei Han's ability to dissolve it so effortlessly. Kai Meyer, with tears welling in her eyes, was rendered speechless with emotion. Lei Han clapped her hands once more, just as she had a year ago, retracting the ethereal spirit, causing the pure, white vapor to dissipate. All was set. For the next 3 years, she should encounter no further issues. A light smile graced her lips, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Little girl, what is your name? Ma Xiaotao inquired, her voice trembling with gratitude as she gazed at Lei Han. Although she had heard of Lei Han's esteemed reputation, their paths had seldom crossed. It was unexpected that, in her most perilous moment, it was this seemingly delicate yet immensely powerful girl who had come to her rescue. A secret, Lei Han playfully winked, choosing not to provide a direct answer. She was aware that her identity and origins remained an enigma to Shrek Academy, and she had no intention of unveiling that mystery at this juncture. Since she is reluctant to disclose her name, let us honor her choice. Little girl, you have once again demonstrated your extraordinary abilities. Shrek Academy will always welcome you. However, as the principal, I sincerely hope you will contemplate joining us and becoming a part of our esteemed institution. Lei Han smiled and shook her head, choosing silence as she tossed a level 3 soul-guiding flash bomb to Yin Xiaozhe. In an instant, the entire room was filled with dazzling light. When the brilliance faded, Lei Han had vanished, leaving behind a stunned Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, and a bewildered Ma Xiaotao. What transpired here? Yin Xiaozhe, astonished, inquired, evidently taken aback by Lei Han's unconventional departure. Kai Meyer appeared equally perplexed, shaking her head as she remarked, I am unsure. It seems this little girl harbors many secrets unknown to us. Ma Xiaotao gazed at the spot where Lei Han had disappeared, her heart brimming with gratitude and curiosity. She recognized that she owed Lei Han a favor, and she pondered how she might repay it in the future. Never mind, since she has left. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Yin Xiaozhe sighed, turning his attention to Ma Xiaotao. Xiaotao, how are you feeling now? Ma Xiaotao assessed her body and was overjoyed to discover that the tormenting evil fire had entirely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. "Teacher, I am fine now, truly fine," she exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 23. Dean Qian, junior sister, has created a stir. After a while, Du Weilin returned, looking awkward. He was at a loss for how to explain to Yan Xiaozhe what had transpired outside. Over 700 students from the martial soul department lay scattered on the ground, some groaning, creating a scene of utter chaos. Observing Du Weilin's troubled expression, Yan Xiaozhe began to piece together the situation. "Did those students cause trouble again?" he asked. Du Weilin nodded, then shook his head, leaving Yan Xiaozhe even more perplexed. What exactly happened?" "That little girl, she single-handedly defeated our martial soul students." Du Weilin replied with a hint of resignation, inwardly marveling at Lei Han's formidable strength. Over 700 students had been bested by her alone. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaozhe couldn't help but perceive the humor in the situation, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Weilin, is this your first attempt at such a grand jest? One person defeating over 700 students? How could that be possible?" Du Weilin offered a wry smile and shrugged. "Dean, I wish it were a joke, but the facts speak for themselves. Those students are still lying on the ground. You may go see for yourself." With a sense of skepticism, Yan Xiaozhe rose to investigate personally. As he descended the stairs and approached the martial soul department square, the sight before him nearly caused his eyes to pop out. The square was strewn with students and teachers, each displaying expressions of agony, evidently having suffered at the hands of Lei Han. Some were nursing broken legs or arms, while others had bruised faces from her punches. Although the injuries were not particularly severe, they were enough to humble the usually proud Soul Master students. Kai Meyer and Ma Xiaotao soon arrived at the square, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left utterly speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Even Dai Yaoheng and his companions were rendered powerless by Lei Han, now lying on the ground in disarray, nursing their aching bodies. "Goodness, I was nearly beaten to a pulp by this little girl," one student lamented, covering his eyes, evidently having sustained significant blows from Lei Han. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, sipping wine in the shade, reflected on his previous encounters with Lei Han, recognizing her formidable prowess. A faint smile crossed his lips as he mused, "This young lady truly possesses remarkable skill. Oh dear, as a vice dean of the Soul Master Department, to be so thoroughly bested by a mere girl, what a disgrace," one teacher exclaimed, clutching his swollen face as he struggled to rise. "She nearly took down the entire outer courtyard's Soul Master Department single-handedly. If this gets out, how will we hold our heads high?" Another teacher groaned, rubbing his stomach where Lei Han had struck him, wincing in pain. At that moment, Yan Xiaozhe could hardly maintain his dignified demeanor as the dean. His eyes widened, his mouth twitching slightly at the chaotic scene before him. He was acutely aware that while these students could be somewhat arrogant, they were nonetheless the elite future soul masters of Shrek Academy. The prospect of them being defeated by Lei Han could potentially turn them into a laughingstock. He shook his head helplessly and approached a teacher, asking, "What on earth happened? Why did she act this way?" With a forlorn expression, the teacher replied, "Dean." Several teachers were chatting at the entrance and refused to let her in when she approached. As a result, she reacted with aggression. "We had no idea she was this powerful. She took us all down in a matter of moments. Why are you still lying around? Are you playing dead? Get up this instant." Du Weilin exclaimed, clearly exasperated as he pulled several groaning students off the ground, his disappointment evident. At his shout, the remaining students and teachers, despite their bruised and battered appearances, hastily rose from the ground, no longer daring to remain down. Yan Xiaozhe sighed as he observed them. He knew that if this situation was not handled properly, it could inflict considerable damage on the Soul Master Department. Enough commotion, Yan Xiaozhe interjected, cutting through Du Weilin's tirade. He turned to the students and teachers, speaking solemnly, "I will take care of this matter. You all may return to rest for now." Upon hearing his words, the students felt a sense of relief, nodding in agreement before swiftly departing. The teachers assisted one another as they gradually departed from the square. Du Weilin gazed at the retreating figures of the students and educators, feeling a pang of helplessness within. He understood that this matter had transcended his capacity to manage and could only be entrusted to Yan Xiaozhe for resolution. "Dean," Du Weilin looked at Yan Xiaozhe, hesitating to speak. Yan Xiaozhe raised his hand, interrupting him. "I am aware of your concerns. I will handle this situation. However, that young girl seems to possess an extraordinary background." Upon hearing this, Du Weilin nodded in agreement. He recalled the enigmatic aura that surrounded Lei Han during her departure, a shiver coursing through him. This girl was likely far from ordinary. "Very well, you may return to your duties," Yan Xiaozhe said to Du Weilin. I need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Du Weilin nodded and turned to leave, while Yin Xiaozhi remained alone in the square, surveying the chaos strewn about. His mind racing with thoughts. He recognized that this incident would likely bring him considerable trouble. Nonetheless, he also understood that only through such trials could the true elite soul masters be forged. By the afternoon, news of the event spread rapidly. In the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Hikaitu rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Dean Xian, this is terrible." Xian Duo, leisurely seated on the sofa enjoying tea, furrowed his brow at the outburst, his cup momentarily pausing in hand. "What is it, Hikaitu? Why such alarm?" Xian Duo inquired with a grave tone. Hikaitu, panting, approached Xian Duo, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Dean Xian, there has been a significant incident. Lei Han single-handedly challenged the Martial Soul Department. It is said she defeated over 700 students and several teachers on her own, and now the entire academy is in an uproar." Both Xian Duo and the nearby Xian Liner were taken aback, nearly dropping their teacups. They simultaneously turned their gazes to Lei Han, who had recently returned and was engrossed in crafting her soul guidance device, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside. At that moment, the elevator door to the basement slowly opened, and Zoe stormed in, her face flushed with fury. She approached Lei Han with purpose, gripping her arm and pulling her closer. With wide eyes, she demanded, "Lei Han, you have truly outdone yourself. You took on the Martial Soul Department all by yourself? Is this how I instructed you? You're becoming increasingly insufferable." As Zoe spoke, she raised her hand, poised to strike Lei Han. Upon witnessing this, Lei Han quickly dodged, a hint of innocence gracing her face as she spoke. "And Shou, it was they who prevented me from entering to rescue Sister Xiaotao. That is why I acted. Moreover, they surrounded me in such numbers, I was merely defending myself." Zoe, upon hearing this, abruptly halted her raised hand, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Lei Han. "What did you say? You acted to save my Xiaotao?" Zhou voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected nature of her explanation. At that moment, the group of teachers were engrossed in conversation. "And as I stepped through the gates of your martial spirit department, they forbade me from entering, insisting that children should not cause a ruckus. I was examining a map and paid them no heed, after which they seized my hand and attempted to drag me out. In my panic, I exerted some force to pry their fingers apart one by one, and unable to contain my frustration, I retaliated with a few strikes, not anticipating their fragility." Lei Han blinked her large eyes innocently as she recounted the events. "So, little junior sister, you single-handedly took on the martial spirit department?" Kaitu, who had been listening in astonishment, could not help but interject with a question. Lei Han scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. "To be honest, I didn't want it to come to this, but they are truly pushing me too far. I only wished to see Sister Xiaotao, yet they persistently blocked my way." Suddenly, Qian Duo clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with a mix of complex emotions, both astonishment at Lei Han's abilities and resignation to the unfolding situation. "Is this truly the caliber of our soul guidance department? Haha, Hikaitu, as a representative of the department, you ought to learn from Lei Han's indomitable spirit and her extraordinary prowess. However, her approach is indeed rather extreme. Perhaps your parents will guide you better in the future." Xian Liner nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of admiration, though it quickly shifted to concern. Lei Han's strength was undeniably impressive. Yet the magnitude of this incident was troubling, and it might not conclude favorably. Qian Duo pondered for a moment before declaring, "What is there to fear? They have remained oblivious to Lei Han's existence. They can only suffer in silence. After all, no one knows where this little girl has emerged from, nor the powerful figure standing behind her. Therefore, Yin Xiaozhi will undoubtedly swallow his pride and suppress this matter." Hikaitu chuckled heartily, realizing the truth in this reasoning. After all, the higher echelons of the academy were unaware of Lei Han's presence. The martial soul department had indeed stumbled significantly, and they could not afford to make the situation public. "Oh dear, what a tremendous fall they have taken," he exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted his thigh. Meanwhile, Zhou gazed at Lei Han with a complex expression, a blend of astonishment at her strength and concern over her reckless actions. She sighed and said, "Oh, Lei Han, what am I to say about you? It is commendable that you possess such power, but you cannot act so recklessly. This incident is likely to bring you considerable trouble." Lei Han lowered her head and softly spoke, "Zhou Mama, I realize my mistake. I merely wished to enter and find Sister Xiaotao. I never anticipated that it would escalate to this extent." Observing Lei Han's contrite demeanor, Zhou felt her anger dissipate significantly. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Well, the incident has already occurred, and any further blame would be futile. What is paramount now is to consider how to address the impending troubles. There's no need for concern. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. As I mentioned earlier, who could possibly discern that Lei Han belongs to our soul guidance department? As long as we remain silent, the martial spirit department can only suffer in silence," Duo declared, waving her hand with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin covered his face and smiled wryly. Even Zhou could not help but shake her head, inwardly lamenting Duo's audacity. However, on further reflection, it could indeed be deemed a viable strategy. After all, Lei Han's identity and strength are shrouded in mystery. As long as they maintain silence, who could possibly know? Nevertheless, Lei Han, you have truly gone too far this time, Zhou said earnestly, gazing at Lei Han. In the future, you must exercise greater caution in your actions and refrain from such impulsiveness. Lei Han nodded thoughtfully and replied earnestly, "And Zhou, I understand. I will certainly be more mindful in the future." Zhou felt a sense of relief wash over her as she observed Lei Han's earnest demeanor. Let us first assess her strength and ascertain just how capable this young lady truly is, Duo interjected. At that moment, Su Jing and Peng Long from the Soul Guidance Department brought a specially designed strength testing machine into the basement. Fan Yu commenced the strength evaluation, and Lei Han gracefully approached the machine, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Lei Han took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and clenched his fist before delivering a powerful blow to the sensor area of the testing machine. The needle of the device spun wildly, ultimately halting at the extreme end of its maximum scale, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, indicating that it had surpassed its measurement capacity. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that this force testing machine had been specially reinforced, capable of measuring exceptionally high limits. Even the strength-type soul masters within the soul guidance system found it challenging to approach its maximum value. Yet, with this single strike, Lei Han had not only reached the limit but even exceeded it. How could this be possible? Fan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the testing machine. He never anticipated that the child he had discovered 6 years ago would exhibit such astonishing growth. Wang Mingming, a student from the soul guidance system who had once saved Lei Han, also covered her mouth in surprise. Her eyes filled with incredulity and pride as she looked at him. Lei Han, observing the astonished expressions of those around her, shyly scratched her head and said, I didn't realize I possessed such immense power." Duo let out a hearty laugh, clapping Lei Han on the shoulder as he exclaimed, "You, my dear girl, are truly a treasure. It seems our soul guidance department is on the verge of producing an extraordinary individual." At that moment, the atmosphere in the basement was vibrant and electric, with every gaze fixated on Lei Han, as if they beheld the future hope of the soul guidance department. "It appears we need to devise a specialized training regimen for you," Fan Yu remarked, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He understood well that with such astonishing power, Lei Han's potential was boundless. With the right guidance, she would undoubtedly emerge as a standout in the soul guidance department. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation. She yearned to grow stronger in order to safeguard those she cherished. However, while strength is formidable, technique holds equal significance. Zhou, standing nearby, gently reminded her, "Lei Han, you must also dedicate yourself to honing your soul skills and combat techniques, for one cannot solely rely on sheer power." Lei Han nodded solemnly, fully aware that Mother Zhou's words held profound truth. To cultivate her strength, she must embrace holistic development, leaving no aspect neglected. Duo observed the unwavering determination in Lei Han's eyes, silently admiring her spirit. He recognized that this young girl possessed an indomitable heart. Given the opportunity, she would undoubtedly radiate brilliance. Chapter 24. The Fate of Lei Han and Hui Yuhao. Meanwhile, far away in the divine realm, Tang San's gaze remained fixed on Lei Han, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of emotions. Her rapid progress surpassed his expectations, evoking both astonishment and envy within him. He could hardly fathom that the little girl who had once sent him hurtling back to the divine realm with a single punch had now evolved to such an extraordinary degree. Although his power was far from insignificant in the divine realm, Lei Han had shattered limits that he had never reached himself, invoking a deep sense of reverence in him. "Third brother, why do you keep staring at that girl?" Xiao Wu's voice broke through Tang San's contemplation, her curiosity piqued by his unusual focus. "This child. I endeavor to discern her destiny, even to alter it, yet there seems to be a force obstructing me. Her path is akin to stars shrouded in mist, sometimes clear, sometimes obscured. That very force not only sent me back to the divine realm with a single blow, but also appears to restrain my twin martial souls, rendering it difficult for me to exert my full strength against her. Tang San replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, frowned slightly, astonished that Lei Han possessed such enigmatic power capable of challenging even Tang San. If this little girl continues to grow, she will become my greatest threat. I must devise a means to restrain her or eliminate her altogether. Tang San's words struck Xiao Wu like a thunderbolt. She had not anticipated his ruthless intent. While she understood that he sometimes resorted to extreme measures to uphold the order of the divine realm, the idea of targeting an innocent child was difficult for her to accept. Who dares to harm my master? A sudden, icy yet resolute voice erupted beside Tang San and Xiao Wu, followed by two figures appearing before them in an instant. It was Xingyu and Xingyu Qin, who had been observing from the shadows. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise, never expecting the abrupt arrival of two strangers. Who are you? She exclaimed. Tang San's piercing gaze locked onto the newly emerged Xingyu and Xingyu Qin, sensing the formidable aura they emanated, recognizing them as no ordinary adversaries. Without hesitation, Xingyu delivered a punch to Tang San, catching him off guard and causing him to stagger, almost losing his balance. His expression darkened. In the divine realm, few could best him. As Xiao Wu prepared to retaliate, Xingyu Qin swiftly moved to her side, grasping her hand gently. Step aside. We never harm women. But do not compel us to act, he cautioned softly. Having uttered these words, he released Xiao Wu's hand and stepped aside. Remove your filthy hands. She is my wife. Tang San bellowed furiously, taken aback by the audacity of these two sudden intruders, who not only struck him but also laid hands on his wife. Xingyue regarded Tang San with a cold gaze, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Tang San, do not presume that you can act with impunity in the divine realm. We are here to inform you that Lei Han is under our protection. You shall not lay a finger on her. In response, Tang San let out a bitter laugh, his anger boiling over. Humph. Do you truly think that the two of you can safeguard her? It appears you are seeking your own demise. With that, his blue-silver emperor martial spirit enveloped him. 9 soul rings shimmering around him, radiating a brilliant light. He braced himself to face these enigmatic challengers with all his might. Xingyue, upon witnessing this, narrowed his eyes. Yet he did not recoil. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xingyixian, their thoughts in perfect harmony. In an instant, Xingyue unleashed his auxiliary spirit, the devouring spirit, and black mist enveloped his hands, exuding an aura that seemed capable of consuming all, warping the space around him. Meanwhile, Xingyixian summoned his auxiliary spirit, the blazing spirit. A wave of intense heat surged forth, as if the flames of the sun had coalesced in his palms, dazzling to behold. Tang San, today you shall learn that beyond the divine realm, formidable powers remain unknown to you. Xingyue's voice resonated, deep and forceful, as he lunged at Tang San. Shrouded in consuming black energy, Xingyixian followed closely, his palms ablaze with fiery energy, launching an assault that resembled 2 burning miniature suns. The skies of the divine realm were instantly rent asunder by this overwhelming force, energy rippling outward, a spectacle that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Tang San, confronted by this unforeseen dual onslaught, dared not underestimate them. He swiftly adjusted his state, manifesting both the blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer, as the soul rings flickered. He unleashed formidable soul techniques for both defense and counterattack. The blue-silver domain and the killing god domain unfurled simultaneously, striving to suppress the assaults of Xingyue and Xingyixian. However, the prowess of Xingyue and Xingyixian exceeded Tang San's expectations. Xingyue's devouring spirit was capable of consuming portions of the soul power from Tang San's 3rd and 5th soul techniques, drastically diminishing their effectiveness. Moreover, Xingyixian's blazing spirit possessed formidable penetrating power, rendering Tang San's blue-silver emperor woefully inadequate against the searing flames. How is this possible? Tang San's heart raced with shock. He had never encountered such a formidable adversary. He understood all too well that should this continue, defeat was inevitable. At that moment, Daimubai, Zhu Shiqing, and Oscar happened upon this scene. What is happening here? Daimubai exclaimed, his eyes wide in astonishment, unable to fathom such a breathtaking spectacle within the divine realm. Zhu Shiqing furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the fierce clash between Tang San, Xingyue, and Xingyixian, sensing an unprecedented wave of crisis. Oscar's expression grew grave as he swiftly assessed the situation, contemplating whether to intervene. Indeed, Tang San is not only their friend but also a significant figure in the divine realm. We must take action. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to break the silence. Her voice resolute and powerful. Dai Mubai nodded, acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing's concerns were not unfounded. At that moment, Tang San was facing unprecedented challenges and his friends. They could not remain idle. Oscar took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. All right, let us join forces. In an instant, the three of them appeared at the edge of the battlefield, each unleashing their martial spirits in preparation for the fierce combat ahead. Dai Mubai's evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit enveloped him, unleashing a thunderous roar, attempting to distract Xingyue and Xingyukin. Zhu Zhuqing's nether-cat martial spirit followed suit, her form agile like a specter in the dark, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Oscar summoned his mirror intestine, ready to replicate the most suitable soul skills for the current situation. He understood that in this battle, every detail was of paramount importance. Tang San, we are here to assist you, Dai Mubai shouted, his voice brimming with strength and resolve. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's call, a warm current surged within Tang San's heart. He knew he was not fighting alone. With the support of his friends, he was certain he could overcome the adversaries before him. Thus, Tang San fought with even greater fervor, each move infused with power and finesse. With the help of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, he gradually regained his footing and began to seek opportunities for counterattack. There are quite a few of them. How splendid. I will have my fill. Xingyue suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, evidently intent on consuming Tang San and his companions' attacks to enhance his own power. Xingyukin, witnessing this, wore a playful smile, seemingly relishing the thrill of the battle. Confronted with Xingyue's avaricious gaze, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine, fully aware of the formidable nature of the opponent's devouring spirit ability. If a solution was not found swiftly, they might all find themselves in peril. Everyone, be cautious. His peculiar technique can devour our soul power, Tang San quickly warned, his eyes filled with vigilance. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes widened, and he intensified his attacks, striving to shatter Xingyue's devouring capability with overwhelming physical force. Zhu Zhuqing, utilizing the agility of her nether-cat martial spirit, darted across the battlefield, seeking the chance to deliver a fatal blow to Xingyue. Meanwhile, Oscar showcased the formidable prowess of a support-type soul master. He swiftly analyzed Xingyue's devouring spirit ability and then replicated a soul skill capable of disrupting its consuming effect. A peculiar beam of light shot forth from Oscar's hand, striking directly at Xingyue. Xingyue waved his hand, conjuring a black wall before him, which absorbed all the attacks from Dai Mubai and the others, leaving not a ripple in its wake. He wiped the corners of his mouth, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his face. Oscar, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps, the mirror sausage he held falling to the ground. His lips quivered slightly, clearly intimidated by the terrifying power of Xingyue. All consumed? How could this be? A wave of horror washed over Oscar. He had never witnessed such an eerie and formidable ability. Utilizing borrowed strength, Xingyue placed his hand on the ground, causing Tang San's soul skill, which had been directed at him, to rebound from the earth, its speed even more ferocious than before. Tang San and his companions hastily dodged, yet were still shaken by the residual force, their blood surging violently. What an extraordinary technique is this? Dai Mubai panted heavily, his white tiger martial spirits glow dimming slightly. Suddenly, golden threads appeared on the hands of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, suspending them from the trees. Zhuqing, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed in shock. He had never anticipated such a sudden turn in the battle. At that moment, a woman with long black hair, clad in white, slowly emerged from behind the trees, a scar marring the left side of her face, rendering it grotesque. The melancholic aura she exuded was almost suffocating. Who are you? Tang San narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared woman, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The woman did not respond directly. Instead, she smiled faintly, yet the smile held no warmth, only an endless chill. The lightning in her hand crackled ominously, as if ready to erupt at any moment. A dead person does not deserve to know my name, she said coldly, her tone dripping with disdain and contempt. What is this peculiar technique? Xiao San, how many enemies have you provoked? Dai Mubai stammered, utterly unprepared for the complexity that had suddenly enveloped the battle. Damn that ugly woman. Let me down at once. Ning Rongrong's haughty temperament flared up again as she struggled fiercely, but the golden threads remained steadfast, as if rooted in place. At her words, the woman waved her hand, and the lightning enveloped the entire tree in an instant. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu were instantly shrouded in electricity, their hair standing on end. Faces contorted in agony. Rongrong, you really ought to temper your temper, Zhu Shiqing managed to say, her voice intermittent due to the electrical disturbance. With another wave of her hand, the current vanished, leaving the poor tree charred and smoking from the strike, its leaves and branches still emitting wisps of smoke. The three girls hung from the tree, their appearances as dark as charcoal, hair disheveled, eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Qing, Xiao Wu, I'm so sorry. I never expected that a single word would plunge us all into such dire straits. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled, laced with the threat of tears. Though she was usually spoiled, at the brink of life and death, she became acutely aware of the consequences of her own capriciousness. At that moment, Dai Mubai was being relentlessly pushed back by Xingyue. His formidable evil-eye white tiger martial soul, while powerful, appeared somewhat inadequate in the face of Xingyue's enigmatic devouring spirit ability. Meanwhile, Tang Xin found himself ensnared by the woman's lightning magic. As he prepared to move, the woman admonished him sharply, "Do not move, or the 5 thunder formation beneath your feet will obliterate you." Glancing down, Tang San indeed discovered he was standing upon a complex pattern of lightning, flickering ominously, as if imbued with destructive power. Then I shall test it. Tang San's gaze hardened. He was not one to be easily intimidated. With a surge of soul power, he unleashed his blue-silver Emperor martial soul, striving to break free from the constraints of the lightning magic. However, the 5 thunder formation seemed to sense his resistance, and bolts of lightning descended upon him from above. Even the woman was taken aback by Tang San's tenacity. He truly dared to confront her 5 thunder formation head-on. Athe! Tang San's anguished cries echoed through the heavens as his body convulsed violently from the electric shocks, his bones visibly fracturing under the onslaught. Xingyue and Xingyue paused their assaults, both astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Goodness gracious!" After a while, the lightning gradually subsided, leaving Tang San collapsed on the ground, charred and emitting wisps of smoke, his hair standing on end as if he had endured an unprecedented thunder calamity. I will never again entertain the thought of harming Lei Han. Tang San gasped, internally grateful for his resilience. You should know, Lei Han's fate is not for you to alter, the woman stated coldly, her voice imbued with authority and undeniable conviction. With a wave of her hand, the golden threads binding Zhu Shiqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were instantly released, causing them to plummet from the trees like kites severed from their strings. Fortunately, Oscar reacted swiftly, unfurling his sausage martial soul to catch them securely. Upon landing, the 3 women appeared pale, clearly suffering from the earlier electric torment. Who are you? Why do you oppose us? Tang San, struggling against his pain, managed to rise, his gaze fixed intently on the woman. Because you seek to harm Lei Han, we cannot permit anyone to endanger her. The woman's words conveyed unwavering determination and fervor, her gaze penetrating as if piercing through to Tang San's very soul. Lei Han? Who is she? We have no grievances with her. Why are we being targeted? Dai Mubai, also enduring his injuries, approached Tang San, his expression rife with confusion and indignation. What is going on, Xiao San? Oscar hurriedly joined them, anxiety coursing through him as the sudden confrontation weighed heavily upon him. It was then that Tang San hesitantly revealed, Lei Han is a child whose fate I once sought to glimpse. I had thought I could easily control her destiny, but I had not anticipated the immense power within her, a force capable of countering my twin martial souls. Thus, an intent to kill her arose within me, unexpectedly drawing you all in. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He struck Tang San with a heavy slap, exclaiming furiously, "You scoundrel! How could you resort to violence against a child? Have you no humanity left?" Tang San staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he refrained from retorting. Bowing his head with a complex expression, "Enough, Yu Chen, let us return," the woman commanded, her tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing her words, Xing Chen and Xing Yu immediately sheathed their auxiliary spirits, nodding respectfully. In a flash, the 3 figures vanished from sight. This matter cannot be settled so easily. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury. He turned his gaze toward the White Tiger Duke's residence in the Douluo Empire, where Hui Yuhao was helping his mother, Hui Yuner. A cold smirk crept onto his lips as a plan began to form in his mind. Though I cannot alter Lei Han's fate, I shall take it upon myself to change the destiny of this child named Hui Yuhao. Unbeknownst to him, Xing Yu and Xing Chen had not departed. Instead, they concealed themselves in the shadows, observing Tang San's every move. Xingyu communicated telepathically with Xingyu Chen, saying, "This Tang San is truly cunning. He intends to harm Hui Yuhao while claiming to rewrite fate. Let us assist Hui Yuhao wholeheartedly and forge a friendship between him and our master. Let's see how he plans to rewrite destiny." Humph. Xingyu Chen nodded in agreement, and the two resolved to covertly aid Hui Yuhao, ensuring his smooth growth and thwarting Tang San's sinister schemes. Meanwhile, Duo watched as Lei Han grew day by day. In an exception, he allowed Lei Han to wear a mask and emerge from the basement on Saturdays and Sundays. Though she could only roam within the confines of the Soul Guidance Department and not step outside its doors. Director Qian, those in the know understand that you are protecting our junior sister. But those unaware might think our Soul Guidance Department has been transformed into a prison by the Shrek City Enforcement Team, He Kai-Tu remarked with a wry smile. As a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, he had some insight into Lei Han's situation, aware that this seemingly ordinary girl harbored immense secrets. In response, Duo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood the significance of Lei Han and the weight of the responsibility he bore. Han, remember not to stray too far from my sight. Though this place is secure, we must remain vigilant, Fan Yu cautioned softly, his voice filled with concern. Godfather, I understand. I won't wander off, Lei Han replied obediently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. This was her third time leaving the basement, beholding the world outside. As Lei Han traversed the Soul Guidance Department, she captivated the attention of many. Although she wore a mask, her ethereal and refined demeanor was impossible to conceal. With curiosity, she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Is that the junior sister? Indeed, it is. What brings her out here? Perhaps it is a special permission granted by Dean Xian. Why are we still lingering? Let us hasten to inquire about the Soul Guidance devices. This is a rare opportunity. Observing her, several students from the department quickly gathered, eager to seek Lei Han's insights on the Soul Guidance devices. Though they recognized her youth, they were acutely aware that she was an experimental subject of the Sun-Moon Empire, a secret they had collectively kept from the Academy's higher-ups alongside Duo. They treated her as an ordinary young girl, yet deep down, they understood that this girl was anything but commonplace. Lei Han, unhurried and composed, disassembled her Soul Guide device while elucidating the function of each component, simultaneously demonstrating the assembly and calibration process. Her explanations were lucid and engaging, captivating the surrounding students completely. The intricate construction of the Soul Guide was a revelation. How had I not realized this before? Indeed, the junior sister is truly a genius, effortlessly mastering such a complex mechanism. It seems we ought to seek her guidance more often. We might learn a great deal. The students murmured amongst themselves, their admiration for Lei Han palpable. Meanwhile, Lei Han humbly smiled, acknowledging that she too had much to learn. On the other side, within the Duke of the White Tiger's estate in the Douluo Empire, Hui Yuhao struggled to navigate the courtyard while carrying a water bucket taller than himself. With each step, water splashed out, dampening his clothing. Yet, his eyes revealed a tenacity and resilience, as if this minor obstacle could not deter his relentless pursuit. Hui Yuner had yet to return, leaving Hui Yuhao alone to fill the water tank. His small stature starkly contrasted with the bucket. Yet he showed no signs of retreat. Each lift of the water was a fortification of his will, a rehearsal for the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, Hui Yun, her stomach grumbling, walked home clutching the only flatbread she possessed. The aroma wafted through the gentle breeze, and her steps were light, filled with guilt and affection for her son. She knew that her meager earnings could not provide Hui Yuhao with a better life, yet she persevered, hoping to transform their circumstances someday. Suddenly, two individuals blocked Hui Yun's path, startling her and causing her to grip the flatbread tightly. Her initial thought was that the Duchess had sent someone to trouble her again, but upon closer inspection, she found two unfamiliar faces. Are you sent by the madam? Hui Yun's voice quivered slightly, though she strove to remain composed. Xingyu and Xingyu Chen offered no reply. Instead, they handed her a bag brimming with fluffy buns and a roasted chicken before turning to vanish into the crowd. Hui Yuner stood there, bewildered, clutching the heavy food. What is happening? She was rooted to the spot, warmth flooding her heart. As she looked down at the food in her hands, her eyes began to well with tears. She understood that these buns and the roasted chicken were a rare luxury for both her and Hui Yuhao. Foolish giant. Even beggars do not accept food given out of pity. Will she truly accept this? Xingyu Chen's voice echoed in Xingyu's ear, tinged with skepticism. Xingyu smiled gently and replied through thought, Do not worry, she will surely accept it. After all, she has a son to care for, and for him, she can endure anything. Moreover, while these provisions may seem trivial to us, for her, they are a lifeline. She will not refuse them, for she knows that to do so would mean her son faces hunger. As predicted by Xing Yue, although Hui Yuner was taken aback, she quickly comprehended the preciousness of the food. Without further contemplation, she hastily concealed it within her embrace, fearful of being spotted by the Duchess's spies. She hurried home, pushed the door open, and found Hui Yuhao struggling to carry a water bucket, his petite frame already drenched in sweat. A pang of sorrow surged in Hui Yuner's heart, and she promptly retrieved the food from her bosom, placing it on the table before swiftly approaching Hui Yuhao to take the bucket from his hands. Yuhao, don't mention it. Let Mama handle this, she said tenderly. Seeing his mother return with such an abundance of food brought a glimmer of surprise to Hui Yuhao's eyes. He wiped his brow and replied, Mama, I'm not tired. You should rest. I can manage these tasks. Hui Yuner affectionately ruffled Hui Yuhao's hair and said, Silly child. Mama knows you are considerate, but you are still young and in a crucial growth phase. You must not wear yourself out. Come, Mama has prepared something delicious for you. With that, Hui Yuner presented the roast chicken and steamed buns before Hui Yuhao, who gazed at the feast with eyes sparkling with excitement. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a lavish meal, yet he did not immediately indulge. Instead, he first served a piece of chicken to his mother. Mama, you eat first, Hui Yuhao said thoughtfully. Hui Yuner looked at her son, her eyes brimming with gratitude and emotion. She took a bite of the chicken and then said, Yuhao, Mama has wonderful news to share. Today, on my way home, I encountered two kind-hearted individuals who gifted me this food. I believe this is heaven's blessing upon us, and our lives will surely improve from here on. As Hui Yuhao listened to his mother, a wave of warmth washed over him. He was convinced that as long as he and his mother persevered together, they would lead a happy life. Grasping a steamed bun, he devoured it heartily, as if it were the most delectable food in the world. Meanwhile, Xing Yue and Xing Yuchen sat perched on a tree, observing the tender scene between Hui Yuner and Hui Yuhao, the latter relishing his meal with gusto, prompting them to exchange knowing smiles. It seems we did the right thing, Xing Yue remarked softly, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, it brings me joy to assist them, Xing Yuchen replied, his tone imbued with warmth. The two sat quietly in the tree, watching Hui Yuner and Hui Yuhao busily enjoying their time in the courtyard, their hearts swelling with an inexplicable emotion. They understood that in this world, many like Hui Yuner and Hui Yuhao faced hardships yet continued to live with resilience. In the future, let us extend our help to them more, Xing Yue proposed, her tone resolute. Yes, I concur, Xing Yuchen nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged smiles, as if they had reached a silent understanding. As night fell, Xing Yue and Xing Yuchen quietly departed from the Duke of the White Tiger's estate, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Hui Yuner and Hui Yuhao remained occupied in the courtyard, and although life was arduous, their hearts were filled with hope and warmth. Master, this is terrible. The gold soul coins in the treasury have mysteriously vanished. At this moment, within the noble estate of the Star Luo Empire, a sharp female voice pierced the tranquility of the night. This sudden revelation plunged the entire residence into chaos. The noble lord's expression shifted dramatically. He rose abruptly, his eyes flashing with horror and rage. The gold soul coins in the treasury represented generations of accumulated wealth for their family, and the thought of them disappearing overnight was utterly unacceptable. What? All the gold soul coins are gone? How is this possible? The noble lord bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the estate. The maid trembled, kneeling on the ground with a quavering voice. My lord, it is absolutely true. The treasury is completely empty. There is nothing left. Furious beyond measure, the noble lord seized a teacup from the table and smashed it onto the floor, sending shards flying. He paced back and forth, striving to compose himself and devise a plan, yet the turmoil and anger within him made it difficult to regain his calm. Quick, summon all the servants. We must conduct a search. We must uncover who is responsible, he commanded, his voice filled with determination and ferocity. In an instant, the estate was ablaze with light as the servants sprang into action, scouring for any suspicious clues. However, the treasury's door remained tightly shut, showing no signs of forced entry. It was as if the gold soul coins had vanished into thin air, leaving everyone bewildered and perplexed. Standing before the treasury, the noble lord's gaze was piercing. As he sought to glean answers from the faintest traces, he understood that this theft was no mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly the result of meticulous planning by someone. He silently vowed that regardless of the perpetrator's identity, he would drag them into the light and exact his vengeance. Meanwhile, in the tree of Hui Yun'er's home, Xing Yuchen remarked helplessly, "You truly lack integrity for stealing the noble lord's gold soul coins." Xing Yu chuckled mischievously and replied, "How can this be called theft? It is merely robbing the rich to aid the poor. Look at Hui Yuhao's tattered clothes. His mother has to toil to support him. Those noble lords possess wealth enough to pile into mountains while boasting about their ancestral fortunes. I am merely spending their riches." Upon hearing this, not only was Xing Yuchen left speechless, but even Xing Yushi and Xing Gaian, who were observing through the crystal ball, couldn't help but roll their eyes. Xing Yushi chuckled softly, "Xing Yu, you are quite the rascal, yet I find your robbing the rich to aid the poor philosophy rather agreeable. My goodness. It is fortunate you are in the Douluo continent. Had you returned to our star domain, you would undoubtedly become a notorious bandit leader. Leading a gang to rob the rich to aid the poor every day," Xing Gaian teased, a smile gracing his face. Xing Yu shrugged nonchalantly, "Heh? The people of Douluo continent are too impoverished. These gold soul coins are hardly sufficient to fill the gaps in my teeth. If I were in our star domain, I would completely empty the vaults of those wealthy individuals." Xing Yuchen shook his head with a smile. "You should refrain from boasting. Be careful not to get caught and thrown into prison." Xing Yu scoffed dismissively. "Caught? They lack the capability." However, to return to the subject, these noble lords are indeed quite miserly, unwilling to part with their wealth to aid the impoverished, compelling me to take action. Xing Yuchen gazed at Xing Yu's smug demeanor and couldn't help but douse him with cold water. "Enough, enough. Do not take such pride in yourself. Although we have assisted Hui Yuhao this time, we must tread carefully to avoid detection by those aristocrats. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Xing Yu chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits. This time, we are merely testing our abilities. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Once we become powerful, we shall empty the treasure vaults of those noble lords, teaching them the true meaning of robbing the rich to aid the poor." Upon hearing this, Xing Yuchen could not help but roll his eyes, saying, "Do not dream. We should return quickly, lest we be discovered." The two exchanged a knowing smile before their figures flickered and vanished into the night, leaving behind Hui Yuner and Hui Yuhao in the warm courtyard, continuing their simple yet blissful life. Chapter 25. A reunion. Ma Xiaotao sat quietly in the spacious and brightly lit classroom of the Soul Master Department, her gaze drifting through the window towards the distance, her chin resting in her hand as she softly murmured, "I wonder how that little girl is faring now?" Her thoughts wandered back to the memory of Lei Han aiding her and dispelling the malevolent fire within her, and a wave of warmth and complex emotion surged within her heart. At that time, she was relentlessly tormented by the cruel flames, teetering on the brink of collapse. Those days were undoubtedly the darkest period of her life. Yet Lei Han, the girl who always greeted her with a gentle smile, shone like a ray of dawn, piercing through the heavy gloom that enveloped her heart. She vividly recalled Lei Han's delicate hand gently resting on her spine, a fresh and pure energy quietly flowing into her body, engaging in a fierce battle with the raging malevolence. With every breath came intense struggle and a profound yearning for liberation. However, Lei Han was as elusive as the wind, and even her teacher, Yin Xiaozhe, could not uncover her whereabouts despite his tireless efforts. She seemed to be a phantom that had never truly existed, appearing only at the most critical moments and vanishing quietly after fulfilling her purpose. Ma Xiaodao's heart was filled with a complex blend of gratitude and regret, gratitude for the second chance she had been given, and regret for not being able to express her thanks in person. Even more so for not forming a deep friendship with her to share in the joys and sorrows of growth together. Just then, her shoulder was gently tapped by Dai Yaohong, interrupting her reverie. The head of the External Soul Master Department teased with a hint of concern, "Are you dazing off again?" Ma Xiaotao returned to her senses, offering a faint smile as she replied, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past." Her gaze flickered momentarily, as if attempting to conceal the turmoil within her. "I see you are thinking about that nameless girl, aren't you?" Dai Yaohong seemed to see through her thoughts, chuckling softly. "To be honest, I am quite curious about her as well. After all, someone capable of alleviating such a significant burden must indeed possess an extraordinary character. Wouldn't you agree?" "What an unknown girl," Ma Xiaodao retorted, her tone laced with discontent, for she despised the term unknown girl when referring to Lei Han. Her gaze grew resolute, as if she were reminiscing about every detail shared with Lei Han. Not only did she possess formidable strength, but she also harbored a heart full of kindness. In my direst moment of need, it was she who stepped forward to expel the malevolent energy within me. Though she conducted herself modestly, Her brilliance could not be overshadowed. Ma Xiaotao's words brimmed with admiration and gratitude for Lei Han. Noticing the tension, Dai Yaoheng hurriedly interjected, All right, we understand. You hold that mysterious girl in high regard. It's merely curiosity, after all. Anyone capable of aiding you through such a grave predicament must be quite exceptional. Come on, let us take a stroll to the playground. With that, the trio made their way to the playground. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, while students gathered in small clusters, some engaged in lively conversation, others honing their skills. As Ma Xiao walked through this familiar environment, her mood differed from her usual self, filled with profound nostalgia for Lei Han. I wonder what she is doing now. She suddenly halted, gazing into the distant sky, her eyes brimming with yearning. Dai Yaoheng and Cici exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that for Ma Xiaotao, Lei Han had become an irreplaceable presence. Perhaps she is somewhere, aiding more individuals in need. Dai Yaoheng murmured softly, attempting to comfort Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. She knew that no matter where Lei Han was, she would forever cherish this kindness and strive to become a person who embodies both strength and compassion. Much like Lei Han. Sister Xiaotao, are you blushing? Gong Yangma suddenly piped up from a tree, prompting everyone to look up. Perched on a branch, he wore a playful grin as he observed Ma Xiaotao. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Ma Xiaotao shot him a glare and retorted, What nonsense, I'm not blushing. Gong Yangma laughed heartily, taking a bite of his apple and lounging comfortably on the branch, legs swinging lazily. Oh, come now, you can't deny it. Look at your ears, they're all red. Are you perhaps thinking of that mysterious girl who helped you expel the malevolent energy? Ma Xiaotao, caught off guard by his accurate observation, felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. If you keep babbling, I might just throw you down from that tree. Unfazed, Gong Yangma continued with his cheeky demeanor. All right, I won't say another word. But honestly, that girl is truly impressive. Being able to assist you with such a considerable dilemma. I wish I could meet her. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from her. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao felt a swell of pride within her. Of course, she is my lifesaver. Her strength and kindness are not something just anyone can compare to. Suddenly, a hand patted Ma Xiaotao's shoulder. She turned around to find a familiar mask obscuring most of the visitor's face, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as water. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of the soul, causing Ma Xiaotao to hold her breath in an instant. Why you are? Ma Xiaotao's voice trembled slightly, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within her. She could hardly believe that her long-desired savior had appeared before her without any warning. I heard someone is looking for me? The voice of the 6-year-old Lei Han remained as gentle as ever, laced with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened, fixating intently on Lei Han, as if she wished to etch her image deeply into her memory. The surrounding sounds gradually faded away, leaving only the clarity of Lei Han's eyes in her world. It really is you. Ma Xiaotao's voice quivered with emotion as she stepped forward and embraced Lei Han tightly. I thought I would never see you again. Lei Han gently patted Ma Xiaotao's back, his voice still imbued with tenderness. I am here now, so do not cry. It wouldn't be a pleasant sight if you continued. The nameless girl. Last time, your martial arts nearly disrupted our entire Soul Master department, resulting in my prolonged reprimand from Director Du. Dai Yaoheng, with a face full of indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Lei Han, seemingly eager to vent his frustration. Yet, beneath his words lay no genuine anger, but rather a hint of jest and resignation. Who could blame me when those short-sighted teachers insisted on preventing me from rescuing Sister Xiaotao? Lei Han shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence as he replied. I had no choice but to intervene. Upon hearing this, Shishi burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Ha! Dai Yaoheng, how can you still bring that up? At that moment, you were shouting that someone was trying to disrupt the Soul Master department. And what happened? A little girl wielding a mere twig sent you reeling. Ha ha ha. Dai Yaoheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head. That was merely an impulsive reaction, and who could have anticipated her prowess? Nevertheless, now that you are here, does this signify that we may become friends? Lei Han smiled faintly and said, Friends? Of course. As long as you do not mind my unpredictable whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, We don't mind at all. We are delighted. Right, Dai Yaoheng Cici? Dai Yaoheng and Cici nodded eagerly, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Lei Han. They understood that forging a friendship with such a mysterious and powerful girl was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Suddenly, from the tree, the ram Mo cried out for mercy, shielding his body with a branch, as countless red dots, reminiscent of those emitted by a soul-guided cannon, appeared on him. What was happening? The crowd gasped in shock. Turning their attention to Mo, they saw him trembling all over, pointing towards the masked soul mentors scattered in the distance. In the next moment, one of the soul-guided cannons fired, striking Mo directly on the head and leaving a deep, charred mark. What were the soul mentors doing? Da Yaoheng's brow furrowed in concern as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Ma Xiaodao and Lei Han, watching the soul mentors with vigilance. Upon witnessing the scene, Lei Han waved his hand, signaling the soul mentors to lower their soul-guided cannons. Do not be alarmed. They were dispatched by my father to ensure my protection. I had not anticipated the presence of others in the tree, which led to this misunderstanding, Lei Han explained, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. As Gongyang Mo descended from the tree, brushing off the dust from his attire, he remarked with a lingering sense of trepidation, "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought I was destined to meet my end here today." Ma Xiaotao gazed at the soul mentors, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had not expected Lei Han to possess such formidable backing. However, recalling Lei Han's impressive abilities and dispelling the malevolent fire that had once plagued her, she felt a sense of reassurance. At that moment, two of the soul mentors approached with a table laden with an array of delectable foods and beverages, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. "Wow, is all of this for us?" She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the sumptuous feast. Unable to suppress a swallow of anticipation, Lei Han nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, everyone has worked hard. This is a special treat prepared by my father for all of you. I hope you enjoy it." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, eagerly partaking in the delectable feast laid out before them. Ma Xiaotao gazed at Lei Han, her heart brimming with gratitude. She understood that all of this was due to Lei Han's efforts. Without her, she might still be ensnared by her troubles and unable to savor the joy and delicacies alongside these friends. "Thank you, little one," Ma Xiaotao suddenly said, her voice tinged with emotion. Lei Han was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "Sister Xiaotao, what are you saying? Are we not friends?" Xiaotao nodded. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet the corners of her lips lifted into a blissful smile. She understood that encountering Lei Han was the most fortunate event of her life. In contrast, Cici, Da Yaoheng, and Gongyang Mo shared their own thoughts. The three exchanged glances and began to quietly devise a plan. "Little girl, what do you look like? We are so familiar with each other. You cannot possibly continue to wear a mask around us," Cici inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Lei Han. "I apologize, but my father has instructed me to conceal my appearance to avoid unnecessary trouble." Lei Han replied apologetically, though her tone carried an undertone of resolve. "I am curious to see how you eat while wearing that mask," Da Yaoheng mused internally. He purposefully picked up a large piece of meat and offered it to Lei Han, hoping to test whether she would remove her mask to eat. However, Lei Han merely smiled gently, accepting the piece of meat with one hand while using the other to lower the mouth portion of her mask. The mask transformed into one that only covered the upper half of her face, allowing her to elegantly take a bite of the meat, chew a few times, and swallow it effortlessly. The entire motion was fluid and natural, as if she had long been accustomed to such a way of eating. Seeing this, Da Yaoheng pounded his fist on the table and exclaimed, "No way. You can change your mask like that?" Lei Han smiled faintly as she adjusted her mask, saying, "This was specially crafted for me by my father. It allows for convenient alterations in the areas it conceals." An overwhelming sense of affection enveloped her. Suddenly, she noticed the subtle flicker of locator soul-guiding devices emanating from the collar, cuffs, and pant legs of Lei Han's attire. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao also observed this detail and, with concern, inquired, "Little girl, are those lights on you locator soul-guiding devices? Has your father been monitoring your whereabouts all along?" Lei Han gently nodded, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. "Indeed, Sister Xiaotao. Father acts with my safety in mind. After all, my abilities are somewhat unusual, rendering me susceptible to unwarranted troubles." Meanwhile, the soul mentors lurking in the corners used communication soul devices to report to Douluo in the basement of the soul guidance department, stating that Miss Lei Han had met with her friends and was enjoying their company. As it stood, no irregularities had arisen. Douluo, seated before the dedicated monitoring screen in the basement, observed every move of Lei Han and her companions, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. The clarity of the images on the screen was remarkable, capturing every detail with precision. He nodded slightly and addressed the communication device. Excellent. Continue monitoring to ensure their safety. Yes, Dean, came the synchronized response from the other end. Dean Xian, how many tracking soul devices did you install on your junior sister? Hikaitu entered the room. Curiosity etched across his face. Qian Duo glanced at Hikaitu and replied, not many, just a couple of dozen or so. Her mask, clothing, and even her shoes are embedded with miniature tracking devices. This way, regardless of where she goes, I can ascertain her location with clarity. Hikaitu, astonished, exclaimed, a couple of dozen? That's rather excessive, isn't it? Dean Qian, you might as well embed a tracking device in her teeth. He chuckled at his own jest. Qian Duo shook his head in resignation. It's an unfortunate necessity. Lei Han possesses extraordinary talent, but such gifts also attract those with ill intentions. I must ensure her safety. Ikeda's smile faded as he nodded earnestly. Dean Qian, rest assured. I will also keep a vigilant eye on junior sister to guarantee her safety. Qian Duo looked at Hikaitu with gratitude and patted his shoulder. With you around, I feel at ease. However, you must remain alert and not let your guard down. At that moment, on the monitoring screen, Ma Xiaotao attempted to dislodge a tracking device from Lei Han, but Lei Han deftly evaded her. Sister Xiaotao, do not worry. Father only wishes what is best for me. Lei Han softly assured, signaling with her eyes for Ma Xiaotao to refrain from rash actions. Seeing the calm yet resolute gaze of Lei Han, Ma Xiaotao felt her worries lessen somewhat. She understood that although Lei Han appeared delicate, she possessed a resilient spirit and extraordinary capabilities. All right, little girl. Should you encounter any difficulties, be sure to inform us. We will do our utmost to assist you, Ma Xiaotao said earnestly, tightening her grip on Lei Han's hand. With a gentle smile, Lei Han nodded, feeling the warmth and support emanating from her friends. She realized that she was not alone. In this world filled with uncertainties and dangers, she possessed a circle of trustworthy allies. Meanwhile, Qian Duo, stationed before the surveillance screen, observed this heartfelt moment. Watching the tightly clasped hands of Lei Han and Ma Xiaotao, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that the bond among these children was genuine and profound. They would extend a helping hand to one another in times of need, confronting trials and tribulations together. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with resplendent hues of twilight, Lei Han turned her gaze toward the window, a hint of reluctance in her voice. It's getting late. I must return. Hearing this, Ma Xiaotao sprang to her feet, grasping Lei Han's hand tightly. No, don't go. We still have so much to discuss and countless questions to ask you. Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her excitement and anxiety. Have faith, Sister Xiaotao. Our bond shall not be severed here. In the days to come, we shall meet again. Moreover, when you are truly ready, all the answers will reveal themselves naturally, Lei Han reassured, softly patting the back of Ma Xiaotao's hand. Her gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the heart and offering the gentlest comfort. From her level 6 storage bracelet, she retrieved an exquisite jade pendant and a level 4 defensive soul guide, presenting them to Ma Xiaotao. This jade pendant is for you. And the level 4 defensive soul guide I crafted myself. While it may not be of the highest caliber, it should prove useful in critical moments. Remember, no matter what challenges arise, maintain your composure and strength. Ma Xiaotao accepted the 2 gifts, her eyes glistening with emotion. She enveloped Lei Han in a tight embrace. Her voice choked with gratitude. Thank you, little one. I will cherish these dearly. Lei Han gently patted Ma Xiaotao's back, soothing her with tenderness. She then turned to Shi, Dai Yaoheng, and Gong Yang Mo, smiling as she said, It brings me great joy to meet you all today. In the days to come, we may have many more encounters, and I hope we can become true friends. The 3 nodded solemnly, aware that despite Lei Han's enigmatic nature, her sincerity and kindness had profoundly touched them. Well, I must take my leave now. Lei Han glanced once more out the window. The evening glow was slowly fading, and night was quietly descending. Taking a deep breath, she threw a first-level soul guide element flash bomb, which erupted in a brilliant light that illuminated the entire forest. Even the nearby soul master students, who were on the brink of a kiss, were startled by the sudden brilliance. Pulling away in surprise and gazing in astonishment at the source of the light. Under the cover of a flashbang, Lei Han swiftly vanished into the night. Ma Xiaotao Cici, Dai Yaoheng, and Gong Imo stood frozen in place, gazing in the direction of Lei Han's departure, their hearts brimming with both sorrow and anticipation. She has truly left. Cici murmured softly, a hint of melancholy lacing her tone. Ma Xiaotao clutched tightly the jade pendant and defensive soul guide that Lei Han had gifted her. her gaze resolute. Although she is gone, our friendship shall remain unbroken. That little girl is extraordinary, and I believe we will have many opportunities to reunite in the future. Dai Yaoheng and Gong Ongimo nodded in agreement, captivated by Lei Han's mystery and strength, and deeply touched by her sincerity and kindness. They understood that this seemingly fragile girl possessed an incredibly resilient spirit and remarkable abilities. As the night deepened, the students in the small grove gradually dispersed. The four of them prepared to leave, their hearts filled with dreams for the future and blessings for Lei Han. Chapter 26. The Hunt for Soul Rings. A year later, as Hikaitu entered the critical phase requiring his second soul ring, Qian Duo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu found themselves overwhelmingly busy in the soul guidance department. Scarcely able to spare a moment to assist Hikaitu in his quest for a soul ring in the Star Do Forest. At that moment, Lei Han, exuding an air of nonchalance, softly suggested, "Look at the situation. Dad, Mom, and Godfather are all caught up in their own whirlwinds. How about I go help my senior brother hunt for a soul ring?" Fan Yu could not help but ponder this proposal. Despite being merely 7 years old, Lei Han had already attained the formidable rank of Soul King at level 57, a prowess that could not be underestimated. In contrast, Hikaitu, with a soul power of barely 20, paled in comparison. A flicker of hesitation crossed Fan Yu's eyes, yet it vanished almost instantaneously, dispelled by Lei Han's confident smile. He recognized that although Lei Han was young, she possessed extraordinary talent and strength, far surpassing her peers. What was even more remarkable was her meticulous nature and prudent demeanor. Perhaps this truly was a commendable decision. With a slight nod, Fan Yu's gaze reflected approval and anticipation. "Very well, Lei Han, this time it shall be your endeavor. Remember to exercise caution and avoid recklessness. While Hikaita's requirements for a soul ring are not overly demanding, we must not be complacent." Upon hearing this, Lei Han's lips curled into a triumphant smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Rest assured, my benefactor, I shall undoubtedly accomplish the task." However, despite being a Soul King, Lei Han was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the Star Do Forest, particularly for a formidable warrior like himself. As high-ranking soul beasts possessed an even keener sense of awareness. With Kaitu still lacking strength, how can you ensure your safety? Wang Yin, listening nearby, furrowed his brow, his concern palpable. He understood all too well that the dangers of the Star Do Forest were not to be underestimated. Even the most powerful soul masters could find it challenging to emerge unscathed. With a snap of his fingers, Lei Han summoned 4,000 of 4th-level soul-guiding cannons and a towering mound of 4th-level novel soul-guiding elemental bombs, along with 2 4th-level melee soul-guiding devices and defensive soul-guiding apparatuses. Qian Duo, upon witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astounded, his glasses nearly askew from disbelief. "Did you prepare all of this?" he inquired, his voice quivering with astonishment. Lei Han nodded with satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, Father, I have long anticipated your busy schedule, which is why I prepared these in advance. These soul-guiding devices are all meticulously modified and upgraded by my own hands, and their power should not be underestimated. With this equipment, we need not fear even a mere secondary soul ring. We could effortlessly confront a 10,000-year soul beast." Hold on. Are you going to hunt soul rings, or lay waste to the Star Do Forest?" Fan Yu interjected hastily. A mix of helplessness and wry amusement etched across his face. His gaze towards Lei Han was infused with both pride and exasperation. "You, my child, truly evoke a blend of reassurance and concern. While soul-guiding devices are indeed formidable, the soul beasts in the Star Do Forest are no trifling matter, especially those of higher ranks, whose intelligence and power demand our utmost respect. We must not become overly reliant on these devices and neglect our own cultivation and practical combat experience." Lei Han stuck out her tongue playfully and chuckled. "I know, Godfather. I was merely joking. However, these soul-guiding devices can indeed prove invaluable in critical moments, can't they? Rest assured, I am sensible enough not to flatten the Star Do Forest." Upon hearing this, Fan Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. He looked at Lei Han with a serious expression and said, "Remember, no matter the time or place, always remain vigilant and never let your guard down. While the soul rings of Kai-Tu are undoubtedly significant, your safety holds paramount importance. If you find yourself in peril, your first priority must be to protect yourself. Do you understand?" Lei Han nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, Godfather, I shall exercise utmost caution in my endeavors." It must be noted that since the implementation of the soul-detecting device crafted by Lei Han, our soul guidance department has been endowed with a continuous supply of rare metals and other materials essential for the fabrication of soul devices, significantly advancing the college's progress in soul technology. Now, with your personal involvement in the hunt for soul rings alongside Kai-Tu, we feel an even greater sense of reassurance. However, Lei Han, while your equipment is indeed formidable, it is imperative to wield it with care to prevent any irreversible harm to the forest ecosystem. Your meticulous nature assures us that you will devise the most optimal course of action. Xian Linner interjected, her eyes shimmering with trust and anticipation towards Lei Han. Lei Han smiled faintly, exuding confidence as she spoke. Mother, rest assured. I have meticulously crafted a detailed action plan. These soul-guiding devices will only be deployed at critical moments. And I have prepared an abundance of tranquilizer and paralysis darts, which will merely incapacitate the soul beasts temporarily, without inflicting any real harm upon them. After all, our objective is to acquire soul rings, not to indiscriminately slay the innocent. However, Zhou Yi produced a mask, and upon seeing it, Lei Han became frantic. Mother Zhou, must I wear it? It is imperative, Zhou Yi replied with unwavering determination. This is not only to conceal your identity, but also to ensure your safety. Should those soul masters, who come to hunt for soul rings, discover you, we would be unable to rescue you. With a resigned sigh, Lei Han donned the mask, declaring, Very well, I shall assume the role of the masked hero once more. He deliberately elongated his tone, attempting to lighten the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Beside him, Kai-Tu was utterly astonished. His junior sister was akin to a walking armory, an array of advanced soul-guiding devices emerging in rapid succession, leaving him utterly speechless. Inwardly, he felt a wave of gratitude for having such a formidable sister accompanying him on the quest for soul rings. He deemed himself exceedingly fortunate. Observing the look of astonishment on Kai-Tu's face, Lei Han patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, Senior brother, do not be dazed. With me by your side, this expedition to procure soul rings will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Let us hasten our departure. I am eager to see what your new soul ring will be like. It was only then that Kai-Tu regained his composure, nodding with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He followed Lei Han out of the basement. Embarking on their journey to the Douluo forest, Lei Han's flight soul guide soared slightly faster than Kai-Tu's, resembling a pair of ethereal wings that propelled her gracefully through the sea of clouds. Junior sister, wait for me, Kai-Tu called from behind. Although his flight soul guide was commendable, it paled in comparison to Lei Han's advanced device. As Lei Han heard Kai-Tu's call, a subtle smile graced her lips. She deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for Kai-Tu to catch up. Senior brother, it's high time to upgrade your soul-guiding device. When we return this time, I shall assist you in its modification, ensuring your speed can rival mine, Lei Han teased. Upon hearing this, Kai-Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That would be splendid. Junior sister, you are truly my lucky star. The duo gradually distanced themselves from the silhouette of Shrek Academy, racing towards the Douluo forest. As they drew closer, the outline of the forest became increasingly distinct. Its dense canopy resembled a verdant ocean, surging and obscuring the sky. Sunlight filtered through the thick leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the ground, further enhancing the forest's air of mystery and tranquility. They swiftly descended, landing steadily at the edge of the Douluo forest. Senior brother, is this truly it? Lei Han inquired, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Having never ventured into the Douluo forest before, Kai-Tu nodded, his expression turning serious. Indeed, this is the Douluo forest. Allow me to explain. The forest is divided into 3 rings, the outer ring, the middle ring, and the inner ring. The soul beasts in the outer ring are relatively weak, suitable for low-level soul masters like us to hone our skills. The soul beasts in the middle ring, however, are considerably more perilous, typically possessing over 1,000 years of cultivation. As for the inner ring, that is a legendary realm, rumored to be inhabited by soul beasts of 10,000 years. A place even titled Douluo's dare not tread lightly. Lei Han listened with great interest, nodding in understanding. Very well, senior brother, I shall guide you into the inner circle. Upon hearing this, Kai-Tu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, have you lost your mind? The inner circle is not a place meant for us. Even with a titled Douluo in attendance, one would think twice before daring to enter. With a playful smile, Lei Han patted Kai-Tu on the shoulder and said, Senior brother, I was merely jesting. Look at how startled you are. Of course, we shall commence from the outer ring. However, with my presence, even the soul beasts of the middle ring shall pose no challenge. As for the inner ring, we shall explore it when our strength is sufficiently developed. Relieved, Hikaido wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, Junior sister, please do not frighten me like that. My fragile heart can hardly bear it. Under Lei Han's light-hearted banter, Hikaita's tense nerves gradually began to relax. He slowly surveyed his surroundings, taking cautious steps as he ventured into the deep and mysterious territory of the Douluo forest outer ring. The trees here loomed ever more majestic and towering, their branches and leaves so lush that they nearly obscured the sky. It was only through Lei Han's guidance that he could find a semblance of safety amidst this dense thicket. Lei Han abruptly halted her advance, her entire being prostrate upon the ground, ears pressed firmly against the earth as if she were wholly engrossed in discerning some subtle sound. Senior brother, please remain silent. I believe I have detected a disturbance, she whispered softly, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings with the sharpness of a falcon. Hikaido promptly subdued his movements, closely trailing behind Lei Han, attempting to attune his ears to the surrounding noises. Yet, apart from the rustling of leaves and the occasional distant roar of beasts, a nearby group of ancient wind baboons and a pack of ethereal shadow wolves appeared to be engaged in a fierce territorial skirmish. Their growls and the clash of their bodies intertwined, creating an undeniable sense of menace. Senior brother, pass me a cigar to replenish my mental energy. Lei Han swiftly turned her head, extending her hand toward Hikaido. I have a robust cigar. Hikaido's martial soul cigar gradually manifested from his hand, and he swiftly ignited one to hand to Lei Han. Upon receiving the cigar, Lei Han inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of vitality, a glimmer of clarity igniting in her eyes. She deftly retrieved a level 4 reconnaissance soul guide eagle from her level 6 storage soul guide bracelet. The eagle was remarkably lifelike, its wings full and poised as if ready to soar into the heavens. This is my inaugural venture into the Douluo forest. I intend to employ it to ascertain the path ahead. I seek not to delve far, but to accurately gauge the conditions that lie before me, thus aiding my endeavor. With that, Lei Han's wrist flicked gently, and the level 4 reconnaissance soul guide eagle suddenly beat its wings vigorously, soaring high into the sky to commence its reconnaissance journey. Lei Han donned the soul guiding glasses, bestowing a pair upon Hikaido as well. Instantly, vivid images materialized from the reconnaissance soul-guiding eagle, immersing them in a scene of striking clarity, as if they were present in the very midst of it all. Through the soul-guiding glasses, they beheld the reconnaissance eagle soaring high above, capturing every detail below. The fierce battle between the millennia-old wind baboons and the millennia-old ghostly wolves unfolded before their eyes. Each movement and strike meticulously observed by Lei Han. Witnessing their arduous struggle, perhaps it would be kinder to let them rest for a while. A sly smile danced upon Lei Han's lips as she discovered, seemingly out of nowhere, 10 4th-level soul-guiding elemental tranquilizer darts in her hand. Hikaido gazed in astonishment at the tranquilizer darts, his eyes widening as he marveled at the seemingly endless ingenuity of his junior sister. Lei Han withdrew the fuse, and with a gentle flick, 10 tranquilizer darts soared through the air like shooting stars, landing with precision amidst the fray of battling soul beasts. Bang! A series of faint explosions erupted as the anesthetic elements within the darts swiftly dispersed. They struck true, hitting the leaders of both factions of soul beasts. In an instant, the darts detonated, releasing a potent cloud of anesthetic gas that enveloped their targets. Before long, the afflicted soul beasts collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Their roars and struggles rendered futile. The once chaotic and tumultuous scene was abruptly frozen into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sudden thuds of the fallen creatures. The remaining soul beasts cast bewildered and fearful glances, their hearts brimming with confusion and trepidation in that moment. Soon, as if a realization dawned upon them, they scattered in panic, fleeing from this realm fraught with uncertainty and peril. Even the curious Emperor Rue beast, the three-eyed golden lion, inadvertently inhaled a wisp of anesthetic gas, feeling a flurry of stars in its eyes as its body succumbed to weakness. In the instant it fell, a flicker of disbelief flashed in its golden gaze. Upon witnessing the scene, Lei Han approached with curiosity, observing the never-before-seen three-eyed golden lion. This magnificent creature was adorned with resplendent golden fur that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Its third eye, situated upon its forehead, remained closed, seemingly harboring enigmatic powers. Gently caressing the soft fur of the three-eyed lion, Lei Han's eyes brimmed with awe. She cradled the creature as tenderly as one would a kitten, her movements imbued with affection. How adorable it is. Senior brother, could you assist me in locating a tree hollow, lest it be discovered by other spirit masters or soul beasts? Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. And she turned to Hikaitu, her eyes glimmering with a plea. Although Hikaitu was taken aback by Lei Han's tender demeanor towards this mysterious soul beast, he quickly nodded in agreement and began searching the surroundings for a suitable tree hollow. Before long, he stumbled upon a concealed yet spacious hollow and hurried back to inform Lei Han. Lei Han cautiously placed the three-eyed golden lion into the hollow of a tree, ensuring it nestled comfortably, shielded from any external disturbances. She tenderly covered it with an abundance of leaves, fearing that the little creature might catch a chill. After completing this tender task, she gently patted the lion's forehead and whispered, "Rest easy, little one. When you awaken, all shall be well." Little did she know that this three-eyed golden lion would one day become Lei Huan's most trusted ally. Once she had concealed the hollow, Lei Huan, alongside Hikaitu, set forth once more on their journey to explore the vast starry forest. "Sister, your strategy is truly remarkable. It not only resolved the crisis, but also spared unnecessary bloodshed," Hikaitu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration for Lei Huan. Lei Han smiled gently and remarked, "Although we soul masters possess great strength, we must not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. These soul beasts merely vie for their territory and have not inflicted harm upon us. By employing tranquilizer darts to temporarily subdue them, we safeguard our own lives while preserving the existence of these creatures." The duo pressed onward, delving deeper into the Stardow forest, where uncertainty and challenges abound. Yet, Lei Han and Kai-Tu remained undaunted, supporting one another as they faced the trials ahead together. Lei Han meticulously sought out a soul beast that perfectly aligned with Ikeda's needs, a formidable black bear, endowed with a century's worth of cultivation, capable of amplifying strength. This mighty black bear boasted an unparalleled physique and awe-inspiring power, precisely fulfilling Ikeda's urgent requirements. With his exceptional talent for soul-guiding devices, should he deftly integrate this strength into his own apparatus, it would undoubtedly yield astonishing combat efficacy, leaving all in eager anticipation. "Master brother, stand back. Allow me," Lei Han suddenly exclaimed, her voice ringing with urgency as she accelerated, resembling a streak of lightning as she charged towards the resting black bear. Upon hearing her, Hikaitu immediately retreated to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the confrontation between Lei Han and the formidable beast. Lei Han moved with agility, nimbly weaving through the trees, leaping and rolling, skillfully evading the bear's ferocious assaults. Provoked by her taunts, the black bear unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive paws sweeping through the air, conjuring fierce winds that snapped trees in half, revealing its astounding destructive force. Yet, Lei Han appeared undeterred, growing bolder with each exchange. The soul-guiding device in her hand shimmered with brilliant light, emitting crisp sounds as she unleashed her meticulously prepared soul attacks. After a fierce bout, Lei Han finally discerned a flaw in the bear's defense. In a flash, she materialized behind the black bear, her angelic sword suddenly emitting a dazzling beam of light, striking at the bear's vital point. The bear let out a pained roar, its colossal form crashing to the ground. "It's done. It still has a breath left. Deliver the final blow and claim it as your soul ring." Lei Han sheathed her sword and turned to Hikaitu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hikaitu inhaled deeply, stepping forward with deliberation. He gazed upon the fallen black bear, an indescribable thrill surging within him. He understood that this creature would be pivotal in enhancing his strength. Nodding slightly, he revealed a glinting blade, and a yellow soul ring emerged from the bear's body, ascending slowly to encircle him like a mystical halo. He then seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to fully concentrate on absorbing the ring's power. Lei Han stood vigilantly nearby, ensuring no lapse in focus. After a protracted 3 hours, Hikaitu finally opened his eyes, a strange light shimmering within them, as though he had just undergone a profound spiritual awakening. Seizing the moment, Lei Han eagerly inquired, "Master brother, what is your second soul skill?" A satisfied smile adorned Hikaitu's face, excitement flickering in his gaze, as if he could scarcely wait to reveal his newfound ability. With a slow exhale, a hint of pride and satisfaction lacing his voice, he proclaimed, "Hee, I possess a magnificent cigar." Upon hearing this, Lei Han's face immediately displayed a hint of embarrassment. She incredulously inquired, "Senior brother, are you certain that this is the name of your second soul skill?" The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, clearly finding the name somewhat amusing yet perplexing. However, He Kai too remained unfazed by Lei Han's reaction and earnestly elaborated, Ahem, junior sister, do not underestimate this name. It possesses tremendous power. This is the mighty force amplification of my newly acquired great cigar. With a resigned shake of her head, Lei Han turned and walked away. Observing this, Kai too hurriedly chased after her, calling out, junior sister, wait for me. I have yet to finish my words. Meanwhile, Lei Han's fourth-level soul-guided reconnaissance eagle gracefully returned to perch upon her shoulder as the duo, accompanied by the eagle, strode briskly towards Shrek Academy. Not long after their departure, the Beast King Gong Changlong of Shrek Academy led over 20 students into the Douluo forest, intent on capturing soul beasts. As they pressed forward, Gong Changlong was suddenly struck by an extraordinary sight, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a group of wind baboons intertwined with a pack of ghostly wolves, all sprawled in disarray as if enchanted by some mysterious force, deeply ensconced in slumber. Meanwhile, the illustrious three-eyed golden lion, the emperor's auspicious beast, was cleverly concealed in a hidden tree hollow, safe and sound, thanks to Lei Han's meticulous planning. Furrowing his brow, Gong Changlong surveyed the surroundings. Sensing faint remnants of soul power lingering in the air, evidence of a recent fierce battle, he swiftly and decisively commanded his students to remain alert, to spread out, and to cautiously investigate every sound in the vicinity. The students complied immediately, each unleashing their unique martial spirits as they advanced with measured steps. This scene suggested the presence of formidable individuals in the area. Gong Changlong mused inwardly, his gaze sharp as he scanned every corner in search of further clues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a concealed tree hollow nearby, stirring a sense of foreboding within him, prompting him to approach with haste. As he cautiously lifted the disguise at the entrance of the hollow, he beheld a massive, three-eyed golden lion nestled inside, radiating a dazzling golden glow, blissfully asleep. This sight left Gong Changlong astounded. He immediately recognized that this golden lion could very well be the legendary emperor's auspicious beast, its worth immeasurable. Just as he hesitated over whether to take the beast, a commanding voice resonated from above. Human, how dare you aspire to take the auspicious beast? Such ambition is but a folly. At that moment, Xuanzi materialized before Gong Changlong, delicately sipping from a wine jug filled with a fiery brew, his eyes sparkling with intensity as if piercing the heavens, firmly locking onto the firmament above. Emperor Tian, our students and faculty from Shrek Academy have just arrived in the Douluo forest and harbor no covetous thoughts towards the emperor's auspicious beast. Why then, do you exhibit such anxiety? Xuanzi's words conveyed an unwavering resolve, his stature tall and majestic, akin to a grand mountain, standing proudly as an insurmountable barrier between Gong Changlong and the mysterious voice. Is that so? Why do these wind baboons and shadow wolves lie here so quietly? Even the auspicious beast has succumbed to slumber. Had I not perceived this in time, you would have surely succeeded. The voice from the heavens resonated with boundless authority and oppression, echoing like thunder in every ear, instilling a sense of reverence. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently swayed the wine jug in his hand, the intoxicating aroma seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom and unease. Emperor Tian, as the foremost among the 10 ferocious beasts, your strength is indeed unparalleled, yet you must not unjustly accuse my Shrek Academy. The behavior of these wind baboons and shadow wolves surely has its reasons. As for the auspicious beast having chosen to sleep here, there must be a rationale we should not disturb. Xuanzi's voice was calm and resolute, each word imbued with immense weight, rendering it impossible to disregard. The voice in the sky fell silent for a moment, as if weighing Xuanzi's words. After a brief pause, the imposing voice resounded once more. You had better be truthful. Otherwise, I, Emperor Tian, will not let this matter rest. Xuanzi smiled gently, his gaze revealing a transcendent ease and confidence. Emperor Tian, rest assured. My Shrek Academy has always acted with integrity, never resorting to underhanded deeds. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. Beast King, Elder Xian, we have discovered a fragment of a soul guide. Suddenly, a student's exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere as he hurriedly approached, clutching a broken piece of the soul guide. Upon hearing this, Xuanzi was taken aback, his old face flushed with embarrassment, having just proclaimed the uprightness of Shrek Academy. He now found himself confronted with the very evidence of a soul guide fragment. Furrowing his brow, he accepted the damaged piece, scrutinizing the patterns and signs of wear upon it. This soul guide appears to indeed belong to our Shrek Academy. The more Xuanzi spoke, the quieter his voice became. As doubts began to stir within him, how could a soul guide from Shrek Academy appear here, shattered in such a manner? This was undeniably a resounding slap to the face of the once assertive Xuanzi. Humph, what more do you have to say? The voice in the sky dripped with sarcasm and disdain, as if it had seized upon Xuanzi's vulnerability. Xuanzi's expression grew grave. He understood that if this matter was not handled appropriately, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings and disputes. He looked up at the heavens, his eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Emperor Tian, there must be some underlying mystery to this. My Shrek Academy will surely investigate thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory response. With that, Xuanzi turned to the bow-legged dragon and instructed, Beast King, you must immediately lead the students back to the academy and report this matter to the principal. At the same time, organize a team to investigate the origin of this soul guide fragment and ascertain if it is related to any of our students. At that moment, Hikaitu and Lei Han unexpectedly found themselves before Xuanzi and the others. Xuanzi was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Hikaitu would be in the company of the girl who possessed the enigmatic 20-winged angel martial soul. Hikaitu attempted to flee, but was called to a halt by Xuanzi. Kaitu, how did you end up here? And how is this little girl with you? The old man with a white beard, it was I who coerced him into bringing me here. Lei Han, noticing Hikaitu's hesitation, boldly interjected. With her hands on her hips, she projected an air of righteous defiance. Little girl, you certainly have some nerve. The last time you assaulted our martial soul department's teacher. Joey, you even dared to challenge the entire outer court's martial soul department. Now, you have the audacity to frame us at Shrek for your soul device mishap. Do you think we are easy prey? Xuanzi glared at Lei Han, his expression laced with reproach and dissatisfaction. So you did frame us. What of it? Isn't Shrek Academy renowned for its prowess? If you possess the ability, come and capture me. Lei Han taunted, sticking out her tongue and playfully patting her backside. Completely disregarding Xuanzi's fiery gaze, her demeanor dripping with provocation. Xuanzi, infuriated, felt his beard bristle. In all his years, he had never encountered such an audacious young girl. Meanwhile, Hikaitu adhered to Qian Duoduo's advice, feigning ignorance of his junior sister's identity. After all, revealing Lei Han's true nature would only lead to her endless troubles. You insolent little brat. Just watch how I deal with you. Xuanzi fumed, preparing to take action, but Lei Han swiftly made her escape, sticking out her tongue as she ran. Though concealed behind her mask, her mischievous expression was unmistakably defiant. As Xuanzi pursued her, he shouted, Don't run. Today, I must teach you a proper lesson. Lei Han adeptly maneuvered through the forest with her soul-guiding rope, exhibiting an agility akin to that of a monkey. Although Xuanzi possessed formidable strength, age had taken its toll on him, rendering him less capable than the youth. Before long, he found himself panting heavily. Humph. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch this little girl. Xuanzi bellowed, quickening his pursuit. With a playful smile, Lei Han suddenly paused, turned to Xuanzi. And a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. Old man with the white beard, you can't catch me. Not content with merely taunting, she proceeded to showcase her acrobatic prowess, swinging effortlessly between the dense treetops like a liberated bird. Xuanzi, witnessing this spectacle, was infuriated, exclaiming, You little rascal. You have gone too far. Meanwhile, Tian observed the unfolding drama from above, his voice laced with amusement. Xuanzi, your Shrek Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Even such a whimsical child can be taken as a disciple. Yet, let us not forget our agreement. Should that auspicious beast encounter any mishap, I, Tian, shall show no mercy. She is not a disciple of our Shrek Academy. We at Sea God Pavilion are still investigating her identity. Xuanzi hastily retorted, eager to avoid further misunderstandings between Shrek Academy and the Beast King Tian due to Lei Han's antics. Tian paused, seemingly taken aback by Xuanzi's defense. Before he could inquire further, Lei Han stirred up new chaos, mounting the enormous dark gold terror-claw bear as if it were her steed, brandishing her soul guide rope and shouting, Giddy up, big silly bear, run fast. Xuanzi wished to call out to Lei Han, but was at a loss for how to address this mysterious girl shrouded in a mask. He could only watch helplessly as Lei Han rode the dark gold terror-claw bear through the forest, leaving a trail of startled soul beasts in her wake. Seeing this scene, Bear King was consumed with rage. It was an utter humiliation for his kin to be toyed with by such a young girl. With a low growl, he charged forward, intent on dragging Lei Han down from the bear's back. However, Lei Han leaped onto his back and playfully patted his head, saying, "Big silly bear, are you angry? Don't be so petty. I'm just having some fun." Bear King, taken aback by her audacity, froze in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. This little girl dared to pat his head and call him a big silly bear? However, Lei Han appeared utterly oblivious to Xiong-jun's fury. She giggled mischievously, leaping off Xiong-jun and scampering away to tease other soul beasts. Not even the emerald swans of Bai Ji's kin were spared. She scooped them up, gently caressing their soft feathers while humming an unknown tune. In her embrace, the emerald swans seemed unusually docile, occasionally emitting melodious chirps, as if responding to Lei Han's serenade. Where did this audacious 7-year-old come from? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Bai Ji's eyes. She had never encountered such a fearless human girl, capable of so effortlessly approaching her kin. Lei Han seemed entirely oblivious to Bai Ji's words, completely engrossed in playing with the jade swan in her hands, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her and that exquisite little bird. "Bai Ji, this girl is rather peculiar," murmured Xiong-jun from the side, his gaze filled with wariness and uncertainty. Bai Ji nodded slightly, sensing the unique aura emanating from Lei Han, an essence that was both pure and imbued with strength. Impossible to overlook. "Regardless, we cannot allow her to continue this frivolity," Di Tian finally spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Xianzi felt a surge of relief, realizing he could finally seize the opportunity to relinquish this troublesome burden known as Lei Han. Thus, he promptly nodded in agreement with Di Tian's proposal. In a flash, Qi Wang appeared beside Lei Han, seizing her shoulder and pulling her away from the jade swan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lei Han exclaimed, startled by Qi Wang's sudden movement, casting him an irked glare. Yet, Qi Wang paid no heed to her displeasure, stating in a deep tone, "Young lady, your antics must come to an end. It is time for you to return with us." Just as he intended to lead Lei Han away, she unexpectedly lifted him off the ground. This scene left the nearby students from the martial spirit department, who had once suffered a thrashing at her hands, utterly astonished, recalling that regrettable chapter of their past. "Xianlao, when you mentioned this little girl single-handedly defeating over 700 students, I was skeptical. However, it appears your words were not exaggerated," Gong Changlong murmured nearby, his tone laced with astonishment. Lei Han effortlessly lifted the Red King high into the air, as though it were but a mere toy. With a playful giggle, she taunted the Red King, saying, "Do you wish to capture me? It is not so simple." With that, she casually tossed him several meters away. The Red King, rising from the ground, was filled with astonishment and humiliation. As one of the 10 fearsome beasts, he had never endured such indignity. With a furious roar, he lunged at Lei Han once more. Yet, she evaded his attacks with the grace of a cat playing with its prey, occasionally teasing him as well. The Red King, increasingly enraged, found himself unable to touch even a single strand of Lei Han's hair. "Enough!" Emperor Tian, unable to bear witness any longer, flashed forward, appearing before Lei Han in an instant, and struck out at her with a powerful palm. Lei Han felt the immense pressure emanating from Di Tian, and her expression subtly changed. Yet, she did not waver. Instead, she advanced, instantly activating her ethereal spirit to its maximum potential. Most of the soul beasts in the Douluo forest, along with Ikaitu and others, were affected, subdued by the manipulation of martial souls and soul power. Di Tian's palm descended as if its force had been neutralized, landing softly beside Lei Han and merely stirring a cloud of dust. "Damn it! My soul power is being suppressed," Di Tian thought, startled by Lei Han's unexpected ability. "Fear not, this is my power. It renders all soul powers and martial souls temporarily ineffective. But rest assured, it is merely temporary and will not inflict any lasting harm upon you," she reassured. Turning her gaze towards Xiong-jun, "Look, even Xiong-jun appears quite adorable now." Lei Han's smile radiated brilliantly under the sunlight, as if the previous tension had never existed. Upon hearing Lei Han's words, Xiong-jun was momentarily taken aback, then glared furiously. "You little girl, cease your nonsensical talk. But this green-haired lady has just called you adorable," Lei Han countered, pointing towards Bai Ji, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Xuanzi, speak truthfully. Is this girl truly not one of your Shrek members?" Bai Ji inquired, her voice laced with curiosity, her gaze toward Xuanzi filled with scrutiny. Xuanzi shook his head helplessly. He was indeed unaware of Lei Han's identity, let alone the source of her formidable powers. At that moment, however, his primary concern was how to quell this farce and ensure Lei Han's safe departure from the Douluo forest. "Bai Ji, Tian, I assure you. This girl is absolutely not one of us from Shrek. Her sudden appearance has left us in pursuit of her identity, Xuanzi stated sincerely, his words imbued with earnestness. We do not even know her name, nor have we ever seen her true form. Beside him, Gong Changlong added, still somewhat astounded. Such a large bear must be the cherished toy of many little girls. Ignoring their conversation, Lei Han approached Xiong-jun, reaching out to touch his furry paw. What a pity, though. You are a bit too fierce. Nevertheless, I like it. Lei Han climbed onto the broad back of Xiong-jun, settling herself comfortably as her legs swung playfully, embodying a carefree spirit. Xiong-jun found himself in a state of amused disbelief. How had he, one of the top 10 fearsome beasts, become this little girl's plaything? Seated atop Xiong-jun, Lei Han giggled as if she were perched upon a cloud, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of the surrounding spirit beasts. She gently patted Xiong-jun's back and inquired, Uncle Bear, why don't you transform into a human? Experiencing human delicacies would be so delightful. Upon hearing this, Xiong-jun's muscles quivered slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Though a hint of exasperation crept into his voice, little girl, do you not understand that we spirit beasts and you humans have always maintained a respectful distance? If I were to become human, it would surely create chaos. I hope to create artificially cultivated spirit beasts to mitigate humanity's slaughter of the Douluo forest, allowing them to hunt these artificially bred spirit beasts instead. I will protect you all when that time comes. Lei Han's words carried a note of sincerity, her eyes sparkling with visions of a hopeful future. This declaration stunned Xian Zi and the students from the martial spirit department, while even the spirit beasts cast incredulous glances. Lei Han's remarks undoubtedly represented a revolutionary contemplation of the existing relationship between spirit masters and spirit beasts. Tian observed Lei Han, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frivolous young girl harbored such grand aspirations. Slowly, he spoke, his tone laced with a barely perceptible gentleness. Your thoughts are quite intriguing, but actualizing them will be no simple task. Yet, the next moment, Xiong-jun felt a sudden ache in his head. Lei Han had applied an unfamiliar soul guide device to his forehead. What are you doing? Xiong-jun exclaimed in pain, prompting Lei Han to erupt into laughter. I'm just collecting a bit of your genetic material. If my idea succeeds, I can cultivate a whole bunch of dark golden terror claw bears for you to play with. Don't be angry. It will be over quickly and won't hurt at all. As she spoke, she skillfully operated the soul guide device, swiftly completing the genetic collection from Xiong-jun. She even remembered to bandage him using advanced healing powder she had procured from Shrek Academy. All done. You are now my key protected subject, Uncle Xiong-jun, she declared, clapping her hands with satisfaction as she regarded him. Xiong-jun found himself lost in thought. Was it excitement or astonishment? For years, power-oriented spirit masters had ruthlessly slaughtered their dark golden terror claw bear kin, drastically diminishing their numbers. If that day were truly to come, where humans only hunted artificially cultivated spirit beasts, perhaps those of them dwelling in the depths of the Douluo forest could genuinely welcome an era of harmonious coexistence. Lei Han seemed to have pierced through Xiong-jun's thoughts, letting out a playful giggle. Do not worry, Uncle Xiong-jun, I always keep my promises. Once I return, I shall delve deeply into my studies. Perhaps soon I will realize my dreams. With that, she snapped her fingers, and the ethereal effects dissipated in an instant. The crowd and the spirit beasts regained their mastery over soul power and martial spirits, as if everything that transpired was but a fleeting dream. Tian gazed incredulously at his hands, feeling the resurgence of power, and his wariness towards Lei Han's abilities deepened. Give me a decade or so, and you shall witness a new world where soul masters and spirit beasts coexist. Lei Han stood tall, her gaze resolute, as if she could already envision the future. Little girl, your bravado is quite remarkable, Tian remarked with a cold smirk, though the anger and hostility that once colored his tone had faded, replaced by a complex blend of curiosity and anticipation regarding the future Lei Han spoke of. Uncle, today I make you a promise. If I ever achieve my goals, I shall protect the entirety of Douluo Forest, ensuring no soul master harms any life within it without cause. Her words resonated with an undeniable conviction, her petite form at that moment seemingly bearing the weight of the entire world. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled patterns upon her, enveloping her in a golden glow. The spirit beasts, once hostile towards Lei Han, were now moved by her earnest and steadfast gaze, falling silent as if listening to the prologue of a new era. Humph. Words without deeds are meaningless. Speak such grand proclamations when you have truly accomplished your goals, Di Tian retorted, though a rare glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. He recognized that this seemingly inconspicuous girl might indeed possess the potential to transform the relationship between soul masters and spirit beasts. Once I have completed these tasks, my first order of business will be to construct watchtowers and fences along the edges of Stardow Forest, patrolling 24 hours a day to prevent any soul master from illegally intruding. What do you think, Uncle Di Tian? Lei Han blinked playfully at him. Di Tian paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. You truly are audacious, little girl. However, if you truly manage to achieve this, the relationship between soul masters and spirit beasts may indeed usher in an unprecedented turning point. Lei Han smiled with a sense of pride, as if she could already envision the day her dreams would come to fruition. Well, I shall take my leave now. By the way, Uncle Xiangjun, do not forget to await my good news. And if you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I stand by my word. With that, Lei Han tossed a flash bomb, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire area. Once the brilliance faded, her figure had vanished, leaving behind a group of astonished soul masters and soul beasts. As the afterglow of the flash bomb gradually dissipated, everyone regained their sight and turned their attention to Di Tian, awaiting his command. After a brief silence, Di Tian spoke softly. This young girl may indeed become the key to transforming the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts. He turned to Xiangjun, a hint of profound understanding in his gaze. What do you think of her words? How credible are they? Xiangjun touched his bandaged wound, a complex expression crossing his earnest face. Though she is young, I can sense the sincerity and determination in her words. Moreover, her abilities are undeniably remarkable. She can effortlessly wield such extraordinary powers. With such talent, her future is boundless. Indeed, Di Tian nodded, his gaze contemplative. The strength and wisdom she has displayed have far exceeded our expectations. If she truly fulfills her promise, then perhaps the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts may indeed reach an end. He turned to Xianzi and instructed, Xianzi, you may return now. As for the matter of the Rui show, I shall not pursue it further. I will personally keep an eye on that young girl. If she can indeed bring peace between soul masters and soul beasts, then our kind may not be incapable of coexisting with humanity. Hearing this, Xianzi felt a sense of relief. He was acutely aware of Di Tian's strength and status, unparalleled in the world of soul beasts. Gaining his approval meant that Lei Han's plan had already succeeded halfway. Lord Di Tian, we shall convey your sentiments to the human soul master community, and we hope that, as you have said, harmony between soul masters and soul beasts can be achieved in the future. Xianzi respectfully bowed and then slowly retreated with the group of soul masters. Watching the departing figures of the soul masters, Di Tian felt a tumult of emotions. He understood well that the animosity and discord between soul masters and soul beasts were deeply entrenched, and resolving them would not be an easy task. Yet, Lei Han's emergence had ignited a flicker of hope within him. Xiangjun, you should also return and recuperate. As for what Lei Han has mentioned, let us observe how it unfolds. Di Tian instructed Xiangjun. Xiangjun nodded and turned to disappear into the forest. Di Tian remained standing alone, gazing contemplatively into the distance. He recognized that the road ahead was long, but as long as hope existed, it was worth the endeavor. Meanwhile, Hikaitu and Lei Han had returned to the basement of the Shrek Soul Guidance Department. Hikaitu looked at Lei Han with a teasing smile. Lei Han, you always make such a grand entrance. The combination of the Void Spirit and the flash bomb was akin to dropping two astonishing shockwaves amidst the chaos of battle. Truly breathtaking. He spoke while gently shaking his head, yet his eyes sparkled with genuine admiration for Lei Han's abilities. Upon hearing this, Lei Han chuckled playfully, sticking out her tongue and teasingly remarked, Oh, senior brother Kai-Tu, do refrain from adopting such a pedantic demeanor. Life is meant to be enjoyable, isn't it? Besides, I merely wish to swiftly quell this conflict. At that moment, the lift slowly opened, revealing the gateway to the basement, where Duo and his companions had been waiting for some time. As soon as Lei Han spotted Duo, she leapt into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, her voice laced with affection and reliance. Daddy, I'm back. Duo tenderly caressed her hair, his eyes brimming with warmth and pride, softly replying, It's wonderful to have you back, my precious daughter. His gaze was filled with love and contentment, as if, in that instant, all worries and anxieties had dissipated. In the warm embrace of Qian Duo, Lei Han gradually drifted into slumber, her breathing becoming steady and deep, while a smile of satisfaction and tranquility graced her delicate face. Qian Duo gently lifted her, his movements so tender as if he feared to disturb the most precious of dreams, carefully making his way to the bed that had long been prepared. Chapter 27. The Humanoid Soul Guide Device in the Depths of the Soul Guide Department S Underground Chamber. Lei Han was wholly absorbed in drafting a blueprint for a soul guide device. She murmured to herself, her voice imbued with contemplation and determination. Only through this design can we ensure the unobstructed flow of energy while maintaining the stable output of soul power. Her gaze was focused and profound, as if she could perceive the mysteries within the soul guide device. Her fingers glided gently across the blueprint, each stroke embodying a profound understanding of the device, sketching intricate and exquisite structural designs. Qian Duo occasionally provided guidance from the side, his words rich with wisdom and experience. Lei Han stretched languidly, her back silently reminding her of the hours she had labored continuously. Nevertheless, she did not cease her pen's motion, remaining immersed in the realm of design. Finally, after 3 hours of relentless effort, the design was completed. Lei Han picked up her carving knife and commenced the intricate task of engraving 50 Level 4 Soul Guide Core formations. Each formation required meticulous craftsmanship, allowing no room for error. Qian Duo gently exhaled, the coffee in his cup rippling in response. Curiously, he inquired, "Little Han, what kind of soul guide device are you crafting to necessitate such an abundance of Level 4 core formations?" Lei Han smiled faintly, her eyes glistening with anticipation and confidence, as if she had already glimpsed the dawn of success. "I am creating a humanoid soul guide device." Her words were resolute and powerful, each syllable laden with boundless potential. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's coffee cup abruptly fell to the ground, the liquid rapidly spreading across the floor, yet he remained oblivious to it. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lei Han, as though he had heard the most astonishing revelation. A humanoid soul guide device? That was an unprecedented technological advancement. Even the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire might not be capable of its creation. "Are you truly confident in your abilities?" The voice of Qian Duo quivered slightly, as he was acutely aware of the intricacies and challenges associated with the human-shaped soul guidance device. It is not merely a matter of assembling and integrating technology. It profoundly embodies a deep understanding of the seamless fusion between soul masters and soul guidance devices. Lei Han nodded gently, her gaze unwavering and resolute. "I recognize the formidable nature of this undertaking, yet I firmly believe that through relentless exploration and experimentations, we would one day transcend the limitations of this technology." Her words brimmed with aspirations for the future and an indomitable spirit. Qian Duo inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. He slowly approached Lei Han, scrutinizing the blueprints in her hands, each intricate detail filling him with awe. "Xiao Han, your design talent is truly remarkable. However, the creation of a humanoid soul guide demands not only exquisite design but also countless experiments and adjustments. Are you truly prepared for this?" His voice carried a hint of concern. Lei Han smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with confidence. "I am thoroughly prepared. Regardless of the multitude of difficulties and challenges that lie ahead, I shall persist unwaveringly. For I firmly believe that the advent of the humanoid soul guide will usher in an unprecedented transformation within the realm of soul masters." Fan Yu picked up the design blueprint, narrowing his eyes as he meticulously examined every detail of the humanoid soul guide schematic crafted by Lei Han. It resembled armor, yet diverged from traditional designs, integrating the essence of advanced soul guide technology. The joints of the humanoid soul guide were ingeniously designed with energy flow hubs, ensuring agile and unimpeded movement during combat. Simultaneously, the layout of the core formation was meticulously planned, resembling the meridians of the human body, spreading throughout to provide a continuous supply of energy to the guide. "What do you think, Godfather?" Lei Han gazed at Fan Yu with eager anticipation, hoping for his invaluable insights. "The overall design is ingenious, yet there are several critical flaws." Fan Yu pointed out key issues within the blueprint, such as the design of the energy hubs, which, if implemented as depicted, could lead to excessive energy loss, adversely affecting the guide's sustained combat capabilities. Additionally, the arrangement of the formations, though seemingly rational, might result in interference during actual operation. Lei Han attentively listened to Fan Yu's critique, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. She picked up a pen and swiftly made revisions on the design blueprint, rectifying the errors pointed out by Fan Yu one by one. "Godfather, what do you think of these modifications?" she asked, once again presenting the design to Fan Yu, her eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge. Fan Yu took the blueprint, scrutinized it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The revisions are quite precise. It appears you have grasped the essential techniques for crafting a humanoid soul-guiding device. The next phase will involve experimentation and fine-tuning." Upon hearing Fan Yu's affirmation, a surge of indescribable joy welled up within Lei Han. She understood that this was merely a small step in the intricate process of creating a humanoid soul-guiding device. Yet it was precisely this small step that illuminated the path to success before her. Lei Han bowed her head once more, the carving knife in her hand glimmering with a piercing chill under the dim light. With each precise stroke, it seemed as though she was meticulously sculpting the beacon of hope that would illuminate the path to the future. She approached her craft with an almost reverent demeanor, carefully etching each intricate array, each delicate line embodying her profound and unwavering passion for the art of soul-guiding devices. In the air, the faint metallic scent mingled with Lei Han's indomitable spirit and relentless determination, together nurturing an indescribable and formidable force. As time flowed gently by, 54th-level soul-guiding core arrays gradually emerged on her workbench, arranged in a harmonious, yet varied layout. They resembled radiant pearls, each teeming with boundless energy and potential, quietly whispering of the brilliance that was soon to unfold. Sweat beaded on Lei Han's forehead, yet she remained oblivious, completely absorbed in her fantastical realm, seamlessly blending with the cold metal and the intricately woven magic arrays, as if she had become one with them. When the final magic array was flawlessly manifested, Lei Han gently set down her carving knife, exhaling a long, heavy breath, her eyes glinting with a mixture of exhaustion and fulfillment. She was acutely aware that this was merely the first step in the long journey toward her dreams. However, it was precisely this firm stride that brought her closer to the grand vision of creating a humanoid soul guide. Subsequently, Lei Han ignited the furnace and meticulously selected the appropriate metallic materials for crafting the soul guide's exterior. Holding the tongs with care, she gradually placed the chosen metal into the iron furnace. At this moment, Kai Tu was vigorously operating the bellows, the flames joyfully dancing within the furnace. Reflecting his anxious expression, unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Junior sister, is this truly going to work? The creation of a humanoid soul guide is no trifling matter. What if it fails?" Lei Han smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Senior brother, rest assured, I possess my own discernment. Each endeavor serves as a transcendence of the self. Even if the path ahead is strewn with thorns and obstacles, I am willing to bravely forge ahead. The humanoid soul guiding device is not merely a dream of mine, but a heartfelt tribute to the art of soul devices. I firmly believe that as long as we advance hand in hand, united in purpose, there is no challenge we cannot surmount." Meanwhile, Tang San, far away in the divine realm, watched this scene unfold below, a frown creasing his brow, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Good, good, good. The last time you sent me crashing back to the divine realm with a single punch, your people left us in that wretched state, compelling me to harbor thoughts of vengeance. Ha ha ha, Tang San, you truly embody the saying that those who mix in the world must inevitably repay their debts. And to be schooled by a young girl, how does that taste? The god of destruction appeared beside Tang San, mocking him with a grin. At these words, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him, wishing he could instantly vanish into a crevice of the earth. His complexion fluctuated between pale and greens, revealing an extraordinary awkwardness and disarray. The mysterious aura emanating from Lei Han not only led him to suffer an unwarranted calamity, but also attracted the silent wrath of a formidable guardian who covertly delivered a harsh lesson to him and Dai Mu Bai. Even more troubling was the incident involving Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who were suspended from a tree by a woman. An event that quickly became a sensational topic in the divine realm, rendering Tang San the subject of ridicule among the gods. Although he held the esteemed title of Sea God, he could not help but feel a surge of anger and embarrassment. Humph! This Lei Han, along with that elusive guardian, shall not escape my retribution. Tang San clenched his fists, cold fury glinting in his eyes. At that moment, the gluttonous and wrathful deities under the command of the god of destruction emerged from the foliage, their faces streaked with tears and snot, yet they laughed unabashedly. Disregarding their dignity, the sight of Tang San, a deity of both the sea and Azura, Being so thoroughly humiliated by a girl from the lower realms was, without a doubt, an extraordinary and laughable spectacle. Ah, isn't this our esteemed law enforcer? What is this? Being bullied by a little girl? Quipped the god of gluttony, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. The god of wrath joined in, laughing heartily. Ha ha, Tang-san, look at you now. It seems those from the lower realms are not to be trifled with. My dignity as Tang-san is not something you can trample upon so easily. Indeed, I may have been careless, but that does not signify my downfall. On the contrary, it shall serve as motivation for my advancement, instilling in me a greater resolve to persevere, he proclaimed, his voice steady despite the mockery. Observing this, the god of destruction smirked with intrigue as he stepped forward, his tone deep and commanding. Tang-san, you are indeed a worthy adversary. But do not forget, strength reigns supreme in the divine realm. If you wish to redeem yourself from today's humiliation, prove it through your power. Or perhaps you would like to summon that girl to compete with you. The god of sloth chimed in lazily, his tone laced with jest. Upon hearing this, Tang-san felt a wave of panic. He certainly did not wish to be schooled again by Lei Han or his enigmatic protector. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his emotions, a resolute glimmer igniting in his gaze. There's no need for that. I, Tang-san, would never stoop to bully the weak. I shall bide my time and let my strength speak for itself, he declared solemnly, his tone imbued with unshakable determination. But you have a mark on your face that reads, I, Tang-san, have been bullied by a little girl. Ha ha. It appears we must prepare a mask for our law enforcer, or else you may find it difficult to face others. The god of lust guffawed, mercilessly adding to the jest. Ha ha ha. Tang-san, are you afraid? You are the sea god. How can you be intimidated by a girl from the lower realms? The god of arrogance could not resist joining in the mockery, and the atmosphere in the divine realm lightened, as if the very air was infused with a sense of jest and merriment. In the face of the derision from the other gods, Tang-san's countenance grew increasingly grim. He clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he maintained his composure and restraint. He understood that succumbing to anger and impulsiveness would only lead him into a more disadvantageous position. It was only through calmness and wisdom that he could regain his former glory. Laugh all you want. The honor and disgrace of Tang-san are not for you to judge. I shall prove through my actions that I remain the formidable sea god, he declared, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve and authority. At that moment, Lei Han's ethereal spirit seemed to sense its master was under threat and stealthily arrived in the divine realm. It transformed into a hand and, with a sharp slap, struck the back of Tang-san's head. Ouch! Tang-san yelped in pain, turning abruptly, only to find a hand formed from white mist delivering a series of resounding slaps to his face, leaving him dazed and with reddened cheeks. The spirit then seized Tang-san's trident of the sea god and the sword of the Shura, waving them lightly, causing them to chase their master throughout the divine realm. This sudden turn of events left the assembled deity stunned. Even the god of destruction displayed an expression of disbelief. The trident of the sea god and the sword of the Shura, both iconic artifacts of Tang-san, had turned against their master at a critical moment, serving as a profound mockery of his capabilities as a law enforcer in the divine realm. My lord, the sea god's artifact has actually betrayed him, exclaimed one deity, astonishment evident in their voice. I must be dreaming. How could an artifact chase its master? This is impossible, murmured another deity, rubbing their eyes vigorously, as if to confirm their perceptions. No, this is not a dream. It is reality. The god of destruction's voice was deep and resonant. As he observed Tang-san's frantic escape, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, Tang-san, pursued by the trident of the sea god and the sword of the Shura, dodged left and right, utterly disheveled. As he fled, he shouted, Lei Han, just wait. I, Tang-san, will not let you off. However, the only response he received was the whistling of the trident and the sword, accompanied by the laughter of the gods. In that moment, Tang-san became the greatest jest of the divine realm, his dignity and authority trampled into insignificance. Meanwhile, in the dimensional realm of the starry domain, Xing Gu Yin and Xing Yun Shi, who were observing this scene through a crystal ball, wore expressions of increasing delight. Beside them, a woman was employing a technique similar to that of Lei Han's ethereal spirit, skillfully maneuvering the trident of the sea god and the sword of the Shura, directing them like obedient children as they navigated through the divine realm, relentlessly pursuing Tang-san. This woman was another formidable practitioner from the Star Soul Pavilion, known as Xing Mei. Those who dare to harbor murderous intent towards my disciple must be prepared to face the consequences. As Xing Mei, the second master of Lei Han, instructs her in the art of restraint over spirit abilities, her tone exudes an undeniable authority. Xing Guyin gazes at the crystal orb revealing Tang San's dire predicament, a smirk of amusement tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turns to Xing Yunxi and remarks, "It appears that this Tang San has indeed encountered a formidable opponent. With Xing Mei intervening, his misfortune is bound to escalate." Xing Yunxi, upon hearing this, remains silent, her expression dark as a soot-stained pot. As Lei Han's master, she had previously dispatched a warning to Tang San, cautioning him against harboring inappropriate intentions. To her dismay, he not only disregarded her counsel, but exacerbated his behavior, leading to this embarrassing situation that tarnishes her reputation as a mentor. "Mei, do you think I should personally teach that audacious Tang San a lesson?" Xing Yunxi finally speaks, her voice tinged with displeasure and resolve. Xing Mei chuckles softly, her gaze still fixed on the crystal orb, seemingly intrigued by the chase after Tang San. "Master, I have yet to fully engage in this game. After all, it has been quite some time since I last left the Star Soul Pavilion. It would be a delight to toy with this little mouse for a while longer. Besides, the synergy between Lei Han and I is quite harmonious. I wish to see just how long Tang San can endure." Her words are laced with mischief and satisfaction, clearly relishing this unexpected diversion. Xing Yunxi, upon hearing her, nods slightly. Though her expression remains somewhat grim, the displeasure in her eyes has faded. "Very well. Since you are so eager, I entrust the matter to you. However, remember to exercise restraint. We are not overly familiar with the Douluo continent, and should proceed with caution." Xing Mei responds with a playful laugh, assuring her, "Rest assured, Master, I will exercise discretion. Yet, this little Tang San is remarkably stubborn, daring to bully our Lei Han. I am eager to see how he meets his end." With that, Xing Mei flicks her fingers, causing the scene within the crystal orb to ripple. The speed of the sea god trident and the Shura sword surges, and Tang San can only frantically flee through the divine realm, devoid of the courage to glance back. His heart brims with regret and fear. He never anticipated such a dire fate, nor the powerful force backing Lei Han. "Lei Han, I was wrong. I should not have harbored such thoughts about you. Please spare me." Tang San's voice quivers with a hint of desperation, having completely lost his previous composure and dominance. At this moment, he is but a pitiful creature struggling on the brink of death. Xing Guyan, upon hearing this, leans against Xing Yunxi's shoulder, shaking with laughter as if witnessing the most amusing jest in the world. "Oh, Yunxi, I can hardly contain myself. Look at Tang San, haha. He finds himself in quite the predicament today." While Xing Yun, she also finds some satisfaction in Tang San's plight, as the master of a pavilion. She must maintain a certain dignity. Thus, she merely smiles slightly, refraining from the boisterous laughter exhibited by Xing Guyan. She gently patted Xing Guyan's hand, signaling him to remain calm. "All right, Guyan, cease your laughter. Although Tang San has met such a fate today, we must not let our guard down. After all, the Douluo continent is a realm teeming with hidden talents, and we must proceed with caution." Xinjiangxi's words were laced with prudence and caution. Upon hearing this, Xing Guyan restrained his smile and nodded. "You are right, Guild Master. I have been too careless. However, with Mei here, I doubt Tang San can stir up much trouble." At that moment, the door to the observation room was gently pushed open, and a figure cloaked in white silently entered. It was none other than the woman who had once hung Xiao Wu and her companions in a tree and had disciplined them with her lightning powers. Beside her stood her wife, a Yong, who possessed flowing black-purple hair, her dark violet eyes shimmering with profound light, and skin as fair as jade. Yet, she seemed capable of suppressing the melancholic aura emanating from the woman. A Yong spoke softly, "Guild Master, Elder Guyan, Elder Xingmei. How is our elder sister faring in that realm?" Xinjiangxi turned to face the two newcomers, her expression softening into a gentle smile. "Amo and a Yong, you have arrived. Your elder sister is doing well in that realm. There is no need for concern." At this moment, Xing Guyan sensed the oppressive aura of Lei Mo, which felt as though it could extinguish life itself, and involuntarily edged closer to Xinjiangxi, murmuring, "Heavens, it feels suffocating. Why does Lei Mo's presence feel even more intense this time? Every time she arrives, I feel as though the oxygen in the air is being drained." Upon hearing this, a Yong tightened her grip on Lei Mo's hand, gazing at her with tender eyes, as though offering silent comfort. Lei Mo slightly lowered her head, her white cloak obscuring her expression, veiling her inner turmoil from prying eyes. At that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Reimer suddenly grew heavier. Her hands trembled, seemingly haunted by unpleasant memories. Her breathing became rapid and labored, yet she uttered not a word. Au instinctively tightened her grip, sensing Reimer's quaking. A flicker of concern and compassion crossing her eyes. She gently patted the back of Reimer's hand, as if silently conveying, "Everything will pass. I am here with you." Xing Gaiyan felt as though he were being suffocated, the oppressive aura nearly rendering him breathless. Hurriedly, he tapped Xing Yunxi on the shoulder, signaling that he was on the brink of asphyxiation. "Yunxi, I feel as though I'm about to be smothered. You must think of something," Xing Gaiyan stammered. His face flushed crimson. In contrast, Xing Mei appeared largely unaffected, engrossed in playing a game of pursuit featuring Tang San from the Douluo continent. Seemingly lost in her own world, Xing Yunxi shook her head in resignation, fully aware of the immense pressure Reimer's aura exerted on everyone except Au. Yet, there was little she could do. After all, Reimer was but a fragment of Lei Han's soul, burdened with the pain and memories of the darkest and heaviest moments of her rebirth tribulation. Au's grip tightened further, her gaze gentle yet resolute as she leaned closer to Reimer, whispering softly in her ear, "Amber, do not fear. I am here. We shall face those painful memories together, traversing this journey side by side. You are no longer alone. You have me and the entire family of the Star Soul Pavilion." Yet, Reimer recalled the despair and agony of being nailed to a pillar with thick spikes during her execution, a memory that still haunted her. Her body trembled slightly, fingers clenched into fists beneath her cloak, nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Those memories sliced through her heart like sharp blades, rendering her breathless. At that moment, Xing Gaiyan's face resembled a deep purple eggplant, alarming in its hue. He frantically tugged at Xing Yunxi's sleeve, his eyes pleading for salvation. Yunxi, if you do not intervene to save me, I shall be suffocated by this aura. I swear, I will train diligently from now on and never slack off again." Xing Yunxi, nearly having her sleeve torn apart by Xing Gaiyan's frantic grasp, sighed in exasperation. Yet, her expression soon transformed into one of determination. She gently patted the back of Xing Gaiyan's hand, signaling him to remain calm, and then slowly approached Reimer. "Amber," Xing Yunxi's voice was soft yet firm, "do you know? We are all family in the Star Soul Pavilion. Your pain resonates with us all. However, you cannot allow these memories to bind you indefinitely. You must learn to let go and confront them. Lei Han thrives in the Douluo continent, striving to overcome her challenges. Why can you not be as courageous as she?" Her words carried a tone of gentle persuasion and guidance. Reimer's body trembled slightly, and the eyes beneath her cloak shimmered with a complex light. It seemed as though she was struggling, desperately trying to break free from those tormenting memories. Aiyong sensed that Reimer's shivers were gradually subsiding, and the grip of her hand relaxed a bit, a glimmer of relief flickering in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Xing Gaiyan finally exhaled in relief, the purple hue on his face slowly fading, and he patted his chest, speaking with lingering trepidation. "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought today would be my last." After uttering this, he cast a furtive glance at Reimer, reassured when he noticed she no longer emitted that suffocating aura, allowing himself to truly relax. Xing Yunxi continued to speak gently to Reimer. "Mo, look at Aiyong. She has always been by your side, silently supporting you. Every member of our Star Soul Pavilion stands as your steadfast ally. Do not allow the pains of the past to torment you any longer. Learn to look forward and believe that the future holds greater promise." Lamei's eyes gradually regained their luster as she turned her gaze towards Aiyong, and then to Xing Yunxi and Xing Gaiyan, a warm current surging within her heart. She finally comprehended that she was not alone. There were numerous individuals who cared for and cherished her. Come. Tang San is once again intent on eliminating Lei Han. Is he not? This time, pursue him relentlessly and see if he can escape your grasp. Suddenly, Xing Mei halted her game, lifting her head to look at Lamei, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glimmer. It seemed she wished to divert Lamei's attention in this manner, urging her to break free from the shackles of past sorrows. Reimer was amused by Xing Mei's words. Although her smile was somewhat forced, it was a long-awaited expression of joy. She gently nodded and, with a slightly hoarse voice, declared, "All right. This time I shall pursue him relentlessly and see if he can escape from my grasp." As her words echoed, she slowly raised her hand, summoning a dazzling orb of lightning within her palm, a manifestation of the thunderous magic she had cultivated during her trials of rebirth. The lightning danced in her palm, as if imbued with life. In the realm of Douluo continent, the god of destruction witnessed the emergence of the sea god's trident and Ashura's sword, now crackling with electricity due to the influence of that mysterious force. He hastily warned Tang San, who was desperately sprinting ahead, "Be cautious, there's electricity." Startled, Tang San swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the sudden surge of electricity. Turning back, he observed the sea god's trident and the Ashura's sword enveloped in electric currents, flashing with fierce lightning. "Rayon, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I will not eliminate you. I swear. Please spare me." Tang San shouted as he ran, his voice tinged with fear and desperation, evidently intimidated by the menacing lightning. Third brother, quickly use the ghost shadow misty steps. We're running out of time. Xiao Wu urgently called from behind. Upon hearing her, Tang San's heart raced, and he promptly executed his ultimate evasive technique, the ghost shadow misty steps. His figure became elusive, darting through the trees like a specter. However, a sudden bolt of lightning struck, cleaving a large tree in two, causing Tang San to hastily change direction. Ultimately, the lightning surrounded him on all sides, trapping him within a confined space. The lightning flickered ominously around him, as if poised to consume him at any moment. Soon after, the ethereal hands of the void, accompanied by the crackling electricity, unleashed a relentless barrage upon him, the sounds of impact echoing incessantly. Tang San found himself retreating under the assault, utterly powerless to retaliate. After a while, when the god of destruction and others arrived, Tang San appeared nearly charred, his hair disheveled, clothes tattered, and his face marked by soot and terror. He mumbled, "I surrender. I truly won't dare again." The god of greed turned away, unable to bear the sight of such devastation, while the god of destruction shook his head in resignation, astonished by the prowess of the young girl from the lower realm, who could subdue even Tang San so thoroughly. Meanwhile, the white mist returned to the bodies of Xingmei and Reihan within the Douluo continent. At that moment, Reihan was meticulously monitoring the heat, as the metallic material in her hands softened and became malleable under the flames. Her gaze was focused and earnest. Carefully, she used tongs to lift the metal, placing it onto a prepared mold to begin shaping it. Her movements were fluid and practiced, with every detail executed to perfection. Gu Kaitu watched intently, unable to contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Junior sister, your craftsmanship has truly reached new heights. The exterior of this humanoid soul guide, I dare say, would put even those master-level soul masters to shame." Lei Han smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead immersing herself more deeply in her work. She understood that crafting a flawless humanoid soul-guiding device required not only exquisite craftsmanship but also an intimate familiarity with every intricate detail. Only through such diligence could the device unleash its utmost potential in battle. As time slipped away unnoticed, the metallic material in Lei Han's hands gradually cooled, transforming into a sturdy shell. She picked up the shell and meticulously inspected it, nodding in satisfaction only after confirming the absence of any imperfections. Next, she aimed to merge the shell with the fourth-level soul guide and core arrays. This was an exceedingly complex and delicate task, demanding an exceptional level of focus and patience. Taking a deep breath, Lei Han adjusted her state to its optimum, then set to work. She carefully placed the shell on the experimental table, employing specialized tools to meticulously embed the fourth-level soul guiding core arrays into their corresponding positions on the shell. Each array had to align precisely with every groove on the shell, allowing for not the slightest deviation. Lei Han's hands fluttered like dancing butterflies, weaving deftly between the shell and the magic array. Her gaze was focused and resolute, as if the entirety of the world had faded away, leaving only the task at hand. After hours of diligent effort, she finally completed the intricate embedding of the magic arrays. As she beheld the prototype of the humanoid soul guide before her, a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. She understood that this was merely a beginning. A myriad of challenges awaited her. Yet, she held steadfast in her belief that with perseverance, she would one day craft the perfect humanoid soul guide and realize her dreams. A month later, the prototype of the humanoid soul guide was complete. Qin Duo Xian Liner and Fan Yu visited the underground laboratory of the Soul Guide Department to evaluate the results, for a father's pride in his daughter's accomplishments is always profound. Lei Han stood nearby, her heart racing with a blend of anxiety and excitement, awaiting their judgments. Qian Duo meticulously examined every detail of the humanoid soul guide, nodding in approval intermittently. Xian Liner offered professional suggestions, hoping that Lei Han would refine her work further in the future. Fan Yu, brimming with pride, gazed at Lei Han, fully aware of the immense effort she had invested and confident in her ability to create miracles. Father, while this may appear somewhat rudimentary, it is merely a prototype. The true humanoid soul guide requires countless refinements and the engraving of magic arrays. Thus, I shall entrust it to our soul guide department, allowing senior colleagues to learn the process of its creation. After all, the advancement of future soul guide technology necessitates the intellect and effort of many. Lei Han's words elicited appreciative expressions from Duo and Xianliner. Duo patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Xiao Han, I am truly heartened by your perspective. The evolution of soul guide technology indeed requires broader participation and effort. Your decision is astute." Xianliner nodded with a smile, adding, "Moreover, by teaching others, you too will learn immensely, which will greatly aid in your personal growth." Hikaitu, however, could hardly contain his eagerness. Venturing into the interior of the humanoid soul guide to experiment with its controls, his face radiated excitement and curiosity, as if he had uncovered an entirely new realm. "Junior sister, your humanoid soul guide is truly remarkable. I feel my strength and speed have been significantly enhanced, and its responsiveness is astonishing," Hikaitu exclaimed exuberantly while maneuvering the humanoid soul guide. As Lei Han beheld the exuberance of Hikaitu, her heart brimmed with joy. She recognized that her efforts had been acknowledged, and that this humanoid soul-guiding device harbored immense potential awaiting discovery. However, there remained certain aspects in need of refinement. Suddenly, Fan Yu spoke up, his keen gaze having discerned some minor flaws in the movement of the humanoid soul-guiding device. For instance, the articulation at the joints could be rendered more seamless to minimize energy loss, and the arrangement of the soul-guiding array could be further optimized to enhance overall performance. Lei Han listened intently to Fan Yu's critique, nodding occasionally. She was acutely aware that Fan Yu, as a seasoned instructor in the soul guidance department, possessed a profound understanding of soul devices that far surpassed her own. His suggestions undoubtedly held significant guidance for her forthcoming endeavors. "Thank you for your guidance, Godfather," Lei Han said respectfully. "I will make improvements based on your recommendations." Fan Yu smiled with satisfaction, his eyes brimming with encouragement. He gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and said, "Go forth, child. I believe you can achieve even greater things. Remember, the path of soul guidance technology is a long one, and we must continually explore and advance." Lei Han nodded emphatically, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She turned and approached her workbench, embarking on the enhancement of the humanoid soul guide. In the days that followed, she devoted nearly all her time to this endeavor, continuously adjusting, testing, and optimizing her creation. Duo, Xianliner, and Fan Yu frequently visited the basement to monitor Lei Han's progress, offering invaluable advice and guidance. With their support, Lei Han's humanoid soul guide gradually evolved into a more refined instrument, its performance significantly enhanced. Hikaitu became her devoted tester, always the first to engage with any new improvements. His feedback was crucial for Lei Han, enabling her to swiftly identify issues and implement targeted enhancements. "Junior sister, you must eat something. Working day and night like this will take a toll on your health," Hikaitu said, approaching Lei Han with a steaming plate of food. His concern evident. Lei Han glanced up at Hikaitu, then down at her work, hesitating for a moment before ultimately setting down her tools and accepting the food. She realized that she had not taken a break in quite some time, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly affect her work efficiency. "Thank you, senior brother." Lei Han expressed her gratitude. "I will be mindful of resting." As she ate, she gradually dozed off. Hikaitu, fearing something was amiss, quickly set down his bowl and gently nudged her shoulder, calling out, Junior sister, are you all right?" Just then, Shoei returned and, upon witnessing the scene, hurried over with concern, asking, "What's wrong? Is Lei Han okay?" Hikaitu shook his head, worry etched on his face. "I don't know. She just fell asleep while eating. Perhaps she is simply exhausted." "This child is truly overexerting herself," Zhou sighed with a heavy heart. She carefully picked up Lei Han and carried her towards her room, intending to ensure she received a proper rest. Zhou placed Lei Han on the bed, tucked her in, and quietly exited the room. Chapter 28. A new member arrives meanwhile. The charred remains of Tang San were hurriedly brought back by the minions of the god of destruction, the goddess of life, who was playing in the garden with Tang Wu Tong, rushed over, her eyes filled with concern and astonishment. "What has happened? How did Tang San end up like this?" "It's because he harbored thoughts of eliminating that little girl from the lower realm, and as a result, he was taught a lesson by the experts around her. The god of destruction explained helplessly. Haha. Now the sea god can use him as firewood in the kitchen, chuckled the god of laziness, clutching his belly with laughter. Showing no sympathy for Tang San. Just a moment ago he could speak. Now he is completely motionless. He couldn't have been thoroughly cooked by lightning, could he? The god of greed inquired, leaning in for a closer look, his surprise evident. Upon hearing this, Tang San weakly opened his eyes and moved his fingers slightly. His voice hoarse as he spoke, I am not dead yet. Uncle Z, why have you brought a piece of charcoal to my house? Tang Wutong blinked curiously, pointing at Tang San. At this remark, everyone found themselves at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and the god of destruction scratched his head in exasperation. The goddess of life gently patted Tang Wutong's head and softly explained, Wutong, this is not charcoal, it is your father. He simply had an unfortunate encounter with lightning. Father? But how did he end up like this? Tang Wutong asked, her large eyes filled with confusion. The god of destruction teased, your father is suffering the consequences of not heeding the advice of the elders. He insisted on provoking that young girl, and as a result, he was soundly taught a lesson by her protector. Though he does resemble cured meat more and more, Tang Wudong murmured softly, eliciting a hearty laugh from the god of laziness beside her. Upon hearing the commotion, Rong Yinbing hurried over, but as he surveyed the surroundings, he found no sign of Tang San. Instead, he beheld an unusually elongated, charred object resting on a stretcher. Puzzled, he scratched his head and inquired, where is Tang San? Wasn't he brought back by you all? Why is there a piece of dried meat here? Xiao Wu, you don't have some peculiar penchant for cuddling a piece of charcoal to sleep at night, do you? The god of destruction, upon hearing this, struggled to suppress his laughter and explained, Rong Yinbing, do not speak so recklessly. This is not mere dried meat. It is Tang San. He was merely struck by lightning and has taken on this form. Rong Yinbing's eyes widened as he scrutinized the charred object, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, Tang San. How the mighty have fallen. Even I can hardly recognize you now. Dai Mubai and the others soon arrived, and upon seeing Tang San on the stretcher, they were rendered speechless in shock. Dai Mubai rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, is this really Xiao San? How did he end up like this? 2 words, self-destructive, remarked the god of greed, offering a merciless summary. Xiao San, why do you keep seeking trouble with young ladies? Last time, you electrified Xiao Wu and her friends while hanging them from a tree. Now, look at you. Turn to charcoal yourself. Can't you spare us some worry? Oscar shook his head helplessly nearby, his tone rife with reproach and exasperation. Tang San slightly moved his lips, seemingly attempting to retort. But the sound that emerged was too faint to discern. Noticing this, Dai Mubai stepped forward and gently pressed his hand against Tang San's chest, channeling a gentle energy into him to restore some strength. Cough, cough. Tang San finally managed to emit some sound, clearing his throat before weakly stating, I am simply unwilling to accept that the moment that little girl was born, a celestial phenomenon accompanied by that divine bird occurred, which does not belong to soul beasts or the 10 great ferocious beasts, and surely originates from some unknown realm, possessing unimaginable power and potential. I cannot accept it. I cannot accept it. After all, I also crossed over from the Tang sect realm to Do continent to become the sea god. How can I allow a girl from an unknown realm to surpass me? Enough. Just admit that you are envious of the girl's talent and potential. Interjected the god of jealousy, rolling his eyes and unflinchingly exposing Tang San's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression shifted slightly, but he soon broke into a bitter smile. Indeed, I am envious. Envious of her formidable power, envious that she may become an existence that surpasses me. But I truly cannot accept it. I have worked so hard to reach this point, and I do not wish to be outshone by a suddenly appeared little girl. At this moment within the celestial realm, the expression of Xingyun she grew increasingly grim as she listened to their conversation through the crystal orb. Her fists were clenched so tightly that her nails nearly embedded themselves into her palms, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Consumed by jealousy, she contemplated inflicting harm upon Xiaohan, thinking, Tang San, how could you, as the sea god, be so petty? A tempest of fury surged within her. She could not fathom Tang San's narrow-mindedness, resorting to murderous intent against Lei Han out of jealousy. It seemed I had been too lenient in my judgment. Lei Mo emitted a cold snort, her eyes shimmering with a frigid light. The lightning magic in her hands coalesced once more, seemingly poised to deliver a more severe blow to Tang San. A Yong gently patted the back of Lei Mo's hand, soothingly advising, Amo, do not let this wretch provoke your health. He is not worth it. We must remain steadfast in protecting our elder sister. For her consciousness resides within the soul of that young girl in this realm, and we cannot allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Upon hearing this, Limer felt the electric energy in her grasp gradually dissipate. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Star-Lord, if it comes to that, I can consume his cultivation with the devouring spirit. At that moment, Xingyue, who had been quietly safeguarding Lei Han in the Douluo continent's realm, suddenly spoke. Her voice laced with a certain severity. Xinjiangxi, upon hearing her, gently shook her head and replied solemnly, "No, Xingyue. Although Tang San's actions are despicable, we cannot strip him of his cultivation as a result. Such an act would be no different from the vile deeds we once abhorred. What we protect is justice and goodness, not to become executioners alongside the wicked." Xingyue was momentarily taken aback by these words, then lowered her head, softly acknowledging, "Yes. Star-Lord, I acted rashly. I will continue to protect Master Lei Han and ensure no harm comes to her." Xinjiangxi's gaze shifted back to the crystal ball. Through the transparent sphere, she felt as though she could perceive Lei Han's every move in the Douluo continent. "Little Han, rest assured. No matter which realm you hail from or what powers and potential you possess, I shall safeguard you, ensuring no one inflicts harm upon you," she vowed silently in her heart. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Soul Guidance Department on Douluo continent, Lei Han was engaged in soul training with Zhou Yi and Wang Yin. The two instructors were teaming up against her, yet Lei Han appeared to navigate their combined efforts with remarkable ease. Her martial soul flickered with radiant brilliance amidst the constant clashes of their attacks, seemingly imbued with boundless power. "Little Han, your progress is truly astonishing," Zhou Yi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. "In such a short span of time, you have managed to neutralize our attacks one by one. Remarkable. Is this all you can do? Show me your true abilities. Let me see where your limits lie." Wang Yin laughed heartily, simultaneously intensifying his assault. With a graceful shout, Lei Han unleashed her first soul skill, Angelic Tri-Massacre. In an instant, her form transformed into 3 luminous shadows, each launching an attack from different angles towards Zhou Yi and Wang Yin. Each shadow radiated a fierce glow, reminiscent of an angelic descent. Seeing this, Zhou Yi and Wang Yin did not dare to underestimate her and quickly activated their respective soul skills for defense. However, Lei Han's strikes were exceptionally swift. The 3 luminous figures intertwined in the air, crafting a stunning tapestry that instantly rendered their attacks null and void. "Excellent. Little Han, you have not disappointed me," Wang Yin exclaimed with a hearty laugh, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. "It seems I must reveal some of my true skills to gauge your limits." With that, he swung his dragon-patterned staff, a faint dragon-shaped glow swirling around it, as a formidable aura began to permeate the air. Zhou Yi's red dragon martial soul roared forth in response, creating a powerful pressure that resonated with Wang Yin's staff. Undeterred by the full-force assault from Wang Yin and Zhou Yi, Lei Han remained resolute. Taking a deep breath, her gaze turned resolutely determined. Second soul skill, Angelic Holy Shield. With a commanding shout, Lei Han Jiao summoned a dazzling radiance that coalesced before her, forming a colossal angelic shield. The shield emanated a sacred aura, seemingly capable of withstanding all attacks of the mortal realm. The onslaught from Wang Yin and Zhou Yi struck the angelic shield with a thunderous crash. Yet it merely quivered slightly before effortlessly rebounding their assaults. Witnessing this, their expression shifted, astonished by the formidable strength of Lei Han's second soul technique. "Bravo, Xiaoan. You truly are a prodigy," Wang Yin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement and remarked, "It appears our training must become more rigorous, enabling you to fully harness your potential." Lei Han smiled faintly and said, "Aunt Zhou, Uncle Wang, please come forth. I shall give it my utmost effort." With that, she launched into her attack once more, her form flickering within the depths of the Soul Guidance Department as each strike was executed with remarkable swiftness and precision. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin were equally cautious, responding to Lei Han's onslaught with all their might. At that moment, Duoluo returned, accompanied by a man whom even Zhou Yi did not recognize. He possessed a countenance as unchanging as an ancient glacier, exuding an aura that commanded distance from strangers. "Director Qian, who is this?" Zhou Yi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the man beside Duoluo. Duoluo responded with a slight smile. "This is the informant I have procured for Xiao Han. With him around, I can rest easy knowing that the little one will not venture out carelessly. His name is Lin Mo, an exceptionally talented soul master with a keen insight into various intelligence." Lin Mo offered a subtle nod, acknowledging the introduction, his gaze remaining aloof, as though indifferent to the world around him. Lin Mo, I entrust Lei Han to your care, Duo remarked, a note of seriousness in his tone. Lin Mo merely murmured a soft acknowledgement. Despite his few words, the depth of his eyes revealed a strength not to be underestimated. Hello, Uncle Lin. My name is Lei Han. She greeted him, her voice clear and melodious, imbued with curiosity and warmth. Greetings, Miss Lei Han, he replied, offering a slight nod in return. Though his demeanor was cool, it was not devoid of courtesy. Duo observed the trio with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Very well, let us conclude today's soul training here. Lin Mo, as you are new, take some time to familiarize yourself with Lei Han. Joey, Wang Yin, follow me. I have matters to discuss with you. With that, Duo led Zhou Yi and Wang Yin out of the Soul Guidance Department's underground chamber, leaving Lei Han and Lin Mo standing opposite each other. As Lei Han gazed at Lin Mo's icy visage, she couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. She endeavored to break the silence and took the initiative to speak. Uncle Lin, do you play Go? I've recently learned a new move and am eager to find someone to spar with. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lei Han would initiate a conversation with him, let alone mention Go. For him, Go was a distant memory, a world he once lost himself in. I know a bit, he replied, his tone still frosty, yet a flicker of barely perceptible light shone in his eyes. Wonderful. Let us play right now. Lei Han exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands as she pulled Lin Mo toward the resting area in the Soul Guidance Department's basement. There, a stone table awaited them, adorned with a Go board. As they settled down, Lei Han took the black stones and made her first move with remarkable speed, each placement exuding confidence. Lin Mo, in contrast, appeared far more composed, contemplating each stone with great care. As time passed, the situation on the board grew increasingly intricate. Lei Han's offensive surged like a tidal wave, while Lin Mo remained as steadfast as a mountain, meticulously fortifying his position. Uncle Lin, what do you think of this move? Lei Han pointed at a position on the board, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Lin Mo glanced at it, furrowed his brow slightly, and then placed a stone that immediately neutralized Lei Han's assault. Excellent move. Lei Han marveled, surprised by Lin Mo's exceptional skill at Go. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, each move drawing them deeper into the game. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly. When the final stone was placed, the outcome of the game was finally determined. Lei Han lost by half a point, biting her lip in dissatisfaction. Uncle Lin, you are truly remarkable. When will I ever be as skilled as you? She gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with admiration. Lin Mo looked at Lei Han's vibrant face. A warm current surged within him. He gently patted her shoulder and said, with effort, you will surely surpass me one day. At that moment, Duo and his companions had concluded their discussions and returned to the Soul Guidance Department's basement. They were surprised to find Lei Han and Lin Mo engrossed in their game of Go. It seems our little Han not only excels in martial spirit cultivation but also plays Go quite well, Duo remarked with a smile. His gaze flitting between Lei Han and Lin Mo. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, Mr. Lin's skill is quite impressive. They are truly evenly matched. Wang Yin observed the board with astonishment, not expecting Lin Mo's Go proficiency to be so high, especially since Lei Han had fallen to him. Not wanting to disturb their focused demeanor, Duo led Zhou Yi and Wang Yin to the side. He whispered to them, Lin Mo is an exceptionally talented soul master. His strength is unfathomable. We invited him to better protect Lei Han. You should look out for him in the future. Zhou Yi and Wang Yin both nodded in understanding. They are aware that Duo holds high expectations for Lei Han, hoping she will emerge as a distinguished figure at Shrek Academy. The arrival of Lin Mo undoubtedly provides an additional assurance for Lei Han's growth. At this moment, the game of Go between Lei Han and Lin Mo has concluded. Although Lei Han lost by half a point, there was no trace of disappointment upon her face. She gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes shimmering with an even more resolute light. Uncle Lin, thank you for playing Go with me. I will strive harder in my training and endeavor to surpass you at the earliest opportunity, Lei Han declared, her voice resolute and powerful. Lin Mo, observing the spirited determination in Lei Han's eyes, could not help but smile faintly. He gently patted Lei Han's shoulder and remarked, I believe you will undoubtedly achieve it. However, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, so you must be mentally prepared. Lei Han nodded in understanding. She recognized that to become a true powerhouse, one must exert more effort and sweat than others. The arrival of Lin Mo undoubtedly illuminated a clearer path for her. Chapter 29. grandmother. Ever since Lei Han received assistance from Lin Mo, a master of intelligence, Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan became the focal point of her attention. Relaxed on the sofa, Lei Han instructed Lin Mo, "Uncle Lin, could you kindly conduct a thorough investigation into the detailed profiles of these two individuals?" Lin Mo nodded solemnly and replied, "Miss Lei Han, rest assured, I will gather their relevant information with utmost speed. However, based on the intelligence I currently possess, it appears that both Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan have grown up within the fertile grounds of Shrek Academy, and their backgrounds are likely to be quite intricate. It is worth noting that Shrek Academy is a dazzling gym in the Spirit Master realm, having nurtured countless outstanding talents. Bei Bei, as a descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, possesses an esteemed lineage that flows through his veins, a lineage of unparalleled nobility within the Spirit Master community. This honor and legacy set him apart. On the other hand, Zhang Lishuan hails from a once prominent noble family in the Heavenly Soul Empire that suffered a tragic downfall. Her fate is fraught with hardships and turmoil. Even more unexpectedly, she has been chosen by Elder Mu to be Bei Bei's betrothed from childhood. Before Lin Mo could finish his explanation, upon hearing the term betrothed from childhood, Lei Han suddenly spat out her milk, splattering it onto the coffee table. She gazed at Lin Mo in astonishment and exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, your intelligence is truly astonishing." Lin Mo handed a tissue to Lei Han, who wiped the milk stains. Standing up, Lin Mo remarked, "Miss Lei Han, I will now delve deeper into the investigation, striving to return with more comprehensive information for you." Lei Han nodded, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. She understood that to triumph in this contest among soul masters, one must possess an intimate knowledge of each adversary. After Lin Mo departed, Lei Han fell into contemplation. The backgrounds of Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan were far more intricate than she had initially imagined, intensifying her eagerness for Lin Mo to return with further intelligence regarding them. "Senior brother, you are Su He, the discarded prince of the Sun Moon Empire, are you not?" Lei Han inquired, turning to He Kaitu, armed with knowledge of his true identity. Upon hearing her words, He Kaitu's expression shifted subtly. He had not anticipated that his junior sister would investigate not only Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan but also himself. He let out a wry smile and admitted, "I never expected you to uncover the truth. Indeed, I am Su He, the erstwhile discarded prince of the Sun Moon Empire. However, that is a chapter long past. Now, I am merely an ordinary student of Shrek Academy. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall keep this from Mother Zhou, godfather, and my parents," Lei Han replied softly, her gaze imbued with understanding. She recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets, often accompanied by burdensome histories. He Kaitu's ability to confront his identity with such composure evoked her admiration. Lei Han let out a soft sigh and continued, "Senior brother, the reason I have sought you out is to familiarize myself with every potential adversary and companion I may encounter in the future. In this contest of soul masters, I cannot afford the slightest negligence. However, since you are my senior brother, I shall treat you as family and keep your secrets safe." Upon hearing this, Kaitu's expression softened considerably. He looked at Lei Han with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Lei Han. Having a junior sister like you is a true fortune for me. Rest assured, I will do everything within my power to assist you in advancing further on your journey in the realm of soul masters." Lei Han smiled faintly, knowing that although Kaitu appeared carefree on the surface, he was, in fact, a person of deep loyalty and affection. She believed that in the days to come, the bond between them would grow ever stronger. At that moment, Lin Mo returned with more detailed intelligence. He handed the documents to Lei Han, who accepted them and began to peruse them meticulously. The comprehensive profiles of Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan unfolded before her eyes, with even the moles on their bodies meticulously noted. The tenacity of Bei Bei and the intelligence of Zhang Lishuan were vividly illustrated within the documents. As Lei Han read, she silently analyzed their character traits and potential weaknesses. "Uncle Lin, you are truly remarkable. You have gathered such extensive intelligence in such a short time," Lei Han praised sincerely. Lin Mo smiled modestly and replied, "It is my duty. However, Miss Lei Han, both Bei Bei and Zhang Lishuan are formidable opponents. You must exercise caution when dealing with them." Lei Han nodded, her eyes shimmering with a resolute light. She understood well the fierce and brutal competition within the realm of soul masters. To emerge victorious in this contest, one must exert greater effort and wisdom than others. "Uncle Lin, as you know, I cannot leave this basement. Even when I am granted some air, I can only go out on weekends, and I am under constant surveillance," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Gently biting her lip, she continued, "Therefore, I hope you can help me see my grandmother, whom I have never met. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of Lei Han's complicated background. She had been confined to this basement since childhood, knowing little of the world beyond. His heart brimmed with curiosity and sympathy for the grandmother she spoke of. Miss Lei Han, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to help you find your grandmother, Lin Mo vowed solemnly, turning towards the door, ready to take immediate action. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment, said Xian Liner, who had silently appeared at the doorway, holding a delicate box of pastries. Her eyes radiated warmth and concern. These pastries are homemade, meant for Lei Han's grandmother. I hope she will enjoy them. Lin Mo paused briefly before nodding in acknowledgement, accepting the pastries. Thank you, Dean Xian. I will convey your thoughtful gesture. Mother, how did you know I was going to seek out grandmother? Lei Han asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and emotion as she gazed at Xian Liner. Gently caressing Lei Han's head, Xian Liner replied tenderly, silly child, you are my daughter. How could I not understand your thoughts? You have been trapped here since childhood, filled with curiosity and longing for the world outside, especially regarding your grandmother. You harbor immense yearning and anticipation. I know you have always wished for the opportunity to meet her and call her grandmother in person. Tears glistened in Lei Han's eyes as she tightly embraced Xian Liner, her voice choked with emotion. Mother, thank you. Thank you for your unwavering companionship and care. I am aware of the countless sacrifices you have made for me. I truly wish for the opportunity to repay you. Xian Liner gently patted Lei Han's back, offering comfort. Silly child, you are my daughter. It is my duty to give everything for you. There is no need for repayment. Simply live well and create your own brilliance. I believe your grandmother would be proud of you. Lin Mo's figure melded with the shadows on the wall as he departed from the Soul Guidance Department's basement. He navigated through the corners of Shrek Academy, utilizing his keen observational skills and extensive experience, swiftly arriving at the Sea God Pavilion. In a certain room within, Song Yunji sat on a rocking chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Lin Mo quietly placed a pastry on the table and turned to leave, only to hear Song Yunji's slow voice. Young man, having come all this way, are you in such a haste to depart? Lin Mo paused, respectfully bowing. Elder Song, I apologize for the intrusion. I was entrusted to bring you something. He gestured towards the pastries on the table. Song Yunji gradually opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon the delicacies. A flicker of surprise crossing her features before returning to composure. She inquired calmly, who sent you with this? Lin Mo inadvertently revealed, it was your granddaughter who asked me to bring it. Upon hearing this, Song Yunji's body trembled slightly, disbelief flashing in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Lin Mo, her voice quivering with inquiry. What did you say? Granddaughter. Let me process this. Are you telling me I have a granddaughter? Song Yunji was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that her daughter, Xian Liner, had given birth to a daughter without her knowledge. She began to recall Xian Liner's whereabouts, realizing that despite their daily meetings, she had not noticed any changes in her daughter's condition, deepening her confusion. Young man, are you saying my daughter, Xian Liner, has she had a child? And this child is already old enough to send pastries to me? Her voice trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. Yes, Elder Song, your granddaughter is already capable of running errands. Lin Mo replied, trembling himself, realizing he had misspoken as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Upon hearing this, Song Yunji's eyes rolled back, nearly causing her to faint. She abruptly stood, trembling hands gripping the armrest of the rocking chair, her eyes filled with disbelief and urgent questions. What did you say? Xian Liner, she really has a child? How could I have known nothing about this? Seeing her distress, Lin Mo, in an effort to protect Lei Han's identity, chose to merge with the shadows on the wall and escape, leaving only the sound of his cane tapping and Song Yunji's astonished exclamations echoing in the room. Xian Liner, are you trying to give your mother a heart attack? She pressed her hand against her heart, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with fury and confusion. Upon hearing the commotion, Xuanzi hurriedly rushed in, and as he entered, he was met with the sight of Song Yunji, her complexion pale, gripping the armrest of the rocking chair, struggling to catch her breath. Alarmed, he quickly approached her, asking, Yunji, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Xuanzi, Song Yunji appeared to find her anchor, seizing his hand and tremblingly imploring, Xuanzi, please tell me, does Xian Liner have a child? Taken aback by her question, Xuanzi was momentarily at a loss, clearly unaware of the situation. When Song Yunji glanced at Lin Huiyuan and Mu in behind Xuanzi, both wearing expressions of ignorance, a surge of anger welled up within her. Xian Duo, Xian Liner, how dare you conceal such a significant matter from me? Her voice, laced with ire, pierced the air. Her eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. Xuanzi, witnessing her fury, quickly sought to calm her. Yunji, please do not be upset. We are just as uninformed. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Once Duo and Xian Lina return, we can clarify everything. Lin Huichuan stepped forward to offer her reassurance. Indeed, Elder Song. Please try to temper your anger. Xian Lino has always been obedient and sensible. Perhaps there are extenuating circumstances. Meanwhile, Mu In remained silent. A flicker of concern evident in his gaze. He understood Duo's character well. The fact that this matter was kept so tightly under wraps must surely have its reasoning. Taking a deep breath, Song Yunji endeavored to compose herself. She realized that she could not act rashly. She must wait for Duo and Xian Liner to return for clarification. Simultaneously, Lei Han, relying on the detailed information provided by Lin Mo regarding Ma Xiaodao, discovered her birthday. Within merely an hour, Lei Han meticulously crafted a stunning strawberry cake in the kitchen. The cake was a visual delight, adorned with glistening, ripe red strawberries and a delicate, frosted icing, emanating an irresistible aroma that was utterly tempting. With a sense of satisfaction, Lei Han admired her creation, a proud smile gracing her lips, as if filled with confidence in her culinary skills. Subsequently, she carefully placed the cake into an exquisite box and retrieved a thoughtfully selected gift box, securely fastening it to the leg of a fourth-level reconnaissance soul-guided eagle. Holding this eagle, which bore Lei Han's heartfelt sentiments, Kai-Tu stepped out of the basement. The eagle soared majestically through the sky, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, bearing with it a bounty of blessings and surprises directed towards the dormitory of Ma Xiaodao in the Wuhuan department. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao was seated at her desk by the window, engrossed in her diary. The eagle, gliding gracefully, pinpointed her location with remarkable accuracy. It circled the vicinity of her dormitory with delicate elegance before finally alighting gently upon the windowsill, where a beautifully wrapped gift box and a cake box swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly whispering of the surprise soon to be unveiled. Upon lifting her gaze, Ma Xiaodao was met with the sight of the grand cake and the eagle adorned with the gift box, a flicker of astonishment and curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She reached out to carefully untie the gift and cake, but found no signature to reveal the sender. Pondering to herself, who could have sent this? She opened the gift box to discover a magnificent fourth-level storage soul guide bracelet, intricately engraved with the emblem of her Wuhuan, the evil fire phoenix, exquisite and one of a kind. In that moment, she recalled the little girl, Lei Han, who had helped her cleanse the evil fire. Just as Ma Xiaodao grasped the bracelet, it was snatched away by Cici, who exclaimed with wide eyes, "Wow, Xiaodao, did that nameless girl send this to you? It's stunning. And it even features your Wuhuan." Ma Xiaodao felt a warm surge of gratitude, smiling as she reclaimed the bracelet from Cici's grasp, adorning her wrist and responding, "Indeed, it must be from her. I never expected she would remember my birthday and gift me such a thoughtful present. This cake looks absolutely tempting. Let us cut it and have a taste." Cici's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she pointed at the cake, a hint of drool already forming at the corners of her mouth. Nodding with a smile, Ma Xiaodao picked up a knife and fork, delicately slicing a small piece of cake. The cross-section revealed perfect layers, the sweet and tangy strawberries intertwining with the soft cake, releasing an irresistible aroma. As Ma Xiaodao took a bite, the delightful flavors exploded on her palate, compelling her to close her eyes in sheer enjoyment. "Wow, this is divine. That nameless girl truly has a talent for baking. This cake is a heavenly delight," Cici exclaimed, her mouth full, her words barely comprehensible. Ma Xiaodao couldn't help but chuckle at Cici's gluttonous demeanor. Deep within her heart, she felt a profound appreciation for Lei Han's thoughtfulness. This unexpected surprise rendered her birthday truly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, a looming calamity was quietly approaching Lei Han. In the shadowy depths of the Soul Guide Department's basement, Xian Lina remained blissfully engaged in whispered conversation with Duo, oblivious to the impending storm. Just then, Lin Mo burst in, his usual aloofness replaced by a visage of distress and panic. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Dean Xian, we are in grave trouble. It seems Old Song has caught wind of something." Upon hearing these words, Xian Lina's complexion turned as pale as snow, while Duo wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Their gazes met, revealing an unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness in each other's eyes. How could this happen so swiftly? Xian Lina murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief. Fan Yu seized the moment to suggest, "You must resolutely claim ignorance regarding this matter. Otherwise, the beasts of the Sun and Moon Empire will undoubtedly trace the clues and uncover Lei Han's existence." Xian Lina took a deep breath. striving to calm the tumultuous waves within her heart, fully aware that this moment of composure and rationality was crucial for diffusing the crisis. Fanyu, you speak wisely. We must maintain a united front and never expose Lei Han's identity. Duo, you must immediately prepare a comprehensive explanation. We need to see Mother as soon as possible. Hoping to quell this unexpected storm. Upon hearing this, Duo nodded swiftly, turning to leave, his countenance marked by gravity and determination. The atmosphere in the basement became instantly oppressive and tense, as though a colossal weight was pressing upon each person's heart, suffocating them. Xianlin slowly closed her eyes, her mind racing through the cherished memories shared with Lei Han, a medley of warmth and reluctance intertwined with deep-seated anxiety and unease. She understood that as a mother, Song Yunji's anger and disappointment would surge forth like a torrential flood, unbearable to withstand. Yet she was even more reluctant to see Lei Han plunged into an irretrievable abyss. Before long, Duo returned with a meticulously crafted narrative, his eyes shimmering with resolve and tenacity. The three exchanged glances once more, as if they had established a silent understanding. And then they set forth on their journey to Song Yunji's residence. Along the way, Xianlin repeatedly recited the words she was about to utter in her mind, hoping to confront her mother with the most sincere emotions while safeguarding Lei Han's secret with all her might. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on their path. Yet it seemed incapable of dispelling the heavy gloom within their hearts. Xianlin clenched her hands tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms, as she exerted every effort to make her voice sound steady and resolute. Chapter 30. Confrontation. Duo and Xianlin arrived at the office door, took a deep breath, and opened it. Inside, Song Yunji sat on the sofa, her face contorted with fury, her gaze sharp as a blade, as if she had already discerned everything. Nearby, 8 students from the Soul Guidance Department were rendered speechless with fear, not daring to make a sound. Song Yunji's eyes blazed like twin flames, piercing through to Xianlin and Duo as they entered, the oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating. Xianlin, steeling herself, was the first to speak. Mother, before she could finish, Song Yunji slammed her hand on the coffee table, rising to her feet in a fury, exclaiming, I am not your mother. I have no daughter like you. How could you conceal such a significant matter from me? Speak. What is the truth about that child? Xianlin was momentarily daunted by her mother's imposing presence, taking a step back, but she quickly steadied herself, her eyes revealing both determination and a plea. Mother, please calm down and allow me to explain. Duo hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Xianlin, feigning a smile as he said, Mother, whom have you been listening to? After so many years of marriage, you surely know we do not have any children. As he spoke, Duo intentionally scratched his head in a bid to lighten the atmosphere and alleviate Song Yunji's ire. However, Song Yunji was not swayed by his antics. She struck her son-in-law with her cane, causing him to yelp in pain as she exclaimed, Duo, do not attempt to play tricks on me. Do not think I am unaware. Lin Mo has already informed me. Now, tell me, whose child is it? Upon hearing this, Duo inwardly lamented, utterly unprepared for Lin Mo's untrustworthiness and divulging the matter so quickly. Protecting his arm, which throbbed from the cane's blow, he forced a wry smile and replied, This is all a misunderstanding, Mother. We do not have a child. Perhaps Lin Mo has made an error. Ah, you refuse to speak the truth, do you? She turned to the 8 students from the Soul Guidance Department, commanding, Search for me. I will uncover that child today, even if it means digging 3 feet into the Soul Guidance Department. Mother, please calm down. We truly do not have a child. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Mo must have misconstrued something. Xianlin urgently attempted to clarify, her eyes brimming with sincerity and anxiety. Yet, Song Yunji's emotions were spiraling out of control, leaving her impervious to any explanation. The 8 students exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a dilemma between the 2 department heads and the formidable elder from the Sea God Pavilion, none daring to risk offending either side. Am I not being heard? What are you all doing standing there? Go find that child for me. I want to see for myself who this so-called child is. Her words undoubtedly thrust the 8 students into a precarious position. What do we do now? On one side, we have 2 department heads, and on the other, the powerful elder from the Sea God Pavilion. We are truly caught in the middle, one student murmured softly. Mother, that child is not Duo's. It is mine and Fanyu's. As Xianlin spoke, the room was struck by a thunderous silence, as if a bolt of lightning had split through it. All eyes widened in disbelief. Even Song Yunji momentarily stunned, her furious expression morphing into a complex one. Duo was so astonished that he nearly bit his tongue, never anticipating Xian Liner would use Fan Yu, Lei Han's godfather, as a shield. Meanwhile, Fan Yu, who was monitoring the surveillance in the Soul Guidance Department's basement, suddenly sputtered out his tea, his eyes wide with shock. Dean Xian, how have I become the biological father of Lei Han? This is absurd, he exclaimed, coughing and pounding the table, his face flushed. Do not worry, teacher. With Dean Xian's proclamation, your salary and benefits are likely to see a substantial increase. After all, being used as a shield to protect that secret warrants some form of compensation, does it not? Beside them, Hikaidu spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. Having long since grown accustomed to the unpredictable antics of Xian Liner and Duo. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu shook his head in bemusement, saying, You two truly leave me with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Can you truly jest about such matters? If old Song were to actually believe this, I would find myself in an irredeemable situation. Ah, dear teacher, fret not. After all, a godfather is still a father. Would you truly be willing to cast aside your goddaughter, Lei Han, whom you have nurtured for several years? Moreover, given that Lei Han has called you godfather for so long, there must be some sentiment on your part. Consider it a favor to assist her, Hikaidu continued to persuade, a mischievous grin adorning his face. With a sigh, Fan Yu conceded, Very well. It seems my salary and benefits will have to be bartered with the currency of charms. Yet, for the sake of that girl Lei Han, I shall reluctantly assume the role of this biological father. He shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips, clearly exasperated yet amused by the sudden stratagems of Xian Liner and Duo. Meanwhile, Duo had no choice but to play along with Xian Liner. Feigning indignation as he exclaimed, Xian Liner, when did you and Fan Yu become an item? How could you keep this from me for so long? Xian Liner promptly responded, Duo, you are merely a substitute for that person. I have never harbored any affection for you. My true love lies with Fan Yu. After saying this, she cast a glance at Song Yunji, who appeared to transition from anger to shock, and then to suspicion, evidently rattled by this unexpected revelation. The 8 students from the Soul Guidance Department could hardly contain their excitement. They were all privy to the secret concerning Lei Han, leaving only Song Yunji in the dark. As they observed the performance of Xian Liner and Duo, they could not help but admire the duo's adaptability and seamless collaboration. Our daughter is named Fan Lu. Symbolizing the joy we both derive from Fan Yu, Xian Liner continued to weave her tale, a glimmer of genuine happiness illuminating her features, as if recounting an undeniable truth. As Song Yunji watched Xian Liner's convincing act, her initial fury began to morph into confusion. She glanced at Duo, then back at Xian Liner, searching for any hint of deception, but both maintained an air of authenticity, as if their claims were indeed factual. You two are infuriating, Song Yunji exclaimed, half laughing in her exasperation, feeling as though she were being toyed with by these 2 youngsters. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she declared, If you assert that this child belongs to Fan Yu, then he must step forward. I wish to see if he dares acknowledge this daughter. Both Duo and Xian Liner felt a tightening in their chests at her insistence, unprepared for Song Yunji's unwavering determination to have Fan Yu personally acknowledge the child. They found themselves in a precarious predicament. Just as they pondered their next move, Fan Yu's voice rang out from outside the door. Oh, is that you, old Song? Why the fiery temper? The wrath of Song Yunji swiftly shifted to Fan Yu, her narrowed eyes scrutinizing him as if she sought to uncover a hint of truth hidden within his expression. Fan Yu, your arrival is quite timely. I am eager to hear the nature of your relationship with Xian Liner, as well as the circumstances surrounding this so-called daughter. The authority in Song Yunji's voice brooked no dissent. Inwardly, Fan Yu lamented his predicament, recognizing that for the sake of a meager salary, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Humph, do enlighten me. What is the truth of this matter? Song Yunji pressed on, her gaze piercing as though it could unveil every concealed secret. With a resigned sigh, Fan Yu contemplated how to navigate this web of deception. Ah, Song Laosher. This tale is rather lengthy. An unexpected incident in the past led to my connection with Xian Liner, and subsequently, we welcomed Fan Lu into the world. Lei Han concealed herself behind Fan Yu, perplexed by the elaborate charade orchestrated by her godfather and her parents. However, she wisely chose to remain silent. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as they roamed over everything around her. Duo received a knowing glance from Fan Yu and engaged in a mock confrontation. Their seemingly forceful exchanges cleverly synchronized with Fan Yu's performance. You scoundrel! How dare you steal my wife? Duo shouted while lunging towards Fan Yu with flailing fists. Fan Yu deftly evaded the punches, calling out, "Calm down, Duo. It's not what you think." On the sidelines, Song Yunji watched the chaotic scene with furrowed brows. Her confusion deepening. She sensed an underlying mystery but struggled to comprehend its intricacies. Meanwhile, in the office of the Soul Guidance Department, Zhou Yi was grading assignments when a first-year student burst in, breathless and alarmed. "Teacher Zhou, something terrible has happened." The student, evidently new to the academy, was oblivious to Lei Han's background and the secrets of the Soul Guidance Department. Stunned by the unfolding events, they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Zhou Yi frowned, setting her pen down, and replied in a measured tone, "Calm down and explain what is going on." After catching their breath, the student continued. "Director Qian and Director Stian are arguing. It seems Director Stian is secretly involved with Teacher Fan Yu, and they have a daughter. The entire Soul Guidance Department is in an uproar, and everyone has rushed to witness it." Zhou Yi's eyes flickered with surprise but quickly regained composure. As Lei Han's godmother, she was well aware of the situation. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that Duo and Xian Liner would perform so convincingly, even drawing her husband into the fray. She shook her head, amused by the improvisational skills of the duo, while feeling a sense of comfort for Lei Han. After all, amidst such a convoluted scenario, it was remarkable that Lei Han received so much affection and protection from those around her. "Teacher, how can you remain so composed? Teacher Fan Yu is your husband. He is with Director Xian, and they have a child." The student stuttered, becoming increasingly incoherent. Zhou Yi chuckled softly, rising to straighten her attire. "Come, let us witness this spectacle." Upon their arrival at the scene, Zhou Yi and the Soul Guidance student discovered a considerable crowd had gathered, buzzing with speculation about the entangled relationships among Duo, Xian Liner, and Fan Yu. Navigating through the throng, Zhou Yi reached the forefront, admiring the authenticity of Duo and Xian Liner's performances. Her gaze fell upon Lei Han, whose curious eyes were wide with wonder as they darted about. "Fan Yu, you scoundrel! How could you treat me this way?" Zhou Yi suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation and a hint of grievance. Her cry instantly captured everyone's attention. Fan Yu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing her words, but he soon regained his composure. He feigned helplessness and sighed, saying, "Zhou Yi, allow me to explain. The situation is not as you perceive." However, Zhou Yi disregarded his attempt at clarification and retorted, "There's no need for explanations. I have seen everything. You are with that vile Xian Liner and have even conceived a child. How can you face me? What about the years we have shared?" While uttering these words, she deliberately wiped away a tear, as if genuinely wounded. Those around her cast sympathetic glances her way. Duo and Xian Liner, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Their scheme had already achieved considerable success. With Zhou Yi entering the fray, the performance would become even more exquisite. Fan Yu, observing Zhou Yi's convincing act, felt a quiet admiration. He understood that her actions were intended to protect Lei Han, ensuring her safety amidst this intricate turmoil. Thus, he played along with Zhou Yi, continuing, "Zhou Yi, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, love is an uncontrollable force. Xian Liner and I share a genuine bond, and we never sought to hurt you. Yet, the situation has escalated to this point, leaving us powerless." Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, was engulfed in despair. Pointing at Fan Yu and Xian Liner, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "You are both utterly excessive. I have sacrificed so much for this family, and this is how you repay me. How can you justify your actions?" As she spoke, she deliberately collapsed onto the ground, weeping profusely. Those around her rushed to comfort her, casting blame upon Fan Yu and Xian Liner. Meanwhile, Lei Han had secretly climbed onto the windowsill. One foot already perched on its edge, her small frame leaning forward curiously to glimpse the world outside. At 7 years old, she seemed bewildered by this unexpected familial conflict. Seeking an escape from the chaos, Duo inadvertently caught sight of Lei Han's perilous antics and was instantly alarmed. He momentarily abandoned the act, shouting, "Come back. It's dangerous." This exclamation startled Lei Han, causing her small foot to slip from the windowsill, and she plummeted from the 10th floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Yunji felt her heart leap into her throat. With a piercing scream, she attempted to rush forward, but her heart condition rendered her powerless, leaving her to collapse onto the ground, helplessly watching as Lei Han plummeted. In that critical moment, Hikaitu, quick-witted and alert, had already sensed the commotion from above. As he saw Lei Han fall, he dashed forward, arms outstretched, and securely caught her in his embrace. Although a soul mentor, Hikaitu possessed remarkable physical prowess. After catching Lei Han, he staggered only a few steps before regaining his balance. The other students from the Soul Guidance Department swiftly threw pig's blood and a dummy to the spot where Lei Han had just fallen, creating a loud thud accompanied by splattering blood, thereby concealing the truth of Lei Han's survival. Observing his surroundings, Hikaitu noted that only Soul Guidance students were present, while the students from the Martial Soul Department remained upstairs, engrossed in the spectacle. He promptly carried Lei Han into a narrow alley to prevent any sighting by the Martial Soul students. "Senior brother, will I become a pie after falling from the building?" Lei Han blinked her big eyes innocently and inquired from Hikaita's arms. Hikaitu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Gently patting her head, he replied, "Silly girl, how could you possibly become a pie? You are our treasure." Hikaitu led Lei Han into the alley, finding a concealed spot. And after confirming that no one was following, he let out a sigh of relief. Lowering his gaze to Lei Han, his eyes brimmed with affection. "Xiao Han, you mustn't be so mischievous in the future, understand? Today was incredibly dangerous." Before Lei Han could respond, a heart-wrenching wail pierced through the air, belonging to Ma Xiaodao. "No. This can't be happening. Little girl, how could you leave me like this?" Ma Xiaodao's voice trembled as tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the body of Lei Han, which had been switched from a dummy to a real corpse. She could not accept this brutal reality, as if the entire world around her was collapsing in that instant. Ma Xiaodao never imagined that her birthday would transform into the farewell day for her dearest friend. That little girl who had vanished without a trace had abruptly exited her life. Beside Ma Xiaodao, Cici was already a weeping mess, wiping her tears while trying to comfort her friend. "Xiao Tao, please don't be like this. The little girl wouldn't want to see you so heartbroken." Meanwhile, Xuanzi, upon hearing the news of the sudden demise of the mysterious 20-winged angels wielder from the Soul Guidance Department, felt as if struck by lightning. He sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face. "Is this news accurate?" Seizing the shoulder of the student who had brought the news, Xuanzi's voice quivered as he asked. Terrified by Xuanzi's intensity, the student shuddered but nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Absolutely true, Elder Xian. We all witnessed it." Brain splattered. The scene was harrowing. Xuanzi released his grip, staggering back a few steps, his complexion turning an unnatural shade of pale. He trembled as he spoke, whispering to himself, "How could this be? She possessed such a formidable martial spirit, striving to foster harmony between soul beast and humanity. She had so many unfulfilled dreams and missions. How could she have departed so soon?" At that moment, Hikaitu and Wang Mingming brought Lei Han to the underground chamber of the Soul Guidance Department, a secluded and secure place known only to the students of that department. Wang Mingming, observing the shaken Lei Han, gently caressed her head, saying, "Xiao Han, do not fear. We are all here for you." Lei Han nodded softly, yet her eyes still reflected a glimmer of fear and confusion. "Senior brother, senior sister, why must we deceive everyone?" Lei Han could no longer suppress the questions that plagued her heart. Hikaitu sighed deeply and explained, "Xiao Han, you are still young. There are many things you do not yet understand. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine. The discord between the martial spirit and soul guidance departments is deeply entrenched, and your identity is exceptionally unique. If others were to discover that you are still alive, it would not only endanger you, but also implicate many others." Wang Mingming added, "Indeed, Xiao Han, your martial spirit is exceedingly powerful, and with such a distinctive mission, many would covet you. Our actions are intended to protect you, allowing you to grow safely until the day you possess enough strength to confront all of this." Lei Han nodded, her understanding ambiguous, her mind brimming with various questions. Yet, upon gazing into the serious and resolute eyes of her senior brothers and sisters, she resolved to place her trust in them. She and Duo approached Lei Han, crouching beside her, and gently inquired, "Xiao Han, are you frightened by what transpired today?" Lei Han raised her head, her large eyes sparkling with innocent brilliance. "At first, I was a bit frightened, but then my senior caught me, and I no longer felt afraid. He is truly amazing." She and Duo smiled gently, ruffling Lei Han's hair. "You mustn't engage in such perilous activities again, understand? We all worry about you." Lei Han nodded vigorously, her small face adorned with seriousness. "Yes, Daddy, I understand. I want to do it again." "Hikaitu, you did exceptionally well this time, saving Xiao Han just in time." She and Duo turned to Hikaitu, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Hikaitu humbly smiled. "It's what I ought to do. After all, Xiao Han is also our little princess of the Soul Guidance Department. Dinqian, I have sacrificed my personal image this time. You must reward me with a substantial raise." Just then, Fan Yu, who had been on the receiving end of Zhou Yi's wrath, entered with a look of grievance. His clothing was somewhat disheveled, and traces of bruises lingered on his face. Upon seeing his state, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Duo even patted Fan Yu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Rest assured, Fan Yu, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Your salary and benefits will undoubtedly see a significant increase. Only then did Fan Yu reveal a hint of satisfaction. As he approached Lei Han and gently ruffled her hair, Xiao Han, that was truly frightening. You mustn't be so mischievous in the future, do you understand? Lei Han mischievously stuck out her tongue and made a face. Got it, Godfather. I will definitely be obedient from now on. Observing Lei Han's innocent demeanor, the group felt a wave of relief. Although the day's events had been fraught with peril, fortunately, all had ended without incident. By the way, how's Elder Xian? Fan Yu suddenly recalled Xian Zi. After all, he was the head of the academy, and he would undoubtedly be deeply shocked and saddened by today's occurrences. We disguised the body we acquired from the crematorium to resemble Xiao Han. Since she always wore a mask, no one has seen her true face. So it should be plausible, Duo stated solemnly. I have already sent someone to inform Elder Xian. He will be heartbroken, but this is unavoidable. We had to take such measures for Xiao Han's safety. At the mention of Xian Zi, the group's expressions turned grave. Xian Zi was not only the head of Shrek Academy, but also a revered elder and mentor in their hearts. This incident was undoubtedly a significant blow to him. Just then, Lin Emo emerged from the shadows of the wall, kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. Director Qian, I am sorry. If it weren't for my careless words, Miss Lei Han would not have had to feign death to escape the impending disaster. Please punish me. Duo regarded Lin Emo with a complex expression. He understood that Lin Emo had not acted with malice. Rather, it was a slip of the tongue under the relentless questioning of his mother-in-law. Yet, the event had transpired, and seeking to assign blame would yield no benefit. Rise. Lin Emo, Duo sighed, his tone devoid of reproach. Your error was unintentional, and right now, the most crucial matter is that Xiao Han is safe and sound. Be more cautious in your actions moving forward. Do you understand? Lin Emo nodded gratefully and stood up. He recognized that Director Qian had always been magnanimous and would not hold a minor mistake against him. Director Qian, I will be more vigilant in gathering intelligence and ensure that such incidents do not recur, Lin Emo pledged earnestly, determination gleaming in his eyes. Duo nodded. Fully aware that in this world rife with uncertainty and danger, every detail was of utmost importance. He placed a reassuring hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and said earnestly, Lin Emo, you are a vital member of our intelligence department, and we all recognize your capabilities. But remember, the essence of intelligence work lies not merely in the collection of information, but in its analysis and judgment. Though this incident was accidental, it serves as a wake-up call. Moving forward, we must place greater emphasis on confidentiality and security. Lin Emo nodded solemnly, committing Duo's words to memory. He understood the weight of the responsibility he bore and knew that complacency was not an option. Chapter 31, The Soul Bone Auction the following morning. Ma Xiaotao led her classmates from the Martial Soul Department through the gates of the Soul Guidance Department, their mission being to retrieve Lei Han's remains. At this moment, Duo had meticulously orchestrated a deception. He intended to use the corpse of a frail little girl, who had tragically passed away at the tender age of 7 due to illness, as a substitute for Lei Han. Ma Xiaotao was entirely unaware of Lei Han's true appearance. He Kai-tu, understanding the unspoken cue from Xian Liner, slowly lifted the white cloth that covered the body. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the pale, emaciated form of the little girl lay quietly, her face bearing an extraordinary serenity, as if she had merely succumbed to an endless slumber, evoking a sense of reluctance to disturb her repose. Ma Xiaotao's brow furrowed slightly. Although she had never seen Lei Han in person, the scene before her stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within her. She stepped forward to examine closely, but was gently halted by Kai-tu. Sister Ma, please accept my condolences. This is the little girl you spoke of, he said, his voice low and sorrowful, as if narrating an irreparable tragedy. A flicker of doubt crossed Ma Xiaotao's eyes as she scrutinized the body, an indescribable discomfort rising within her. The corpse was too small, a stark contrast to the resilient image of Lei Han she held in her mind. Yet, upon reflection, Lei Han always wore a mask. Who truly knew her real appearance? Is this really the little girl? Ma Xiaotao's voice trembled, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. Kai-tu nodded gravely, his eyes filled with compassion and sadness. Yes, Sister Ma, please come to terms with this cruel truth. Ma Xiaodao closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. She reminisced about her moments spent with Lei Han, the girl who always wore a mask and possessed unwavering determination, now lying here, forever separated from her. At that moment, Duo stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute. Ma Xiaodao, you must be strong. The little girl's departure is a loss for us all. However, we must believe that she will continue to live bravely in another world. Ma Xiaodao opened her eyes, her vision blurred by tears. She looked at Duo, her voice choked with emotion. Director Qian, it is truly hard for me to believe that the little girl has left us just like that. She had so many dreams and unfulfilled wishes. Duo gently patted Ma Xiaodao's shoulder, offering comfort. I understand this is difficult for you. Yet, we must accept reality and move forward. The little girl's departure also serves as a reminder for us to cherish those around us even more. The surrounding classmates lowered their heads in silence, mourning Lei Han's passing and feeling heartache for Ma Xiaodao's sorrow. The atmosphere was heavy with grief. The little girl, a possessor of the 20-winged angel martial soul, had perished just like that. Alas, I can only lament that she was not a true student of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, we would have devoted ourselves entirely to nurturing her, allowing her to shine brilliantly in the world of soul masters. Moon approached slowly, leaning on his cane, his voice imbued with an endless sense of regret and sorrow. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding students cast reverent glances in his direction. As the soul of Shrek Academy, Moon's words held immense significance in the hearts of the students. By the way, how's Yunji? I heard she witnessed the tragic fall of the little girl from the stairs yesterday. Is she all right? Moon inquired with concern. Qianduo's expression darkened. He sighed softly. Her condition is currently stable, but she has suffered considerable emotional turmoil. After all, witnessing such a horrific scene is unbearable for anyone. Elder Zhuang has personally examined her and prescribed some calming medications. What she needs most now is time to gradually digest and accept this harsh reality. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaodao stepped forward gently, cradling Lei Han's substitute in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. Choking back her emotions, she spoke, Dear little girl, I am truly grateful to you for stepping forward twice to help me dispel that excruciating evil fire. Your kindness shines like radiant stars, etched in my heart, becoming an unforgettable memory for my lifetime. Even though I never had the fortune to behold your true visage, you have indelibly remained in my heart in such a unique and profound manner, allowing me to genuinely feel your presence. Your name will forever be imprinted in my mind like a brand. With that, Ma Xiaodao instructed her classmates to carefully carry the substitute back to the Martial Soul Department. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Soul Guidance Department, Lei Han lay on the floor of the living area, blissfully indulging in watermelon while perusing a sketchbook, occasionally bursting into peals of laughter. She remained utterly oblivious to the fact that she had become a figure of mourning in the eyes of others. Unaware that a grand funeral was being held in her honor outside, Lei Han's existence seemed to be isolated from the world, as she reveled in her own little realm, savoring the rare moments of leisure. Junior sister, you appear quite at ease, while outside, they are lamenting for you. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced the tranquility, startling her into raising her head abruptly, nearly dropping the watermelon in her grasp. To her astonishment, Hikaidu had appeared behind her, a playful smile illuminating his face. Lei Han placed a hand over her heart and remarked, somewhat exasperated, Senior brother, you nearly frightened me to death. What brings you here? I was concerned you might feel lonely, so I made a special trip to check on you. Hikaidu replied, shrugging his shoulders, a hint of irreverent amusement dancing in his expression. Lei Han rolled her eyes and muttered, Who says I am lonely? I am enjoying myself, aren't I? Hikaidu chuckled and shook his head, taking a seat beside her. He casually picked up a slice of watermelon and began to munch on it. All right, stop pretending. I know you are not feeling great inside. After all, being treated like a dead person is a sentiment that no one can bear. Lei Han was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head and said with a hint of confusion, What? I'm dead? Without my knowledge? Bursting into laughter, he continued. Don't you possess a level 4 reconnaissance soul-guided eagle? Simply command it to soar above the martial spirit department, and you shall discover the truth. The entire academy is currently mourning your demise. Senior sister Ma and the others are in tears, utterly heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Lei Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she promptly set aside the watermelon and sketchbook in her hands, summoning her 4th-level reconnaissance spirit, the eagle. The eagle soared high into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Before long, it relayed back a vivid image. Lei Han gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Her own lifeless body lay solemnly at the center, surrounded by a grieving crowd. Ma Xiaodao wept profusely. her tears resembling the delicate petals of a pear blossom, while a band played a mournful dirge, enveloping the atmosphere in somberness and sorrow. Brother, am I truly attending my own funeral? This is utterly bizarre, Lei Han exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. At the tender age of 7, she felt her father's antics had gone a bit too far. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Her small face was etched with shock and confusion. Yet deep within her, a flicker of curiosity and excitement stirred. After all, this was not an experience afforded to everyone. Who could argue otherwise? Your death has indeed made quite the spectacle. Even the elders of the Sea God Pavilion have been stirred, and old Mu himself has expressed his condolences on your behalf, remarked Kai-Tu, munching on the watermelon with a look of schadenfreude as he observed Lei Han. Lei Han pursed her lips and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Well, this is splendid. I have become a celebrity in the entire academy. How will I ever face anyone again?" Kai-Tu gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not fret. They are unaware of your existence. You have been secretly nurtured as a soul engineering prodigy in this basement since childhood. And since they have never laid eyes on your true visage, you may boldly continue to embrace your role as the phantom student." Lei Han nodded slightly. Although she still felt a twinge of anxiety within, the thought of her unique identity provided her with a measure of reassurance. She picked up her sketchbook once more, only to realize that her previous enthusiasm for reading had waned. "Senior brother, do you think they might genuinely believe I am dead and then erect a tombstone for me?" Lei Han suddenly lifted her head, asking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Kai-Tu nearly choked on the watermelon in his mouth. Cough, cough. What are you thinking? Even if they truly wish to erect a tombstone for you, they would need to know your name, right? You haven't even disclosed your true name to them. Upon hearing this, Lei Han blinked, finally grasping the crux of the matter. Indeed, she had never disclosed her true name to anyone, all along. She had merely operated under the moniker of Little Girl. Thus, she need not worry about others erecting a gravestone in her name. Brother, do you think it's somewhat inappropriate for me to keep everything hidden like this? Lei Han set down her sketchbook, her brow slightly furrowed, a contemplative expression gracing her face. He glanced at her with a smile and replied, "What could possibly be wrong with that? You are the secret weapon of the Soul Guidance Department. It is only fitting to keep you well guarded. Besides, aren't you quite content this way? You can do as you please, free from anyone's constraints." Upon hearing this, Lei Han's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mischief. "You are right. I do feel rather at ease this way. However, if there comes a day when I truly perish, will they even be able to find my remains?" Kai-Tu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. Little junior sister, do not speak such ominous words. You are meant to thrive and become a source of pride for our Soul Guidance Department." Lei Han chuckled. Aware that she was jesting, yet a wave of sentiment washed over her. In this world rife with uncertainty and peril, finding a sanctuary to call one's own is indeed a rare treasure. She resumed her focus on the sketchbook, while Kai-Tu silently accompanied her, occasionally glancing at the soaring eagle in the sky, secretly grateful for having such an astute junior sister. Meanwhile, Duo and Fan Yu arrived at the auction in Shrek City, their purpose being to auction off a soul bone for Lei Han, while Lin Er and Shou ventured into the Star Do forest to procure soul bones and save funds. Dressed in a resplendent soul master robe, Duo wore a determined smile, whereas Fan Yu appeared in a simple soul mentor outfit, his gaze sharp and discerning. "You must be from Shrek Academy. It is an honor to meet you," remarked a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, approaching them with a courteous smile. Duo nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed. We are here to participate in the auction, hoping to find a suitable soul bone." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, promptly led them to the VIP room of the auction, personally serving them tea. "You have arrived at a fortuitous time. We happen to have a high-quality soul bone on offer that I believe will satisfy your needs." At this, Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, may I inquire about the attributes of this soul bone?" With a smile, the man retrieved a blueprint from his drawer and spread it across the table. "This is a trunk bone from a 10,000-year soul beast, imbued with the attribute of supreme light. It is indeed a rare treasure for light attribute soul masters. Moreover, this soul bone is accompanied by a remarkably powerful soul skill, the specifics of which will be revealed during the auction." A look of surprise passed between Duo and Fan Yu, as they recognized that this soul bone would be an exceptional choice for Lei Han. Sipping his tea, Duo expressed his gratitude. "This is splendid news. We are in dire need of a soul bone suited for light attribute soul masters. Your auction's information has proven to be a timely boon." The middle-aged man smiled politely, It is our privilege to serve the esteemed warriors of Shrek Academy. The auction is about to commence. You may take a moment to rest, and I will send someone to guide you to the auction venue shortly. Fanyu nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the blueprint as he meticulously examined every detail of the soul bone. He understood the significance of a high-quality soul bone for a soul master, particularly for a gifted young master like Lei Han, as it would undoubtedly aid her advancement in her cultivation journey. Meanwhile, Duo closed his eyes to meditate, silently contemplating the various scenarios they might encounter at the auction. He was aware that although Shrek Academy held a prestigious status in the Soul Master realm at the auction, everything ultimately hinged on strength. Soon, the auction officially began. Duo and Fanyu found their seats in the auction hall, quietly awaiting the emergence of the coveted soul bone. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the chatter of various soul masters who had gathered to spend lavishly on their desired treasures. When the auctioneer finally announced the arrival of the ancient soul beast's skeletal fragment, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Duo and Fanyu's gazes were firmly fixed on the soul bone on the display stand, aware that this moment would determine Lei Han's future. The auctioneer's voice resonated through the hall. This fragment, a 40,000-year-old golden earth dragon bone from the depths of the Stardow forest, possesses the ultimate light attribute and is exceedingly rare. The starting bid is 500,000 gold soul coins. As the auctioneer's words faded, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. For most soul masters, 500,000 gold soul coins constituted an astronomical sum. Yet for the truly powerful soul masters and factions, the value of the soul bone far surpassed that price. Exchanging a glance with Fanyu, Duo understood without the need for words. They were resolute in their determination to acquire this soul bone. 550,000 gold soul coins. A rugged voice erupted from a corner of the hall, shattering the brief silence. 600,000. Came another voice, joining the bidding fray. The price escalated rapidly, swiftly breaching the million mark. Duo's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated such fierce competition for the soul bone. 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Fanyu finally spoke, his tone steady and resolute, exuding an undeniable conviction. The atmosphere in the hall intensified, with many soul masters casting astonished glances toward Duo and Fanyu. They recognized that anyone capable of calling out such a price was no ordinary contender. However, the competition showed no signs of abating. 100,000 gold soul coins. Another voice rang out, as someone appeared unwilling to relinquish this precious soul bone so easily. Taking a deep breath, Duo looked at Fanyu, his eyes shimmering with determination. Fanyu nodded slightly, signaling his agreement to continue bidding. 200,000 gold soul coins. Duo's voice echoed in the hall, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. 600,000 gold soul coins. Another astonishing bid emerged, this time from a stately lady adorned in an opulent gown. Her stern countenance and resolute gaze indicated her unwavering intent to secure the soul bone. The expressions of Duo and Fanyu grew serious. They knew that this price had far exceeded their budget. Yet, for the sake of Lei Han, they were willing to sacrifice everything. 800,000 gold soul coins. Duo called out once more, his voice trembling slightly. This was their final threshold. 2,000,000 gold soul coins. The lady's voice resounded again, seemingly unwilling to concede easily. Duo and Fanyu exchanged a glance, both reflecting a glimmer of resoluteness. They were acutely aware that continuing to raise the bid had surpassed their financial limits. Yet relinquishing the soul bone would mean that Lei Han might forfeit a rare opportunity for advancement. 3 million gold soul coins. Fanyu suddenly exclaimed, his voice reverberating through the hall like thunder. This price far exceeded everyone's expectations, including that of the noblewoman who had been in opposition to them. The venue was instantly engulfed in a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Duo and Fanyu. They understood that this price transcended the mere acquisition of a soul bone. It was a contest of honor and resolve. The noblewoman's countenance turned a pallid shade, clearly taken aback that anyone would be willing to pay such a hefty sum to contest for this soul bone. She clutched the bidding device tightly, her fingers turning slightly white from the strain, yet ultimately refrained from placing another bid. The auctioneer's voice rang out in the hall, tinged with barely concealed excitement. 3 million gold soul coins, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Shrek Academy for acquiring this precious Millennium Soul Beast skeletal remains. As the auctioneer's words echoed, the room erupted into fervent applause and cheers. Duo and Fan Yu exchanged wry smiles. Having pledged the Soul Engineering Department to the bank to secure the 3 million gold soul coins, though the cost was immense, the thought of Lei Han gaining a significant enhancement made it all worthwhile. After the auction concluded, Duo and Fan Yu found themselves at a loss as to how to return to Shrek Academy. With bottles in hand, they staggered through the night, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. Breaking the silence, Duo sighed. Fan Yu, we really staked the Soul Engineering Department this time. How are we going to explain this to Elder Mu when we get back? We also kept Lei Han's existence from them. Fan Yu halted, gazing into the distant twinkling lights of the academy, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Elder Mu has always emphasized that for the future of the academy and its students, we may have to resort to any means necessary. Although we may have overstepped this time, you've seen Lei Han as potential. She is worth our efforts. As for how we will explain it, I believe that as long as we can present sufficient results, Elder Mu will understand our intentions. Duo exhaled deeply and nodded. That's the only perspective we can hold. However, Fan Yu, have you considered how Lei Han might feel if she knew the lengths we went for her? Would she feel overwhelmed by the pressure? Fan Yu remained silent for a moment before replying slowly. Lei Han is a perceptive child. She should grasp our sincere intentions. Moreover, pressure can serve as a catalyst. I have faith that she will transform that pressure into motivation and continually strive for self-improvement. At that moment, the formidable team responsible for the exploration of rare metals and other materials essential for crafting soul guides returned to the Academy's gates, their carts laden with an abundance of precious resources. These materials were not only vital for the Soul Guidance Department's daily research and production of soul guides, but also represented a key to their future self-sufficiency, liberating them from excessive reliance on external resources. Fan Yu, look, the money has arrived, Duo exclaimed, pointing towards the approaching carts, his eyes glimmering with excitement. The raw materials were valued at no less than 10 million gold soul coins. Fan Yu scrutinized the cargo, secretly calculating in his mind. Excellent. With this, we can cover the debts of the Soul Guidance Department and still have ample funds remaining for future research and development. A long-awaited smile finally graced Duo's face. In the living quarters of the basement, Hikaitu and Lei Han were enjoying dinner when they suddenly saw Duo and Fan Yu return, their faces flushed and spirits high from inebriation. Hikaitu turned his gaze towards his mentor, Fan Yu, who was gripping an empty wine bottle in his left hand while inexplicably wielding a broom in his right, flailing it about in a rather comical manner, all the while humming a tuneless melody. Duo, too, clutched an empty bottle, affectionately draping his arm around Fan Yu's shoulder as they staggered forward, seemingly on the verge of toppling over. At that moment, Wang Yan, who had been napping on the sofa, was stirred awake by the commotion. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment at the sight before him. Fan Yu was bouncing around the sofa with the broom, incoherently muttering, with the soul bones in hand, "The world is ours. Haha. Our Soul Guidance Department is finally on the rise." Duo cheered from the sidelines, clapping his hands in approval. "Old Fan, I told you long ago. The sky for our Soul Guidance Department cannot collapse." Hikaitu and Lei Han stood by, dumbfounded, filled with confusion. Wang Yan, equally bewildered, murmured to himself, "How did they end up like this?" Despite his myriad of doubts, Hikaitu quickly composed himself, stepping forward to assist Fan Yu, while Lei Han supported Duo, settling them both onto the sofa. Wang Yan also rose to help, pouring several glasses of water and offering them to the inebriated duo to help them sober up. Fan Yu accepted the glass, gulping it down in one go before letting out a resounding belch, chuckling, "Haha, today has been truly delightful. Our Soul Guidance Department can finally hold its head high." Duo, regaining some clarity, patted Fan Yu on the shoulder, echoing, "Indeed, old Fan, we truly invested heavily this time. However, knowing that Lei Han could obtain such splendid soul bones makes it all worthwhile." Listening to their conversation, Wang Yan gradually pieced together the unfolding events. He sighed and remarked, "You two are truly willing to risk everything for the future of our students. However, this endeavor was indeed rather impulsive. I hope Elder Mu can comprehend our sincere intentions. He remains blissfully unaware. At worst, we shall fabricate some accounts, for the value of those materials is ample enough to obscure this expenditure." Duo lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of unease. Upon hearing this, Fan Yu chuckled softly. It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. Once that girl Leon matures and brings glory to our Shrek Academy, Old Mu will undoubtedly commend our foresight. Wang Yan shook his head in resignation. You both are truly a source of both affection and exasperation. However, since this matter has come to pass, we must devise a means of rectification. I shall assist you with some financial matters, but you must remember, such occurrences must not be repeated. Rest assured, Teacher Wang, we are well aware. Duo and Fan Yu replied in unison. At that moment, Leon approached, carrying several cups of steaming tea, and gently said, Father, Godfather, let us partake in some tea to alleviate the effects of the alcohol. Duo and Fan Yu gazed at Leon, their eyes brimming with affection and pride. They accepted the hot tea, taking a delicate sip, as if the very essence of the beverage carried a sweetness and hope. Ah, Leon, you have truly brought honor to our soul guidance department this time, Duo remarked, patting Leon's shoulder, his tone infused with pride and anticipation. Once you fully absorb that soul bone, your strength will undoubtedly soar, and our Shrek Soul Guidance Department will rely on you to uphold our reputation. Fan Yu, wearing a broad smile, ruffled Lehan's hair and said, Indeed, Lehan, you must strive diligently and not squander our earnest efforts. You are the shining star of our Soul Guidance Department. As Lehan listened to their words, a wave of warmth surged within her. She resolutely nodded and declared, Father, Godfather, rest assured, I will strive diligently in my cultivation, living up to your expectations. I will ensure that the Shrek Soul Engineering Department shines even brighter due to my presence. Hikaido, observing this scene from the side, was filled with deep emotion. He understood the immense sacrifices that Duo and Fan Yu had made for Lehan. As her senior brother, he felt compelled to contribute to her growth. Han, should you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I will wholeheartedly share my knowledge, Hikaido assured, patting his chest. Lehan gazed at Hikaido with gratitude, nodding slightly. Thank you, senior brother, I will certainly do my best. As night deepened, the crowd gradually dispersed. Duo and Fan Yu, with Wang Yan's assistance, finally regained their senses. Supporting each other, they returned to their room, their hearts brimming with anticipation and hope for the future. Chapter 32. The Dark Golden Fearsome Bear. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi and Xian Lin Air returned to the Soul Guidance Department's basement, carrying 3 soul bones. Upon seeing their pallid expressions, Duo felt a sudden pang of unease, sensing something amiss. He approached them, feigning a casual demeanor, and inquired, What's wrong? Was the mission unsuccessful? Lehan, come here. Zhou Yi did not respond directly to Duo's question. Instead, she shouted at Lehan with a grim expression. At the sound of her voice, Lehan was taken aback, unsure of his misstep, and hurried over, anxiously asking, Zhou Mama, what happened? I ask you. A year ago when you assisted your senior brother in hunting for soul rings, did you not recklessly charge through the Douluo forest riding on the Bear King, even bestowing upon it the moniker Big Silly Bear? Zhou Yi's tone was laced with suppressed fury. Hikaido and Lehan both felt a chill run down their spines, an ominous premonition rising within them. Lehan scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Zhou Mama, how did you know? I wasn't doing it on purpose. I was just playing around. Somehow, we encountered one of the 10 fearsome beasts in the mixed zone, the Bear King, and it caught a whiff of Xiaohan's scent. It even recounted your exploits from a year ago, leaving us utterly humiliated, Xian Lin Air interjected, wearing an expression that mingled amusement and exasperation. Duo and Fan Yu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. They had not anticipated that Lehan possessed such a dubious legacy. It also questioned whether you had completely forgotten your promise of coexistence between humans and soul beasts, Xian Lin Air continued, casting a reproachful glance at Lehan. Lehan's complexion instantly flushed crimson. She lowered her head and murmured, I haven't forgotten. What secret experiment? Zhou Yi inquired with a furrowed brow. Sensing that Lehan's words concealed some significant matter, Ryan lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a blend of determination and shyness. It concerns the experiment on artificially cultivating soul beasts. I aspire to demonstrate that humans and soul beasts can coexist harmoniously, and that we can discover a means to diminish our reliance on and destruction of the Douluo forest. As Zhou Yi listened to Rayhan's words, the fury in her eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a flicker of astonishment and appreciation. She had not anticipated that this typically jovial young girl harbored such grand ambitions within her heart. Hanin, your idea is commendable, But do you comprehend the magnitude of the challenge it presents? Joey spoke earnestly. Nevertheless, I stand by you. As long as you are willing to exert effort, I am convinced you can realize your dream. Xian Liner also nodded in agreement and remarked, Indeed, Raihan, your concept is profoundly significant. Our Shrek Academy has always adhered to the principle of openness and inclusivity. If your experiment succeeds, it could profoundly influence the entirety of human society. Upon hearing the words, Leihan hurriedly dashed to the warehouse, clearing away a heap of miscellaneous items to reveal a device akin to the unique soul guide apparatus of the Sun and Moon Empire. However, this apparatus appeared to be more compact and exquisite, housing within it a diminutive dark gold claw bear cub, peacefully slumbering. Noticing the others approaching, Leihan cautiously activated the device to showcase it to everyone. This is a fragment of my little secret experiment, he declared, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he pointed at the dark gold claw bear cub. I am attempting, through some special methods, to ensure that the young soul beasts can safely thrive in an artificial environment while retaining their innate talents and abilities. Duo, paralyzed with fear on the ground, pointed at the dark gold claw bear cub, his voice trembling as he uttered, Is that the dark gold claw bear? You actually kept it here? Leihan hastily assisted Duo and explained, Father, please do not worry. It is still quite young and poses no threat. Moreover, just look at how sweetly it sleeps. This indicates that it feels safe and secure here. This dark golden terror claw bear cub was extracted from the seed within the nape of the Bear King by my junior sister. However, my dear sister, this dark golden terror claw bear will only grow larger with time. How long can your device accommodate it? Kaitu interjected from the side, concern etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, Leihan fell into contemplation for a moment before responding. Elder brother speaks true. Father, once I have fully absorbed the soul bone, please entrust this dark golden terror claw bear cub to Xiangjun, allowing it to return to its rightful home in the Stardoe Forest. Perhaps there, it can genuinely flourish and reveal its innate talents. Duo, after listening, nodded slightly, a complex emotion flickering across his face. Henin, it brings me great solace that you can think this way. However, are you certain you wish to proceed? Bear in mind, this is a crucial element of your experiment. Leihan resolutely shook his head. Father, while experiments are indeed significant, I possess a deeper understanding of the preciousness of life. The dark gold fearsome bear is one of the sovereigns of the starry forest. It ought to roam freely in a vast expanse rather than be confined within this diminutive apparatus. Moreover, I have a large jar filled with the bear's seeds, sufficient for numerous experiments. I firmly believe that with relentless effort, I can discover a superior method to foster harmonious coexistence between humanity and soul beasts. Leihan patted the storage soul tool at his waist, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Just how many tubes of bear seeds did you extract? Zhou Yi asked, her expression one of astonishment, unable to contain her curiosity. While she supported Leihan's ambitions, she had not anticipated such audacity from him. Leihan stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, just a few hundred tubes. I thought it would be wise to collect more. This way, the success rate of the experiment would be higher. Junior sister, do you intend to exhaust Xiangjun? Kaitu exclaimed dramatically, gazing at Leihan with a look of utter disbelief. Leihan smiled nonchalantly and said, Senior brother, worry not. Xiangjun is tough and resilient. This minor extraction is nothing to him. Consider it a mere sacrifice, a contribution towards the noble cause of harmony between spirit beasts and humanity. With a playful wink, she concluded her words. Meanwhile, deep within the vast expanse of the Starfall Forest, Xiangjun was sneezing incessantly, eagerly consuming the precious bone marrow from other spirit beasts. Attempting to mend the severe damage inflicted upon him a year prior when Leihan had extracted his essence. Rubbing his red nose vigorously, he muttered, That wretched little girl. Just how much of my vital blood did she take? It feels as though I have never fully recovered from that devastating blow. My energy has been utterly depleted. Enough of this. How much bone marrow have you consumed this year, and yet you still haven't replenished yourself? The king of all beasts observed Xiangjun's languid state and shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Xiangjun halted his actions, confusion and anger flickering in his eyes. I cannot fathom it. Ever since that little girl drained my blood, my body has felt awry. No matter how much bone marrow I consume, it seems impossible to fill this void. The king of all beasts fell into contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his head, his expression grave. Xiangjun, I fear you may have been outmaneuvered by that little girl. What she extracted from you might be more than mere blood. Xiangjun's face paled at those words. Are you suggesting she has taken my primal essence? The king of all beasts nodded solemnly. It is highly probable. The primal essence is the core strength of spirit beasts. Once extracted, it not only affects one's power but also one's lifespan. It appears that girl is determined to oppose our kind. Enough, you two fledgling dragons. Don't you see how large you've grown? Having had so many seeds extracted, it's no wonder it would take years for you to recover. The Red King, passing by, interjected with a hint of mockery. Clearly amused by the naivety of Xiangjun and the king of all beasts. Xiangjun glared in anger. Red King, what do you imply by that? The Red King scoffed. What do you think? That little girl's extraction of your seeds was not for the sake of coexistence, but rather for her own experiments and research. Do you truly believe she cares about the survival of spirit beasts? Do not be so naive. Xiangjun's countenance darkened further. So, I have been nothing but a pawn in her game? The king of all beasts sighed. I fear that is indeed the case. Our kind has always been at odds with humanity. How could that little girl genuinely care for our plight? The Red King sneered. Humph. It is pointless to discuss this now. That girl has already obtained what she desired, while we can only wallow in our own despair. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The essence she has extracted is merely a fraction of your original power. Given sufficient time, you will gradually restore your strength. At that moment, a member of Bijia's clan, an emerald swan, arrived with an unusual dark golden claw bear cub. Suspended from its chest was an oversized sign emblazoned with the words, I am an artificially cultivated dark golden claw bear, created by the little girl. Please take good care of me. The clarity of these 26 characters was striking. Suddenly, the dark golden claw bear cub leaped into the arms of the bear lord, leaving the Red King, who had misunderstood Lei Han, in a state of embarrassment. He assumed this was a deliberately crafted mockery by Lei Han. But the cub's arrival brought an unexpected twist. The bear lord gazed at the cub in disbelief. Is this my child? We are unsure, the emerald swan explained. We discovered it in the outer region, and it bore this sign. There was a hint of uncertainty and unease in its eyes. The bear lord sniffed the cub's scent and confirmed it indeed belonged to their clan of dark golden claw bears. Unlike the typical ferocity associated with its kin, this cub exhibited a gentle temperament. Its eyes sparkled with curiosity and friendliness towards the world. Apart from these distinctive